Hello and good morning and welcome to OGA Dota Pit. We're here for OG versus Team Spirit, one of the hypest matchups possible. And to answer the eternal Reddit question of where's Bkop, he's here and he's joined by Black. Bkop, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing good. Got some good rest, and it's good to be on a panel for the first time in a long time. I definitely know what I'm going to be talking about.
Black, how about yourself? How are you doing this morning?
Um, well, I slept for 15 hours, so hopefully I'm ready for just these matches. But I'm good. So
Raring to go, full of energy.
yeah. Like it couldn't be any better. Like I'm so full of energy that the tank is literally like 99%. It could be a little more, but we're good to go.
Could be a little more. You've used a 1% already this morning.
Well, yeah, we've got talk to Bkop.
It always drains a little bit as soon as you see his face. It's OG versus Team Spirit this morning. It's a big matchup. We've got one of the most exciting new young teams versus the former and current TI champs. It's Team Spirit. Such an exciting match against Tundra last Monday. They absolutely blew them out of the water, whereas OG looked pretty impressive against Na'Vi. Black, why don't you talk to me a little bit about Team Spirit and how if people have missed that first matchup, how they've been looking so far this tournament?
I mean, against Tundra, who people said are one of the best teams in EU because they've been performing quite nicely in the DPC as well. Like they completely blew them out of the water, as you said. Like first match wasn't even close, and then the second match was even more one-sided. It's just like their approach to the game just seems to be a level ahead of almost every team right now. Because Tundra is very strategically gifted, and to like outdraft and outplay a team to that extent it's kind of brutal, honestly. Like OG will definitely have to bring something strong, something scary to match up here against Spirit.
And how about you, Bkop? Any thoughts on Spirit?
Spirit have just continued the train since TI. They're still on that streak since it was their last loss was against IG back at TI, and now they're just still winning. Like, it just feels like it's never going to end for them, and they're just on the high. Like usually there's that, you win the championship, you take a break, you high fives all around. No. This is take the championship, get back in the seat, click the seatbelt, and just keep going and continuing the domination that you've been working with for what seems to be a pretty long time at this point, months.
From what you've seen of them so far, does it feel like they're on the same sort of play style, the same sort of way of playing as they were at TI, or are we seeing a slightly different Team Spirit here?
From what I've seen, it still feels the same. I think they're clicking on all cylinders. My main focus is just on Miposhka. I love watching him. Unfortunately, I really wanted to get one of those Miposhka jerseys because we share a birthday and we both play the position 5. Obviously, we play at the same level of competition all the time, but I think they're still playing pretty similar to what they did at TI, and obviously it's been working and they've been crushing everybody time and time again.
Yeah, I would like to talk about the patch though, right? It's very uncommon that DPC and Beyond is actually played on the same patch as TI is. And obviously Team Spirit figured out that patch like 100%, right? Like there's nothing they can really do a lot better. Maybe they'll experiment here and there to figure out if they can increase their hero pool, but this patch is Spirit's patch. So we don't know if the dominance will continue once it's a new patch, because obviously everybody has to adapt and whatnot, but on this patch they seem pretty damn unbeatable.
So that's an interesting point. When you're watching teams like Team Spirit, those big, exciting teams, is there a sense you can get on how well they're going to continue after a patch? Because if we watch like TI3 Alliance, for example, they were a team who felt very patch dependent. Obviously, they won throughout the year, but as soon as that patch came along and nerfed split pushing, they kind of got blown out of the water. And that wasn't that unexpected. I think people would have guessed that would have happened by watching that team. Can you guess the same thing might happen to Team Spirit? Do their strategies feel patch dependent?
Very hard to say, honestly, because it's just their fundamentals are so good that it makes me believe that they're not really a patch team. Just because their map awareness is so good, they don't get picked off here and there like other teams would, and yeah, they just, as I said, look to be like on a different level right now.
I remember what you were talking about last Monday was Yotoro and his map awareness, the fact that he seems to TP out when people are coming, like he's got some sort of third eye. Are you still impressed by him on Monday? Was he still doing that sort of stuff?
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, but then I also realized it's not actually just him. It's like literally the entire team. Because I
Yeah,
watched
they're
his
probably
stream,
telling him a
obviously.
little bit.
Yeah, and it's just crazy. Like the entire team, like the map movement is just so fast, so efficient, so fluid. It's it's just very scary. It's very nice to see because it's very clean Dota. Like they get a lead and then they don't let go of it. They make it bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and they just win.
We've got a draft starting up very shortly, but let's talk a little bit about OG before to give them their due. They're a really young and exciting team. 2-1 against Na'Vi was maybe not the dominant performance people were expecting, but Na'Vi are still a strong side, so doing well there. Bkop, talk to me a little bit about what OG have been doing really well and why people should be so excited about this young squad.
I think OG still kind of play like this fun. They're keeping like the trademark OG, do things differently. Like that offlane void the other day that went 1-0 and 20. Like we were talking about what's going to go here, what's going to go there, and they still had that mindset. They still knew what they were going to do, and it was very interesting to see a team with probably not that much tier 1 top of the line. Like we're facing teams at the top of the DPC experience, kind of feeling comfortable in that seat. That's a lot of pressure to come in, not only into tier 1, but under the brand of OG. I think that's very important to remember. Like you're representing a big team. Like that's a big shoes to fill. And they've kind of come in and done so very quickly. And there's a lot of hype behind this team because of how well they've been playing. So, you see things with a little bit of different drafts, maybe, even their standard drafts look very tight. And I think one game against Na'Vi was a little shaky, but overall, I think DPC in this event, they've looked really good. It's been very exciting.
Well, they're picking up that Mars Amar, the F-Man's, one of his favorite heroes, and Snapfire as well. Another classic for, I assume is that a Misha hero? Does Tiger play Snapfire a lot as well?
10 seconds.
It's probably just open because the Snapfire Mars lane is very, very strong. Like it's one of the strongest dual lanes in the whole game. So I'm sure they have that option. And they're going to keep that option open for themselves.
It is Tiger's top played hero, actually, so perhaps it's a Tiger one, but we'll see. Team Spirit picking up the Io and the Storm Spirit. Black, talk to me about these two opening picks. We've seen quite a lot of Toronto Tokyo Storm Spirit, am I correct in saying?
Yeah, it's definitely one of his better heroes, and Io, especially early on, goes really well with that Storm Spirit because like if he's ever low on mana and health, you can just refill him instantly, and as soon as that happens, you can like smoke and make the map very scary for the enemy team because they're like, Storm has no mana, no resources, so they probably feel safe for like 10-15 seconds, but Io just refills his mana, health, and let's go. And of course, Io in general is just an insane hero. Like so many good pairings with that. Like on the off lane, on the safe lane, the hero is maybe a tad too strong, People have been asking for some nerfs here and there, but didn't happen yet. Soon, TM.
If you're OG, what are you looking to ban out to prevent that IO from being even stronger?
Slardar, I feel like has been very strong with IO, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's just so many to really ban out, though. Like Slada, like Nightstalk that are banned out is super strong with it. And the carries, there's like Luna, there's Gyrocopter, Faceless Void, Slark. There's just way too many heroes to ban out if you have an IO. Because you can't just go anywhere. It could even be an offlane IO that OG played a lot of TI. Very versatile.
Seems unlikely. I've not seen Collapse play an offlane IO, but perhaps. I mean, he's got a large enough hero pool, and we did see him expand that pool a little bit last on Monday. So, whatever we can see. Team Spirit banning out that Invoker, one of BMZ's classic heroes. I want to talk a bit about BMZ actually, because we saw him in the match on in the DPC absolutely destroy Miracle in the mid lane. It's so impressive as a mid lane hero to do really, really well like that against such an old and experienced player like Miracle.
I mean, he also really put the fight to no one. When in that Lina Lash matchup, like he doubled his CS, doubled his denies, and I mean he is, when it comes to just pure laning, he's definitely one of the top dogs right now in the world probably. So mechanically gifted.
What picks would you like to see Spirit pick up here into the next round, Bkop?
I'm trying to figure out what they're going to do with Miposhka and if he's going to find himself in the IO, because they banned Weaver and Bane, which is two of the picks that Miposhka's really been liking recently for OG, and they banned those out, and Miposhka in these fights, he's so important for Spirit. Like him on his Bane is just the most impressive thing to watch. So I'm really waiting to see what they want to pull out for Miposhka and if it's going to end up being that IO, because I'm biased. I'm a support player. and he's like my guy to watch always. It's like, oh no, collapse. Oh yeah, Toronto, Tokyo. It's like no, Maposhka. I always watch him. It's like when you pay attention when like X Nova was on LGD, and like the thing you talked about the most was like his warding was crazy, and everybody would watch X Nova for his warding. I watch Maposhka for like not only his warding, but his team fight is like so on point, making sure he can save people, especially on that Bane. So I'm kind of wondering what he's gonna throw out there coming in next.
Do you think those OG bans are collapse targeted? Is that an offlane Kunker ban, or are they looking to ban it? Because they banned out the OD just now, which is a classic collapse hero. Well, not a classic; it's a new one of the newer collapse heroes.
Yeah, the offlane pool seems a little small, but I mean, it's collapse. He probably is well prepared for situations like these. There's still Necrophos. There's still Slaughter. Yeah, Chaos Knight could be even like a Doombringer.
There's still the Tide as well. They banned out.
Still Tide.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
But Disruptor is really strong against against Tidehunter. So we'll see. Man, this OG team fight right now looks really scary. Arena, Kisses, and Disruptor ult is so hard to fight into.
It's a lot of circles.
Yeah, we all love our circles.
OG
Classic.
should have a lot of options here for BZM because he's the last 8 matches he's played eight different heroes.
Yeah. I mean, against Storm,
that hero pool.
What's going on? Like, Ember is pretty decent against Storm. I could just pull out the Lina. A little bit more risky though.
Well, they've banned out the Ember, so they've banned out Ember.
Oh, Ember's actually banned already. Yeah.
Ember,
So,
Invoker, Puck. 3 things
those
he's played
missing.
in those
What
last
do you
8.
like? Void Spirit still in the pool.
Void Spirit still in pool, yeah. Like Storm Spirit in general seems to be exactly what Team Spirit needs, you know. Like they have this overwhelming team fight on OG already, and this early Storm pickup can really like open the map up really nicely. They get a solo kill here and there. IO can relocate in. Oh, there's our collapse hero. Could be paired with the IO. Doesn't have to be.
BZM went.
Go ahead, sorry.
BZM went Lina in that first game against Navi, right? So is that an option, Black? I feel like that might
It is
burst
like,
damage. Like
it gives Storm a lot of problems too. So it's definitely an option, and it goes very well with Mars, SAPPHIRE, and then Disruptor because they can easily protect the front line. So yeah, Lina definitely an option. Leshrac could be an option as well because they don't really have the most tower damage right now.
If you're OG, do you look
Wink.
to pick up your mid hero in this phase? Just because there's so many mid heroes already banned out that if they delay, it feels like there's going to be a very small pool. Is that what you do, or do you take it last just for the surprise factor?
I think it would make sense to just pick up now because they already showed their offlane and mid lane. So you can definitely just pick a good matchup against that Storm Spirit because Spirit doesn't have last pick, and their last pick is going to be a carry, right? And then you can just pick a good carry matchup for yourself. I think that makes the most sense. But then again, it's OG, so
Who plays the snap? I don't think I've. Oh, Mirror normally plays the snap, which probably puts Maposhka onto the IO.
I mean Hoodwink.
Yeah, sorry, Hoodwink. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've got my new
TA
heroes
actually.
mixed up. TA, okay.
Okay, it could be a carry TA, could also be a mid TA. That's
If it's a mid TA, do you like it?
no. I think it's gonna be Uragi TA, and I think they're gonna pick a more active mid.
10 seconds remaining.
Because the way Ama likes to play Mars, he farms a lot.
5
And then if you have a mid
seconds
TA who also farms a lot, and then pick another carry that will also naturally farm a lot, there might not be enough space on the map for all that, especially against the Storm IO Legion. Very scary.
We did discuss on Monday, though, that OG are a team who do like to farm a lot. So maybe, you know, all three
It's
cores.
always possible. Always possible.
Got two fairly greedy supports as well. But they think it's going to be a carry TA because they're banning out the Queen of Pain. I
Yeah.
imagine the Lina will be the next ban as well, if that's the line there.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense with the land they have. And
So
then
what did Team Spirit need to fall out of this draft? They've already banned out the Luna on OG.
it's a tough carry pick, honestly. It really is. Like Snapfire Mars is one of the strongest dual lanes in Dota. So whatever carry you pick there is going to have a pretty rough time. Your best bet is probably a hero that can lane decently well against them, like Can Ursa, like a gyrocopter,
5 seconds
someone that doesn't lose the
remaining.
lane. Maybe even a Razor that we've seen pretty popular lately.
OG's turn to ban.
Just like a lane dominator. Because like if you give Mars free farm, he gets fast armed, pushes the tower, you just give so much map control away.
Fair enough.
They need-
Go ahead, Bkop.
Feels like Spirit also need another stun. Like they've been liking Wraith King
10
in the
seconds
safe lane. I know they played the Sven in the safe lane too for Spirit.
Yeah.
5 seconds
Also
remaining.
pretty good picks. It's just the lane is a little hard against Mars and
Yeah.
Snapfire potentially. It's gonna be interesting to see what they think is actually the right pick here. Because it's not an easy carry pick, I think. Like if I'm in Yatoro's shoes right now, I'm like, this looks kinda good, but not great. Same as this, and yeah.
Spirits turn to
He's got
Metamorphic.
pretty broad shoes, though. He can fit a
He
lot of
does,
carry
he
heroes
does.
in his shoes.
Yeah.
He's got shoes that can zip off and become sandals at a moment's notice. They're going to ban out that Morphling, though. We've got a couple of seconds left for Team Spirit's final pick.
10
What
seconds
we've
remaining.
spoken a little bit about OG. Looking at those bans, what do you
5
expect their final
seconds
pick will be as well? If you were to predict.
Still
Probably
thinking
just a
Lina.
cookie cutter Void Spirit. Yeah. Or Lina, of course, because they like to farm a lot. Void Spirit would be any other team's pick, but because it's OG, they might pick the Lina. The Troll. Okay, well, speaking of strong laner with Io, there we go. It's exactly what they needed.
Do you like it? When you say it's what they needed, is what they needed good?
I like the Troll. I think they can
10
actually dominate the
seconds
lane now and
remaining.
win, because Io Troll is a very, very strong dual lane. And it's a good
5
matchup against
seconds
TA.
remaining.
It's pretty good against Mars if you eventually build into that Silver Edge. Just break his bulwark and kill him. Makes a lot of sense here. Early BKB as well against Disruptor Snapfire Mars. Very strong pick. Is it just going to be Lina? Or Void Spirit? Come on, 1 for 2. It's got to be. Yeah.
You may now
It's a
select
Void Spirit.
your heroes.
Well, we're on point there. What do you think about this OG draft, Black? How do you think it comes together?
I like it quite a lot now that they picked the Void Spirit. I wouldn't have liked it as much if they picked the Lina, but now it comes together very nicely. They have this Void Spirit who can rotate very easily together with the Mars and Snapfire. There's a ton of team fight they have. And I mean, Spirit definitely will have to split up the map. They have the Io, they have the Storm Spirit, and the Legion Commander. So they have the best heroes to do it. And since it's Spirit, I think they will be able to. So I'm a little bit Spirit biased. Possibly, you know. So I do think Spirit's gonna take this game though.
How about you, Bkop?
I kind of feel the same, but I do like OG's draft. Like Yatoro has to have a really good lane up against that domination of more Snapfire. They've gone Miposhka on the Hoodwink, so we'll be Io Legion in the same lane. I'm interested to see how this goes. Like both teams have reach. The Disruptor gives chase potential, get that glimpse into like the kinetic field, as well as having Misha ready with a cookie and everything, or like an arena and a stun. But I'm definitely leaning maybe like 65-35 Spirit.
Very precise percentages there from Bkop.
Yeah.
I'm going to go 67-23. I think that's going to be a great matchup. We've got two of the most exciting teams currently in Dota, OG versus Team Spirit, and we've got two of the most exciting casters to help take us through it. It is Nomad and Lizard.
Thank you very much, Dan and the gang. Yes, we are very excited to get into this one. It's an interesting matchup. It's Team Spirit, the current TI champions, versus the new formation of OG. I mean, I guess prospective TI champions in a way, an organization with two aces behind it. But can they match up here? It would be an amazing start for this roster to take down Team Spirit, wouldn't it, Lizard?
Yeah, it's been a really good start already for OG when you think about it. This new squad, they literally only have Taiga that's experienced. The rest of them are newcomers, and they're already pretty much shaking up the Western Europe. So I think Team Spirit, this won't be an easy one for them.
No chance, no chance. No, they're going to have to bring everything they've got to this one. And they don't want to lose to OG either. They don't want to lose this new team. They're the young team, aren't they, Team Spirit? You know, they've been around for a couple of years now as Yellow Submarine. Then as Team Spirit, you know, they won TI. Everyone's talking about how young they are, but you know, OG on paper, I think they do have a slightly younger age. They're like, hey, we're the new kids on the block. You can't be the new kids on the block. And I don't know. I feel like this is actually a spicy matchup here. A lot on the line for Team Spirit when it comes to pride and stuff. But then again, as a lot of people say, Team Spirit don't play with ego. They're a very humble team. I mean, if you've ever watched the interviews with Maposhka and stuff, you know, he's just such a genuine sounding guy. I don't know. You can't help but love them.
I mean, I played against him back in the day when he wasn't even playing in Team Spirit, and he was always like that. Just a nice guy overall in pubs as well. It can be said for most professional players, or like 50%, but he's on the nicer side. Yatoro is gonna take a lot of damage here.
Not the greatest start to a lane, especially for a troll warlord who likes to kind of dominate the lane. If you start on that regen disadvantage, then that can be the first few building blocks which can affect the lane. Very disappointed Maposhka here, doesn't have the fancy new cosmetic.
Yeah, he doesn't. I was hoping for it. He did have a salve, however, which he casted on Yatoro, and because of that, he's going to go to the lane healthy. But man, they're doing so much damage to Team Spirit right now. They forced so much regen. Just these two supports being together. It's something that I've seen, and the courier as well, which is carrying regen. I love this play. Like, this is giving them advantage already.
Yeah, what a phenomenal start. Dude, Maposhka's so low here. Is he? He's alright. Yeah, it's a level 1 Thunderstrike. He'll be fine. But my goodness, what a start to the lane here. And, you know, the panel was saying this is supposed to be a dominant lane. A troll warlord. You don't want him to be losing his lane. You pick this hero to do good things at the start of the game.
I mean, it's fine, right? Like, he survived on the Hoodwink, but it's not really fine when you think about it. Like, you'd rather die now if you're a Hoodwink. Just to respawn and bring more regen to the lane. If you look at Troll, he had 0 regen. He didn't buy any. I think this is something that teams will start exploiting as well. If you notice, all carries are starting with like 3 Slippers of Agility and Quelling Blade, or a couple of branches and a Quelling Blade, and no regen, so they punish them for it.
And guess what? His courier's dead as well. I'm guessing that was Tiger who caught that one. Now, I actually noticed that one of them, I'm not sure who, but somebody took a detour back to lane. And I actually think that's what they did. They predicted, well, obviously they checked the Troll's inventory, saw what he was doing, and cut off his courier. Really good start from OG in this bottom lane. Very, very strong.
It's all pre-planned. This ward as well, if you look at it in the Radiant jungle, it all comes down to that, right? Like, it all comes down to this ward is basically to hunt down that first courier. It helps a little bit later on with some rotations, but it's mainly for the core itself.
Oh, and a bit of harassment coming out Tiger's way this time, but he will be alright. And of course, there's still a ton of regen available on these two. But yeah, just the constant battering of the Team Spirit heroes down at bottom. Meanwhile, overall at mid, we do have the Storm Spirit, who's taken a pretty commanding lead. Toronto, Tokyo with 13 last hits to the Void Spirit 7. Does look like there's a wave coming under the tower, but yeah, I mean, it's not great. Oop, Mirror up in the top lane, just going to have to tether himself away. We'll be okay.
Also, what's interesting is that neither of the supports on both sides is going to control
first
the runes.
blood down at bottom. They catch out Tiger. Takes a step too far, trying to get off that Thunderstrike onto the Troll Warlord, and that will be punished by Maposhka.
Damn, that like this is full lane recovery for Team Spirit.
Yep.
Keep in mind, having 2 supports there on start, you also wasted some of your resources, right? Like mana and whatnot, and SAPPHIRE had to TP top, and he didn't have as much mana as he usually would. And now you also feed the first blood afterwards. Like, yikes.
Yep, that's the reset button pressed by Team Spirit. They're going to be very happy with that one. Let's take a look to our top lane now, because we haven't really focused so much on top. And I do want to see what's going on here. We, of course, have Yuragi playing his classic mid-style heroes in the safe lane. That's what he's been doing right now. But that's what a lot of people have been doing right now with the meta. And Collapse is being very aggressive here, just utilizing that creep aggro to get off those moments of courage. Normal stuff for Imogen.
It's a pretty strong lane for both of these sides. Can pretty much swing either way. Yuragi right now is being... Can they dive him?
They're looking at it. They're looking at it, and that'll be another kill for Team Spirit. The overwhelming odds catching him out in the end there and getting them the kill.
It's Misha, right? He rotated away from the top lane to secure the bounty rune. He did steal it from the Storm Spirit, but because he doesn't have a TP that he used already on the bottom lane, he can't be there on time to save the TA. It's just all these small little things, they come together eventually. Good punish by Team Spirit though.
Ooh. Cookie in. Yuragi's taking his turn to be aggressive here, but they're just too damn strong, especially with his overcharge coming. Look at them go under the tower again. Collapse. He's looking for the kill into the Misha, and he's going to find it. Meanwhile, down at bottom, Tiger, oh, nearly gets caught out there, but will be okay. They don't chase due to the threat of the spear, but yeah, Misha's dead up in the top lane. So again, another kill comes coming the way of Team Spirit.
He will TP top. He will heal up Yuragi if he bought that salve already.
Oh, bottom Tiger's in some trouble. Miposhka will need one more hit. Actually, they'll give it to Yatoro with that axe, and Miposhka's not going to go down here either. 4 kills for Team Spirit in this laning phase. Goodness me, OG, they are feeling that new start to Titan early on in this game.
Yeah, definitely. It's not something that I expected from this bottom lane, though. Seeing the Disruptor has level 2 Thunderstrike, he had so many mangoes as well. You expect him to be the one that's aggressive, to be the one that's punishing Yatoro's no region strat, but they're catching him. Like this Hoodwink with the level 2 pushback, if you get caught, there's so many slows, so many stuns from the two of them that you just fall.
You just die. Misha under the tower, taking some damage. Great cookie through onto the both of them, though. And that is probably going to save the Snapfire's life here. But again, the relentless aggression coming out from Collapse and Mira. Yuragi, he is struggling to deal with it here. Those shields not lasting long enough, although the shotgun comes down onto Collapse. Trying to chase him down to Yuragi. Won't quite find the kill on LC. BCM's in the house, though. Can he get himself the kill onto Mira? He's looking for the slightly easier one, but tether back over towards his teammate. Yuragi and BZM on the chase. Do they have the damage? I don't think they do. They're now going to have to get themselves back. The rotation isn't a success. And Mira and Collapse.
And the tips.
Yeah.
I mean, that play, it definitely works out for BZM if Collapse doesn't have phase boots. But because he has phase boots, they get so much movement speed over the tether. They're way too fast, way too speedy. Plus he missed the first 80 remnant, so that was a small mistake. And if you look at Team Spirit, like there is no way they feed on this lane any longer unless they dive the tower, get hit by Meld, and get hit by a little Shudder that's not even up. So the most important thing is that you don't get hit by the tower when you lose all your armor, and that's it.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, down at bottom, Tiger's taking a bit of a beating. Oh, look who's coming in the neighborhood. There is Toronto Tokyo looping around the back here, and they're targeting Amar. They want to bring down the big Mars kill. They don't want to go for the stinky support, and they are going to get him. Amar is gone. Tiger trying to limp away, hoping no one spots him on the retreat here. Might get away with it. Miposhka is still looking, but Toronto Tokyo will TP back to mid, of course, has no more mana. Meanwhile, Yuragi up in the top lane once again, being beleaguered under the tower. Misha, he's got the cookie, another 2-man cookie from Misha. Gonna hold back the aggression of Team Spirit for now, but the moment they're unstunned, they just keep going. There is no off button on these guys. They're just continuing the aggression. They'll get the kill onto Misha. They'll try and get the return onto Mira, but Mira, his positioning is just too good. Look at him, he's baiting the guy. That's called carrot and stick right there. And they're gonna bring down Yuragi as well.
What's happening with OG? It's like the draft isn't that. When you look at these two drafts, they're very similar. Wisp and LC, it's been the staple combination for like 10 years since LC came out in Dota 2, right? Even before in Dota 1. It's strong, but you kind of know what's coming your way. I feel like OG, I'm not sure what's happening, but they're being outplayed on every single lane. It doesn't feel that great. The drafts are fine, but these small little moves in the lanes are like Disruptor feeding bottom, then top lane dying, then Void Spirit not getting a kill on a gank. Meanwhile, everything is working out for Team Spirit at the moment, right? Storm rotating, killing top, killing bottom.
Yeah, it just looks so clean. It just looks so clean on Team Spirit. There looks like a big difference in just how they're executing here. And that is really worrying for OG right now. But, we know this team, whenever they come together, players 5, they can make some magic happen. We will wait for that. But right now, this
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of EG versus Arkosh, when Arkosh went bottom lane, killed Jerax twice, and then just, you know what happened. So It's very similar.
Come on,
to
don't,
that situation.
don't compare OG to Arkosh. They don't deserve that, Lizard. That's on humanity.
I mean, in this game, maybe,
No, I know what you're saying.
maybe there were some rituals or whatnot, stolen their bodies.
Who knows? But yeah, they're gonna have to go into mode recovery here on OG. You know, I've got a theory. You know, if you're 16 years old and you've just been taken out of school to go play for some... Oh, hold on, we got a play coming out from OG here, and they're gonna be able to grab the push. It's just a position of 5, but you know, it's their first kill of the game, so we'll give them that.
No, I don't think it's emotions, if that's what you're saying. You're playing versus a TI winner.
Hold on.
No?
We got another kill here as Team Spirit are able to turn around. Okay, so you're 16 years old, right? You've just been invited to go out to play for a pro team. You're taken out of school. What time of the day do you think you're going to be waking up? Because I don't think it's now. I think it's maybe like 5 hours from now.
But they went to school like a month ago or something, right? Or
Yeah,
whatever,
but every
6
time you
months
wake
ago.
up on the weekend from school, you're not
And they
waking
were-
up at 9. You're waking up at like 1 p.m. if it's me. Playing Dota all night.
Okay, I'll play along. Sure, that's the key.
Give the fans their copium, Lizard. They need it.
Sure, that's the copium. Hoodwink right now is just so enabled. One good thing for OG is that they have many ways of catching Miposhka, at least. There's the arena that cuts the trees, there are traps in the woods that... BZM.
Maybe in
Doesn't
some
have a lot
trouble
of
here.
mana.
Yeah, completely dry here, trying to make his way out. He's got just enough for one more charge up to the high ground. But Toronto Tokyo, he's just being fueled up by Mira here. Tiger's going to come in, try and help out, but I'm not sure there's much he can do. The right clicks are in and BZM is gone. And now they turn their attention to the next target, but OG, they're rotating a lot of heroes in for this, but as our Team Spirit collapses nearby, but they realize they've caught Mira and they're saying, hey, you know what? It's a worthwhile sacrifice. Goodbye, little Io. We'll get our claws out of there.
I think it's the glimpse that actually saves Storm, right? Because of that glimpse, he goes way too far away from Mars and he can't use the Arena of Blood on him. And now top lane, they're chasing Iragi. There's regen on Storm.
Oh no,
They have detection?
regen.
They do.
Yeah, they're just going to lay down these remnants. That'll be their metal detector. They'll know exactly where they are. Now the duel comes out and Uragi goes down. Oh dear.
I'm just thinking, like, this TA, you need to somehow secure the triangle for her, perhaps make some stacks. He can't be farming the top lane any longer. They just have too strong of a reach. You're playing versus a Storm, you're playing versus an Io with a Relocate. And Legion, well, he doesn't have a Blink. That's a plus. But look at OG, like, they literally have to protect this triangle at all costs. Can they even push tier 1 at this point on the bottom lane?
I mean, they have to try, don't they? But it feels like a very tricky situation. I mean, you've got an Io and you've got a Storm. The ability to just relocate and be anywhere on the map at once is very, very real for Team Spirit. So making any kind of moves, you got to be prepared for at least 3-4 people coming in a moment's notice. It is so hard for OG to play this game right now.
Yeah, but keep in mind that even though you are playing versus an Io and a Storm, you have a Disruptor on your side, and it's one of the best heroes versus that. Like, back in the day, Disruptor, Witch Doctor were always picked, maybe Silencer here and there, but you can greet them into a Static Storm, which could be really nice.
Another factor of this game. Oh, Tiger just a little bit off the mark there. He uses a glimpse, but it's just kind of mistimed. And now, well, it's going to be a bit of an awkward death here for Tiger, unfortunately. Down goes the Disruptor. Yikes.
Yeah, they had a nice plan. Mars was securing the bottom rune, and Taiga was securing the top one. And he wanted to use that Static Storm and catch the Storm, but it was just slightly too late. You know, there's always that forming period of the Static Storm and the cage and whatnot. Yeah, unfortunate. Bottom lane.
Takes a minute, but they do have a Mar here as well on Team Spirit. It's going to be another body on the fire. Oh, neutral creep got it. A small camp creep got it. That is actually impressive.
Mid.
Yeah, BZM trying to play around here. They're actually doing a lot of damage to Mira here. This is actually a kill for OG. But again,
Wait.
It's a support.
He had Tether in that last second. He just... maybe he gave up already. Bottom lane.
Long zip in onto Uragi here. Uragi getting taken down pretty damn quickly by the Storm Spirit. No backup coming his way. And this is just going to be a dead TA in the bottom side of the map. And once again, you know, every single time there's a support on Team Spirit dying, it feels like there's a core dying on OG in response, which just is not a good trade.
It's all due to the fact that you're playing versus these heroes that are just so mobile. Just very, very mobile. It's extremely difficult. It looks like OG are feeding a bit, but at this point in the game, it's very difficult to play the game for them. Some deboarding happening by Taiga, and they're moving all heroes bottom.
Yeah, they want this. So that is just going to be a quick kill onto Maposhka. Very quick kill, actually. And now in comes the Orchid from the Storm. Look at just block the Disruptor straight off the bat. There's the AoE silence gone. Is a buyback available as they unleash the kisses down? Can they catch him out? Misha trying to predict it. Doesn't quite work. And now comes out the Yules to stop that duel, but they're going to get the kill regardless as the Storm jumps back in. Collapse brings down Amar, and now BZM going in deep. He's looking for something here. They might catch Toronto Tokyo. Zip away. They need a little bit more. BZM chasing hard under the tower. Cookie is out. Damage is there, but it's not enough. Toronto Tokyo surviving for now as they bring down another Team Spirit. It is all them in this game, baby. 16-4.
They relocated back. Never mind. They're just healing up Storm. There might be a glimpse from Taiga here. Maybe not. I feel like OG, they need to stop. At this point, like, you're in a situation in which you just have to stop fighting. You have to deal with it. You won't take this tier 1. Not without heavy damages done to your team. What you have to do is just protect the triangle and get whatever you can for Yuragi and hope the Team Spirit will do a mistake, because this is looking like a disaster at the moment. When they were diving bottom, when BZM died to an Orchid under the tier 1, like, some teams would GG out. Mid lane?
They're going for it. They're going for the Void Spirit, and they're going to get him. Again, that duel, just no counterplay there for BZM, unfortunately.
They're just so spread out. Like, they're too greedy for the state of the game that they're in. That's how it feels to me, at least. And now Roche is going Team Spirit's way. By the way, the dual damage did go Legion Commander's way on the bottom lane when they killed Mars. And now another one on the Void Spirit. He's what, plus 40?
Yeah, that's a plus 40 right there. Roshan will now be in the hands of the Storm Spirit as well. It is just getting a little bit too messy here. Yeah, you said OG needs not to fight, but they might not have an option here as Toronto Tokyo comes barreling down the bottom lane looking for the Disruptor, and he is going to find his prey. Oh,
the moment you show
the
yourself
as well, juicy.
Yeah, the moment you show yourself on the map, you will die. You're playing versus Storm, Io, Hoodwink, and the Blink Legion Commander. Mid lane, this is the first trap that I see OG setting.
Oh, it's going to be a double damage, though. It's not going to be easy. Amar, he actually gets blinked upon. They want to make sure they don't get off that arena. BZM does have the Yules and the taunt, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think, to keep Amar alive. He does go down now. Storm just comes ripping forward here. He has absolutely no fears. He's got an Io. He's got an Aegis. He can do whatever he wants.
I expected them to set up a trap behind the Mars, but instead Mars goes and contests the rune. He thought maybe they can go on collapse, but I feel like if you are going to kill anyone on the side of Team Spirit right now, you have to bring your full force. Like, you have to bring all your heroes. You won't be making these 1-2 moves, right? Like 1-2 combinations with Mars plus SAPPHIRE or Void Spirit plus SAPPHIRE, which you could do like at minute 10. You're way too far behind now. And this is what they're doing. They're moving S5 now.
The time for farming is gone. It's time to make some kind of retribution play. Yes, they've got an Aegis. Yes, they have a 10k gold advantage on you, but you need to do something, and BZM's going to start this off with the Yules. Arena comes down. Do they have the control? I think they do. This is going to be, I believe, the first core kill for OG in this game. Celebrate your victories when you get them, I'd say.
Yeah, it's been a while. However, mid lane, there's no Yules.
Long zip in from Mr. Toronto Tokyo, just eliminating BZM in an instant.
Just not that interesting.
And more. Toronto Tokyo is not done. He's looking for more. He finds Amar here. Amar, though, he's got the spear under the tower. Does he have any help coming his way? He does. The cookie's there. All right, Aegis gone. Now they need to deal with Mira is the issue. I'm not sure they can do that. Tiger, he's looking for the Static Storm, but Maposhka is there to stop it. That is a huge play from Maposhka, actually keeping the Storm Spirit alive. And also setting up for a kill is, oh, okay, cheeky little bonk onto Mira there.
Yeah, Yuragi actually finished his Desolator, and because of that he was able to bring Mira really low. So they managed to finish him off. A couple of nice kills for OG, at least they're making some plays. You know, they got the Aegis down, they killed the Legion, now the Io as well. It's not perfect, but it's the step in the right direction.
Yeah, this is a part in the movie where, you know, they've been shot in, like, the arm, but they've managed to get out their belt and tourniquet it off, you know. They're not bleeding anymore, but it's still looking pretty grim.
It's exactly that. You know, when they're fighting and the main agonist is being beaten up real bad, he's laying on the floor, and then suddenly someone is talking to him, like he remembers his dead wife or something.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I go
Bosnian
darker.
movies are a little darker. Yeah, Bosnian movies are a little darker than us, but I got you. OG, once again, they're finding the hope. Jumping in the middle lane with Poshka. It's got to be tempting, but OG, in we go. Yep, they're going to go for it here. Just jumping on the hoodwink. Did cut off that ultimate, but it's not going to do a thing. They will get the kill into the pos 5. Another kill for OG. I mean, it continues, but it does just feel like the next play which Team Spirit make, OG have to be ready for it. And here it comes, a jump in from the Storm, looking for the backlines. Ulti attempted from Tiger there. I'm not too sure what that was on, but they're going to lose a Mars straight off the bat. And with this BKB, the Storm Spirit just seems unstoppable. Going to bring down Misha as well. Meanwhile, BZM being jumped on by Yatoro. Doesn't look like he's got a way out of this as Root comes out. They'll bring down BZM. And yeah, Team Spirit, they're firing on all cylinders. They're going to catch 3, make it 4 as they bring down Tiger as well.
You called it really well. They use that arena, they do kill off Miposhka's little hoodwink, little squirrel, but then they instantly get caught, as they understand. Team Spirit understands. They don't truly have too many resources to play with, and if we jump them with Storm, they can't fight back. These plays look so simple for Team Spirit, and that's because at this point they truly are. You have a BKB on Storm Spirit. It's very difficult to take him down. Do they even have? They don't have anything that goes through it. You have to somehow wish you'll kill him. A single stun.
Yeah, Flower Power probably not going to do it. I do respect what Tiger did in that fight, because, you know, the Storm has to jump him every single fight because of that Static Storm, right? So Tiger's like, okay, if I see him jumping, I'm going to just immediately cast the ultimate on myself because I know he's going to jump for me. Unfortunately, what he didn't realize is that Storm Spirit had picked up his BKB now, therefore he can jump on whoever he wants. He doesn't need to jump on Tiger, so you might think, looking at that fight, what is he? He's casting Static Storm on nothing, you know, I know you guys. But that was his plan, that was his idea. They didn't know about the BKB yet, and that's what sets Team Spirit up for success in that fight.
20-minute mark, and the Storm Spirit is 12-0-6. So,
oh my god.
Yeah, he has the BKB. It's not a huge surprise when you look at his score.
Shouldn't be. Ridiculous stuff. Team Spirit just on another level in this game at the moment.
Like, they were pretty much winning the game 4 versus 5 for the first 15 minutes, and now the Troll has joined them as well, as the Troll has the Manta and the Battle Fury. He's not really afraid of any big spells too, because he has saves from the IO and from the Legion Commander. It's like one of these drafts that you really need to shut down early on. Later on, they just have too many saves.
Yeah, 20 minutes in. And can we talk about what an amazing shard game this is for Collapse as well? Anyone who gets arena'd, anyone that gets Static Stormed and Kinetic Field, you know, walk out. Like, just walk out of it with a single W from the Legion Commander. Literally not a problem. Ridiculous.
And he has it on exactly on the 20-minute mark.
It's just way too good. Like, you just countered 2 of the heroes just completely. Toronto Tokyo zipping forward, looking for a target. Tiger going to drop down the ultimate, at least force out the BKB at the very least as they bring down Misha. And immediately the Troll just looking for more. Oh no, sorry, that's Legion Commander looking for more. Linking past the tower.
So Taiga actually survives just because Toronto Tokyo zips on top of him at the same time that Miposhka uses Bushwhack. So the zip kills all the trees, a little bit of anti-synergy there.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, there was no stun just because of it. He almost died to the right-click damage, but still, yeah, got saved by the friendly Storm Spirit.
Thanks, Storm. Yeah, surviving, but not exactly thriving. Poor old Tiger. Pretty damn poor this game. But not as poor as the SAPPHIRE, actually. The SAPPHIRE's the one who's really, really struggling. Poor old Misha.
Yeah, Misha getting some fluffy hats, you know, you have to work with what you've got. Just tank up a little bit.
Absolutely, yeah. Just get that budget health where you can. Might help you survive.
I have to say, I love the optimism from Taiga, though. I love the Aghanim's Shard and the Aghanims and the Yules queued up.
Because that was so cool. Oh my god. You know, you can't blame a guy for having dreams. I've always said that. Oh, it's tempting, it's tempting. Legion Commander, she can't help herself. There is a Mars nearby, but he's not going to get there nearly in time. That is too much damage coming out of Collapse. I don't know how much dual damage there is right now, but they found the Void Spirit down in the bottom lane. He has got the Yules. Will he survive this one? I don't think so. Well timed from Aposhka to bring down the Void Spirit. Meanwhile, Amar on the run in the top lane. They don't have any more catch for him, though. Jules on cooldown, so for now, he will get back.
Is under attack. Stupid. Brave, but stupid.
One pick-off after another. Is there any, like... Give me your optimism, give me your copium, your UK copium. How do they come back? What's the play here?
I think their chance of them coming back is similar to a UK player making it to TI, unfortunately. But I still believe, you know, ITB, the boys down in Division 2, I believe. Same way, you know, we could believe in OG here, but it's got to take some spectacular team play and some spectacular sloppiness from Team Spirit in order for them to get rid of this game. Because, I mean, look at the heroes they've got. They've got a Troll with a Battle Fury. They've got a Legion Commander who's already got ridiculous amount of dual damage. It's going to be a really, really tough game for OG to turn around. But they have good team fight, right? They do have good team fight. Maybe Team Spirit overextend, mess up, give OG the chance to maybe get like an Aghanims on their Disruptor or something. But it's still a long way away.
Yeah, the way I look at it is, it's Team Spirit's game to win or lose, right? If they throw it, then OG can make a small comeback. The problem is, like, you're playing versus... I reiterate it again. You can't even split push that easily, right? You can't really skip waves and whatnot because you're playing versus all these heroes that can get on top of you. So buying time for yourself is difficult. If you do manage to buy enough time for Disruptor, like, he has a Philly Stone, so in about an hour and a half, if he AFKs, he's gonna have a full Aghanims.
Nice. Sweet passive income everyone keeps telling me about on Twitter.
That's it. He invested in the future. So if they do get there, then perhaps you can make a couple of plays. It's possible, very unlikely.
Stupendous.
Would you rather take 1 million gold now or 1 Philosopher's Stone? The answer is the Philosopher's Stone. As they jump in here, Yatoro, he's just marching up that high ground. He doesn't care. Jump in for Misha straight on the bat. Chasing him all the way through the team fight with the help of Toronto Tokyo. They will bring him down. That'll be the first kill of the fight. And OG are just trying to scatter. They are not interested. Tiger hiding in the trees, but I mean, you can't even call it hiding. It is just a little bit awkward here as they find the Mars as well. Another hero likely going to go down here as they just take down the big boy. Meanwhile, Yuragi falls as well. Oh my goodness, it is just absolute desolation, and the GGs are called. Yeah, you ain't coming back from that one.
Yeah, I'm
XD.
Can XD? Would you agree that we kind of saw this happening from the tier 1 on the bottom lane when they couldn't take it?
Yeah.
Toronto Tokyo just wrote sorry for this, guys.
Apologizing in the all chat. All right.
It's because they were late to the game. That's why. That's 100% the reason. They won't BM. They're not like that. They're kind, nice boys.
I see.
Yeah, the game was rough. The laning stage went so poorly for them. You basically lost all 3 lanes. If you lose all 3 lanes, it's very difficult to play the game. It's as simple as that. Like, you can put all your strategies aside. If you lose bottom, if you lose top, and your Storm Spirit is like 20, 30 CS ahead, it's, you know, it's impossible to play. Plus, those plays that they did make afterwards weren't on point because I feel like OG didn't realize how far behind they actually are. They constantly try to make these moves, like with 1 or 2 heroes, with TA being on the top lane, with Void Spirit trying to make a move on his own. But you're behind, plus you're playing versus an IO. The relocate help is always there. The tier 1 on the bottom lane pretty much never fell for the first, 15-20 minutes, and you need to take it as soon as possible. That they crumbled. The triangle was the only place where the TA could farm.
Yeah, and it's a great point you make, because when you are behind that badly, you know, your usual go-to players just shove the waves out. You know, that is how you buy yourself time. Just shove them waves, force them to go and deal with something, make an issue out of just killing creeps. It's a tale as old as time, but this game you just cannot do that. OG, they didn't have a counterplay. It just went wrong straight from the get-go. Unfortunately, nothing went OG's way from the laning phase. Hopefully they come back to game number 2 with a better plan. We shall see. Otherwise, it's going to be a very quick series indeed. Can the OG guys find their flower power and come back in game number 2, or is it going to be Team Spirit all the way home? We'll find out after this short break.
secret revealed, and my service rewarded.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Not even a contest.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Staging a comeback.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Over here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
No whining now. Preparation. Looking for me? Over here now. Where's the body? I'm over here.
Attack.
Well, Team Spirit just stomped OG like they were grapes in a French winery. And I think when we see a shellacking like that, it's difficult to do any proper analysis. So, Bkop, why don't you just say how that game made you feel with a sound?
Yeah, that's the sound.
Back, have you got a better sound?
Wow.
No, seriously, tell me what went wrong for that game in OG. Was it just the lanes? Was there anything else that didn't happen as expected?
Yeah, I mean, you pick TA to win the lane and it kind of snowball from there. Same as Mars and Snapfire, but they didn't even lane that way. Like the way they laned, I thought was a little bit awkward. Of course, they wanted to dodge the Legion Commander against the Disruptor matchup because you can purge off the Thunder Strike. But yeah, what can I say? Team Spirit is too good. Like he got to 100 health at level 1 when he walked up the hill. And then Miposhka also went down to like 50 health. Bottom lane started with like minus 1200 health basically, and they still won the lane. Like mid lane got absolutely dominated. Like Toronto, Tokyo crushed him. And same thing top. I think they killed him 4 times. It's just Spirit is just too good fundamentally. Like their lanes, of course, are very solid, but I don't think at all that OG was outpicked.
Is that an example of high laning skill, or is it OG messing up? Let's try and drill it a little into what went wrong.
Yeah, I mean, usually when this kind of thing happens, it's a little bit of both. Like, you definitely have to make mistakes for the enemy to be allowed to recover like that after basically having to use 3 healing salves for free, right? And mid lane, I mean, Storm against Void Spirit is just a 50-50 skill matchup. Like, if you fall behind just a little bit, sometimes it can just turn out to be that way. And top lane, I think they underestimated just the IO Legion lane, because they kept trying to fight back, and then Legion killed them like 3 or 4 times. And of course, he has this like super early phase boots. There's no coming back from that.
It's worth noting there, if you look at the scores, the Team Spirit cores have them between them just 1 death, 6 deaths on the supports. It's pretty impressive, isn't it, Bkop? Even in a stomp like that, to retain that level of discipline.
Yeah, it was pretty clean, and especially because OG kept trying to bring the fight to them. You'd expect like they'd lose the core more than once, but that's Team Spirit just literally playing as clean as it gets, and that I think the aggression also is what kind of really hurt OG. There was a point where it just felt like they were trying to like make up the deficit by fighting, and it just you lose those fights a couple times in a row, the deficit just becomes too overwhelming, and then you lose the map, and ultimately you lose the game.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, the draft of Spirit, in my opinion, is a complete counter to how OG likes to play. So whether that turned out to just happen by chance or whether they're actively really prepared for this sort of draft, like, you could really see how OG's playstyle gets punished by this. Like, they like to farm individually here and there, dual top, relocate that. Storm picks off solo bottom, that. Like, they just died solo here and there. And then when they actually smoked up at 5, they were already like 10k behind or so.
Yeah.
Are there any bright spots at all for OG? Because it's good to be negative about a team when they perform badly, but is there anything they can take that they did well in this game into game 2?
It's definitely a little tough. I think it's definitely feeling like one of those games where you have to just be like, all right, that was a loss. That would, it might be a tough pill to swallow, but like, you're a good team. They've performed well in the past. Like, I don't know. I just gotta hope that it's one of those games that doesn't get into their head too much and they can bounce back from it.
Yeah, this kind of game is just going to move on, right? Like, it happens to everybody, I'm sure. I mean, it happened to Team Spirit at TI as well. You're really just going to move on. Sometimes you just have a bad game. You're much better than that.
So what sort of stuff would you like them to pick up in this coming game? Is it a case of, I mean, they had strong lanes there. Is it a case of stronger lanes, or do they need to lean into something else?
I think they just need to minimize their laning mistakes, because a team like OG is very dependent on a good lane. Like, the way they like to play is like farming on all 3 cores a lot is really dependent on winning at least 2 lanes. So they really just gotta make sure that they minimize the laning errors they had this game, because they were a lot, unfortunately.
Bkop, any thoughts?
I think you just got to pick up and try and do something different. And I'm wondering if like OG is going to try and like mix it up completely, because that was for the most part, a pretty standard draft from them. Like, now am I wondering if we get to see like that offlane Faceless Void again? Get to see something different where they're going to try and pull a rabbit out of the hat, and like, because like Black said, Team Spirit looked really ready for this kind of lineup. And now does OG have to pull something out of those TI strats that they're totally saving, and get in something different and maybe bring something a little bit different to Spirit to kind of catch them off guard?
Do you want them to change their draft or their bans mostly?
Kind of both. I'd like to make them. I'd like to see OG make them feel a little bit more uncomfortable in the draft, but it feels like that's almost impossible. Spirit plays so many heroes on all their different positions that it's like you could ban. Like, they banned Miposhka on the Weaver as well as the Bane, but he's still doing well on a hero that he really doesn't like showcase that much. And it's just like, oh well, he plays this well, he plays that well. What do we do? There's only so many bans in one draft, and there's already people in chat who think there's too many bans in the draft.
There's so much flexibility on Team Spirit as well, because we talk a lot at TI and post TI. People have been talking about, maybe you just ban out Collapse because he's only got maybe 4 heroes. But now in this early tournament, he's already seen 2 new heroes we didn't see him play so much at TI that he's been absolutely dominant on. And if you spend all your energy banning out Collapse, then you've got your Toro with this gigantic hero pool. You can play off any outcome, any drafting outcome. And the other players as well are hardly slouches in their flexibility. So I think they're really showing a degree of how difficult it is to ban against them. If you were playing against them professionally, Black, what sort of attack would you now take to do? Do you know?
Honestly, this is kind of the point where Spirit just looks pretty like unbeatable. All of them, they love anime, right? Like, what happened at TI, they actually had a pretty just okay group stage, but after the group stage, they like leveled up. Like, I don't even know how to explain what they did. It's like they went to the hyperbolic time chamber and came out as like new people, a team that believes in anime and likes anime. Like, what do you do against a protagonist that's just OP like that? Can't do anything.
It's got to be something. They're going to get sick at some point. We've got a draft coming up very, very shortly. What would you like? I mean, obviously what you'd like to see from Team Spirit is a more dominant display, another impressive performance. Just for them to flare around, what would you like to see them do and flare on, Black?
I mean, so now they played 3 games. All 3 games were completely dominant and one-sided. So just to make it a little bit more exciting for the audience, I would like them to just like sprinkle in like a throw here and there. Like, maybe just dive a little bit too deep, explore your limits. Or like, rather, that is your limit, but like go a little bit beyond. Like, it didn't work out. No, but like, maybe really just, I mean, there's no reason to. for them to change anything because everything is just so flawless. It's like it's crazy to really look at it from a observer point of view. They make so little mistakes. It's actually insane.
Spirits turn to
Bkop, how about you? Anything you'd like to see them do? Like to see them flex on?
I'm gonna open up my notes from chat, and I'd like to see Spirit be even more dominant, get the Brazil scoreline again. One person said OG just get good. That if that's not really a Spirit thing, but it's definitely up there. And
Yeah,
we'll
maybe
have
they
to
could do some OG coaching in between the games. Really pep them up.
Wow, that
see
would
how
be
does.
really intense. The only time I've ever seen that was in a UFC fight. You had Max Holloway teaching in the middle of a fight, third round, how to throw a 1-2 cross. If Team Spirit just start all chatting, hey, your positioning should be this in the middle of the game, I would love it. I'd be so down.
I mean, to be fair, they did just all chat in XD.
Be the most friendly BM ever, like really helpful BM, where someone's really patronizing you. You're like, you're being really nice, but please piss off, Jesus.
We are about to dive you. Be ready. And they
Be
really dive
ready,
you.
we're coming. We'll pause a bit, let you get ready.
They would be so bad mannered, man. Like imagine we're gonna dive you at 9:30 mid lane, and you really do it. You got like a team wipe.
I'd love it.
How do you recover from that mentally?
I don't think you do. I think that's a disband moment. OG are going to be picking up the Weaver first pick. I assume that's a Tiger pickup. Did you say, Black?
OG's
Yeah,
turn
Tiger
to
loves his Weaver. We've seen him have very dominant performances on that many times. And Miposhka Bane collapse OD.
So
That looks pretty damn scary already.
It's a scary one too. That. What's he been doing on the? Some people might not have seen the collapse OD. What's he been doing on it that's made it so effective?
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, the build is pretty standard nowadays. You just go Meteor Hammer and then Blink Axe or Axe Blink to have the like double Astral. But what makes it so strong is you have your Meteor Hammer at like minute 6, and you just start pressuring the tower. And if you don't respond within 1.5 or 2 minutes, the tower's just gone. Your map shrinks tremendously, and OD also scales so well into the mid late game, right? He deals so much damage. He offers like double save. He can build into disable items with the Hex later on. Like the hero is really, well, underrated is not really fair to say because I think a lot of teams are starting to pick it up very early. But like he's really, really strong.
What do you do against it? Have you seen anyone do well against this style of OD, and what have they done?
You gotta pick a hero that can easily stun him and punish him when he's casting his Meteor Hammer in the early game. Like when you kill him 2 or 3 times in the early game because you exploit the fact that he's pretty immobile, then you can make his game hard. Because he doesn't really flash farm or anything, he really thrives upon having a good laning phase and then snowballing from there.
Is there always going to be a collapse pick here? Can they play it? You can play it mid lane, obviously, but would they?
OG's turn to ban.
Night Stalker.
I think it's just it feels so much better in the offlane right now. Right? Like there's better options to pick over mid.
Yeah. That being said, though, OD middle is also an absolute lane destroyer. Like there's very few heroes that can actually lane against him comfortably, which is what makes the hero so strong right now. You don't actually know if you're going to go middle or offlane. From these 2 picks, you have no idea.
Turn to ban.
OG picking up that Night Stalker, presumably an offlane pick, although it's not one that Armar's played very frequently. Can you play NS in any other position? They could playing it carry maybe at a push.
Fata played it as 5,
remaining.
and 9 played it as a mid. So there are
5
options,
seconds
but
remaining.
I think only those really adventurous
OG
players
is
are
turn to
willing
ban.
to go with that. So I don't know. I mean, OG is definitely a team that would come to mind, but I don't know if they will do that.
Okay, Team Spirit banning out that Invoker for the long-range Tornado onto the OD. And OG banning out a couple of carry heroes, most likely in the Kunkka, obviously a bit of a flexy one, and the Luna as well. What do you want to see these 2 teams ban out in this phase, Bkop?
Man, you've already got Collapse having his hero here for Spirit. Like, I think OG definitely need to focus
5
banning
seconds remaining.
the mid heroes, try and take those out. But I feel like that's also tough. Like, even if you ban mid heroes, like you said, Black, they could throw OD mid and just get another offlaner.
Yeah.
I wonder if is it worth focusing the mid or just because they've done Luna and the Kunkon OG, you just ban another carry and try to find the proper matchup.
I like that idea that they're trying to sort of secure the Night Stalker, because an early Night Stalker pick like that is very exploitable, right? And Bane is a very strong laner. Like if you pick Bane plus one more strong carry and you ruin the Night Stalker's game before the first night, even, that can be a really, really big problem. Because pretty much just the same as OD, as a Night Stalker, you don't really have a comeback mechanic. Like if you lose lane, you can't just go back to jungle and farm.
10
Tricky
seconds
one.
remaining.
Team Spirit banning out those mid lanes. Toronto Tokyo's hero pool
5
being
seconds
gradually
remaining.
diminished. Is there anything you'd like to see him on here? What would you ban out if you were the final mid lane ban for Spirit?
Wow, tough. Toronto Tokyo has so many. Like he loves his Void Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
They banned a Bad Rider actually. Oh, interesting. Night Stalker and Weaver are pretty good against Bad Rider. So maybe they're expecting something more unconventional from Team Spirit.
Well, what would be the unconventional expectation that requires a Batrider ban?
It's a good question, because it would have to be a mid Bad Rider, and you would definitely be able to answer that. So,
5 seconds.
a little bit of an
remaining.
interesting ban. Doesn't strike me as like super strong here, but maybe they would just want to have like a
Team Spirit.
filler ban. We call that
Mm-hmm.
like a ban, but not actually a ban.
Yeah, they're less sure. You know, why not? Chuck it
Yeah.
out there.
Turn to
Team Spirit banning out the puck and picking up the Monkey King for your Toro, I should assume.
Yeah.
Do you like that, Black?
Yeah, like it goes very much in line with what I wanted them to do earlier. It's just pick a very strong lane against Night Stalker, crush him in lane. If it's really a Bane Monkey, this Night Stalker is not going to have a lot of fun.
Remaining.
Like he is going to suffer before the first laning phase, before the
5
first
seconds
night phase. Sorry.
remaining.
It's a scary lane, the Bunky lane. How do you
Yeah.
react to that if you're OG?
OG's turn to pick.
With a quap,
Queen of
apparently.
Apparently, that sounds like you don't like it.
I mean, it could be a mid quap. It could also be like, no, it has to be a mid quap, right?
No one plays carry quap, do they? I mean, some people play
No.
4 quap, but they have a 4.
Atizi
10
does, but he's not playing. It could be like some sort of 4 quap, which is very strong against Monkey King,
5
perhaps.
seconds remaining.
Or the Weaver
Pretty early
5.
quap pick, though. Yeah, on Weaver 5.
Misha doesn't play a
Oh.
huge amount of Weaver. Oh, sorry.
Or they
yeah,
could
Misha.
really just put the quap in the off lane to have a good matchup against the Monkey King, and then put the Night Stalker somewhere else.
Night Stalker needs a good lane, right? Because he's trying to get into that first night without really losing too much. And
Lion.
now Lion. So that looks, well, I like Lion more 4 than 5. I guess that's my own bias. I would like Lion 4 and then Weaver 5 in this situation.
I'd agree. I think Lion 4 has a lot more potential.
10 seconds remaining.
Get that fast blink, pick off potential. That being said, though, there's a
5
lot of
seconds
save on the Spirit
remaining.
side. You have the Nightmare, the defensive Astrals. It's not going to be easy to find any pick off.
What do they need to top up this draft, OG, then? What are the signs pointing towards?
OG, they're definitely. That's why I picked the Quap also. They're definitely lacking damage.
Mhm.
Like Weaver, Night Stalker, and Lion are not a lot of damage early on. Like they kind of transition to the mid game, start getting a lot of damage post Vessel on the Weaver. So they definitely need a carry. If it's not a carry Night Stalker, that deals a lot of damage.
Who deals a lot of
Like a
damage?
Drow Ranger or so. Yeah, really just a DPS focused carry. They got a lot of stuns, a lot of control. Now they're lacking the damage department.
Mhm. Do you think they have enough protection for a Drow? Because I think that OD and the Monkey can get on the Drow pretty effectively.
Yeah, I mean, they do have Night Stalker, who always plays on the Vision Advantage, of course, and the Weaver, that kind of does the same thing, but it would be a pretty risky draw
OG's
pick.
Turn to ban.
I go Dark
Dark
Willow.
Willow.
Gosh.
Okay.
Yeah, I really am worried for OG's laning phase and what they're going to do early
Yeah,
on in this game. Spirit feels
This
so
OD
strong.
Willow is so strong, too.
Yeah.
You get Astral, they put the root on top of you,
10
then you get
seconds
Orb Paris,
remaining.
double range. Whatever carry you pick, it better be a range hero,
5
because
seconds
I don't think
remaining.
you're going to be very happy as a melee hero here.
Yeah, stepping up into that lane is going to be super difficult against that duo. And it just feels like the side lanes right now for Spirit feel pretty secure.
What's
Yeah,
the cherry
that-
on top for Spirit then that OG are going to look to snatch away?
Well, I thought it was going to be Ember or Void, so let's see if they ban both of them. Ember already being banned out, of course. And if they do
10
ban
seconds
both, Puck is
remaining.
already out. Like the mid pool is pretty limited at this point. You could
5 seconds
pick something like a
remaining.
Death Prophet. I could just frontline and give information to your OD and a Monkey King
OG's
potentially.
turn to ban.
Or Toronto Tokyo also likes his Lina. A little bit risky against Night Stalker and Quap though.
Still TA as well. He likes. There's still Tiny, maybe. Tiny, but probably doesn't fit for me.
Yeah, it's gonna, or maybe he's gonna surprise us with a new one, let's just go random
10
Brood Mother.
seconds remaining.
Why not?
never
Inch
know.
apparition mid.
The Denny
Really
5
stylish.
classic.
seconds remaining.
I'd be hyped for it. I'm a little shocked that they banned the PA because we were just talking about how you really want a range safe laner.
It's damage though, isn't it? And it's
Yeah.
kind
Yeah,
of,
it's a pure DPS focus. Yeah, like if for some reason the lane goes wrong and PA gets a good game, that is one of those heroes that can really just destroy your lineup.
OG
especially
banning out
just-
the Wind Rangers, suggesting they are somewhat comfortable with the Void
10
Spirit, although to me
seconds
this doesn't look
remaining.
like a very comfortable draft either way. So we'll see.
5 seconds remaining.
Last Spirit ban coming out. Any snap predictions
Yeah.
back? Get
I
into
mean-
his head.
Turn to pick.
SF.
Ooh.
SF.
Well,
That's
it
like
also
range
goes in line
damage.
with the, sort of like the Drow idea,
Mhm.
just a pure DPS range backliner. And well, now what do you pick? Yeah, there's Medusa, there's Drow Ranger. Medusa doesn't deal the most damage.
I think it's going to be the Drow for me.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, also the Arcana, of course. That would make even more sense.
5 seconds remaining.
You've got to try it
Why
out.
not
Gives
show
you an
it
extra
off?
10% power.
Yeah, it's just whatever you pick is gonna be so difficult, regardless. Like that lane is just absurd.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Templar
It's
assassin.
a TA again.
Do you like him?
It's pretty rough against Odie because every AWP attack, like, removes 2 of the reflection charges. It's a separate instance. So, and Dark Willow is not weak against TA either, right? There's a lot of little instances from her ult.
10 seconds remaining.
I think it felt more like they were forced into something like this, and they weren't very comfortable with the draw
5
idea
seconds
because it's not very
remaining.
protected. But it makes sense. It's a hero they need. It's just, it's gonna be hard regardless. Now Spirit, are they just gonna go Void Spirit, Cookie Cutter? Underlord.
Hero.
Yeah, they might expect the TA to go mid, and they just want to follow the OD with the TA or wherever the
Yeah,
TA
so
goes.
there's
So it's a mid OD then against the Quap, which makes a lot of sense. But that makes the top lane a little easier for the TA, I'd say. So, yeah, I mean, I like the Underlord last pick. It gives them what they needed, like a frontliner. A hero that can really give information, tank up, build all the tanky items, like Atos, Mac, Pipe if they need it. Makes a lot of sense. I liked it a lot.
OG's still discussing who's going to take which. They might do a little bit of a switcheroo here.
Yeah, which generally I don't really think that's a good sign, you know? Like if you change something so last minute, it can really backfire.
Mm.
Like you usually want to go into the end of a draft and be like, so it's a mid TA now, so they adjusted.
Yeah.
Carry Quap.
Yeah. BZM picking up that mid TA. Any predictions, Bkop?
I gotta go Spirit. They were ready with the OD. I'm a little surprised that they went with the TA at the end of the day, and then especially they're just willing to lane it up against the OD. I think that is going to be, again, this is another game where it's super reliant that OG do well in the lanes, and it could really collapse if they don't. So yeah, it just feels like it's going to be all Spirit again.
Mhm. Black, what can OG do to turn the tide here?
Yeah, I think, as Bkop alluded to, it's very important that the Night Stalker doesn't get completely shut down, which is going to be hard against Bane Monkey. Like, that lane is so ridiculously hard. And then the only silver lining I have for them is that the Quap should, in theory, have a very good lane against the Underlord. So that should go well for them. But then TA is going to have a lot of problems against the OD. Your bot lane is more likely than not going to get pretty destroyed as well. And we have seen what happened last time when Spirit gets off to a good, out of a good laning phase. So I got to go with Spirit as well. But I'm always happy to be surprised by OG.
Yeah.
Okay, well, can OG weave a victory in this game 2, or will the Spirit train continue choo-choo as we go into game 2 with Nomad and Lizard?
Thank you very much, Dan and the gang. Yeah, that's right. We've got game number 2 on the way, and these lanes could be looking a little bit difficult for OG. Lizard, do you share the sentiment of your fellow analysts?
It's hard not to after the first game, right? You tend to be biased towards a team that had like 20-2 score line. But if you remember old days of Liquid when Taiga was still in that team, they would switch things around a little bit. If Boxy is having a really tough lane, they would put Taiga on that position 3, and Boxy would be the real 4. Maybe this is something that they might consider here with Amar. I don't like position 4 Night Stalker that much, but when you're playing versus a Monkey King, that's usually what teams do, right? They switch things. Misha?
Yeah, he's I don't think he's living through this one. I'll just say that. Goodbye, little lion man. You're not as brave.
So they hit them with what OG did to them, right? Like, it's a bit of a revenge. OG, however, they didn't manage to get first blood in that last game in this manner, but they did punish them quite heavily.
Yep. So, you know, the old monkey see, monkey do from Team Spirit. And they do get their Dark Willow, the first blood there. So, let's find out how this one breaks down. We have got Tiger playing the Weaver, a hero who's pretty damn comfortable on, to be honest. Could be in some trouble here, though. Still 5 seconds until that Sakuchi. I don't think they have enough damage to bring him down, though. Nightmare comes out.
But there's no damage. She also Sakuchi away.
Yeah. They're committing, though. The sentry's down, but yeah, Tiger... Oh, and they left the bounty rune. How lovely.
He needs to go base, though, right? Will he? It looks like he won't. He actually ate that one extra tango, and he's going top because they're starting as a tri-lane.
Interesting. So, you talked about switching it up. Well, this is one way to do it. 3 heroes in the top lane. That is definitely not what we were expecting from OG.
You can see that Team Spirit is kinda expecting this. That's why they didn't start laning instantly with their cores. Underlord and Monkey will switch things around, and this Sakuchi should...
Yeah, Tiger's got him.
There's a Fairy Fire as well, but he should still get him, I think.
Oh, tried to go for the body blocks. No, didn't make the body blocks, therefore Mira will get away, but still bullied out of lane for a time being. But there's both supports committed to... Oh,
maybe
hello, Mira, not again. Oh, Tiger, one more hit. It will be enough. I mean, that's kind of ideal circumstance, right? You've removed that Dark Willow from the lane for such a long time.
Yeah, you removed her from the lane. I always come back to the fact that she will TP in with a lot of regen now. Has that free TP as well, so that helps. But I'm surprised that they're tri-laning top. I guess you can't help the Night Stalker, and this is another way of approaching this situation. Like, dual lane or solo lane, it's all the same for the Night Stalker. He's not gonna get a lot. So just focusing on your strengths might be the better thing.
Yep. Amar, he's very much being sacked this time around. They realize that there's no sense trying to win the unwinnable and just leave Amar the fucker down here by himself.
Amar the what? The fine gentleman?
Yes, the funny chap.
The flower.
Indeed, indeed.
Of course.
How's our middle lane going? Hopefully things go a little bit better for BZM this time around. He's had some rough lanes in the tournament so far, but looks like it's going well versus OG to start things off. So we'll be going pretty even for now.
All fine and dandy until OD gets that Meteor Hammer. He already has the ring, so he won't be zoned. He shouldn't be zoned out of the lane any longer.
Wow, OD Meteor Hammer, there's a new one. Oh, Misha turning up to the bottom lane and getting a decent amount of damage out onto Yotoro. Yotoro getting himself back, will be okay, so won't be a kill. Meanwhile, up on top though, Tiger in some trouble, but Collapse also getting very low here as Yuragi will be able to bring down the Underlord. Yes, Tiger dies, but honestly, that's a win for OG in my books.
Well, that's a win for OG on both lanes, right? On top lane, they kill off the Underlord, and on the bottom lane, they force out the Sal and push out Monkey King a little bit. Now, this is only possible because Monkey still is not level 3. Once he hits that level 3, things get a bit more difficult as he heals up quite a bit more afterwards if you trade hits with him.
Yes, Jingu level 1 is a bit of a bait
I guess
but this is a rotation. OG's so dynamic in this laning phase, and this might be a kill onto Miposhka. In fact, it very much is going to be a kill onto it. Oh, I say that, Fairy Fire comes out, the right clicks will be needed, not enough. Never mind, Miposhka might be getting back the Tiger. He's so hungry for it. Give me the kill, he says. Yes, I might die here. He's not even going to die here, in fact. OG, they are just playing this bottom lane beautifully right now. Really good to see after the disaster that was last game. They just come bouncing back and very hopeful stuff so far at this only 4-minute mark.
And Taiga gets that bounty rune as well, and he's sticking around. They might go again. He did not go away, remember. So now his options are go control the rune or go bottom. I think the rune will be the case. It's pretty solid. I mean, for Toronto Tokyo, that's not really a big deal because he's an OD, he doesn't have a bottle, he goes for the Ring of Protection, so having that rune or not a huge difference for him.
This is a very promising sign for OG as well. You know, you love to see it when, and especially a new team, is able to come back from a loss and actually, you know, show a lot of life. And we're only in the starting phase of this game, but this is definitely looking like a team which isn't going to let themselves just be stamped out in that first match.
Taiga is being really careful there. They almost got him. They caught him in the sleep while he was Sokuchid, but top lane Yuragi, he doesn't have a blink for 5 seconds. Oh, they
could be in some trouble. Oh, the root is a little bit early there, but of course he doesn't know the cooldown of Blink. Actually, Mira's the one taking a lot of damage, and Taiga, he's here once again, here to clean up the kill onto Mira. Yuragi still healthy enough as they continue to whack away at Collapse. Of course, that big old slug, he's not going to go down. You need more than salt to kill this guy.
Yeah, so we were talking about that last game and how flawless the laning stage looked for Team Spirit. They're showing small signs of weaknesses in this game, like Collapse. They use Pit of Malice, and they use Bramble Maze at the same time, more or less, while Queen of Pain is already stunned. Plus the Brambles do not connect. These small little things, like they can lead to a kill or a counter kill that happened on top.
Ooh, this was interesting as well. Misha was so ready to TP in, he was like, alright, this guy's got Meteor Hammer, I need to be there to interrupt it. But actually, the OD had already used on a camera. Ma down at bottom, 3 heroes on top of him, no one here to TP because the Lion just came to mid. The Weaver's not available, so Amar, he's going to have to do some fancy footwork here, but actually, he's not. He just runs into the tower and they just don't chase on Team Spirit.
It feels like they stacked up their spells once again, not properly enough. Maybe they're feeling a bit too relaxed after the first game. It can happen. I've seen teams do exactly that, but so far looking way, way better for OG. And the nighttime is there. This Night Stalker, he's not only survived the daylight, he thrived in it. Like, he has almost the same amount of CS as the Monkey King. This went way, way better than I imagined.
Wow.
Chill, bro. Chill and flex,
Mark
bro.
doing very well.
Yeah.
They're looking. It is nighttime. Toronto Tokyo getting jumped on a mid, going for the TP out, and I don't think they have the damage to take him down before he gets himself away. Meanwhile, down at bottom, Misha's here with an invis rune, but they have that sentry blocking the camp, which is kind of unfortunate for poor old Misha here, as he's going to get stunned up and most likely killed off here. Stuns up, but they're positioned themselves correctly, so he can only get one of them, and Misha will fall.
Yeah, that sentry rune that sentry ward, actually scouted out Taiga before, so
yeah.
They didn't communicate that well enough. Meanwhile, on that mid lane, what happened is Toronto Tokyo actually caught himself. He went close to TA and then astraled himself. Bottom lane.
Yep, and they've got the Nightmare in. This is allowing TPs to come across from OG, and of course Misha's back in the country. However, he has been stunned up. Now, the counter-aggression comes out from OG. They're piling in the damage onto the Willow. They want to get this kill. Toro, considering going in here, just decides to take off the bug. And I think it's going to be Team Spirit who are on the defensive. But Mar's going to pop that ulti just to get the kill on Mira, blows him up. They're looking towards the Monkey King, but they don't really want to engage him head on. But now he gets off that Jingu. They will be forced back on OG. But Amar's still sticking around that tree line there. He knows where he's strong. It's nighttime. He's got that ultimate ticking over. And he's
been salved,
away.
right? He's been salved as well. Plus there's a mango in case they want to make a move. They can mango either the Weaver or Misha. But Yatoro, he knows the lane is pushing in, and because of that, he's fine to just wait for it. Wasn't overly aggressive. How's mid lane doing? So far, this tier 1 on the mid lane is actually... It's missing 4 HP. And that's huge success for BZM. You're playing versus an OD. You haven't lost the tower at all.
That's a healthy old tower in the middle lane. OG going to be happy about that one. I mean, BZM, he's just clearing these waves, going to jungle, you know, classic TA BS. It's what she do. So well.
I was just thinking, like, this top lane that we completely ignored because it's kind of, you know, not really that interesting. Queen of Pain has 55 CS versus 29 on Collapse, so as expected, he's doing really well. Mid lane,
Alright, here's the hammer, but Misha's in the neighborhood, gonna cancel that one out easily enough. Maposhka comes in, but unfortunately with that hammer being cancelled, the opportunity for an aggressive play from the side of Team Spirit is pretty much none. DZM knows this and just runs in to scoop up some more creeps. He's doing exactly what he should, just farming up a storm.
It's not the easiest game for OD as well, when you think about it. The hero is, I mean, in one of the best spots. Maybe beginning of last year he was completely broken, now he's slightly broken. But you are playing versus this Night Stalker and the Lion. Once they get these blinks, once they are able to get on top of you, it becomes harder. But I like this move from Toronto Tokyo. They're moving bottom, they want to take the tier 1, perhaps kill off Amar in between.
So I've seen them, because he is just hightailing it away. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, there's some aggression going on. They've managed to find the Underlord in the jungle, and Collapse will not be surviving this engagement. Yep, down at bottom, they've just got a Night Stalker. I mean, he's under their ward, but he doesn't care. It's a Night Stalker at night time. You're not sneaking up on him, unfortunately. Oh no, that ward's
Yeah, you can't catch him. There's no way. They can catch the tier 1 on the bottom lane, so they'll slowly start going for that. But I like the OG's response. They're going mid. You can argue that this is more important, but with the Underlord TPing in, perhaps he can stop it. Just Firestorm away and that's it. So OG will actually not defend the bottom tower, and at the same time will not take the tier 1 mid.
And the Queen of Pain is shoving in top, but meanwhile they've got a Sleepy Weaver over in the triangle. Miriam Maposhko just bullying poor old Tiger here. Tiger not level 6, no way out of this one. He's going to get killed off. Couldn't navigate the Bramble Maze, unfortunately.
As you mentioned, like these small little kills like here on Weaver, for me they don't truly matter that much. He's doing his job, he's invading the enemy jungle, giving some info, warding up and whatnot. This top lane, however, can they kill Yuragi? That's my question, because Miposhka does not have 6. He might get it after all 3 creeps.
That's what he's waiting for, isn't it? But now he realizes that Yuragi's running away. He's getting a little bit too hungry here, and just got OG, they've called in the cavalry, and they want to blow up this bane as quickly as possible. They will not be able to, though, as Mira comes in with a great fear onto the 2 cores, pushing them back and saving Maposhka, who does now have the level 6.
Amar? He's trying to go a bit deeper.
He's tempted, isn't he? He is so tempted, but he knows that if he messes us up, it could be very costly indeed. Yeah, not happening. And, oh, hey, Toro. How's it going, buddy? Yeah,
he jumps out instantly. But you see, like, this play on top lane, like catching a Weaver there, insignificant. But this top lane, these 2 moves from both of the teams were so on point. Maybe Yuragi can be caught this time around. He still does have his blink. The stun is there.
Donk down, Yuragi. Taking some damage. The stun's out from Misha, trying to hold back these 4 heroes, but it's one man versus the body, trying to use his body just to say, please, please leave my core alone. And in a way it works. I mean, the Queen of Pain's out of there.
Yeah, like, he prevented them from using that full grip on Queen of Pain and saves her that way. Like, I'm just loving the fact that we're seeing some real quality Dota when it comes to just strategical aspect of it. They're still missing some spells. It feels like the teams, when it comes to the skill efficiency, it feels like they're 15% off of that game 1. You know, not as accurate, but the way they move across the map is still very pleasing to watch. Like defending this tier 1 on the top lane and also preventing them from killing Queen of Pain on the other hand. Like, just on point.
Really nice stuff. Yeah, totally different team from game 1, honestly. Like, they're just, I mean, I guess it always looks better when you can actually play the game after your laning phase.
Yeah, it's helpful. Collapse cannot, though. Like, this guy cannot play the game at the moment. He's going for this Atos, and when you look at his team, yeah, they don't necessarily struggle with catch, but this Atos build is very nice still on the Underlord. Versus the Queen of Pain, versus the Night Stalker, versus the Weaver, versus all of them, because you can stack up the Pit of Malice, right? Pit of Malice, Firestorm, Atos into another Pit of Malice stun. Yuragi.
Ooh, Toronto Tokyo, he doesn't quite get in range. Oh no, that is a little bit awkward. Couldn't quite get off that Astral, and Yuragi just walks away from danger.
Yeah, and he's sick of it. He's actually purchased his Blink Dagger now, and from this point onwards, he should be catching these pesky heroes.
Yeah. So why do they make that movement in now rather than wait for the Blink Dagger to come out for Toronto, Tokyo?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Sometimes you just have to make a move as the lanes are pushing in, or you're just too eager to do something. Sometimes you see you see that they have this dire jungle, and you kind of anticipate where they're farming, so you try to catch the hero. Usually they caught Taiga actually bottom lane. He should be dead. They have grip.
He's having a little nap. Grip comes out, well timed from Aposhka. An easy peasy pick off for the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah. And also, they didn't show the Blink Dagger on this bottom lane. It's flying in. So once Toronto Tokyo has it, they should be unaware. Misha?
Yeah, looks like there's going to be another support dead on the side of OG. Just going on a little warding mission by his lonesome. And unfortunately does get cut down. So both supports dead in the OG. Some nice movements around from Team Spirit just to punish the wantonness of the OG supports right now.
Yatoro is pretty big too. He has that Orb of Corrosion, Echo Saber going straight into the BKB, and I believe right now Team Spirit might make a move around Underlord. Meanwhile, Yatoro needs to bail from the top lane. They have 2 wards, they should scout this out. Yeah. And because of that Blink Dagger on OD, he can rotate mid through the Radiant jungle.
But Lizard, they have snuck their way into the Roshan pit here. They've got the double anti-armor of the TA and the Weaver, and of course that bug going to help tank up for the TA for a bit as well. Yeah, free 2-man Rosh at 50 minutes into the game.
BZM with the Desolator definitely helps out.
Yeah,
I don't think,
so.
Team Spirit is unaware of this.
Great
Amar
play, I mean, Amar could be in some trouble here. A lot of heroes on top of him, going to pop that silence and move himself in, but the Willow's able to get off both those spells and run back into the clutch of the Night Stalker and take him down. Amar the Fallen in the top lane as Toronto Tokyo tries to blow up Tiger. Not quite enough damage. It's little HP, but this TA, she's in too deep here. Can she get the help from her team? They're just piling in to BZM. BZM will fall, but the finger in the screen takes out Yatoro at the same time with that Aegis. That is definitely a trade for OG. Tiger continuing to try and find the target, scouting out, getting those bugs down there, looking for the kill on to the Dark Willow. That's only going to delay the inevitable, I believe. That comes from the OD, and they will take down Mira as well. 2 heroes dead on the side of Team Spirit, one of which being that all-important carry. Oh, hello, make it number 3, counting with Nomad as they take down Maposhka as well. My goodness.
Yeah, my goodness, indeed. I actually felt that, okay, top lane, BZM, he got stunned.
Oh, just on the
him?
edge. His pinky toe was in that radius there, and that brings him down. However, Tiger's coming in to try and help out here. They don't want to lose their TA just like that. Oh my goodness, a melt strike. It cleaves him in half. Meanwhile, the Monkey King drops down the Wukong's command, but the TA is continuing to turn and fight. They now have to back away as they lose Yuragi. But getting the old mid laner in that fight there for the side of OG, that's just lovely for them.
Yeah, damn, this is like some non-stop action happening right there. Firestorm does manage to clip on Queen of Pain, who blinks out but still dies to the overtime damage. And now I'm feeling like Team Spirit, they're way too eager to fight. Same way they were in complete control in the last game. I'm not saying that OG is in the same driving position, right? But they are slightly ahead. And the safer play for me, for Team Spirit, would have been to sack top lane, that tier 1, because you're fighting into the darkness versus Night Stalker. And go for mid lane, which is closer to all your heroes anyway, but they decide to fight top and they suffer some heavy casualties.
Yeah, but, you know, we are casting OG versus Team Spirit here. Asking these guys not to fight is like asking a flower not to grow. And talking about flowers, Amar the Flower getting feared up, forced back, but he is very quick in the night time, so they won't actually be able to bring him down.
Yeah, that fear actually helped him out a little bit, right? Because of all the movement speed that he has, he just runs away. Poshka.
Gonna do that anyway. Weaver. It's being slapped, but Yuragi, he's in from behind. This is a bait here, and they're just going to turn it straight around onto Toronto Tokyo. As OD is having a miserable game right now. The potion's going to fall as well. OG picking them off. Meanwhile, Amar looking like he's fine. He was going on top here just to kind of bait them and keep them in the area whilst they made the play at bottom, because he knows that he can just run away.
Yep. They used the ATOS, they used the Pit of Malice, so they couldn't really catch him. And now Taiga is the one chasing, actually.
Amar the Fleer, however. Mira sticking behind. He seems to know where that sentry ward is, so he's keeping his distance. Oh no, he's walked into it now. Misha's like, I know where you are. Come here, you pesky little Willow. Sentries are down. They want to catch this Willow, and Mira might well be caught here. Just plastering the floor with sentries. They don't want to leave anything up to our chance. And Collapse, he's just going to peace out. See you later.
Yeah. He's not going to catch the bus on Dark Willow. Everyone else does survive. And right now, if you're Team Spirit, you need to wait up for this BKB on your Toro God. Once you have that, I think perhaps you can take a fight. But it's getting increasingly difficult. TA, she is caught bottom lane, though.
Having a little nap, no one really nearby to help her out. Literally every other OG hero is on the other side of the map, so this will just be a kill. Bkop's command just to guarantee it, and this is a death for BZM.
Yeah, really nice catch from Iposhka. He's been on this area catching heroes for the last 10 minutes, more or less. And they do have this one ward on the cliff that's been around for like 3-4 minutes, giving a lot of vision. So, there's a BKB on Amar, and he's building slowly into the Blink Dagger. Once he gets the Blink Dagger and the BKB, like OD is not gonna have a lot of fun. His only job will be, okay, I'm gonna jump the OD and maybe the Bane and just keep them silenced. They won't be able to do much.
So what should we be looking for to go right for Team Spirit in these fights for it to swing in their favor?
They can still swing it in their favor for sure. Like you're looking at this BKB on Monkey King as well. If they manage to fight around Wukong's arena properly, then the Night Stalker can't perhaps be on top of his targets all the time. He will be taking way too much damage. There's a grip as well that you can catch the Night Stalker with, but it all comes down to him really. For me, it's not like all the other heroes. Yeah, you can kill, but to do that, you need to control the Night Stalker.
Meanwhile, Tiger, he's going for the Ags as well, making it even harder for these pick-off-based heroes to get their target. That's going to be a really big pickup for OG as well.
It's your casual build-up, right, on the Weaver. You always, not always, but most of the time, you go for the Vessel Wand and the Aghanims. You don't need boots or anything like that. He might be caught here.
Oh, it's a bait. It's a bait. Yeah, they don't want to take it. Oh man, I've been in this situation. My King is just like, I really want to jump this guy. Meanwhile, at the top, there's a bit of action taking place, and this will be their cue to go. Once again, with Amar showing top, they jump on bottom, but it's a trap once again. Maposhka, so very low here, might just tick out to the AoE damage. Certainly will, and down goes Mirror as well. It's going to be 2 for Yuragi in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, at the top, I think Night Stalker made it out absolutely.
Yeah, he just TP'd. He just TP'd away. There was absolutely no way of catching him.
I'm surprised. That play, though. I love that play.
I'm surprised they bit the bait on the bottom lane because of the way Taiga was baiting. You don't necessarily see a Weaver just go completely into a creep wave like that, you know, to farm it. It's like, all right, I see what you're doing there, man. Like
he's like covering himself in chocolate, you know, he's got a rose in his teeth. He's like, come get me, boys. And they're like, God damn.
Like winking, you know, come at me.
But what I really liked about that from OG, right, is that Amar's like, yeah, like they're not taking the bait bottom. Okay, we've got to add a little bit more and another worm to this hook. He just engages on top, you know. He lulls them into this false sense of security that they're making a play on top or something. At least the Night Stalker's not there. That's a trigger for Team Spirit to then go, okay, yeah, we'll commit to this kill. And it does not work out for them.
Yeah, Underlord now, he has completed the Crimson Guard together with the Rod of Athos, so some extra blocking capabilities versus the TA always comes in handy. The TA that has completed the BKB now. This is pretty much it for OG. All they have to do is secure the dire jungle and wait for Aegis. Wait for Roshan to respond, that is.
And that is Team Spirit's cue as well. They need to be contesting this Roshan. You cannot let OG get it for free. We'll see what Team Spirit are able to do. It's been a rough game for them so far, but they are by no means out of it yet. They're still very capable of fighting up into them.
Oh, for sure. There's Aghanims now completed on Toronto Tokyo too. And they might even look at that as their signal to go fight.
Plus, you know, I hate to mention it again, but these guys won TI. They are more than capable of weaseling themselves out of tricky situations. In fact, it won them their fair share of, what, $40 million? So
yeah, it's just a small change.
Bit of pocket change.
Yeah. They did smoke up, all 5 of them, and there is a smoke on the other side too, so OG, they are expecting a fight around the tier 2. OG, they do not have a lot of vision, however. I'm not seeing any Radiant Wards. Do you see any Radiant Wards in the Dire Jungle?
Not that I
observers.
can see.
Yeah, so the vision is definitely on the Dire's side, at least for a small part. Plus, they have the outpost.
So what are Team Spirit looking for here? How do they start this fight? What's their dream initiation?
I feel like the best thing that you could do is put Night Stalker so low, perhaps not kill him, but get him so low that he cannot really impact the fight in any meaningful way. He's the one that completely breaks your side apart, right? And then if you could connect with the Wukong's command so that OD is completely free to do whatever he wants to, it's the perfect scenario for them. And if you're OG, you're just trying to disrupt the supports and the OD at the beginning. Like the Bane mustn't get his grip off, the OD mustn't get his Aghanim Scepter to full use.
So a lot needs to go Team Spirit's way, but at the same time, you know, OG, they do have squishy heroes. Queen of Pain, Templar Assassin, if they can be isolated and blown up by this OD, he is going to do a lot of damage to them. They're not tanky, but they have those BKBs, which is really
exactly
fun.
Right. The BKBs are a huge part, and that's why they rushed them on all 3 cores. Night Stalker got as literally his first item. TA, yeah, a little bit after, but Queen of Pain as well is going for that BKB. She's pretty close to it.
Oh, this is going to be good. Unpause comes out. Team Spirit, what is the plan? They're holding the line for now. Watching, waiting, seeing when their time to strike is. They have lost this tower already, but they want to catch them as they come back to check Roshan. That is the play here. Whoever comes forward first might just get their lives completely taken out of their hands.
They're waiting for them. Weaver is running straight into their hands.
Perfect. They know exactly where they're going.
Shot.
Oh, the blink out! They don't catch anyone!
They caught
now,
TA.
okay, who they got? It's TA with the BKB available, so they know it's not really a great target, but they got the grip! The BKB didn't come off! TA, she might just be dead here, she is! She is gone! Great scream out from Yuragi, but with the TA dead, I'm not sure OG can fight this. They're trying to find a way into this one, but it's just not happening. BZM and Yuragi both lying dead on the ground. Amar trying to make something happen, he tries to bully this OD. He thinks if I can take out one, I might stop them doing Roche, but nope, not the case. Nish is gonna die as well. Amar just goes to the trees and TPs away, and guess what? This is such a short respawn on Roshan, just 10-15 seconds on this Roche clock, and it is already back. This is absolute dream scenario for Team Spirit.
The worst thing is, something that looked so good for OG ended up being so bad for them. Keep in mind, Lion blinked out of that Pit of Malice, right? They didn't catch him. They didn't catch another hero that ran right next to them, right? The Weaver, right next to the stairs. But then, because Lion doesn't have that blink, he's unable to stop the grip. And Night Stalker, he was like 10 gold away from the Blink Dagger as well. So he was unable to break Bane's grip on the TA. I think that's pretty much the golden, the best scenario, dream scenario for Team Spirit.
Who knew that that's how it was actually supposed to go down? They split the team fight in half, and the saves are too far away from the cause. And wow.
Sometimes it's a little bit of luck as well. Sometimes fate just looks your way. That Lion using the blink to escape, it helped them out so much because instantly they get this small window in which they can kill off TA, and they utilize it really, really well, as they always do, at least since TI.
Yeah, and it all started from that great trap, didn't it? Like, they knew they would come back and check Roshan, so they're just waiting, see who comes and does it, and yeah. In the end, it goes great. And now, they're the ones with an Aegis in their hand. They've neutralized the net worth advantage. It is now pretty much dead even on gold. And they might have just found themselves a Mara in the middle lane. He's popping that BKB, trying to get himself back. Will be able to do that. Pretty quick hero. Does survive. Still BKB charge now. Meanwhile, BZM being very aggressive here, trying to catch out Maposhka.
Rip
Now
again.
the grip comes out. Sir, you might be in some trouble. Goodbye, BZM. Little bit too ambitious there, going for the Bane kill.
Yeah, they need to put some more respect now on Miposhka and his Bane. This is like he's getting extremely easy kills on these targets that bought BKBs. They need to fight together. OG feels a little bit lost. Like, you do have ways of preventing the Bane grip, but they're just too split out. Like Taiga here. Okay, this happens, right? Like, you got caught by OD, you're trying to farm up your Aghanims. But the mid lane is the problem.
Yeah, that's a double damage Monkey King, by the way, guys. Kind of scary with the Desolator on top of that. might need to do something about this, OG? Is there anything they can do about this? Lion just trying to pump out that damage, but looks like, oh, Monkey getting very low. Oh, okay, Ragi with a little swipes from the sidelines. And then look at the collapse as well. They want to bring him down before the Monkey King can come back into this, and they will do exactly that. Goodbye, collapse. Wow, what a defense from OG there.
That was some really sweet defense by Misha and Yuragi. The way they comboed their spells, the Impale, the Scream of Pain into Sonic Wave, just really well played. Yatoro God, he was a little bit too greedy there, right? Like, he had that double damage and he thought, I'm just gonna heal up on this puny Lion and take their side, and that's it. Slightly greedy from their side, but really well executed by OG.
Well.
I still feel like Team Spirit, not a lot has changed, unless OG changed the way they're approaching these fights. They need to control Miposhka. It's the bottom line.
Indeed. Hopefully the next fight they take, they'll be able to keep their formation strong and not get caught out. Of course, when they get the Ags on the Weaver, I think it kind of changes a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, they have it now?
Yeah.
Okay, that's big then, right? Because that means the focus on Miposhka isn't quite as strong. You can time-lapse whoever gets caught by that Bane ultimate and hopefully save them. But still,
it helps out, definitely.
It's like a safety buffer, you know.
Yeah, now it's on Team Spirit as well to think about the Weaver. I'm not sure if they noticed that he has Aghanims. He is smoked though, and Taiga might be the first one that runs in.
Yep, immediately scooches himself back. His traps now silencing up Collapse. Ma, feels like they're just trying to poke the BKB out of him, see if they can get an overreaction there, but Amar, he stays still. Amar the calm.
Miposhka is still smoked up, and there's a Weaver illusion going his way. Oh, is he baited here?
Nah, they see the damage it's taking, right?
Yeah, they see the damage.
Yeah. I was worried for a minute there.
Yeah, good thing he didn't grip instantly. That would have been pretty sad.
Love this. Both teams moving very carefully across the map. They do see Yuragi here, of course, has that BKB. Might be for... Oh, Tiger's just like literally sitting right behind him, behind a singular tree.
Right behind that tree, you know, like your kid is about to fight and you're just standing there waiting to see what's gonna happen. Just in case he does something bad, you're gonna get him out.
Osmium parenting is quite something. Yuragi gonna pop the BKB, look around on Toronto. Tokyo also pops a BKB and just pieces out of this one. So instead, they'll turn their attention towards Collapse, but of course that BKB is ending. Gotta be a little bit careful here, but I don't think they do actually. They've got no OD, they've got no Monkey either. Everyone's backing away on the side of Team Spirit. They recognize the situation is pretty bad for them, so they will just clear out and sacrifice poor old Collapse, who has been sacrificed a lot this game.
To defend the culture, to prevent any violence from happening, you're standing there to see if they can sort it out as gentlemen.
Ah, right, there we go. Good
That's
recovery.
what I meant. That's obviously what I meant.
Team Spirit, they're coming back. They say we don't need Collapse. We can fight regardless. We can defend this tower at least regardless. And
a very interesting game in comparison to that first one that felt like it was over pretty much after the laning stage. Like, both of these teams have ways of actually playing the team fights now with the Weaver, Agon, and Scepter. It just adds another dimension to the way OG can approach the fights. But there's a smoke.
I mean, team... Yeah. Oh, okay. Misha's gone.
Three hits, literally. Boundless Strike and one Echo Saber connection.
Dead in 2 seconds. Never feels good, really. Never feels good.
Yeah, one thing that I worry for Taiga is the next item that he's going for is the Lotus Orb. And one problem with the Aghanim Scepter, like, it's great. You love this Weaver Aghanim Scepter, but it's nowhere near as powerful as it used to be because of the range. And you just might get caught. You go in and you get caught like this.
Yep, excellently demonstrated. Mira's coming in from the side as well to further commit to the kill here. No grip needed. Tiger goes down. Great pick off here from Team Spirit.
I love how he actually saved the grip. I think and it was pretty much in the nick of time that he died, right? One more second and he has enough space to use his ulti. Very well calculated.
Yeah, I mean, if Weaver's dead, that's great. If Weaver's dead and there's still grip available, that is so good for Team Spirit. Yeah.
No,
Team Spirit.
Usually when you watch OG, you expect their offlane to be, you know, doing some moves, right-clicking away. Like, he's been a semi-carry from the offlane most of the time. Now he has that Basher as well. This Night Stalker hurts during the nighttime.
Yeah, but it's been refreshing to see Amar playing a very different game. You know, he's been sacrificial as much as Collapse has been, maybe even more so, just playing in the top lane, constantly being deep. And, you know, he's not focusing on himself this game, so it's cool to see him playing a different style of Dota than what we've previously seen. But then still building the Basher because he is Amar.
Being sacrificial, but still gonna carry a little bit, you know?
Yeah. You know, you can take the... oh, here we go. Jumping in the front lines. They want to throw up the OD straight off the bat. Great stun in from Misha. And that's going to be 2 cores dead off the bat. My goodness, there is not a chance in hell for Team Spirit to fight back into OG in this one. They find the perfect angle of initiation. And Yutura's going to get out, but that was just great from OG.
And it's even Team Spirit's vision that was around, right? On that cliff, they had a good ward. They saw the smoke break, but you still cannot do anything about the Night Stalker blinking in the behind, popping that BKB and just eliminating the supports. Bane, he has a force staff, so he forced himself away, but it doesn't truly help. Like, Night Stalker will still take you out. If you take out Bane, the BKBs are free to use on the side of OG, and you can actually take a teamfight, maybe even a side now.
I think that was a double damage TA as well, so, you know, pretty fortunate for OG, but just absolutely tearing the OD apart before he gets a chance to do anything. And if that OD is dead first, then your fights are just over. Bane couldn't save them because of all the different initiations going on. Yeah, great jump from OG. Man, these fights, like, I kind of wish they were closer, because it's either one team or the other, and it's never much of a struggle for the team which wins it. Very, very interesting strategy to look at, though. Like, both teams will be pouring over the replays for this game, that's for sure.
Yeah, it really feels like OG, they got their stuff together again. I mean, they're approaching the fights properly, they're not being picked off, they're moving as a team. Now they're a side up.
Haste.
Alright, Team Spirit not one to play from behind for very long. Smoke up from them. They're going to look for an initiation.
See the bugs? Just scouting out with Weaver, and because no one actually got connected to, they're moving back. They're even blinking out. They're reading this really well. They know there's a smoke coming.
Wow.
Okay, this is discipline, right? This is something that I expected from OG in the game 1 as well, but they're definitely stepping it up here, and maybe even smoke now. 10 seconds away from nighttime on the Night Stalker.
What a read, honestly. They didn't do that on a trap or anything, that was just pure gut read.
The smoke?
Yeah,
they used the swarm and no one was showing on the map. So it's kind of... I mean, it's not super obvious, but it's pretty obvious.
Alright. And now Roshan is back up once again, which means we have a brand new objective to fight over. Who's going to take it? We shall find out pretty shortly, I would imagine. Does seem to be OG. When the fights are 5-on-5, the last one did go the way of OG pretty convincingly, so it's hard to see unless Team Spirit can be very, very sneaky, which they can. It's hard to see how they will take the fight, though. And they're just a head-on-head collision.
They're getting some bonus utility from the Underlord now with the AC completed.
That's
on the other side. Can they... I'm not sure they can do this because of the trap in the pit, right?
Yes, but at the same time, it's going to be a quick Roshan. OG, they've taken bottom tower. They're sprinting across the map to try and interrupt this Roshan.
You're just not... You're not fast enough for this. I'm pretty sure there's no way you do it.
OG are coming. Yep, they're backing out the pit. They realize this might not have been the best idea as they jump onto the Dark Willow. Immediately, Yuragi popping the BKB, trying to fight into this one. But she is getting beaten down pretty hard, but in comes BZM with the damage onto Collapse. Meanwhile, Amar just beating up the Bane on the sidelines. Yutura's going to jump on him, but it's too late to protect his support. Collapse is gone, Misha as well. Meanwhile, Amar flying, chasing that Monkey King. He can't get away from the Night Stalker, so he's going to have to jump on those trees. Run, but Toronto Tokyo, he's going in here. What is he doing? He's looking for the target. He brings down Yuragi, but he's going to give his own life for this as BZM's just blasting blasting away from the sidelines. The Templar Assassin completely untouched. She's going to rip through everyone, and it is going to be the fight going the way of OG. They push down the bottom tower, bait, move across the map, and the fight belongs to... And Amar just wants to end. Look at this guy.
It's not... He doesn't want to end. He wants to bait out the buybacks. I believe, at least.
I see. Well, I mean, you say that, but OG are turning out 3 heroes into the middle lane. They definitely want to force these buybacks here for sure.
Yeah. You force the buybacks and then you go rush. I think that's the... Or at least... It looks like at least the glyph is forced. It was... I would say even slightly desperate move from Team Spirit trying to go into the pit. You have AC, you have Desolator on the Monkey King, but you're not Weaver plus TA. You don't dish out that much of a damage to 3-man the Roshan before they move in. And because you're doing that Roshan, you're giving all the info that OG needs, and then they can pick the targets they want to go on. Like, one thing that I'm seeing Team Spirit is lacking in the last, let's say, 5-6 minutes is they're not protecting the Bane at all. Like, every single fight, Amar, he has like a ballpoint bull mark on that Bane, and he's just chasing him down.
Yep. Amar, he wants to cuddle this Bane, and Maposhka, you know, he's a bit of a... He's like, no, I'm not a cuddler, but not really getting a choice this game.
Just wants to be friends, Night Stalker.
Yeah.
You know.
Amar the friendly. Oh god, a Missile Blade now finished up, and he's going for the Nullifier next as well. Yeah, he wants to be very, very friendly.
There's a shard now, Refresher Shard on Queen of Pain, so you will have double the BKB, you will have a Cheese and the Lotus Orb completed on Weaver. The things are getting out of hand a little bit for Team Spirit, unless they can do some incredible Sanities and Eclipse. Hard one to come back into.
I kind of feel like if they can take down the TA once, you can get it with the Wukongs on the second life. You know, when you're playing against Monkey King, Aegis just feels a little less valuable. But look at Amar, he's always waiting where you don't expect him to be. Always looking for his best friend Bane. He's sending him love letters, you know, he's liking his pictures on Instagram.
Stalker, like a true Night Stalker.
Very good, very good.
Top lane.
And now it begins. I mean, the TA's already lost about half her health. Doesn't want to pop the BKB on her first life, but she is going to suffer quite heavily for that. Is that going to cause them to back away, though? I doubt it. Now Amar's been revealed in the mid lane. Yeah,
I think they expected Taiga to use his ulti on TA there, so that's why they let her get damaged that hard. But Taiga couldn't really find the angle to approach her, or he decided not to time-lapse into Pit of Malice anyway.
True. Yeah, the time-lapse could be a bit of an issue when it comes to repositioning as well, couldn't it? Yeah, that's a great point.
Still though, they're farming away. There's the Aegis on TA still for 2.5 minutes. You could complete the Swift Blink if you wanted to. Or you can save for the buyback. It's one of the options on TA. I actually think maybe Swift Blink would be not that greedy considering you still have the Aegis.
Yeah, it's always tempting to buy out when you've got that Aegis, but of course when the Aegis disappears and you don't have buyback, then you're like, pump the brakes a bit.
And you're so late in the game, it's 14-minute mark, so if you die and you don't have buyback, they could maybe even end the game. They don't really have the best pushing, but they're fast enough.
We're now 40 minutes deep into what's been definitely one of the most interesting games of the tournament. OG putting up an excellent fight here against Team Spirit, and 20k gold up. They are set to take this game, but Team Spirit, of course, 20k gold down, 30k gold down. Oh, you never count this team out. They just close to running out for, well, not really, still a bit of time left to do something, but I mean, why aren't OG forcing this high ground, Lizard?
Well, if you look at Team Spirit, they can't leave their base. So why force something if the enemy team is not getting anything out of the map for the last like 5 minutes? This is not 5, let's say 3 minutes. This is very disciplined from OG. Now they might go for it.
Sleep up onto BZM, but the Lotus is out, which means that they can't really go for the grip. Not that they would anyway, not onto an Aegis target. That would just give OG basically swinging the doors open and laying out the red carpet for them to come high ground if they use the grip from BZM there. But they'll continue trying to do some damage. Collapse just kind of tapping away at that refraction,
Amar.
getting it down. Meanwhile, Amar jumping to the backlines along with Yuragi here. They're trying to go for the Bane, but I'm not sure they're going to get him. Refresher out from the Queen of Pain as they're able to take down Mirror again. Targeting the support so damn hard as Collapse gets straight on the front lines as well. OG keeping a tight formation as they'll drop the hammer down onto Amar in the backlines. Toronto trying his best to take him down. Toronto, Tokyo trying to bring him down. He will be able to do that. Amar is dead, but Yuragi and BZM, they are still in live in this fight. But they'll back themselves away. Wukong's command kind of going to waste here, but also forcing OG out of their base. Tiger, meanwhile, on the high ground, he's rooted up, he's being taken down, he's got another time lapse to work with, but will it be enough? I don't think so. Tiger's gonna die. And look at this, blink forward from the OD. He's looking for Misha as well. They want to find another +1 to this. OG, they do lose 3 heroes inside this, but it was a lot of buybacks expended from Team Spirit.
Yeah, they forced the buyback on Collapse, on Bane, and on Dark Willow. I think you're kind of fine if you're Team Spirit with this. You protected your side. TA has her Aegis now reclaimed as well. She does have a buyback, but at least you're not playing against Aegis anymore. It was very unfortunate for the Team Spirit as well, the way that fight started. The moment the Knight pops, I just love how fast they are on Team Spirit. OD instantly pops Shivas because he's expecting the Night Stalker and everyone to jump on him. Night Stalker, he doesn't go on the Bane this time around. Pull that dot, bottom lane.
Yep, Toronto Tokyo, BKB'd up, but BZM's here with the physical damage, forcing back Toronto Tokyo, but he's got teammates coming in. Yatora, he's getting on top of BZM right now. They've got a lot of damage to pump out onto this TA. I don't think she's got a way out of this one. When that refraction is down, she just gets absolutely evaporated.
Now you have 90 seconds to perhaps go and force this buyback.
They want it.
Like, they want it for sure. Queen of Pain is still blinking behind. Perhaps she will try to creep skip here. However, Mipochka, look at him. Is he going? Is he going? Ah man, he's so good. Like this is TI winner stuff right here.
He's gonna get the grip.
No,
Yuragi gets it
because of
anyway.
the spell block. This is what messed with him in the high ground push as well. He actually used grip on Quap in the high ground push, and she had that spell block, so he wasted it. This time around, he didn't use it, but Yuragi was a bit too fast.
That Ruddy 25 talent, eh?
Broken there, just a normal casual, not Ostrog at all.
How much does Lincoln's cost, by the way?
It's enough time. You just need enough time to get to that 44-minute, 40-minute mark, and 3 Lincolns for Queen of Pain.
And now the tier 4 items are coming out as well. I'm wondering if we're going to get anything special. Is there anything which would be really... I mean, Leveler and Monkey King's always really nice. That is a great one.
I mean, they didn't have tier 4 items for a really long time. They came out quite a while ago, but they couldn't get them.
Fighting.
Yeah, they were just stuck in base.
Yeah.
Leveler is pretty nice. Meanwhile, Mira's still sticking to his faithful Philosopher's Stone, you know. Gold. Stronger than anything else. There's a Spell Prism as well on OD, which is really nice.
Ooh, or a Relic. Oh, what a decision
Or
to
the
make.
Relic. Yeah.
No, they give the Relic to Collapse.
Collapse, yeah. Or
That's really good, though. Oh, no, never mind. Keeping the Flicker.
giving it to Dark Willow in the end.
Plenty
All
to
of these
dispel
heroes
in this
really use Spell Prism and the Relic really well, like all 3 of them.
game. Yeah.
But I guess you want to have the Flicker on Collapse to give him some save at least, as he doesn't have a BKB or a Force Staff or anything like that.
OG with the smoke now. Roche has hit that minimum respawn time. And OG want to make something happen. And put themselves in the driving seat once again. Ultimate popped from Amar. They're looking for a target. They're going to find the Dark Willow straight off the back here. Misha trying to follow up with the Blinking and Hex, but it's a little bit of a messy initiation. They'll be able to keep this hero alive a little bit longer, but no. They just sack Mirror. They say, hey, you know what? Passed. We lose our Willow here. That's fine. Good jump from OG.
That's no buyback. That's a big kill that they just made. There's no buyback on Dark Willow. You're playing 4 versus 5 for 90 seconds now. You might even have to sack top lane. Bane?
Blinken. That is, oh my god, that's a Bane. They need to keep this guy alive, and they know exactly that as Yatora jumps in. Great Wukong's command just off the back lines here, just getting on top of BZM. Meanwhile, the Queen of Pain, she's actually going deep with Amar here, both of them. jump in past the Wukong's command. They're playing around the radius here as Yatoro's kind of split the fight, but Team Spirit not really able to make anything happen with this. Wukong's command's going to go down, no casualties on the side of OG. They're trying to look for Yuragi here, but look at this, he squeezed into that corner. How does he even fit in there? And, well, right now they're looking at the OD. OD doesn't have the BKB. I don't think Finger is out. The damage is in. Do they have enough to finish off the Outlaw Devourer? I'm not sure. Markham's jumping in with Yuragi once again. Simultaneous jumping from these two. Grip out from a post in the backlines, but there comes the ultimate from Tiger, keeping him alive. Yatoro taking damage, hexed up, taking so many hits here. They're actually looking past him, looking for Collapse, want to bring him down instead. Now they turn their attention to the Monkey King. Yatoro being taken down. Yatoro is dead for 100 seconds. I think that might be it as a GG comes out from Team Spirit. OG, say game number 2.
Yeah, I'm actually so happy that we're gonna see game 3 in this series. Like OG versus Team Spirit, this new upcoming OG squad is looking so promising. I would have hated if they just banged out 2 games in a row. After that first one, Mantle of Intelligence dropped again on the ground. Some VM happening. But,
as tradition.
I feel like Team Spirit in this game made a couple of mistakes. First, in the laning stage, it wasn't as stellar as in the first one. But most importantly, they didn't adjust to the team fights properly later on. The moment Amar has Blink and a BKB, he jumped Miposhka 3 or 4 team fights in a row. He eliminated him without Team Spirit seemingly knowing or understanding how to approach it. Later on in these high ground pushes, you could see them play really, really well around that. Toronto Tokyo would always Astral imprison Miposhka, then Miposhka would force staff OD. So they kited the Night Stalker together. If they realized that, or if they approached the team fights like that a little bit earlier, this would have been Team Spirit's game. But very well played by OG. They utilized their strengths really well. They bought the BKBs on all 3 cores, and the moment Amar had that Blink Dagger, they just ended Team Spirit.
They've taken 1 game off Team Spirit. Can they make it 2 and do what their predecessors could not? We're going to find out after this break.
Radiant's courier has been killed. 30 seconds to battle. Back for you. I do
Appalling.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I was
Well, reading chat before that game, there were a lot of people who were saying that the sky was about to fall on OG's head. And I think all of those people should write out a full apology to the OG team in chat, because that was a domineering performance to take this game 2 against Team Spirit. Black, talk to me about what OG did so well in that game.
Well, they took Twitch advice to heart. Like, get good. Like, all right, we'll do that. And now, in all seriousness, the Night Stalker got off to like a pretty good start actually. He got really high levels. He got decent amount of farm, almost the same CS as the Monkey King at some point. And then they also managed to stop the OD from snowballing. Like the mid tower took 0 damage in like 10 minutes or something, which is like super important when you play against that hero. They picked like a lot of these like mini stuns. They can just apply. I think he tried to Meteor Hammer the TA like 4 or 5 times, and Misha was always there. Just stop him. And then, of course, the Bkop also just completely, stomped the lane. Like, it was like double the net worth. So, recipe to success seems to be, in this series at least, win your lanes, transition to a strong mid game, and build on the advantage from there.
A carry Quap is pretty experimental. So, Bkop, talk to me a little bit about what that did well. Was it played effectively like a mid? What did it do pretty well there?
I mean, I think it alludes to also what Black said. Like, when you're winning your lanes, you're just able to get away with everything. And they got their early BKBs, and that really let them pop off. Like, you take a look at their items here, it's just like Night Stalker, BKB, TA, BKB, Quap, BKB, ready to go. Like, not going to be afraid of this team. We're going to make sure that it's really tough for them to control us. These BKBs are going to open up the game for us, especially with the lanes going well. We've closed up their map a little bit more. And from there, like, it just feels like the sky's the limit, and they really popped off.
I think what's worth mentioning here is that obviously OG went out of those lanes very strong, as Black said, but Team Spirit did pull something of a comeback there. It wasn't a collapse by any stretch of the imagination. Forgive the pun. Do you think Team Spirit still showed a lot of strength in that series game, Black?
Definitely. Like that one fight where they baited them to check Roshan. Sure, Misha had very good reflexes and blinked away, but it was also the golden ticket for Team Spirit to get that grip onto the TA and just eliminate him out of the fight. Quap was like, oh my god, I gotta help my TA. Didn't have a BKB at the time. Also jumped in, got taken out. And actually, after the Roche fight, I thought Spirit had the game on check. But as Lizard already alluded to, they did not manage to secure what gave them so much success in those team fights previously. They did not manage to protect the Bane.
Do you think Team Spirit now change it up a little bit? Because we were calling for them to change it up a little bit after that game 1 anyway, because I think sometimes after such a domineering game, if you do things exactly the same, then maybe they've got an answer figured out. Do they need now to change the question, as it were?
I definitely think Spirit can keep it somewhat the same. Maybe as much as OD's been pretty strong, I think that might be the one thing that I would take out of this. Also, I guess the Underlord too. It didn't feel like Collapse was really getting much done with that hero at times. Obviously, you see the scorelines 2-9 and 9. We've seen this guy pop off and be the guy who carries everybody on his back by making some amazing plays. And there were some plays that he made in that last game, but I think you could maybe shift the OD to Collapse, go for something different on Toronto Tokyo, give Collapse a little bit more comfort in his pick. Yeah,
I was going to mention it as well. That maybe, taking that OD out of the offlane, which we pretty much thought is like already locked in, was a little bit of a like self-bait. Because sure, Toronto Tokyo played the hero well, but like they needed something like a Void Spirit to really just make more space around the map. Because the way the game went, they lost 2 lanes, and then you have an OD farming, another trying to catch back up, and a Monkey King farming. Like, who makes the plays? Like, so in hindsight, it wasn't really. They didn't really have a way to come back into the game.
It feels like they, with that pick, with the Underlord pick, it was like an aha moment. We're picked specifically to counter OG rather than picking to make themselves strong. And it often feels like when teams do that, they end up a little bit hamstrung. So maybe they need to play more into their own strengths rather than trying to negate a team who aren't necessarily as good as them, I suppose would be. Do you think that's a fair assessment?
Sure.
We could probably make this statement about everybody right now. Like, I don't think anybody's on Spirit's level, individually at least. But if the team play comes together like that,
yeah, most certainly. Let's look forward to a game. Enjoying your cat climbing into your little hole on the back there. Big analysis there from Black's cat. It's distracted me. Let's look there forward to the draft then, which will be coming out very shortly. If you had to choose some picks for OG Bkop, what would you pick?
I think they can definitely keep it a little bit similar. I love the Lion. I'm always a big fan of having that instant disable and having that burst damage that you can get from that. It looked like Taiga was really comfortable on that Weaver. Got away with a lot and really kept some of those heroes available in these fights. When you're able to put the time lapse on your cores and bring them back to full health, and then they get a second chance without an Aegis, that's definitely one of those things that can really make or break a fight. So I'd like to see the Lion and the Weaver again, but the way I see maybe Spirit banning, I guess it depends. It depends on who's got priority, but them definitely banning out like the Weaver IO or something like that, and maybe the Lion gets kept in. I'd like to keep that the same at least.
Do you want to see carry Quap Black? That seems like your sort of thing. I remember you extolling the virtues of carry Pudge to me a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I mean, in a game like this, it was a pretty strong fit, simply because it does counter the underlord in the lane, especially if you try lane for like a good minute or a minute and a half. You just get him to level 3. Underlord, I think, wasn't even close to being level 3. I think he just reached level 2 Shadow Strike. Way too much to deal with, and then you can basically just play like a traditional mid/carry, right? Like you get these items up, the Kayasange, the BKB, you blink in, you cause chaos, you have the mid lane TA who deals all the physical damage, so you don't need to worry about that. It was a very strong pick, a very strong execution too. That one team fight, he hit like a 4-man Sonic Wave, completely crushed the enemy team.
Yeah, much to come then forwards. I want to talk a little bit about OG as a team and as kind of a unit to play against. I was told by some analysts recently that young teams like OG, kind of new squads that get pulled together like this, often see a kind of a burst of initial success because no one's quite sure what to do against them. They've got so many little pocket picks, so many little strategies that aren't necessarily out there for everyone to see. Team Spirit, after winning TI, will have been one of the most analysed teams in the game of Dota in the past couple of years. Everyone knows what Team Spirit are going to do, and it's quite difficult for them to change up for that. Do you think some of this initial strength from OG is perhaps just because there is something of an unknown, or do you think there's much more quality in the squad than that perhaps says?
There's definitely, I would say there's more quality in it. I think that with scrims and everything, you're definitely getting a read on some of these teams. Maybe these two teams aren't exactly scrimming each other, but they've also seen OG play a couple of times before this. Like you said, Spirit's the most analyzed team, but sometimes analyzing a team so much may not be enough. Like a team can be better than the analyticals that you drag from it. There's something that is known in baseball as doing too many numbers, where they've got into these saber metrics and they've gone into breaking down things so much that it ultimately doesn't even matter. Like you're guessing like, oh, he only hits the fastball in the lower half of the plate, whereas on the inside, and like you just can you break it down too much? Like you almost know everything about Spirit, but can you even beat it at that point? But OG, I think there are things that they do really well that maybe Spirit aren't ready for, because guys who kind of just jumped into the tier 1 like that.
Do you agree, Black?
Yeah, I mean, generally, it's when we speak about this like honeymoon phase, right? Like it can vary from team to team, but a lot of people would probably say like the last year's Team Secret is a very good example, where they for 3 months win every tournament like super easily, and then suddenly they fall off, don't really get to the major, drop out of the group stage, and they were just like really figured out at that point. But I don't know if you can make the same assessment of for OG, because OG just like when you played against Secret, you knew all their players, what they're good at, what they're bad at. But with OG, like you don't really have much information about them, right? Like, so I don't know how long it will take for people to really figure out how to break down their playstyle or what. I do think Spirit in Game 1 had like the perfect approach, and perhaps they're just gonna go back to that, and maybe other teams will like assimilate a similar playstyle when it comes to that. But yeah, like OG is just overall individually like a monster team. They're all super good individually.
Yeah, they are. It's really interesting to see, because a lot of these players, I mean, the creep wave stack that a lot of these players came from was strong in Division 2 EU last season, but that was just Division 2, and they became quite low in one season, and they didn't get promoted the season after. So for them to go to that, which is no shambles of a place to be, to being a team who can take down Team Spirit in a game. Obviously, this is a series that is ongoing, that we're not yet declaring them an incredible team, but it is still a big step up from being a Division 2 team into being kind of contenders, like Division 1 stalwarts. Do you find that impressive, stepping up like that, or do you think that's not that unusual for young players to be given big chances and take them?
I kind of think that being thrown into the mix like this, especially right now, like I think, is it fair to say that they kind of got lucky that the patch didn't drop before this season, and they've, it's a patch that they can feel comfortable in because it's been around for so long that they can now be thrown into a position like this and have success in something that they're a little bit comfortable with. Like, I don't know if we'd be seeing the same if there was a patch and they got thrown into this position. So OG,
you mean for OG, right?
Yeah, for OG. Yeah. Like, I wonder where they would be if we saw a patch before that. But and they've definitely proven themselves, at least so far. And if they take this series, like, OG all of a sudden become number 1 in the world, and everybody's got this high expectations of them, that could almost be detrimental.
I got something like a very personal experience when it comes to that, unfortunately, which is when I played in VG, I played against Sumail, who I don't know, was like 15 years at the time, maybe 15 years old, and he kind of made a fool of us in the grand final of a Chinese tournament. And his like interviews like, the game was easy, I didn't really have to try too hard. And I'm like, oh my god, dude, like it just feels like these, I was gonna call them kids, like they have nothing they're afraid of, Like, I was like 20 at the time. I'm like, yeah, I felt the pressure here and there. I couldn't tell at all about him. Like, he just goes on stage, like a couple of thousand people. Yeah, the game was kind of easy. I didn't have to try too hard. Pretty simple. Like, I just want to like strangle him, But that's the power of youth. Like, you're not afraid of anything, and you can tell in the way they're playing. Like, the entire team was dead, or like 3 of the players were dead, and the Bkop and the TA are trying to make a play by themselves. Sure, ends up backfiring. They lose a hero, but like that means they're really fearless, and I think that's really important for a team like that.
You were a TI pro player pretty young, Black. I think. How old were you when you played at your first TI?
Probably like 18, 19.
Did you feel like that you kind of were invincible, or were you more? Were you scared of death at such a young age?
I think I was past the threshold, where I had a couple of big tournaments already where I was really fearless. I played really well up to my standard, and some TIs I was like, oh my god, what the hell is happening? What is like the air pressure is like, what the hell? It's
maybe you were just
it's very, very
old.
Different. Yeah, it is very, very different. Like, after you have some success, the feeling of fear can easily creep in, like maybe not fear, but like the pressure of, oh my god, this one mistake could cost my team the entire game, and if I make that, oh my god, I don't want to make any mistakes. And you play like super passively, not up to your standard at all. You don't play the map properly, and everybody will be like, what happened to him? Like, why is he so scared? It's like nerves do play a big role in tournaments.
I guess when you're 16, you've got kind of your whole life ahead of you. And if there's any 16-year-olds watching, you can make so many mistakes right now, and nothing really matters that much. Don't kill anyone. But apart from that, you can mess up and you'll be fine. Whereas if you're kind of 28, 30, you can make mistakes. But especially in Dota, it begins to become the point where a serious mistake or a game mess up will impact your career in a more severe way. So there's definitely something for older players to consider like that. So that resonates with me, Black. We've got a draft, though, coming up right now with plenty of mistakes to be made in this, with OG picking up their Weaver, Tiger's Weaver, and Team Spirit going with their classic Bane and Monkey King. Talk me through these early picks, Black.
Yeah, obviously, Tiger's Weaver did God's work last game. Always kept them on their toes, pushed out all the lanes, kept so many heroes busy. I'm a little bit surprised that they just picked this Monkey King. Makes me think they might want to potentially play it as a support, because it doesn't really strike me as great against just the Weaver. Like, they don't see anything. And of course, Miposhka's Bane is it fair to say that he's probably the best Bane right now?
What makes him so good as a Bane? Because Bane just stands there. He doesn't do anything. You press a button and you sit around. What makes him a particularly good Bane?
Last game, he just found so many setups. Like, he was playing the bottom map by himself. He gets to sleep. His teammates TP in. And like, oh, thanks for the free kill, says Yatoro. And it happened like 3 or 4 times. He's just really aware of where the enemy wants to play, and he's setting up perfectly for that.
What are we looking for OG to pick up alongside this Weaver then? What sort of 1-2 punch are they going for?
I wouldn't mind the Lion again, but I don't know if you're going to pick both supports that early like that. They didn't do it in the previous draft. They waited for the Lion in the 4th pick, so I wonder if they're going to go with an offlaner first.
Same draft as before, huh?
Yeah.
Except, I think
They
OG
didn't have a waiver
was.
last game, did they?
Spirits turn to
Or
Oh,
battle.
they did.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. Well, OG, I think, was second pick of the last game, if I remember correctly. And then they picked the Monkey King to counter the Night Stalker. But now they kind of picked the Night Stalker into the Monkey King, maybe trying to bait them into the matchup.
Mm-hmm.
There's some mind games going on.
10 seconds.
What sort of bans
remaining.
then? OG already banning out the Luna, so do they think that's a mid
5
monkey?
seconds
Seems like an
remaining.
unusual ban to me.
I do think that OG expects that Monkey King is just going to be a support this time, because last game it didn't work out at all for them.
Oh, yeah,
So they're
support,
probably
yeah.
just expecting the change to happen. So these carry bans make a lot of sense. You just want to ban out strong carries that can cause Night Stalker a lot of problems. You also have the night vision against Night Stalker, which can be very strong.
Fair enough. And what sort of things do Team Spirit need to ban out?
I wouldn't mind banning. You ban the Lion here? Is it
Turn
even
to
worse?
ban.
Yeah, you got to focus mid. Maybe get rid of the Kunkka as well. Especially if you've got a hero like Monkey King who wants to move around a little bit. If they're gonna go like Void Spirit mid, I guess OG will ban the Kunkka themselves. But they've been focusing BZM quite a bit with their bans. Wouldn't be surprised to see all three of these bans be towards the mid.
Yeah, I personally wouldn't mind like a Lion ban as you suggested, because it was really
10
a big problem
seconds
from last
remaining.
game. Like the instant initiations on the OD couldn't get his BKB off, and Lion has just been a
5
strong pick for
seconds
so long.
remaining.
So I wouldn't mind that ban at all.
Various pickups. They're going with the Invoker, taking up BMZ's Invoker, BZM's Invoker, sorry, on Team Spirit. So targeting that mid lane at this point.
Yeah,
Makes
but
sense.
everybody is always telling me how good his Invoker is, but I can't ever see it because it's always banned.
OG.
Like literally every
Real
game,
shame.
it's always banned.
He's a scare. Have you seen it in pubs at all? Do you know what he does particularly scarily on it?
I have not, unfortunately. I gotta admit, because I was like in the SEA region and China region for the longest time, I didn't actually know that BZM was even like that highly regarded in
10
pubs and everything.
seconds remaining.
So when I first saw him play, I was like, whoa, that kid's good.
5
real good.
seconds remaining.
I think it's good against the Bane as well. You kind of want that long range disable against the Bane, an easy way to take him out. So it certainly makes sense there to take out the Invoker and the Storm, two perfect heroes to take down a Brain Grip as well. So that I guess those bans make perfect sense of OG banning out, presumably. Oh no, they're banning out that Batrider again. They banned that again last time. They banned that this pick as well.
It did. And I still don't quite understand why. Because, yeah, just like last game, it doesn't strike me as like the best pick or anything. We've had Night Stalker quite good against it. But, you know, maybe they just want to... They agreed to replay the same drafts and bans to see if it was a fluke or not.
Run it back.
Yeah, run it back.
How are you feeling about these drafts so far, Bkop?
I mean, so far, if they're the same, I got a edge towards OG. But like you said, with the two bans of the Invoker as well as the Storm, it's trying to protect the Bane. And we were talking about how what are things that Miposhka does really well. It's his positioning when he's making things happen, when he's getting the Fiend's Grip, when he's getting the Nightmare, making sure that he's trying to be in a bit of an obscure position. So if somebody were to jump in, they don't immediately stop the Fiend's Grip or the control that he's got. So I'm wondering if maybe Spirit right here, maybe ban out the Void Spirit, something that goes mid, something that jumps, potentially get on top of the Bane and control him and stop if he's got that Fiend's Grip. Right now, yeah, it's just those long range mids that have kind of that reach to stop the control that Team Spirit have.
Yeah, I think Team Spirit has like two routes they could go here, which is either they do the Monkey King Bane again, but this time they got to play the lane a little bit better because Night Stalker got way too much last game, or they actually pick a carry that in the mid-late game can protect the Bane from the Night Stalker. Like a PA, you just jump the Night Stalker, as he jumps the Bane, you can kill him in that BKB duration, which last game in the late game teamfights I couldn't do at all.
They spent a long time on that third ban. They do ban out that
10
Quap,
seconds
I guess.
remaining.
Scared of that carry again. They really want to protect this Bane, though.
5 seconds
Yeah,
they do.
remaining.
I think the Quap gave Bane a little bit of problems at the end of the game, a game that went on so long where he's got that spell block at that level 25. There were a few fights at the end that Miposhka had Fiend's Grip into the spell block, and they maybe don't want to deal with that and don't want to deal with the Queen of Pain also having that reach as well.
Yeah, it's kind of a crazy mechanic. You can have like double link and stuff like that. You gotta enfeeble first, and then brain sap, and then like
5
ult, and it's
seconds
never gonna happen. Like
remaining.
a Bkop is not just gonna AFK and get gripped. But his SF is a very interesting hero. Like if he doesn't get off to a good laning stage, can be a very big problem. Because the Night Stalker, once he gets like a BKB Blink Basher, can cause hell. What it should have been. And there we go with the line again.
I want to talk more about this Shadow Fiend. We've seen it once in this tournament so far, and a little bit across the DPC as well. Team Nigma lost with it in this tournament. I think it's done quite well in the DPC.
10 seconds
I know it's been
remaining.
paid a lot as a carry. Do you expect it to be a carry here as this Toronto
5
Tokyo
seconds remaining.
Yotoro's hero, or is it going to be moving on to that mid lane with Toronto Tokyo?
I would definitely like to see it more as a carry. Like mid lane SF just seems too fragile. Like SF safe lane with a mid hero that actually moves like a Void Spirit makes much more sense, because end of the day, if you do that mid lane SF, you are practically running 2 carries, right? Which I think is most of the time a pretty big problem, unless you want to run like a safe lane Ember or Void Spirit yourself. Tinker. All right.
Interesting one. Picking up the nasty heroes. First time we've seen that this tournament. That's an interesting one. Why would you pick up the Tinker here? Because that's a bit of a change of pace.
Yeah, the synergy with Night Stalker is insane, though.
Yeah.
Just
And
because
the
of the
mobility,
vision, I
too.
assume.
Yeah.
5
Sorry to
seconds
interrupt, Bkop.
remaining.
It's the vision, it's the mobility. Like he farms really well. I'm worried for this Shadow Fiend. Like his BKB timing is gonna be really important in this game, and I'm scared he may not get there.
Yeah, and Night Stalker and Tinker are just so strong together, because a lot of the heroes that Tinker fears, like Storm, which is already banned, like Zeus, they don't want to play against Night Stalker at all. So they're going into the Beastmaster instead, which is a very good option against Tinker, because the Hawk can obviously scout him out against Night Stalker 2, and makes me believe it's going to be a Monkey 4 and Beastmaster 3. I quite like that, because once the Helm of Dominator is up, they can
10
really start pushing the
seconds
pace.
remaining.
With the SF aura level 15, affecting buildings, the attack speed aura from the
5
Beastmaster,
seconds remaining.
it's a very, very high-paced draft.
What mid laner do you need to round it up to keep that pace up?
Void Spirit? Something like that.
I'd like the Void Spirit for Team Spirit, because if you're going to get the Monkey King who's going to be your support, you want to try and get vision from the trees and have that Void Spirit make that jump. Like, he's trying to provide you
10
what he can to
seconds remaining.
maybe get on top of the Tinker. So if they can go to the Void Spirit, he gets on top of the
5
Tinker, has,
seconds
say, that
remaining.
Eul's into the Remnant. Maybe they can get the control and try to nullify what this Tinker brings to the table.
Yeah. Another hero I could see potentially is a Puck. It's a pretty strong option too.
Yeah.
Or potentially even like a Dragon Knight if you want to really go all in into the pace.
Banning out the Phoenix, though. That's a curious one. Is that
Phoenix.
Monkey? Do they think it's going to perhaps be a Monkey mid?
Or Carry Monkey still in the
Of
in the
SF
heads.
mid, yeah, one of the two mid.
10 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
And it makes also sense because Supernova has priority over everything. So
5
Night Stalker pops
seconds
down, as you pop
remaining.
Supernova, it's still going to be day. Which could potentially cause them a lot of problems. I mean, the ban makes sense. It's just, I personally would have expected Spirit to move away from the Carry Monkey. So let's see what they do.
Ban out the Medusa. What carry do you want OG to pick up here? Any predictions? You got no seconds at all. They're going to pick up the Chen.
Oh.
That's a curious one. Does that mean a carry Weaver?
Or a Carry Night Stalker, an offlane Chen perhaps?
I mean, I know Misha plays a lot of Chen, so
Right, so it's probably a 5 Chen then.
10
And-
seconds remaining.
And 4 Lion and a Carry Weaver. Could be an
5
offlane Weaver
seconds remaining.
too, I
Although-
guess.
Go the Black
Carry
Stream
Night
special. Go Lion mid.
Dude, Lion mid is something I would die for.
and then a
You
what
may now
Tinker?
select your
Slada?
Is this a one
What
sword?
is happening?
I think this is a one
The one
Slada.
Slada.
Is picking that up. Tiger's picking up the Lion. Amar's picking up the Night Stalker. Carry Weaver. These are two interesting little drafts coming up here. Black, talk me through the OG draft first of all. What do you think this draft is accomplishing?
First of all, their vision game is super strong with the Night Stalker and Weaver beetles in team fights. You have like the rocket spam and a lot of sustain too from the Chen. Like if you ever find a frost armor ogre against a Slada minus armor lineup. I think it's going to be super strong. I got to admit, I'm not the biggest fan of this last pick Slaughter here. Like, if this Tinker gets a good start, I don't know how to really deal with him.
And Bkop, why don't you talk me through the Team Spirit draft? If Black doesn't like the Slardar, why do you think they've picked it up? What does this draft try and accomplish?
I wonder if the Slardar is for that extra control. I think one of the things that me and Black I used to talk about during the DPC last year was not really liking the double blink, where I think maybe Collapse as well as the Slardar might need a blink at some point because you're spending a lot of gold on mobility. I'm a little worried that Slardar, yeah, he wants to have that control by having the Slithering Crush as well as the Bash, but he needs a couple of items I would prefer before that blink if he's going to get one. I'm hoping that this game's a lot closer than the first game and more like the second game, but I'm a little worried about this Spirit lineup. But I can't count that team out. Like, it's just I could never be like, oh, it's 80-20 OG. But like I always think this is, at least right now, I feel like this is still a 50-50 up in the air because Spirit's going to pull something out.
Do you agree, Black? Any final thoughts?
Yeah, I do think they will have to control this Tinker. Like, if he gets up to like an Axe, Shiva's Guard, and Overwhelming Blink, I don't know what to do. They do have the right tools to push the pace. They have the SF Aura, the Beast Aura, the minus armor to get the Roshan super fast. No hero is ever gonna really feel tanky against them. Because they have like minus 27 armor or something crazy like that. If they build a desert, it's like minus 33. Nobody tanks through that. So there is a lot of potential there. I'm just worried about the lanes and then the transition into the mid game.
Okay, well, talking about blink daggers, you at home shouldn't even blink because this is going to be an exciting game with two interesting drafts by two interesting teams, and we're going to hand over to two interesting casters. It's Nomad and Lizard.
Interesting casters sounds like some kind of, backhanded insult, but I'm sure he meant it in the best of ways.
Yeah, of course. We are the interesting casters. You have, like, when someone else is casting the handsome this and the godly that, we're interesting.
It's like when you ask somebody, like, do you like my cast? And they go,
it's interesting.
It's interesting. But
all right.
I didn't ever hear a word of what they said because I was just staring at Black's cat the entire time. But we have this game underway with some very spicy drafts indeed. And we're going to start things off with BZM here. Probably dying. He's gone here, right?
It should be. Really nice blocks by Miposhka, and it feels like in this series, on this stairs, someone always dies. There's a first bloodshed here, like 2 games in a row, and in that first game, a courier died, plus they were forced to use 2 souls. When it comes to these drafts, how do you feel like?
I think I really like what Team Spirit's doing. I mean, I've actually watched a ton of Yutoro Slardar. He used to play this like in about a couple of months, I think, before TI, in the gap before the Animajor. He was playing Slardar a ton, and he'd go for this build where he just kind of goes, rushes the boots, Travelers you're seeing here, and then he'd go, the Power Treads, then he would go for Midas very quickly, and then just play around the map and just kind of use the Midas to keep up in farm whilst brawling all the time. It was really cool. I enjoyed it a lot, so hopefully we see him going for that build. But a lot of anti-armor on this team, right? A lot of damage coming out. Yeah, very, very cool draft from Team Spirit, I think.
What I really like is what panel actually Black said in the last sentence. There's a ton of synergy with the SF, a ton of minus armor. I think they can make Toronto Tokyo into this beast that just melts everyone and the towers, right? But then again, OG, the top lane, I guess should be fine. OG overall responded to their drafts really well. This Misha Chen, it's kind of obvious why they picked it, right? It's versus the Beastmaster as well. He will have a way of dealing with the beasts if he even skills them as he's playing versus the Chen. One thing that I'm worried for Team Spirit is on Beastmaster you don't go for Blink, right? You go for the Helm of the Overlord. But at the same time you're playing versus Nightstalk. Like, I'm gonna be feeding him some tasty creeps.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. He can eat them up, can't he, with that shard? So, well, that's kind of cool. Got a good thinking there. I don't know. I mean, and of course Misha Chen as well. We can't look over that. He's of course played a lot of Chen games in his career. Second most played hero, 58 games with a 65% win rate. So when he whips out the Chen, you know that he's taking things seriously.
Yeah, he whipped out the Harpy, and that Harpy is now on the mid lane. If SF wasn't annoyed enough by playing versus damn Tinker, now he has to play versus a Harpy as well. Nisha needs to be careful not to... you see, Toronto is doing a really good thing here. He's sticking right next to the range creep. In case the Harpy zips him, he will deny the range creep instantly after. You see? They're even pinging it out on OG.
Yeah. Doesn't quite work out, but yeah, still really nicely nicely played by Toronto Tokyo. Just a bit of micro gameplay there. Sneaky.
He can't approach this lane.
These rockets are so obnoxious.
It's rocket and then chain lightning. Like, I feel bad for him.
Yeah. Doesn't even get a chance to see if they can even the score with BZM here. It's well, the score isn't even actually. It was 1-1, and now well, we don't know who's going to win this mid lane because Chen's just messing it all up. But cool stuff. All right. So let's talk about this top lane then. Of course, we've got Amar playing on the Night Stalker again. Is this just OG's answer to the Bane?
Well, it looked like in that second game, that is, right? They answered the Bane really well with the Night Stalker. It worked out for them, so why not pick it again? This time, did they really adjust to it? I don't feel like they have. Like, you do have Roar versus him. And it's BKB piercing too. So that's kind of nice, right? Like, you'll be able... the moment Night Stalker jumps in and goes on that Bane, if the Beastmaster has a BKB, he'll be able to pop the Roar on the Night Stalker, and then you can actually turn on him. So that's definitely a play later on.
Okay, so they have a better answer than last time, and something to neutralize the vision game as well, which I felt was really important in the last game.
Yeah, I feel like it's way easier this time. Like last time they had the OD as an answer, but it's a bit more difficult to utilize your spells. Here you just point and click that Roar and that's it.
Point and click adventure. Always fun to play a nice game like that. Yeah, it's been slapped pretty hard here. No kill potential, but we'll still get him under the tower. But so far, OG's lane's going absolutely brilliantly.
Top lane, Taiga. You called it brilliantly and they instantly feed. Why do you do this, Nomad? Like, every single game.
Sorry, OG. Sorry, guys.
What kind of a sicko are you? You're just,
I'm using my curse for good. I'm making the game, this laning phase nice and equal.
I see. Well, SF is just fighting the jungle right now. He's given up on the mid lane. That Harpy is still on mid. Like,
dude, it chased him when he went to get the bounty rune. It chased him here. Like, it's kind of like one of those horror movies where, like, you go to look out your window and you just think you see something. Did I see a Harpy there? Like, no, it's just the tree. It can't be here. And then he goes around the corner and goes to the next jungle camp and it's there again. Whoa, what?
It's reminiscing of the patch when you would always send the Harpy or the Wildkin. Wildkin was even worse. Like that, you just see him in the distance channeling that tornado and following you around. It was never a lot of fun.
Alright, what's your Toro going for? Did I call it right, or has he changed up his build since then? Oh, there it is. There it is. Midas
you were correct. And it's one of those heroes where Midas is actually really nice. Same like on Doom, right? Like you benefit a lot from the bonus
great stun from Tiger. Catching out Yatoro there on the very tip of the stun, and this might just be a kill for Amar and Tiger, although juking around the trees and Yatoro with the sprint, he's going to get his way back under the tower. He is absolutely hunky-dory.
And there's also a salve, there's also 2 mangoes on Miposhka, so he'll be completely fine here. Gets back to almost full HP, and now maybe can even go on Amar. It's nighttime, so it's kind of difficult to zone out the Night Stalker at the moment.
Yeah, it's tough, it's tough.
Look at the stacks on OG, like they're really on point. So many ancient stacks, so many hard camp stacks. This Tinker is gonna have some fun there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He sure is. Tinker can take agents with laser, right?
Yeah.
Cool. No, easy then. He's gonna have a great time. He's already having a great time in the mid lane. Man, this Chen is basically supporting the mid lane and the bottom lane at the same time. It's quite impressive.
Yeah, now he's bringing the Harpy and this little pesky Mud Golem bottom. They are going on Uragi though.
Well, they are, but he's going to turn around, he's got the stun available and the lightning and just all this damage pumping out into Mirror. Oh, great usage there to split up the Golem for the double stun, but it's not quite enough. The Fairy Fire keeps Mirror alive. The Monkey King will get himself back, but some really nice micro plays coming out there from Misha. I mean, We expect the best from him from this Chen, and that is what he's giving us.
I'm just worried about this build really on Beastmaster. Like, he didn't adjust to the fact that he's playing versus Night Stalker and Chen. You're still going for this Helm of Dominator. I guess you don't really have too many options in the current meta with the Beastmaster. But doesn't Chen just... he can still take that creep, right? Doesn't he just take the creep, and doesn't Night Stalker just buy the shard later on? We'll see. Collapse will probably take some towers before that happens, yeah.
So BZM just took the Ancient Camp by smoking up in front of it and just lasering it down with Rearm with an Arcane Rune. Never seen that before, but that is very cool. I mean, look at his net worth now. He is just ridiculous. I mean, Team Spirit, they sniff something's going wrong. Oh, BZM! He gets himself out. Toronto Tokyo is going to take this hard stack by the looks of it.
At least that, right? Like, I mean, not at least. It's a 5 stack. It's a lot of creeps, a lot of farm for Toronto Tokyo. But man, if they were just a little bit faster, they would have killed the Tinker, who now kills the Beastmaster instead.
Yep, cause and effect. You know, if they were able to kill the Tinker there, then Collapse wouldn't die in the bottom lane. But there we go. They don't get the kill, and now they get punished for it. And this tower is going to take a ton of damage in the process as well.
Playing Yatoro. Tinker did TP. He has a blink already, by the way.
Oh my god, yeah, that Ancient stack gets him the 8-minute blink dagger. Are you kidding me? That is insanely fast.
Bane catches Tinker now.
Ooh. As Mirror turned up to this one as well, the whole gang is here. Can OG defend him? Well, they're going to just take down Babushka straight off the bat. The BCM, I think his time might be limited, and Yatoro is going to be the one to pick up this kill. And now the damage comes through thick and fast onto Amar, but they are low on the dire heroes. Can they finish off Amar? He's running through the trees. He's going to get out, and Mirror's going to be the one that dies instead. Oh my goodness. Amar gets out on a tiny fraction of his HP pool. But if you live, you live.
Yeah, really nicely played by Uragi there, actually realizing that he doesn't have to be bottom anymore, it's even dangerous. So he rotates top, gets 2 kills for the life of his Tinker. Really well played. And I love as well at the same time how Yatoro he went into the Tinker and the Night Stalker, even though the silence was still there. He just stand up, he didn't care, he went for the kill. And it's the right call, because they needed to punish BZM a little bit.
Yep. Can't let him get carried away with this game. Meanwhile, they found Misha in the jungle, but with this Tinker behind him, they really don't want to go for this. They just want to back themselves away. Those rockets, they're doing so much on Maposhka's HP. Just 4 rounds of rockets, and he's going to be dead, throwing a void as well, and that'll make it 3. The Toronto Tokyo is still just trying to bottle his way through this, but the rocket spam with Amar just being... He's a drone. He's not even playing a hero at this point. He's just giving vision. UAV online as Amar is going to be able to take down Toronto Tokyo. Well, BZM is. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, those are some long-seeking missiles right there. When you have a Night Stalker, it's same like the Bounty Hunter, right? Yeah. Mid lane, Mira.
Did he get off the rearm? He didn't get off the rearm, and that's going to allow Mira to survive there. Actually, holding the Boundless Strike for the very last second of the channel duration saved his life, so nice heads-up play from him.
Nicely played. It's just that every time there is nighttime, Night Stalker will follow you around and you'll be rocketed to your death. Like, you need to find a BKB as soon as possible on your course. But SF doesn't even have Dragonlance yet. I mean, it's 10-minute mark. You can't expect for way more than that. But the Tinker with the Blink Dagger is already being a big problem.
Yeah, I feel like this is a strat which OG had been sitting on for a while, and they were just like, hey, you know what? We stand a chance to maybe take a series of Team Spirit here. Let's whip it out. Show off our Tinker. Tinker Chen. The Night Stalker in the mix as well feels very, very oppressive. And they've got so much vision as well. It's not just the Night Stalker, it's the Weaver as well, with Sakuchi to get in the backlines and bugs to keep the vision tracking going. These rockets are just going to be so hard to play into as Yatoro has to leave the top lane. It is 11 minutes, it's okay.
As you mentioned, this Weaver as well is giving a lot of info. Even though he's a carry, the Swarm will be extremely useful, right? Like, you just cast it and then the Tinker can spam out his heat-seeking missiles. Hawk is going to prevent Tinker from perhaps like being in all his Tinker spots in the trees. But at the moment, they don't really have any follow-up for that, so it's hard to kill the Tinker.
Yeah, it's very difficult. But that said, everything considered, it's still a pretty close laning fade. It's only a 1k gold advantage for OG. Tinker did have this amazing start, which has catapulted him ahead a bit. But, you know, Amar's still not super farmed. He's pretty far behind the Beastmaster in that regard, so they do make up for it in some aspects on Team Spirit.
Here now with the full Maelstrom. The moment you get this, you can start farming the Ancients as well. The triangle is game, and you can start ramping up that farming speed. And
Misha. Yeah, it's just a dead Chen. Fair enough. They managed to catch him out in the jungle. Probably not who they were looking for, but they'll take it regardless.
they didn't use anything, right? No roar, no big spells, items. Meanwhile, what OG is doing really, really damn well this game is stacks. Like, they've been stacking this triangle like mad. Like, there's already, what, a 4-stack? 3-stack?
Mm-hmm.
That's a 4-stack, yeah.
Yeah, won't be stacking it again here. Maybe he will actually, maybe he's still in the right time. Meanwhile, though, BZM's just going to make sure they don't push in the mid lane, but I don't imagine Team Spirit are actually going to make a play on BZM here. Feels super risky to do so. The monkey's just bouncing around looking for some information more than anything. That's exactly what he'll do. Ooh. Oh, what information he's giving here.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
But that's a full smoke broken up by him, but now they know he jumped. They saw him.
Deforestation going on right now. Tiger's going to catch him out with the stun, but they don't have the right tree again, so Mira's going to be able to bounce himself away to safety. That is 3 heroes occupied for about 30 seconds.
But damn, Tiger actually had tangos, and Damar had the Quelling Blade. They just didn't use it fast enough to cut more trees. I believe they cut to only the one, right? And it wasn't the right one, sadly, for them.
In that moment, yeah. Unfortunately, didn't quite grab it. They can see where the spike is, they know the general area, but getting it exactly right proved a bit tricky for them. So...
The game definitely slowed down a bit, right? Like, it's a bit more chill now.
Yeah, it did. It did. Have to do some actual commentating here, Lizard, rather than just talking about what's happening in front of our eyes. That's annoying.
Well, the Chen did steal another dominated creep, so that's what just happened in front of my eyes, and I
Hooray! Tiger got the tree. There we go. We get to kill Mira now. There we go.
You can keep your magic. I have
He's still going for the Overlord. I guess, you know, the utility that the item brings is just way too high not to take it. So
yeah, that does seem to be the choice. Also, when you get those Ancients, the Chen can't take Ancients for a while, right?
yeah, Chen can't, but you can eat them with the shard, right, around that 20-minute mark.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
All right.
Which will be pretty damn sad for Collapse.
Okay, so when we get to 20-minute mark, then both the Chen and the Nightstalker will be able to eat his creeps. So you got 20 minutes, you got 6 minutes actually, 5 minutes to make this Helm of the Overlord pay off. Better see some magic happening. Meanwhile, middle tower will
step it up, Collapse.
Comes in and grabs it. Yeah.
Well, he needs what? Just 1,200 gold more. So it's gonna be like around that 18-minute mark, probably.
All right. 2 minutes then to make that pay off. No pressure, bro. You got this.
I mean, it's like, on paper, it works the way we're saying. You just take the creep away, right? Top lane, BZM, all that.
Yep, they've got him, but at the same time, do they really have him? Because there's no one here to follow up, and the poach is actually just going to get punched in the face instead by Amar. Goes down to BZM. It's, you know, it feels good as the Bane to catch the Tinker like that, but he couldn't just let his prey go, you know? He should have just backed away, but he was like, man, you want to kill
instantly afterwards. Because of that kill, right? Like, with the Bane, you can sleep him, and he was doing that in the last game. He would sleep the target around those stairs, and then there would be a follow-up. But this time around, like, he's even doing it during night, so just feeds afterwards.
Yep. First round of the game goes to Yuragi. We'll have that Ages of Immortality for the next fight. That's going to be pretty scary for Team Spirit to fight into. Any chance of killing this Weaver is now pretty much none. They don't have the lockdown outside of the Bane. And actually, they've got Bane and Raw. They can do it, but through 2 lives, it's going to be very difficult with a team behind them.
Yeah, Bane, Roar, Toronto Tokyo will have that BKB now, but Mira...
Oh my god.
Will fall once again, yep.
We really haven't seen anything from this SF. Like, I know it's this right-click SF build. It's not like Yule's. It's not supposed to be magic damagey. But
Stupid.
I don't know, like I expect to see some kind of attempt with Requiem, but Toronto Tokyo, he's just not really feeling like he can make any plays here.
Well, he might... No, he won't feed mid. Well, look, this game is like not a game for SF at the moment. Before you get the BKB, you literally cannot play this game. So what he decided to do is just stay back and farm it up is definitely the right
He's got
course
it.
of action.
He disassembled his Dragon Lance.
Exactly. Now that he has it, he can start making moves. Or maybe they'll make a move on him.
Yeah, let's see. He's not holding it back. He's happy to show this BKB off to them and say, okay, let's look.
It's a game in which SF obviously isn't the tankiest hero. And in a game in which you're playing versus the Night Stalker that gets on top of you and then Tinker just kills you off. Tinker has full Shivas, by the way.
And in they go. It's Team Spirit's turn to make a play as they jump onto Amar here. They'll stun him up with the right clicks from Yatoro, and they will be able to get this kill. Tinker arriving a little too late to pump out those rockets to force them away, and that will just be a clean kill onto the OG offlaner.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Jumping in, Yuragi, shoving in this top wave, but of course has the Aegis. And that is one of the things which the Aegis allows you to do, you know? It's somewhat of a farming tool in some regards, in that you can farm very aggressively, not be too worried about the team going on you, because you'll have that backup behind you.
Yeah, exactly. It allows you to sometimes greed out with the item build as well. Perhaps allows you to skip a BKB that you would usually buy, and you can buy a Dragon Lance or something similar. Not in this situation. He's still stuck with his same item build that he would have gone for anyway. He is getting closer to Linken's, which is nice. Top lane, Koshka.
Yeah, he's been peppered a bit by creeps, by a Tinker, you know, just sending in the little army, the Chen army. And Misha will be the one to finish the job there. But in comes Toronto Tokyo. He's popping the big ultimate right down onto BZM's face. There's no way out for him. The Tinker is gone. And that is the first big Requiem of the game we have seen. But OT aren't done. They're looking for Mirror on the sideline. They're probably going to be able to get him here as Amar pops that ultimate and gets on top of that Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend, what can he really do? Toronto Tokyo is just being peppered by poor old Yuragi as he smashes him apart, but in comes a roar from Collapse, but they have finished off the kill there as a finger comes out from Tiger to kill off Toronto Tokyo. Yuragi, time-lapse just in time. But meanwhile, there's a grip out onto Amar. They found another one, Team Spirit. They are making this fight work for them right now as Yuragi going for the TP away. They do have the vision, but they don't have the interrupt. Yuragi gets out, but a huge fight for the side of Team Spirit as they take down everyone except that Aegis carrier, and followed up by a pause as well.
Yeah, the two of their supports were kind of forced to buy back there in the end, and they didn't kill the Weaver. Nightmare was still on like a 1.5 seconds cooldown, but really well played by SF to TP straight into Tinker's face and use that Requiem. I feel it for Miposhka in this game, because you're playing versus a Chen. You're playing versus like one of the hardest heroes to play as Bane. You absolutely do nothing to the creeps. You cannot push waves versus all the creeps, and once they scout you out, the Shen can just send them at you, and you can't use that Nightmare or Fiend's Grip if they're following you and stunning you with the Centaur and whatnot. Still though, OG, they went a little bit too deep there with the Tinker. Perhaps he should have remained on the high ground. If he remains on the high ground, like, there is no way SF gets close enough to utilize that Requiem very well.
So, very heads-up play from the Shadow Fiend, but slight misjudgment there from the Tinker as well, going a little too deep, perhaps.
Yeah, all set up by this ward that you see on the cliff, right next to the outpost. It's an old ward from Team Spirit, and it gave exact vision of the Tinker. As well, I have to commend Mira for playing really well in that fight. He was just so patiently waiting for the SF to TP and then to strike onto the Tinker together with him.
He knew exactly what he wanted. He knew exactly who he was looking for. And he found it. He found it, setting up beautifully with his team. Yeah, Team Spirit bait the trap, and they get themselves a fight. And it's a really, really close game at this point. But with that big team fight going the way of Team Spirit, I think it's very much even once again. Even though this Aegis does belong to Yuragi, I'm just not sure they're going to be able to make anything happen with it now.
Yeah, I mean, it's close, but if you have a tier 2 to TP on a Tinker, you know?
Yes.
Like, I think in any other scenario, that fight wouldn't look that close. Like, Team Spirit is 1k ahead, but it doesn't really feel that way. Like, the items that they have, like this Helm of Overlord, on that's pretty much all of the net worth from Beastmaster can be negated by OG in 2 seconds. It's, as you can see, Chen has queued up the Aghanim's shard.
Yep.
And Night
Let's check
Stalker.
out Night Stalker. What's he got?
Actually, he's going for a different route. He's not buying the shard at the moment, it seems like.
All right, trust in the Chen to take care of business then, and he will go instead for the Blink Dagger just to get them further catch onto those pesky backline heroes. I mean,
do you like the way he?
do
Do you like the way Amar itemized this time around? He's actually not going for the BKB because he realizes there's too many things that go through it, so he went just for a plate mail instead. Plate mail that's really good versus Slardar, versus summons as well, versus all the minus armor on Spirit.
Yeah, so like the way armor works, right? Like it's basically at 0, you know, +1 or -1 is going to be the highest impacting point of armor, and then every positive or minus from that is just going to be incrementally less impactful. So you want to just
it diminishes a little bit, something like that.
Exactly. So you want to stay, you know, just a bit above 0 armor when you're playing against these heroes. It can be a very fine balance. We'll see exactly if he's able to keep himself in that threshold. Because if you don't, you're going to get smashed down very, very quickly by these heroes. The damage is going to look absolutely ridiculous when they get to that point. Like, if they're wailing on a hero which has no armor items, then they are just going to get squashed.
And there's just so many things, right? The SF Aura, the Corrosive Haze, then you have Orb of Corrosion on Monkey King. Like, there's just so much right-click damage if they get to right-click.
Yeah, for sure. And Team Spirit, they're feeling pretty enabled right now. They're going to go for the tier 1 tower in the middle lane, knowing that this Aegis has now run out. They have this Golem up due to that Helm of the Dominator. The Chen can't really get it close enough to take, but they're just going to drop everything onto the Shadow Fiend, but the Nightmare's going to save him. He pops the BKB, looks for the turnaround as they're able to blow up Hamar here. The misfire from OG, they don't protect the tower. They lose their offlaner, and Team Spirit lose absolutely nothing for that one.
It's just such a damn great performance in that teamfight from Team Spirit. You know, you count them out, you feel like, okay, it's very difficult for them to fight off the Stinker. And then suddenly he doesn't look that scary after one single fight. Keep in mind that Weaver wasn't a part of it. So that's a big deal for Team Spirit, obviously. They were fighting against the team without their carry.
Yeah. Look at Mira here. He's so unafraid of this Tinker. He just jumps in and kills off his creep wave. So, another thing I think is important to mention as well is that when you have this Granite Golem up with that Helm of the Overlord, the percentage HP increase is going to be really nice playing against this Tink. You know, all those squishy heroes which take like 2 rockets and are suddenly out of the fight, suddenly have an extra bit of HP to work with. You know, it allows them to tank 1 more round of rockets. That is the difference maker when you're playing against Tinker, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Until Chen takes that Granite Golem away.
Yep. And then you don't have 15% HP, and the enemy team do have 50% HP.
Yeah. Then it kind of turns around against you.
Yes, you might feel like a bit of a wally in that situation, but he didn't take it that fight, couldn't get close enough. You know, if you're close enough to steal that Ancient, then you might be close enough to be punched in the face by Yatoro, so...
There's a smoke, I think, happening here from Team Spirit, and they do have everything they need to actually take a good fight. I think they need to bite a bigger thing than Taiga, though. Frog. Frog in a round.
Frog, monkey, frog. Oh, that was a Hawk coming in at 1,000,000 miles an hour. It's going to stun up Tiger, and that's going to get them the kill onto the line.
Hiragi.
Now this is a much bigger target. They've got the sleep, they've got the Requiem. He does just about get off the Sakuchi, but it's not going to save his life. Hiragi gets dropped. Great catch there. Team Spirit, you know, they knew that they only needed a couple of heroes to bring down one, and they immediately go looking for whoever else was nearby, and they find
Are we witnessing a complete turnaround? Like the way that OG wants to fight this is they want to jump with the Night Stalker. That's literally what the hero does. Same what he was doing in that last game, right? But you cannot, not anymore. The moment there's roar, you just get roared and beaten down.
That's heals onto the Tinker. This Tinker's in trouble. This Tinker's in more than trouble. He's dead. BZM dead in the tree line, playing with a monkey. It goes horribly wrong. 60 seconds.
Is this
for the
high
Tinker.
ground?
They're going for this Team Spirit.
Radiant's courier.
Okay, they killed the courier first, but this should
5-man courier
be...
gank. Good job.
Just literally every single hero went for it. Like,
Dude, they
it's
wanted
so
that courier.
important.
It's a Tinker's courier.
Maybe they saw something that we plebs didn't. Maybe the courier had a big item on it or something. Chen takes the dragon away.
There we go. Our Black Dragon now. And there's a Hex out onto the Shadow Fiend. Yuragi doing a decent amount of damage. His Linken's is now gone. Gotta be a little bit careful. It's Hamar on the sidelines. He's just getting ulted and punched by Yatoro. Another hero dead. Team Spirit, where does this momentum come from? They're just barreling down on the OG base. OG have to answer this. And now they go in. Tiger dropping the big... Oh, the BKB is going to purge off the finger damage. Not today, Tiger. And Toronto Tokyo just smashing away at the barracks non-stop. And it is gone. And they just back themselves away. Team Spirit, they do the damage. They try to get out. Now, OG, can they catch anything on the retreat? Tiger just running forwards here, throwing out the stuns. It's not landing. The potion's going for the TP on the side. Toronto Tokyo leaving as well. They do catch out of the very least the Bane here. Mahoshka, though, playing ring around the tree. But he is going to lose his life. But I mean, one Bane for a barracks and a bunch of kills. Yeah, that's a good trade.
Not only for the barracks and a bunch of kills, it's the state of the game that you're in right now in Team Spirit. You figured them out. It feels like they figured out the way to play against this OG's draft. And it's on OG to switch things around. And I'm not sure just how can they do it because of the way they itemized. Like, we praised the Night Stalker, I praised him for this plate mill, but at the moment, you still die, you know, like, with it or without it, you still can't play the way you want to. This Blink Dagger is such a huge necessity for Amar. He needs to find a way to jump into the backlines, like he was doing in that last match.
Roshan, very biased in this series, by the way. He respawned instantly for Team Spirit earlier on. Now he respawns just as Tiger leaves the pit. I think the admins will have to investigate Roshan, do a bit of a interview.
Yeah, we need
sure.
we need the devs to take a look at this afterwards, just a little bit. But Collapse is sending his Hawk already inside, and I don't think that OG can take it in time.
I think you might be right. Oh, Tiger jumping in with the stun. He's very far forwards on this line though. Amira's just going to instantly drop down the Wukong's command. He has caught Yuragi in this stun as well. Yuragi's trying to take down the Monkey King, but he's got that armor, but the rocket's coming through. I think he might be a goner. In comes Amar though, the roar and the grit onto the Night Stalker. They don't want to let him get into this fight. The Poshka getting revenge for last game in a big, big way. 2 grips, 2 kills onto the Night Stalker back to back.
He's had enough of him. There is OG attempt into the pit. There is no grip, remember.
That's true. That's very, very true. Toro just trying to deal with these creeps here. Nightmare up the dragon. It's important, though, that you can control these creeps, because these are the ones getting vision for the Tinker rockets, right?
Oh, definitely. They're still doing the rush. And it looks like Team Spirit, they want to contest this.
This is a messy Roche fight if ever I've seen one. Both teams coming around. They found the Tinker. Yule's out onto the Tinker. Can they bring him down? BZM go for the TP way. That's not going to happen though. As Yutoro gets on top of him, takes him apart. Mirror is dead, but what does that matter as Tiger's going to go down as well, being beaten in. And now the ultimate coming out from Toronto Tokyo just to make sure they get the kills here and force them away from the area. But the Tinker, he's back with Yuragi as well. They're doing damage to Toronto Tokyo. I don't think he's got a way out of this one. Goodbye, Shadow Fiend. And hello, Collapse as he's jumping on onto BZM, but he doesn't really have much health to work with here. Yeah, that doesn't work out too well for him, unfortunately. Amar still looking for more, but it's OG who are back into the pit. Yes, it costs them a fair few buybacks from the Tinker and the Night Stalker, but they are going to claim this Aegis for themselves.
Monkey King jumping around, maybe tries to snatch it with Boundless Strike. Just the kill, I mean. Yeah, that looked all right for Team Spirit, right? They went in, they contested it, they caught the Tinker. I guess they didn't count for the buyback. Because the moment Tinker buybacks, your teamfight is just so lost. He's jumping on the high ground. Everyone from Team Spirit was in the river and he's just having a blast, sniping them off. Exactly the fight that OG needed, this rush fight, even with the buybacks.
Very good stuff. I mean, yeah, as we say, costly. They paid a price for it. Team Spirit forced them to pay a price, which means their lead they gain isn't quite as huge, but still really big, and they found BZM. This is a buyback Tinker. I mean, he has got an Aegis. His team needs to get here, and they need to get here now because BZM is losing his first life. Yatoro blinked a little bit awkwardly here, so couldn't actually right-click the Tinker, meaning he survives a little bit longer.
He can't
Yatoro
hit him.
Still stuck in the trees, and now he finally blinks himself out as he starts pounding away at the Tinker, taking down to 400 HP, 100 HP, he turns it around, he's gonna live! And both the Team Spirit heroes die instead. Oh my goodness, that was close. Yeah, Team Spirit were coming in, but they are not anymore.
The rest of them are fine to get away, but that blink from the Slardar.
Yeah.
1-3 is separating him from that Tinker, and he literally cannot attack him because of it. That was just so unfortunate for the little fish.
Yeah, no, I mean that's why you don't see fish in forests, right?
Yeah, exactly, that's the main reason. Although there are some that climb trees and whatnot. Did you watch the...
Bosnia is a weird place too.
It's not... Maybe our TV is lying to me again, you know, just making fake fish. Making up
propaganda.
Yeah.
Well, with these two heroes dead, they will take this bottom tier 2 tower. Very nice for OG.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Dude, I mean, I kind of want to see that again. I kind of don't. Like, the Slardar just stuck in the trees. It was so sad. Like, if he wasn't stuck there, that was just 2 deaths for
You just got me stuck thinking about that fish now. I have to Google it.
Okay.
Send it your way.
Thanks.
But yeah, Slardar, it's just one of those things, you know, even Roshan respawns in OG's favor exactly the way, and then he blinks behind the trees. Sometimes there are games in which just nothing is working out your way. You're playing correctly, but
oh no,
one misfortune after another.
I mean, for those of you that didn't catch it, you know, it's he just takes a step away here, BZM, and Yatoro's just like, oh. He's like, well, he's picking himself. He's like, guys,
Lane, Amar.
Oh, hold on, we're going on the Night Stalker here. There's a lot of damage being pumped into him. The Hand of God going to help him out, but not enough. Amar is gone. Amira, that is a deep jump from him. He's going to get lasered in the face. Kind of asking for that there as he tries to go looking for the +1, but accidentally finds +4. And that math equation didn't quite work out for him, so... Trade for a trade. I guess Team Spirit will take that one.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a better trade for Team Spirit, right? Positioning based, but at the same time, Mira, he likes doing this. And most of the time, he teams follow up. This time around, OG was just way too ready.
Voice lines himself as well, which I respect a lot.
Brave? Brave but stupid, yeah.
Love
it was
a
a nice
nice flame. It was. Alright, well, I mean, I guess we'll call that a neutral trade. Like, yes, it was a 3 for a 4, but the difference is minimal, and, you know, it was on OG's side of the map as well. I don't know, I mean, how do you envisage the next team fight looking? You know, what are both teams looking to achieve in these fights?
It's all about positioning for Team Spirit once again. Like, literally, they just have to set up this perimeter around the SF and Bane, and protect this SF, turn him into this tower, this right-clicking machine.
Uh-oh, Mira's found him. Dude, this Yules onto the Tinker is doing so much work. Yatoro's on something. This time, there's no tree in the way. It's just him and the Tinker and the monkey.
Now the question is, are we going to see a team fight? Because Tinker, he bought back, remember? Like, he doesn't have it. That's 2 minutes without him.
Wow. Yep. It's OG's turn to play the mouse in this game of cat and mouse.
Like, they're really doing a great job catching Tinker.
Holy crap.
And that's mostly on Mira. But still, Mira catches him, follow-up is always there. I just love how fast they are at responding to each other's calls.
Moonshard Slardar. Here we go, friends. Here we go. Look at that fish slap.
Radiant's middle tower.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, some attack speed from the Moonshard, from the Midas as well.
Yeah, just some.
Just some, a little bit. Then you have SF as well hitting together with you, that damage.
Yeah. The building aura also helping out a ton here just to make these towers melt like butter. And they need to do something here, OG, or they're just going to lose a Rax. what can they do? They have no Tinker. 50 seconds. If they engage in a fight here, they might just get killed off. So, but Team Spirit aren't showing any signs. Look at Toronto Tokyo. He's just strutting up the high ground here. He's not even taking the lower path. Absolute baller move as the Roar comes in onto the line. They want to take down the support as quickly as possible. Their disarm is out though onto the Shadow Fiend. He can't attack him, which means he is going to be shoved down to the low ground. OG, they are not overcommitting to this, but they are defending their high ground somewhat. But they've already lost a lane of barracks. But 20 seconds till Tinker's back. It will remain just one lane gone.
Tokyo? They did think about going on him again, but this time around they opted not to. Like all these small little things, the way these two teams are fighting on the high ground, and the reasoning behind SF being where he is, like it all makes sense. It's okay. SF might have been a little bit too brave, sitting and walking through high ground. There was an option for him to go with his teammates, but everything afterwards that happened was so good. The way that they roared the line so that he can't follow up and bring SF to like 0, like from 50 to 0, was very important. And the fact that they didn't truly commit on SF because they knew he has Satanic, they just disarmed him after the initial stuns and moved away. Both of these teams exactly knowing just how far they can push the limits, and they don't go further.
Exactly. They both of the. It's a really good point that they just kind of hold these lines so steadily. You know, we saw Team Spirit do that perfectly against Team Tundra, just holding a very, very disciplined team fight in some of these games where they didn't necessarily have the team fight advantage. And here we're seeing a very similar thing, but this time from OG. When they know they're behind, they know exactly how much to commit and when not to overcommit. One thing to mention here is that the Weaver did just buy a Skadi, which is a huge item in this game, but it does mean he doesn't have buybacks, so got to be careful in the next fight.
He doesn't have it, and also the Tinker, right? Like the Tinker went for Ghost Scepter. He has had that Aghanim's for a while now, so both of these cores do not have buybacks. Night Stalker does have one, but that's about it. Team Spirit is in a perfect position to take this fight.
Let's see how this one goes down.
Oh, Miposhka.
Yeah, let's see him. Hey, buddy, how's it going? This is a great pick off for OG, but Team Spirit are actually coming in from behind. A couple of right clicks thrown the way of the Night Stalker from Toronto Tokyo as he's taken to the front lines. Disarm is out though. Yuragi's on top of him. Dealing with the ward first, now turning to dealing with the hero. So you can see the priority here of Toronto Tokyo holding his ground with that BKB, but Yuragi has found Mirror as well. The arena not protecting him at all, really. And it is going to be Team Spirit who have to back themselves out from this one. I don't think there's a play potential here.
Collapse.
Hello, Collapse. Oh dear. Yeah, he's being beaten in here. Yuragi, Tiger, everyone gets on top of him, and the Beastmaster will fall. OG take a convincing team fight.
From the buybacks, we have Miposhka using his and Taiga using his. But besides that, everyone else is kind of fine. It's a convincing victory because of the Beastmaster kill, but it's not the biggest win for OG there. I still feel like it could have went so much better for them if they caught SF with the Lion, but that was prevented by the Slardar, who just constantly knows the right targets and goes for them.
What a treat this series has been. What a treat. I'm so glad. I mean, there was a chance after that first game especially where we kind of felt like OG were just gonna, you know, flop out of it a bit way, unfortunately, like Tundra did, but that is not happening. They are putting up an excellent fight here against the bosses that are Team Spirit. And for the first time in a while, the Team Spirit streak is being threatened. 9 series in a row.
One problem that Team Spirit is having, well, they're trying to fix it by smoking up. They understand that Rosh should be up in the next couple of seconds. It's actually respawning right now, but they already smoked up. They didn't even wait for the Beastmaster. They need this outpost though.
Yeah, they're gonna know. There is no subtlety to this whatsoever, because Roshan, he is a tiny little Roshan baby, but once again, Mirror's in with the Yules onto the Tinker. Toronto Tokyo is atop them as well as Yatoro. They're just plowing into the Tinker. He's gone, but buyback immediately. BZM knows he needs to be in this fight. This Roshan is everything as they have to grip out onto Amar on the high ground, but they need to take him out. The damage killers, they're not there because they're being shredded by Yuragi as they bring down Toronto Tokyo in response. He has the buyback on the Shadow Fiend. Is he going to use it to defend this Roshan? Otherwise, it will belong to OG.
It looks like that he doesn't even have to. They're not really... Okay, he actually uses the buyback.
Yeah, they see the opportunity now, don't they? There's creeps in the OG base. They need to deal with this.
Exactly, they saw the Tinker TP base, TP home, but he can come back very easily.
It's too quick, but Lion jumps in, tries to do something there. I don't know if he got anything from that. I don't think so. It looks like it's all in the hands of Team Spirit, and now this could just go horribly wrong. OG trying to fight here, but the Tinker's on the front lines. That's not a sentence you want to be saying as OG BCM's going to lose his life. They find the Tinker, no buyback on him. Amar trying to fight up into this one as well. I mean, he's punching away at Mira. Yuragi, he needs a miracle now, and right now he's just getting punched in the face instead. He backs himself up. Amar, though, is being beaten by Yatoro. The attack speed Slardar just coming in and slaying him down. Yuragi trying to fight up, but it feels like it's one man versus the world. Buyback is available. Amar, he's going to have to use it here. He has no choice. Yuragi trying to fight up into the entirety of Team Spirit,
Detection.
but it just doesn't seem possible. Bkop out from Yuragi, but now they keep on chasing him down, and the Roar is there as well. They're going to take down the Weaver. Buyback out once again. They need to try and hold here, but it's 3
GG.
versus 5, and they are just going to call it there. No more fight left in the side of OG. The series will go to Team Spirit. Their streak remains now at 10 series in a row for the TI champions. They take down OG 2-1.
Damn, what a series. What 3 games we just witnessed. Like the first one, alright, it was, a shellacking, like some like to call it, but these second 2 games were just so on point. I just love the strategical aspects from them. In the second game, perhaps a little bit more than in the last one, but the team fights in the last one were on point. I just love the fact that Team Spirit also realized what OGs are best at, and it's this Night Stalker jumping the backlines and eliminating the supports. So they drafted heroes that just stick together. Right, they move as one unit, and then you can't go in. You can't go onto the Bane, onto the SF when you have minus 30 armor, and you're also being hit by everyone. Still, this last fight from OG, I'm not sure. Like the Tinker shows mid lane, you aren't like at risk of losing anything on that mid lane, right? It's only the creeps hitting pretty much some useless buildings. It wasn't the Rexes or anything. And because of that, Lion is forced to kind of jump in first. They don't have vision, and they get heavily punished for it.
Yeah, for me, the MVP of that game has to be Mira on the Monkey King, honestly. He caught out that Tinker so many times. Yules was a perfect dynam that game, just delaying the Tinker, allowing his team to get nearby. Mostly Yatoro was the one teaming up with him, just jumping in and smashing that Tinker to bits. I mean, he just gave him an absolute headache. Mapochka as well, the difference from game 2 to game 3 was awesome to see. Like, he was able to just completely eviscerate this poor old Night Stalker, which gave him so much trouble in the second game. Team Spirit, they just step it up, and that is what they do, and that is why they're currently the best team in the world. And now we'll throw it over to our panel to break down the game even further. Over to you, Dan and the gang.
Well, I just came back from my lunch to find out that Team Spirit had also had theirs, but instead of an egg bagel, they had OG's Tinker, absolutely devouring that hero. Black, talk me through what happened in that game.
Well, it was a combination of both BZM being way too confident in his abilities and Mira just always being at the right position. Like, I think if Mira doesn't play as flawless as he has, I don't see a way that OG loses this game. He caught up the Tinker, I don't know, like 5-6 times every team fight. They won on the back of him. Like seriously. Like, I don't know how he always found him, but yeah, like I was super afraid of the Tinker. For a good reason, because they don't really have a good backline jump at all. But like, who needs that if Mira is just a wonder boy?
Mm-hmm. Do you also believe in miracles, Bkop?
Yeah, I do believe in miracles. The U.S. team in 1980 did it once, and we see it every now and then. And here, it was just Mira was so good in this game, and like you said, Black, in finding this Tinker, and Tinker who had a great start thanks to Misha, who stacked so many times for this Tinker, giving him such a good jumping off point. And even with that jumping off point, Mira was able to make sure that his team had a way back in to stop this Tinker from really taking over. Because there were a couple times where early on it looked like it was the Tinker Night Stalker combo that was really going to be an issue when they're diving the tier 2 tower to get Toronto Tokyo and blow him up, where Amar is just chasing down Toronto Tokyo and being just the vision that BZM needs to throw rockets his way. Like, it was definitely scary at one point, but Mira definitely really kept it together for them.
I want to talk about the Slardar on your Toro as well. It's another unusual carry pick we've had this series. 11-12, 11-2-12. Pretty domineering from him. Were you impressed by that, Black?
I mean, the way it ended up being played, of course, it looked very, very awesome and flashy. Ended up 12-2. But I do have to admit that I'm still, after this game, I'm not convinced that it's like the greatest carry pick, at least not in a match like this. Simply because, like, he wasn't supposed to have as much impact as he did. But I really just want to double down on, like, Mira finding all these openings means that the only hard counter to Slaughter this game, which is the Tinker, was taken out every time immediately. So Slaughter had a complete free reign in every team fight.
I think it's worth praising OG a little bit here. This was a relatively close fought game. They came off a good Game 2 performance. It's a good performance by the young squad. Wouldn't you agree, Bkop?
Yeah, I think this is not turning it around from Game 1, like, to not get so discouraged. And because I think if they lose Game 2 in the same way they lose Game 1, that's almost so bad for the mentality there, where you're just like wondering, can we even? It does make you question everything, right? You get beat up pretty hard by a Team Spirit that has won TI. Maybe that's mentally defeating, but they come back Game 2. They play really well in that Game 2, and I think there's a lot of things that you can take away from this game number 3 that did look good, where it's like, hey, we took a game off the TI champions right now, and we're a squad that is still being underestimated. We're a squad that's still super young and a lot to learn. That's confidence boosting. And, your best advancements come from your biggest losses. When you have guys who are fighters, their biggest learning points come from fighters that are fights that they lose. And, this is a losing match, but a learning one that's going to be important for them moving forward.
And they're not out yet, right? Still a lower bracket to go for them. So
yeah,
let's see if they can apply everything they learned here. Because, as you said, playing against the best teams in the world is really just how you learn, so just that much faster.
Okay, well, OG are going to be dropping down to the lower bracket and Team Spirits will be going straight up to that upper bracket final. But we don't want any of you viewers to go anywhere because we've got more great Dota ahead with Nigma Galaxy versus Team Secret and EU Titans mashup coming right next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
ultimate secret revealed, and my service rewarded. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm staging a comeback.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm over here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
No whining now. Preparation. Looking for me? Over here now. Where's the body? I'm over here.
Attack.
We weren't aware.
Radiant's courier has been killed. 30 seconds to battle.
First
Back for you.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is falling.
Hello and welcome back to OGA Dota Bits Season 5. I'm joined as ever by Bkop and Black, who are going to help me talk through Enigma Galaxy versus Team Secret. Why don't you kick us off, Black, by talking a little bit about this new Secret roster? How do you feel they've been doing?
I mean, I have a little bit of like mixed feelings regarding the team. Like I thought they would initially do a lot better than they did, and then just when I thought, yeah, maybe this is how they're just going to be performing, then they take it up a notch and just play much better than I thought they would. And right now, I would say they're still in the like figuring out phase, like what's happening, because Nisha obviously just recently went to the carry position, so that's a lot of rediscovery that he has to do, right? Because positions are just very, very different. But I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Always a big fan of Secret and the way they're progressing through tournaments. So big hopes from me.
How about you, Bkop?
Yeah, I would agree. They have one drop series early on, but I think coming into the last 3 series they've played, they've looked really good. Especially the last series they played against Liquid, where they took that 2-0. I think that this is a team, like Black said, that's still kind of getting through the figuring it out phase. It's hard. I feel like the figuring out phase could be really hard when you're only playing one series a week in the DPC. So an event like this is certainly something that could really help out. And we used to see that with the Chinese leagues, the DPL and H Cup and all those other events. And you saw China teams kind of come into form very quickly because they had so many matches back to back to back. And I think an event like this that can definitely help Secret kind of find their footing.
Yeah, for sure. Like personal opinion as well. Like when I was competing, the more tournaments you can play, the better it really is for your own just skill level. Because sure, you have scrims, which you will play seriously, but if there's nothing on the line, you're always going to play worse than you would as if there is actually something you're playing for.
Puppy's an experienced guy, though. He's taken so many teams from scratch or from slight modification to being top-tier competitors. It's interesting to see how he builds a team and how he grows a team into being a success. Do you feel he's almost able to do that just through scrims rather than competition? Is he enough, or do you still think even a Puppy needs kind of time?
I think he's a leader, so it's got to be how you like the scrims help figuring out how you are going to lead the new roster. No, you're not going to lead every team the same way. Like, yes, it's going to have probably the roots of leading a team are going to be the same because that's what's found you success. But now you've got to also kind of, I would say, fine tune that to the people who joined you, right? So those scrims definitely help. And he's someone who's got a lot of experience in leading teams. So I think he can definitely put it together how he's going to lead teams very quickly.
And in terms of the new additions, Black nodding in agreement, total agreement. Well done, Bkop, for impressing Black. In terms of their new additions, Ice and Samael, how do you feel they've been performing, Black?
Not like you would expect to like the super high standard that everybody puts on them, right? But like not terribly by any means either. I still think Sumel has a lot of work to do to get back to his old shape, and Ice probably just needs some time to fit into the team because the players he's playing with now, they are pretty different from what he has played with like previously. And as I said, Nisha, not new to the carry role, but rediscovering the carry role again, because last time he played carry was like 2 years ago, maybe even longer. And whenever you have like a team a new team like that, you got to figure out like farm distribution, who takes what when, what kind of draft do we work best with. But of course, Secret also has one of the best coaches in the world, with Heen. Big fan of him. I think he's a super smart guy.
I think it's interesting as well because they've been together for so long in their previous incarnation. That team was obviously it did make changes. They brought in Matumba Man, but the kind of that support core of it, 3 to 5, had been a consistent thing for almost 3 years, and it's incredible watching them change and having to adjust from being such a force for so long. But talking about a team that hasn't had to adjust, that has stayed consistent. Nigma, they've had a little bit of a rough start. How do you feel they're coming together now that Miracle's back, Bkop?
It's definitely been hit or miss because they didn't exactly look too strong in that series against Lions. I think there was a lot of things that, obviously, that was the first series that had Miracle back with the lineup. So maybe you're trying to figure out where your footing is there because even though you have the same roster, sometimes if somebody takes a break, I think Black talked about it when we were casting that series. You know, how much were you playing in your break? How much are you getting into form while you're not playing these professional games? And so now Miracle, I think, back with the lineup, is he going to find his footing? And how, he's got to kind of find his footing quickly in the DPC. Here is certainly help as well, but they, won that series against Lions and they lost against OG. So I'm a little worried about where they stand at the moment.
Great. Well, I believe we've got a draft coming up right now, so we can see how these teams are going to line up and how they are stacking up in the second half of this beautiful splash screen. We've already seen a couple of bans, and we're right in time for the first pick with Razor SnapPhire being banned out by Team Nigma Galaxy and that IO Weaver banned out by Team Secret. Standard bans? Anything that jumps out to you there, Black?
Not in particular. Maybe the Razor isn't as popular, especially like in the first phase, but some teams like him more than others. Secret is definitely one of those teams that are more likely to play it, and it's just an up-and-coming hero in the meta, so makes a lot of sense. Nigma, I mean, they do like their Monkey King, but like I feel like oftentimes they're a little bit too crazy when it comes to their like support picks, especially. So I would like just a cookie cutter Bane, like play the standard stuff. No need for like a 5 Monkey King. No need for all that stuff.
A Bane would not be a good cookie cutter. It's too complex. Although it would have little kind of spindly bits that would break off. You want a Pudge? That's a good cookie.
Sure. I mean, or you just go for the Mars. All right.
Mars. A cookie of a hero, most certainly, and a standard one as well. Does Mind Control play a lot of Mars? Is it a good one for him?
I think that Mars is pretty poor for any offlaner, right? It's become one of the most popular offlaner picks. It seems like it's a staple of the offlane at the moment. I've liked what I've seen from pretty much everybody with a Mars at the moment, Mind Control in particular, and now we talked about the OD last series, and now Secret are going to go to the OD. I've been loving that hero in the offlane. Hopefully that's where it is this time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Does he play it as well?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, he played in the DPC, I think. Was it against? Who was it against? I don't remember, but he played it there.
Samael played him twice in the DPC.
Yeah. No, like, he had like this incredible game where he just saved everybody and their mom with like his axe astrals, and it was like super spectacular to watch. So CIS is definitely very accustomed on the hero. And Nyx Assassin. That's a bit of a strange one.
Yeah, what's the logic behind that, do you think?
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, it's a pretty strong dual lane, first of all. OD Nyx. Of course, the Astral, of course, that's up for the Impale. And Nyx is just always this hero that Invoker is one of them, where you're thinking twice, do I really want this hero here? But apparently Miracle is like, yeah, I don't give a damn. He's not going to carapace me or mana burn me or any of those shenanigans. On paper, a pretty rough matchup for Invoker, but yeah, Miracle and his Invoker, what made him legendary, right, in the mid lane.
It's so strong with Mars as well, with the Sunstrike and also just the general area control. It's a really good 1-2 punch.
Yeah. Also, just going back to the Mars again, where like you said, is he comfortable with it? I feel like offlane Mars is the hero that every offlaner goes to in pubs when they just want to carry a game by themselves. Just because he deals so much damage. You can build this Desolator, this BKB. So I think every offlaner in any pro team right now, they love playing Mars. It's just such a strong hero.
Mind Control's played it 19 times as well in the past 2 patches, which is 5 more than the second most played Enigma hero, which is GH's Wisp, which is well known as being one of their
5
classics.
seconds
So
remaining.
very much a staple of. They play a lot with that Invoker as well, so it's not a surprising 1-2 punch from them at all. What sort of bands do you expect we'll see coming out here from Secret Bkop?
Wondering if they want to keep to just banning the carriers because they're leaving the supports wide open and figuring out, we've seen what good support duos can do when you've got something like, say, obviously not here because Weaver's already banned, but Weaver Bane, or if you want to go Dark Willow into Bane like that. So if they're gonna ban out the carriers, they've got 2 of the cores on Enigma. At least that's what they're showing at the moment. I'd like to see them maybe ban a support or 2, but
Radiant
see.
team ban.
There we go.
I got that support or 2 already for Rubik.
Yeah, Rubik is just so good against OD. Like once you steal that Astral, it's like a full screen, 5-second disable or save. It's actually kind of crazy how well Rubik just goes into OD in a game. Very scary.
10 seconds
And
remaining.
it's not only the Astral, it's also the long range disable for the Meteor Hammer as
5
well that makes it
seconds
so effective.
remaining.
Yeah, and what Secret lacks right now though is lane push. So what I'm looking for Puppy, maybe like some Jakiro that found some recent success, would be a pretty good option together with the Nyx and OD. But yeah, Enigma, I still like the Bane for them. Like Bane is just so strong against OD and Nyx. It's just always strong. Like Bane is just such a strong support hero.
They're going to ban out Ice's Timbersaw, indicating they think this is probably a mid lane OD. But I guess they're not really sure because they took a while with that one.
Yeah, can go either way. Could be OD middle, could be OD offlane. You never know. That's why the hero is so strong. If you pick him up early.
10 seconds remaining.
Can't be a support though. Have you ever seen a 5 OD?
In my
5
pubs.
seconds remaining.
It was actually a thing. Like 3-4 patches ago when OD was just like absolutely busted, Puppy played it a lot as 5. When the AWP had like no cooldown level 1, which obviously now it has 6 seconds cooldown.
Jesus. If Puppy can do it, he will. Couple of final bans here coming out from Team Secret. What sort of carry would you like to combo with this Mars Invoker? Because they're banning carries and also supports. What works well for you, Black? Are you looking for maybe Medusa here?
The thing is, Medusa is a little bit scary against Nyx and OD, but I feel like almost no carry in the game is bad with Mars and Invoker. You can go for like a Drow, you have the Master Frontline, the Alacrity buff is super strong. Faceless Void could be quite strong. They kind of have the OD though, that they need to play around if they do that. I mean, as I just like no real bad carry. Like this Alacrity buff just makes every carry so formidable.
Ban out that Nyx, certainly very good against the OD Nyx.
Yeah. I know, Secret, I'm expecting them to pick up their support next. As I said, I would like some lane push, potentially Jakiro. Or what else do we have?
10 seconds remaining.
Snap, perhaps. Oh, Snap's banned.
Yeah.
5
I feel like
seconds
Jakiro is actually
remaining.
a sleeper.
Mm-hmm.
Very strong hero. A
Radiant
lot of people don't really
team
pick him too much.
Enchantress.
Enchantress.
though.
Okay.
Kind of
Puppy
lane
stable.
push in a different way.
And lane dominance, right? Now they have OD Nyx potentially and Eng +1. It's like pure lane domination so far.
And what are we expecting Enigma to pick up in this
10
phase, Bkop?
seconds remaining.
I mean, I always love Lion. That's just me. And they go
Profit.
Profit and Huey Tusk. Wow.
So it's a 5 profit or what?
Could be a 1 profit.
It could be. Not the biggest fan of it, but against OD it actually makes quite a bit of sense. So potentially, yeah.
Remaining.
Now as a carry, there's so many options though against Profit that like almost every carry likes playing with the Profit.
They picked from the timing of those 2 picks as well, Profit, Tusk. That was a kind of a duo they picked up there. Is there any logic that you can see behind picking up those 2 heroes? Because they didn't have to think about the Tusk. They went, we're picking Profit, we're picking Tusk.
I mean, it's a very strong dual lane. You have the Tusk tag team plus potentially Tree block. Tree's blocking the target if they want to go for the dual lane. But Tusk in general is also a very strong setup and a good save against Nyx Assassin and OD. And I think GH loves to play that hero as well. So. And even Kuroki.
Team back.
Void incarnate.
Void Spirit middle. That probably pushes the OD into the off lane.
Yeah, something I like a lot. And they're leaving the carry for the last pick, so he's going to be the god carry this game.
What sort of things are you expecting them to ban out then to
10
prevent?
seconds
If you were
remaining.
drafting for Nigma now, what are you banning?
5 seconds remaining.
We get rid of the Wraith King.
Team secrets.
Wraith King is a good one. Troll. Certainly, we've seen it before against the Mars. It's a strong one. That's the thing. I haven't really seen Nisha play too many games as a carry yet, so I don't know what he loves. I know that he loves Morphling, which could be a very strong pick here.
10 seconds remaining.
Like Medusa seems quite strong
5
as well.
seconds remaining.
Like any just real late game carry. They have so much space right now
Radiant team back.
that they need someone to really just absorb the map.
Secret banning out that Skywrath, indicating they think there's probably a support left to go, but it's a pretty open draft here. So they could ban out a litany of different roles and heroes here and not necessarily get the
10
dart and the
seconds
dartboard.
remaining.
Wouldn't mind if they kind of
5 seconds remaining.
docked us all and just went like Mars 1, Tusk 3, 5 Nature's Prophet.
3 Invoker. You never know.
And if you want to lose, it's a good way to do it. No, but this carry profit actually makes a lot of sense. So I do think that's going to be carry profit, mid invoker, off lane Mars.
When you say it makes a lot of sense, is there a lot of sense that you
Team
like?
secrets turn to ban.
Yeah, for sure. Against the OD, it's a very strong laner. Because OD hates playing against summons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, anything
hard
that
to
can
last it.
slap them down.
Yeah. They banned the Naga, which would have been very strong here as well. Yeah. I still believe, though, Morphling could be a little bit of an issue.
10
And
seconds
of course, Nisha
remaining.
loves his Morphling. Played it middle all the time.
5
Yeah,
seconds
yeah. He
remaining.
played it a huge amount when he was a carry in the year before Matumbaman joined.
Radiant team
He
pick.
was always playing Morphling. They're going to ban out the Terrorblade, though, indicating they're really not sure what's going to happen here, covering a lot of different bases.
Sky into Terrorblade ban. And they're like, alright.
Secrets turn
They're going to do something, but we don't know what. What they're going to do is pick up that
Drow
Drow
range. So it is a support profit.
support
Power
profit.
Arcana time.
3 Mars, 1 and 2 Invoker.
Yeah.
Presumably a
I
5
like that.
profit.
It
Correct.
also takes away the option of the Morphling.
Mm-hmm.
Because Drow just
10 seconds
goes so well into
remaining.
Morphling in the mid late game. Now, what's left? PA is already
5
banned.
seconds
There's a lot of
remaining.
carries already banned.
King.
Phantom Lancer? Let's go.
I was going to suggest it, but I wasn't very confident in it.
PL looks like a decent hero. Drow against PL can go either way, though. If you go this Axe Maelstrom build, it can cause a lot of problems for the PL. But it looks like a very decent PL game. They don't have much clear at all.
Do you hate the Sven? Yeah.
Sven can work. It's just very easily kited by Drow Ranger and Tusk.
Phantom
Choose
Way to go, that PL. Good call from Black. That's why you're getting paid the medium bucks. What do you think about this draft, Black, the secret one?
I think it looks way more well-rounded. Like, Nigma is very, very reliant on actually winning the top lane against the OD, which they can. Profit Drow is a strong lane into OD. But I'm just a little worried that the PL will just free farm and Mike test them.
your moves. I like your style.
Bkop, how do you feel about Nigma Galaxy?
I kind of like it. I think GH is definitely one of the players you got to look out for in this game. How he's going to be able to go in with that snowball, get some of the save, potentially opens up, and mind control when you've got $1,000 worth of cosmetics on a Mars. I think you're potentially ready to go. You know, it's all about the cosmetic game, as I've learned in the Chinese region, and mind control. Well, he's got Crimson Witness Spear and Shield. Can't beat it.
Your top tier cosmetic analysis there coming massively in handy. Any predictions, Black? Who do you think is going to win?
I think the last PL is going to be a little bit too strong. Like, it's a free PL game, and Nisha also loved to play the hero back then when he was playing with his Polish stack. Like, he played PL a ton, and his PL is very strong.
Mm-hmm. Do you agree, Bkop?
Yeah, I think that's the hero that kind of made him popular when he was playing with like Kingwin and Let's Do It, right? Was it the Summit that they were playing that hero a lot at? And it feels like that's just a classic for him from back then. So I actually really have a lot of faith in this Phantom Lancer, despite the fact it doesn't have $1,000 worth of cosmetics. When you've got analysis as tough as cosmetic analysis, really find anything else to say.
Okay, well, Bkop and Black have got a lot of faith in this secret draft, but I've got a lot of faith in our casting duo. It's Nomad and Lizard.
Dan Offen, yes, that's right. Into the next series of the day, it is Nick the Galaxy versus Team Secret. Lizard, do they have a PL problem?
They do have a PL problem, but they also have some solutions. They have heroes that can protect the Drow and the Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet, who's going to be played on position 5, by the way, in the form of this Mars and Tusk, right? So a lot of these repositioning and defensive tools, I can definitely see LTW make it work. And this dude has this new set. Come on, like, can I just look at that for a bit? I've never seen it before.
Yes, we've got that beautiful Arcana. It's more of a ballista than a crossbow. It's huge. It's massive. I mean, Jesus. Or is it? They call it a scorpion when it's got 4 things. I don't know. Either way, it looks scary. I wouldn't want someone to point that at me.
Looks pretty cool. Yeah, the Drow herself as well. I like the Arcana a lot. Nisha back in the day literally ended my career on one of these heroes like PL Morphling, and it was a Medusa. It was his stack. Yeah, it was his stack and Thompson's stack that we couldn't win against in like a month or 2, and then we just disbanded. So
you're like, oh, we can't even beat these rubbish tier 2 players, and then these guys go on to
exactly. It was literally that. It was literally before Thompson was picked up by OG. We were like, why is our middle losing all the time to this damn Pugna and Invoker? Like, what the hell?
It's Invoker Meteor Hammer nonsense.
Yeah. Top lane Puppy. They're gonna claim this bounty rune.
Damn. Claimed. And one gets denied by Kuro, so it's going to be 2 for 1 on the bounties.
Yeah, and the other rune actually wasn't even contested. If he was around, maybe he would be able to snatch it away, but it's alright that he didn't. I like this lane. Drow plus Nature's Prophet. Usually with Drow you want some Undyings, Augurs, these bulky frontliners, but Nature's Prophet kind of brings that to the table with his Treants, and OD really hates playing against it.
Why is that? Why is that lane no fun for OD?
He just can't deal with the Treants. They're just following you around, and minus armor from the Blightstone of Nature's Prophet also hurts a bit. Not the whole time, but you can't deal with the Treants, right? Like usually if you're a Mars or some similar hero, at least you can kill off the Treants, but not here. No chance.
No AoE available, and it's going to be Yapsol's job to keep him safe, but Yapsol's just trying to mess with the Drow as much as possible here by the looks of it, not really bothering to contest Kuro. He is the king of this lane by the looks of it, a very strong Nature's Prophet pick.
Yeah, he is. I still think that OD should get a reasonably timed Meteor Hammer. It's all about just playing with the equilibrium of the game, of the lane, and that's it. Perhaps Nyx Assassin pulls the lane back or something similar, and Ice should get the meme hammer.
Now, we'd be remiss to say that, this is a very even series. I think based on DPC results and just general showing of the team so far, Secret have looked like the better team. However, Nigma, they were a little bit mixed up at the start. They didn't have Miracle playing with them for a while. He's only been playing with them for a little bit now, so maybe this is when we start to see Nigma sort of form into the team we know they can be.
They're stalwarts. They start off very slowly. They don't move very fast, but once they get their form, they're one of the best teams in the world. That's my general feeling on Nigma and on Kuroki and all of his stacks, all of his teams in the past. So I expect a lot from them, even though they had a really rough start so far.
OGH! Oh! Lost the drag race for the rune. Samel's going to grab that one. Unfortunately, unable to help out with that. But yeah, GH Tusk is going to be a fun one, that's for sure. I really love seeing this guy play Tusk.
Yeah, so far what he's been doing is he's been messing with PL. Meanwhile, Enchantress has been messing with Mind Control. They're kind of ignoring each other. Well, up to this point. They have been ignoring each other up to this point and just playing with their cores. But GH, what he did really well is he blocked the camps. He didn't allow Puppy to take more than one big creep.
I love that little eating the tree there from Puppy as well. You know, GH just trying to hide behind that one tiny tree, and Puppy's just like, come on, bro. Like,
will not be allowed to make any sneaky plays like that. But still, GH did pull the full wave behind the tier 2, behind the tier 1, that is.
Yep. Slamming the reset button on that top lane and just making sure that him and his core are getting a nice little bit of farm. That will be that'll be well received for sure.
Who's struggling? Who's struggling the most is the one you just mentioned, Ice, right?
Yeah.
In the lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen him do fantastic things on this OD. In previous games, he's had a wonderful time. However, unfortunately, in this game, he is off to a very slow start. I don't really remember what his lanes were like in the previous games, but because I don't remember it, I'm imagining it just kind of went pretty even.
Yeah, it was alright before. This time around, you can even see the item build is different, right? Like usually on OD, even on offlane, people start with the crown and you go straight into Ring of Health, into the Meteor Hammer. But he just cannot allow himself to do that, because if he does lane without boots, he's probably gonna be killed. Frost arrows plus Kuroki hitting you with Blightstone, you won't survive that.
He certainly will not.
You see Absorb creep skipping now. They're just realizing that this lane is not winnable, so doing everything they can to make it even.
Yeah, so a bit of chaos. Just mess with things as much as you can is the aim of the game here, and make sure this lost lane isn't like a feeding lane or anything like that. You just want to minimize your losses. Important part of Dota 2. So I thought they were doing the middle. They're fighting, they're brawling, and I think it's Sumail who's going to go down here. He's out of spells, out of life. And Miracle is going to draw first blood in the 1v1 mid. Two legends brawling it out there.
And it was actually Sumail that went on Miracle. He was the one being the aggressor. And as it happens many times, you get baited a little bit too much. Miracle turns with a nice EMP and Cold Snap. Ice. Yeah, he just can't approach the lane.
He's having a real rough one here. His net worth is super low at the moment. I mean, early days still, but yeah, not feeling great.
There's GH rotating. He might die here. He has a TP, but oh,
ooh, the shards.
He's one of the fastest heroes in the game, right? Like very early on, gets a ton of movement speed. So also with that one small ring of regen, he will be able to at least get some HP and continue laning. Mid lane.
Yeah, we'll give him the bit of over down that one. Meanwhile, Miracle taking some hits from Sumail. Yapsor coming in as well to try and help out with this one, but GH in the neighborhood as well, so no one's actually going to drop here. Just a bit of trading.
They were literally running side by side, and now it's Yapsor that's caught. But Sumail just hit 6, and you can't really go on anymore.
Yeah, just running around with a haster and trying to make some use of it. Yeah, tag team, pretty useless spell if you're just by yourself this early on. It needs to be like at least one of the hero whacking into them when you're at these early levels. But nice tornado here on Sumail. He's going to have to outplay his way out of this one. Actually just chooses to stick on the spot. He's salving up. He's trying to keep himself alive, but he might be out of gas. He's going to get killed off here as GH brings him down. Stun out onto Miracle, though. They're looking for the trade on the side of Team Secret. Can they find it? Look at the body blocks coming out from Kuro, holding both Yapsor and that Tailbear Smasher back and trying to keep Miracle alive as he comes back in and gets mana burnt promptly by Yapsor. Kuro so tanky, but is eventually going to go down.
Rocky falls, but you got what you came for, right? Like you killed this Void Spirit, you're moving back, you're feeling really, really great on Tusk and on Miracle's Invoker. This is the second time that Sumail has fallen. Is there a way? I'm thinking maybe they can dive this. They can't really. There's Cold Snap still on off cooldown.
Yeah, Sumail 0 and 2 now in the middle lane. This is not what we expected.
Yeah, usually you kinda have this lane go even. Void Spirit wins the CS, and then you can rotate around with Invoker once you get that turn. They want to go on him again. Enchantress is around, but they only have the 30 seconds on the Centaur Conqueror.
probably won't be enough, especially with Miracle so far under his tower here. A gank just doesn't seem possible. Feels a little desperate from Team Secret. I don't know, like they're trying to force this mid to balance itself out somehow. Do you
So
agree?
can you give us like an 8-minute recap, Nomad, of the lanes for everyone that's just tuning in?
I like your moves.
I sure can, Lizard. I sure can. Bottom lane has gone absolutely great for Team Nigma Galaxy. Their Drought's having a wonderful time. Mid lane has gone absolutely great for Nigma Galaxy. Miracle's had a wonderful time. Top lane.
Also-
top lanes. Yeah. Top lane's
Absolutely fine. Yeah, so I wanted to ask you because 3 out of 3 lanes have went pretty damn well for Nigma. Yeah, PL is farming, but Mind Control is having a free farm as well. And you're playing versus this lineup that has mid lane. Let's see, maybe something happens here.
Smell trying again, but without the backup. I don't think Miracle's falling here. Just some heavy harassment.
Top lane. They might go for Mars here.
Let's see, they've got Puppy nearby. He's going to pop the arena, but Tanisha's going to dodge it out pretty easily with the doppelganger, and that's going to be kill onto Mind Control. So Secret start getting something coming back on their side. Maybe puts some pressure on the offlaner.
He just took too much damage from the PL. Just from the right picks. Mid lane, Walker.
Yeah, Tornado down, going to purge off that shield. So now being punched up pretty heavily. No more mana on the Void Spirit as he gets surrounded and beaten down. Once again, punished for his aggression once more. How many times are they going to teach him this lesson, old man?
Is this 0-3 now by Smil? Okay, I remember there was a tournament in which he went 0-4 on Storm and then just dominated afterwards. It's a different age, a different spirit, but you know,
Same
it's
story.
Sumail. It's the same guy.
Yeah, that's what's in my script anyway. That's what's supposed to happen. Tornado out, just throwing the little crab into the Yapsaw, getting pretty low, but not quite low enough. He does escape through this. Sorry, the Scorpion. People get mad when I call him a crab. Rightly so as well. Kuro, meanwhile, not quite so lucky as they're going to set up onto him quite easily, so that's a very clean kill for Prophet, but still a lot of heroes rotated mid for it. Probably not the position 5 you want to be bringing down there.
Yeah, it's the second time that they rotate a lot of heroes and the only guy that they get is Kuroki. He's fine with that. He doesn't even need to waste the teleport scroll afterwards. He's going to TP to any lane that needs him and start pressuring it. Sumail tries to go on Invoker once again, but no detection.
Sumail he's angry. He's wanting to settle things in the middle lane. And I don't blame him.
I don't blame him as well. He can settle them, but I feel like this smoke might be extremely good for Nigma if they manage to connect with a gust, right? Like they need to silence the Void Spirit, and it looks like Sumail knows. He went back, for now at least.
They might... I mean, they have got that area pretty well warded. If they didn't see the
Meanwhile,
smoke, they
top.
certainly saw Heroes Gathering, but they're going onto the Mars once again here. Nisha just smashing into them. They do get the spear out onto the Nyx Assassin, but it doesn't matter. Mind Control goes down regardless. Meanwhile, Nigma Galaxy showing in the middle lane. They want to pressure this tower, and they can do exactly that with the heroes they've got around.
Yeah, and this is the 10-minute mark, right? The Carti has arrived, and you can definitely dish out a lot of damage. Prophet is also tipping in.
Oh yeah, the whole gang is here. They want to take this tower. They've killed the hero. Now they want to take his tower. And I think they're going to be able to do exactly that. King of what? King of the mid lane? Well, he's got no tower anymore, and no Puppy either, as he's going to get slammed down on. Great shards out to catch him. Tornado as well to follow. Very nicely done from Nigma Galaxy. This team is waking up.
Yeah, they're completely capitalizing on the lanes 1, mid lane and bottom lane. Drow, really good rotations by her. She gets that Dragonlance, instantly goes mid. Meanwhile, as a nice size OD, he actually does have a Meteor Hammer. He's hiding it. Like, this is a cheeky play. The Meteor Hammer is right next to him in the courier.
Yeah.
He
So
doesn't
he's
want
going
to
to go
show
for the
it.
Astral, then get it delivered to him?
Exactly, yeah. If anyone
boy.
shows himself.
I hope this pays off. I love it when things like this pay off.
Well, it won't. ICIS actually takes it.
Boring.
Oh,
and now he's
actually,
gonna get
it does.
snowballed. Oh, it does pay off. He gets him perfectly. Everything went exactly to plan. Goodbye, GH.
Like, you know, it's that one moment when you see him snowballing and you're like, okay, this Meteor Hammer is definitely going off. The only question is, will it connect on the Tusk or not? And as GH tries to run, yeah, it's very unfortunate for him. He loses his life and the tower.
Yep. Sometimes it do be that way. Oh my god. That's just really unfortunate for GH there, to be honest.
I mean, his only job... hold that thought, Yapzor. Kuroki might fall again.
Hello, friend. He's being stalked by the next assassin. A nice prediction there from Smail with the Remnant. He places it down and gets a kill onto Kuro once again.
Yeah, CIS still pressuring down this bottom lane. Perhaps afterwards he can turn towards mid lane with the Meteor Hammer, as they do have a defusal on Phantom Lancer. I don't know if Nisha really wants to be joining these fights at the moment, though.
Structures are fortified.
It's always tempting when you have that diffusal blade, you know, if you get like 1 or 2 kills after picking up that diffusal blade immediately, then you can just snowball games so easily. But if you die with it, that's a different question entirely. But that's kind of the nature of carrying. He's walked up into a trap here. They might be able to bring him down. Samael, he's getting revenge this laning phase, and he will be able to get the kill. Nisha's actually the one to pick that one up, which is good. Meanwhile, oh my god, look at the damage coming out from the drought from the low ground, along with mind control. Puppy and CIS both dropping straight off the bat. GH is going to fall, meanwhile, as they take him out, and Nisha's just doing what he wants in this fight. He's taken down yet another hero. Transfer staying pretty far back here, not getting involved as mind control's just getting beaten down by Samael and Nisha. And this is exactly what we're talking about. Turn up to the right fight with this diffusal blade, and you will tear everybody apart. What just happened? 4 heroes dead on Nick McAllister. I thought the game was going well for them.
Yeah, I thought that Nisha might not join the fights, because usually you see players get this diffusal and then wait a little bit at least for the Yasha or the ultimate orb. But he realizes that this game is just completely in his hands. They can't really control him. There is no silences, so he should be able, besides obviously Drows, so he should be able to go in and out of fights. He was completely uncontested. Really nice initiation by Mars, though. He went for that first item blink. They dished out a lot of damage in the arena. It just wasn't enough. Maybe a slight miscalculation there by Miracle to run uphill into the Radiant jungle, where the enemy team has been for a couple of minutes already. Because it's most likely warded, right? He runs straight into the sentry and an obs and feeds his life away.
Certainly does, yeah. I mean, at least the Drow didn't die during that, and she is going for the most anti-PL build you can possibly go on any ranged hero. Of course, still is the issue that PL can get on top of you quite easily, but she's just going for like pure AoE, you know, go for that Maelstrom, go for that Aghanims, just pure amount of damage onto the spread targets to try and deal with the PL.
Mind control, smoking up, he sees the PL. Doppelgang has been used.
This could be huge for Enigma Galaxy. They need this kill, if anything, and they'll go immediately looking for Nisha straight away. Nisha holding his nerve here as he doesn't really have a choice. Will be able to doppelganger the other way and baiting away with the illusion as well. Mind control is actually ending up being the one in trouble here, and he's going to be the one to drop instead. Why didn't that work out?
So what I'm surprised is that they didn't jump him immediately after the doppelgang, right? They weren't really decisive enough. I'm pretty sure that they did see him with the ward. The moment he doppelgangs, you jump him, and then you know that you can cast all your spells as he doesn't have it for an extra 8 seconds. But they waited a little bit too long, and by the time they went on him, used the arena, he just doppelgangs away, and now Yapsor
punched around the back of the tower by GH, and RTW's going to pick up that kill. Nice punish here from Enigma Galaxy. Looks like they are going to be able to hold their middle tier 1 tower for now, and that is going to limit the aggressive options of Secret just a little bit.
They actually see him.
They do indeed. Tornado is out. He's just about going to get caught on the edge of that one, and yeah, this is a dead out World Devourer.
It's the sword, you see it. It has 1 minute remaining in the Radiant jungle. It scouted out CIS, they instantly went on him. It was a very easy execution.
Sure was, Lizard. Sure was.
Still though, he's getting that BKB, he's getting closer to it, right? That's what he's farming for. You can see that they didn't truly go ham on this mid lane. They're waiting for the BKB on OD for 1 extra item. Well, perhaps not for 1 extra item on PL. They're smoking up straight up.
Yeah. 1 extra item not needed. However, the Centaur does pop the smoke, and GH reads it well and gets himself back. He's not going to let himself get caught out by this. Or if he is, then he's going to lead them on a bit of a chase first, at least.
He does have that TP, so he should be able to get away. Kuroki, however...
He's being stalked by a Centaur here. Puppy on top of him, but in comes the arena from the Mars. He does get stunned up to the start. spear, unfortunately, is a little bit off the mark. Kuro is going to go down regardless, and the arena doesn't really do a whole lot of them hold some heroes still. That very pretty molly shot coming through, but landing on ultimately no one as they start punching away at Miracle, and the Centaur's still there to stun him up. He's just completely locked down. Miracle can't do a thing, and Sumail comes back in and takes out Miracle, and GH will fall also.
And they're really exploiting the fact that there's only Mars that's able to protect his teammates, right? The moment that arena is used, he can't stop everyone from going on Invoker or on Drow. There just isn't enough control at the moment on the side of Nigma. If you don't have enough control, you need mobility. And they don't really have that as well. You don't have 4 staffs, no pikes yet. There's a Dragon Lance on Drow Ranger, but that ain't it. Tusk going for a Blink Dagger. It's going to be difficult to keep distance from Nisha's Diffusal Blade.
Feels like, to me at least, Mind Control is having a very rough game when it comes to these arenas. You know, he's getting the arenas down and they look good, but the spear follow-ups just never seem to be there. And that is hard versus PL against Void Spirit, but he's having a rough one, that's for sure.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Down comes the Meteor, down goes the bottom tier 2 tower by the looks of it. Secret. I don't think Mind Control can do much here to stop this one falling.
Are fortified.
He's trying to protect it a little bit, delay it, but eventually it will fall. You just take one creep with Puppy as Enchantress, and you send it towards the tower.
Well, he will get the deny very easily at least. Meanwhile, Yapsor is following GH in the jungle, stuns him up for Sumail to come in as well. Secret going to be able to scoop up this kill onto the Nigma Pos 4.
Yeah, so there's now a Manta on Nisha, right? There's absolutely no way to keep him silenced. Maybe some gust into an arena stun, whatnot, but very difficult that very unlikely that you will kill him. Meanwhile, on the side of Nigma, Miracle, who's had a really good start, is buying a Midas, right? It's not really an item that's going to impact future teamfights that well. That much, that is.
Yeah, his lane went well, but the early mid for him was very rough indeed. He got killed off a couple of times and now has to go back for the Midas, which he might not have done otherwise.
Yeah, I feel like this game is inevitably coming to a point in which Nigma will have to camp the high grounds. Like, you won't be able to just run in and take areas unless you smoke S5, ward it up, and just camp it.
Yeah, that said, the Drow is going to be very good at holding that high ground with her current build, that's for sure. Like, it's going to take a long time to end this game.
She has that Aghanim completed, which is a huge plus for them.
Yeah, it's massive. She's farmed, and they've actually got the spear out onto the PL. Let's see if the follow-up is there. They've got a lot of damage coming down. Nisha is gone. Hello, sir. And now, well, the Deafening Blast coming through onto Sumail. That doesn't stop him casting his spells to take down Mind Control. They do get a trade back the way on Team Secret here. Meanwhile, poking across the bow here. That's a dead Enchantress. The Molly Shot gets rid of her. It's RTW who gets another kill. Nice 2-man stun from Yapsor to help Sumail escape. The Remnant as well going to hold back the forces of Nigma Galaxy, but they finally get themselves a fight. Nice catch there from Mind Control. You know, he heard me talking smack, and he was like, hey, man, you want to see a spear? This is a spear. And catches the biggest target they could possibly get. And they need to stop this Roshan attempt.
And it was literally like 30 seconds after I said it's very unlikely that they will kill the PL in one spear. He didn't have any teammates around. Nisha was being a little bit too cocky over there. If there's ice around, if there's like some nicks to break a single spell or a single stun afterwards, then yeah, PL probably doesn't die. But he was alone. He was feeling a little bit invincible, I would say.
Superman complex, yep, for sure. But does get humbled by this one, and this is going to make the game very, very even, actually. I don't know, I mean, can you talk to me a little bit more about this PL and Drow matchup?
Well, the PL build definitely works well versus... the Drow build definitely works well versus the PL, but PL in general is considered like the counter, right? You get on top of the Drow, and you do manage to get on top of the Drow, it's very difficult for her to do a lot. You have that Diffusal Blade as well, and you close distance easily. However, LTW has been doing a really good job at positioning, and his team at playing around him. And because of that, he hasn't fallen, once so far. He's 3-0-3.
Pretty damn impressive, but you know, also a result of how they've played around them as well, right?
Yeah, 100%. There was a patch in which Drow was actually considered like pretty damn strong, even versus PL. Like, I don't know, maybe a year back. If you remember when she could just clear the Ancients instantly, and she was played mid.
The one-shot engine killer.
The one-shot.
Yes, that was cool and balanced. Enjoyed that a lot. Enigma going to force the issue here with Roshan. They get into the pit and force a reaction from the side of Team Secret. Secret, though, I mean, this is fast.
They're too far.
This is insanely fast. What? Roshan's just gone.
They're too far. They're not truly aiming at even contesting it seems like. Yapzor is moving in, but it's too late now.
Yeah, I mean, that is a slow scuttle if ever I've seen one. And that is going to be a dead Nyx Assassin and an Aegis into the hands of ILTW. That is huge for Enigma Galaxy. Wow, okay. I'm getting whiplash from this game. It was Enigma just screamed into the laning phase, absolutely dominating Team Secret, until Team Secret like, no, actually, we want to win this game, take a huge team fight. Nisha suddenly looks like he's just going to walk his way into the enemy Ancient, and then, bam, Enigma Galaxy come back again, and now I kind of feel like they're in a great spot.
Yeah, they're in a great spot, in a lead, I would say, even though they're 1k behind. All they have to do is utilize this Aegis properly, perhaps take the tier 2 on top. Instead, LTW.
Thank you very much, GH. It was a little bit of hesitation there from Secret as well. They weren't fully committing to that kill, that's for sure.
I love what Tuppy is doing, but let's see, LTW.
Keep her alive. Oh, the tornado. Oh dear. Not quite the combination of spills we were looking for there. Unfortunately, GH gonna lose his life. Mind control probably going down. LTW in such a bad position, and
oh, yikes! Right there, man. It's like we were praising the way they're forming this wall around the Drow. They're really protecting her, and now GH is like, nope, you're coming with me, boy, let's go. Adventure time!
No, GH, please. I want to get off Mr. GH's wild ride.
He just snowballs the Drow straight into the PL, into the OD that has a BKB. And that Aegis that should have given them enough time to get the butterfly, to perhaps take a tier 2 on top lane, has been completely wasted.
Yep. You know, it's sometimes our job to, you know, find reasons for things. It's also our job to just say, hey, you know what? Sometimes the communication's not quite there. You make a mistake.
They did jump him in the other position as well, right? So the Tusk was hoping to get the Drow out of problems, but he just got him into an even bigger one.
Yeah, I mean, as well, if they hadn't used Arena just right as the snowball comes out, they would have had it for the fight and things would have gone differently, but yeah.
They do have a BKB on Mars. They can utilize that together with the Arena. Perhaps wait for the butterfly. I'm not sure if BKB would be a nice addition to LTW's item build. Versus an OD, it's always nice, right?
Yeah, it really is. Good damage mitigation.
I guess, you know, Miracle is buying it and Mind Control is buying it as well. And they might be worried that there will be not enough damage if he goes for it too. So they decide to kind of risk it on the Drow.
Setting up onto Miracle here, Yapso is looking for the play, gonna jump in with the stun. So much damage coming out with the illusion.
Are they killing him?
It's just dead? Oh my god, GH has to come in and save him. That was close.
Actually, if Yapzor stuck around, if he hit him one more time, I think that was enough damage to take down Invoker with just the Nyx and the illusions.
Yeah, that caught me off guard for sure. No idea what Miracle must have been saying there. Probably
Smoke on
incoherent
smoke?
screaming. Yeah. Secret cleaning out the enemy jungle, moving into bottom, seeing if anyone's going to come forward and shove this wave. Kuro, though, wise beyond his years, will not be coming forward for this wave. And Samaya will now show himself, and Kuro will get that slight satisfaction from knowing that his hunch was correct.
Yeah, the positioning from Enigma was on point. They were on the high ground around the triangle with the Drow Ranger, meanwhile Kuro was defending the bottom lane. So they couldn't lose the tower to some Meteor Hammer plus 05 Heroes of Secret going at it, and they couldn't really lose the good position around the triangle where Drow wants to be farming.
Yeah, really nice strategy there from Team Enigma Galaxy. Clearly the call. They're smoked in our jungle. We know the positions we need to take. Form up, gentlemen.
And look, they're doing it again. They're literally just keeping position. They're just standing here. It's perhaps it's not most efficient when it comes to farming for ILTW, but it's mitigating risk, right? That's what you're doing here. Yeah, I might not get the most farm out of the map, but I won't be feeding as well. And if they do come to us, we'll be ready.
Yeah, now I feel like it's kind of safe to venture out into the other side of the map, maybe catch out someone farming this top wave. Smell would be a great target. I'm not sure if GH and Mind Control together have quite enough damage to get him in time, but the Drow is just behind them. Mind Control being very, very aggressive with his positioning.
Careful. It's going deep, but will he go towards the Void Spirit? Now he will.
They see him, but I think it's a little too late. This feels quite reserved from Enigma. They're not willing to make that kind of desperate jump, that big catch. Very disciplined, very slow, just slowly gaining control of the area.
They didn't have a lot of sentries as well planted. They just started planting sentries on the ground too. So they couldn't say...
Here we go. Okay, nice kill onto the pulse 5 by the looks of it. Although they haven't finished the job here. They haven't finished the job, and GH's actually gone a little too deep. The team have bailed. They've split up around the map, so... I mean, they nearly got that Enchantress bolt down, but...
Look, one thing I learned about Secret and Puppy watching them all these years is if Puppy runs into you, you just run. You know? If he's this position 5 Crystal Maiden and he's running into you, just bail. Like, there's probably a reason why he's doing that. Especially when he's playing these tanky position 5 such as Enchantress.
Wow, look at this Drow go. She just absolutely shreds everything in front of her with this build. This is absurd. Nice attempt on the gush there. Unfortunately, Samel, he did have the shard, so he was able to just get himself back quite safely.
They're slowly getting to the items that they need versus PL. The Shivas is being built by Mars, and it will help out quite a bit. I wondered maybe an AC on him, Shivas on someone else, but this works too. The Butterfly is completed on the Drow Ranger, and she has Elven Tunic.
And you're not worried about them overcompensating for the PL and ignoring the OD and the Void Spirit somewhat, right?
Well, both of those heroes are kind of already answered by the BKBs, right? That's what you were going for. You pretty much PL is the biggest issue. If you look at the net worth charts as well, if you look at his items, he's the one that you truly need to take care of.
We already mentioned him being a problem. You don't have any heroes which naturally take care of him, so you just got to itemize, and itemize in order to try and answer this issue you have. Link Dagger up on GH as well, of course, which is a really nice answer to the OD. If he ever tries to set up for a combo on someone, you can jump in with a snowball. Hopefully a better snowball than before.
Hopefully. You can see that the Drow Ranger is going for that puppy, actually. He's going for that puppy on top lane.
Yep, they are certainly going for that puppy. I mean, it's a slow kill. It's a slow burner, but they will... Oh, that actually save comes in from CIS. He's going to survive through this, and Kuroki is found on the sidelines by Nisha. It doesn't go well. It does not go well at all. Mind Control now trying to run himself away. I'm not sure that's going to be possible, though. Luckily, it seems like they've gotten their big calls out of their BKB TP. But no, there's a basher on Nisha. Where did that even come from? I don't know. But he's gone now, and that is going to be a Mars dead. 3 get away on the side of Enigma Galaxy, but again, exact same as before. They try to make a play out of Puppy, and it just doesn't end well for them.
Do you believe me now?
I believe you now.
Like, the moment you see Puppy, just move away, go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Hunt a different target, try a different approach, maybe go into the triangle. It just takes so much time and so much effort to kill off that one puny Enchantress, and even if you kill him, like, he's happy with that. He might have a buyback, he's going to buy back, use that for his advantage. He bought enough time for his teammates to follow up and turn the fight. Invoker actually almost died. He was extremely lucky that CIS didn't move into Ghost Walk range. He was stunned by Spiked Carapace very far away from everyone else, and CIS was literally just 1 centimeter away from being affected by Ghost Wall.
Just playing it round the edge, but this really does put Enigma Galaxy on the back foot. There is Roshan coming up in about half a minute now, which is going to be something which, I mean, obviously Enigma don't know that. They need to smoke out now to make sure this isn't happening and try and get control of their triangle once again. And look who it is. It's Puppey, the guy you absolutely do not want to go on. They'll see if they can catch out Nisha here instead. The spear does connect. Do they have the damage though? RTW is trying to tear him apart, but Mind Control is actually going to get saved in the end. The PL gets saved by the OD. And it looks like there's a bit of a reset on the fight here. Oh, never mind. The backlines, actually, they're just throwing everything onto RTW. The BKB runs out, and the Drow goes down. And down goes the Mars as well. They are just taking out everybody. Enigma Galaxy being torn into pieces by Team Secret. What a team fight from them. Just wait out the BKBs, re-engage, and get the targets you came for. And they're going to clean up to make this a full 5-man team wipe for the start of Team Secret.
3 times in a row they go. Okay, truth be told, this time around they didn't truly go on Enchantress. Like, they went on to the PL as well. Nisha was caught in that Mars arena. It was a really decent attempt by them, but OD was on point, saves him, and then turns the fight. The problem that Enigma had in the fight was the fact that they have to use all the BKBs just to kill off one hero. And if they don't kill him off, then these other cores become problems as well, right? Like the Void Spirit and the OD that you mentioned earlier. Suddenly they're the scary ones. That one Sanity's Eclipse almost solo killed the Drow Ranger without the BKB.
I mean, it literally looked like the fight was going on a full reset. You know, both teams kind of quite high on HP, just sitting on either side of the triangle. Then Ice just like, actually, I'm just gonna kill this Drow real quick, and then all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kill your carry, you know, and then we'll talk about it. Yeah. No, Secret's lineup definitely benefits more from resets. Especially, look, even PL didn't go for a heart, it still doesn't matter, because the moment BKBs are out for Enigma is the moment they lose the fight. Unless they already dished out a lot of damage to the Secret's team.
They're going here onto Puppey again. I mean, here we go. Arena's come down, the damage coming. They've got the Drow. Drow dead to rights, and looking for his next target, but there's no one to kill because the Drow is dead. Your damage is gone, and once again, unfortunately, Puppey is just a meat shield this game.
I just can't contain my laughter anymore. Like, it's literally like some joke, you know, like some comic book. Like, he's just, here I am, I'm a defenseless little deer, please go on me. Meanwhile, he has full Holy Locket, Ghost Scepter, Solar Crest, he has the shard to heal him up already, and most importantly, he has Ice by his side to save him.
It's a sad story, and it's one we've been told about 3 times in a row now, where they go on this Enchantress, and it just doesn't work too well for them, unfortunately.
Like, the last time they went for PL in the triangle, but Enchantress was caught. This time around, they didn't truly have an option, because it was more Puppey running straight into them.
Thank you, Observer. Yeah, I mean, in fairness, they did actually get the spear out onto the PL in that fight, and nearly brought him down. It was close, but yeah, this time it was just an attempt on Puppey's life.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I was meant to have this.
23k gold in front for Team Secret. It is a dominating lead with an Aegis as well, and so I was like, yeah, I think I'll cancel this one. However, Kuro's nearby. I'm not too sure what he can do here to help out Miracle, but Miracle's got the BKB actually, so he's trying to go for the kill onto Yapsor here, but Samael's just in the neighborhood with a double damage rune and completely deletes poor old Miracle. And meanwhile, they've got issues on their high ground.
It's not going to be that easy though.
The team's not here. This isn't looking great. Arena comes down, doesn't quite catch the OD, but they will be able to catch Nisha, I guess. No, never mind. Nisha's kind of chilling in this arena by himself as they look over towards Mind Control. Abyssal Blade comes down, the damage is there, but RTW, he's uncontested on the high ground right now, which means you can't really come near him. And this is the issue we talked about before. The high ground defense from Enigma Galaxy is very good, but yes, he is. He's coming in from the side. RTW, quick fingers on the BKB to keep himself alive, and actually TPing back here. BKB TP from inside his own fountains. They've lost Mind Control. Oh dear.
Mind Control does have buyback, so the moment Invoker is up, he might use it.
Let's see. Both teams hanging around here. Tier 3 will fall. Nisha whacking away at the barracks, and here's a buyback coming out from Mind Control. The last stand, I would suppose, for Team Enigma Galaxy, but they've got the Drow stunned up. Dead to Rights, Ethereal Blade from Samael takes out the Drow, takes out GH. Mind Control feels like he's one man standing against them all right now. Try to throw a spear, try to do something, but I think, Lizard, that this game is over.
This game looks very over, as Drow Ranger does not have a buyback. I'm just waiting for the GG here. Maybe they can decide to defend bottom lane, Walker and Prophet, but
they do have that crazy high ground defense. You know, Enigma, they feel like they could maybe hold it out for another 15 minutes, you know, maybe plateau the advantage and see the super late game. It's a stretch, but it's possible. But I don't think that's likely.
maybe they're thinking about the next game. You know.
Yep. Maybe someone needs a toilet, and they take a long time usually, so they're like, ah, we'll let you go now, and just delay the GG a bit, give you a bit more time in between the games.
It is Mega Creeps.
It is indeed. I mean, let's be real here. Mega Creeps aren't a problem for Enigma at all. Like, they've got this Drow who can just shred them apart.
And she's up in 10 seconds, so
Yeah.
they're giving it one last try. Respectable.
The old Oxford try, as we call it, but this Ancient is starting to fall, and that is a building you can't play without, unfortunately. Miracle just running forward in his BKB. A snowball in from GH, but it looks like he's going to die regardless. The side just tears GH apart. Miracle's gone as well. ILTW, a brave attempt as he holds in his fountain. But this is not an area the map should really be trying to better. That said, Nisha's gone. First life has been lost as ILTW. The Ancient is low, however, and that is just a very dead Mind Control smell once again, with the Enduro Blade just tearing heroes apart. RDW trying his hardest to hold the fountain. Puppy and Yapsaw try to end the game as Nisha ends GH
Objective
instead,
base.
and now they chased onto Kuro. The support's just like, get us out, please, get us out of the game. And it does look like the Ancient will explode. The GGs come out from Nick the Galaxy as game number 1 is taken by Team Secrets.
Puppy and Yapsor in the end, objective taking form from them, taking that Ancient, but overall, I feel like it just slipped away out of Enigma's hands. They had this game, the laning stage, all right, it went fine. On the mid lane, they were killing Void Spirit. On the bottom lane, they were winning versus Ice. Mars had a pretty good lane as well. And then they got that first Aegis and just threw it away. That one snowball into 3 attempts to kill Puppy. It feels like Team Secret. Usually you say that Kuroki has Puppy's number, but this time around it looks like Team Secret just knew exactly what Enigma was doing at all times.
Yeah, we talked before about Tiger, you know, playing his Weaver covered in chocolate with a rose in his mouth, begging them to come and try and attack him, and that was Puppy this game all over. He was just too irresistible for the side of Enigma Galaxy. They couldn't hold themselves back, and that was their downfall in this first game. But game number 2 is just around the corner. Let's see if Enigma Galaxy can balance things out, or if it's going to be a secret 2-0. We'll see you for more OGA Dota pit action after this short break.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Sprites are with us.
Execution style.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Down is over.
My sprites are with us.
Execution style.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has been denied. Dire's bottom tower.
Come on, sprites. Nature attend us.
Execution style. I will rise.
Hello and welcome back with Team Secret taking down Nigma Galaxy 1-0 in this first game with some slight flourishes from Nigma Galaxy there. Team Secret's PL proved too much. Black, why don't you talk us through the game there and what went right for Team Secret?
Yeah, I mean, they knew exactly what they needed to do, of course, which is get the PL up to the defusal, take this one fight where PL, he came in at as fourth or third person and just completely wrecked the fight. He was full health throughout, killed 4 heroes, and just catapulted himself towards having a phenomenal mid game. At the same time, Drow Ranger itemized in the way that I thought he would. The only PL item build you can go for is, or a Drow item build against PL you can go for is the Maelstrom into Aghanim's, which massively cripples his itemization, right? Usually you want to have some sort of mobility, Hurricane Pike, Shadow Blade, maybe even a Blink Dagger or BKB, but you just can't afford to go for these items simply because you have 0 answers to this PL hero. So in that aspect, I think, yeah, Secret really just outdrafted them with that last pick.
Anyone you want to shout out, Bkop?
It's got to be Nisha. We talked about it in the draft. That was his King Win go-to pick, and he ends up getting, the PL victory that I think was kind of predicted by the Nostradamus that is Black in the draft last game or last panel. But I mean, there were still glimmers of hope with the Drow. There was times where I was like, oh, Drow's kind of doing it, and then it wasn't. It wasn't real quick, and yeah, and then you got Sumail, who's also 21-3-10, which is absolutely absurd.
I want to make mention of Puppy there, 2-3 and 23. It felt like he tanked so many ganks. There was that one near the top lane where he got pretty much put down to about 4 health and managed to come back up. He took so much damage and so much energy was expended upon him that it felt like the rest of Nigma were just completely exhausted, going on a simple 5-position Enchantress. So that was a pretty impressive performance. Black, what do you want to see Nigma do next game to try and pick themselves up after this?
Honestly, the draft looked really good. I just think they needed to ban the PL, and then the draft would have been very strong. Just sometimes PL slips through as last pick because you haven't seen it in a while. Games like these can just happen. Of course, Sumail also had a fantastic performance, 21 kills on him, so he popped off. But I don't think anything is wrong with the Nigma draft in particular. It's just really that last pick that screwed them over, which is why this last pick can be so strong and so potent in these pro games.
Do they need to? Are there any particular players that need to step up a little bit? I felt like Miracle had a really good laning phase. For example, he got first blood on against Sumail and got another kill later. But he didn't quite ever pop off in the way that you'd expect from that. Would you say that's true?
Yeah. I mean, he didn't really pop off, but I don't think really anybody did on the team. So it's a hard barrier. When everybody's kind of getting cut off at the pass. And I think it's not one particular player that I'd like to see pop off, more so just them in a full unit to kind of make something happen. It felt a little bit out of sync and some interesting shot calls that came. Like you said, they tried to gank Puppy a couple times and that's not working. It's that's an Enchantress. How are we not getting this to work? And to Black's point too, if it's any hero other than PL, I do think this draft kind of gets off the ground a little bit easier.
It is a tricky one. Did you just ban the PL then? I mean, you don't. I mean, PL's not a hero that you look to ban. That's the point, I think. If Nisha and Secret have so much flexibility that they can pull out a PL that's a hero that's not at all in the meta and do so quite comfortably, it feels very difficult to play against them. Would you agree, Black?
Yeah, I mean, usually the players that are the strongest or the teams that are the strongest are the ones that are most versatile. They have one distinct playstyle, but the way the heroes they use to accomplish said playstyle can vary. Either you play as PL or you play as Morphling last pick. I'm sure if they didn't pick Drow last, but some Wraith King or something, they would have just gone with the Morphling instead,
Yeah.
Just versatility in general, even with Team Spirit, I think is the best example. It's just so important. You can't really prepare for a team that is super versatile.
Did this look to you like a Team Secret approaching full strength? Or do you think there's still a higher level to reach?
I think it's definitely getting towards the top. They're showing everything that they can do, showing a lot of different hero options as well. And it really does feel like those teams that have the hero oceans, because I feel like hero pool is not big enough of an object that holds water. When you've got these teams that have hero oceans or these players that have hero oceans, it just there's not enough bans in the day to make sure you've got everything accounted for on sometimes, and that's what happened there with the PL pick.
I guess but there must be further things that are going to happen to. I mean, Team Nigma were such a strong side, and we know that they could be so great. Are there movements on the map that they could have done, or not necessarily specific things, but ways of playing that they could have won that game? Because the way we're speaking here, it makes it sound as if that Secret picked PL and Nigma were done for. I don't think that's necessarily the case. Could have they done something more within the game?
For sure. It's like PL can't win the game himself, right? As we said, Sumail had like an absurd performance. He had like 21 kills. If you can manage to shut down their pace setters like OD and Void Spirit, then this PL alone won't be able to just 1v5, run in 1v5, because especially in the early game, he has one diffuser blade, he's sitting at like 1300 health. Like, he dies very easily. The reason why he could operate in the way that he did is simply because he was enabled by his team.
It's amazing how many times we must have seen Kuroki and Puppy face off against each other at this point, two captains with a very, very storied history. In games like this, do they tend to, because you've played a lot of professional games back, when you've got such experienced drafters, do they tend to outfox each other? And in a game 2, would you think they'll change it up, do more of the same?
Yeah, definitely in game 1. Like, if we just go purely on the drafting game, then Secret definitely won that one. And, knowing Kuroki, he's very competitive. He'll be like, all right, how do I outdo Puppy now? I'll do like a carry punch. I'm going to get him back.
They must have little books written on each other in each other's minds, because there's so much history in this matchup that they must know, if he's going to do this, he's going to do this. And they will probably, it's kind of like the scene in The Princess Bride, where it's like, if you're going to put the poison in front of you, then I'm competent in front of me, and so on and so forth. There must be so much complexity in the way these two guys work against each other.
It could definitely read like a Goosebumps adventure book. Turn to page 48 if he drafts Chen. Okay. And then you're just going through page and page until it goes, you've been outdrafted. Come back to the next issue. Oh, wait, what?
Yeah. Last PPL, what do we do? What do we do?
You have died, and this game is lost. Oh, okay.
Dang it.
I've seen the simulation thousands of times. There's only one way that Zion will remain. Bit of a niche reference there. You played with Kuroki briefly, didn't you, Black? Am I right in saying?
Yeah, and actually for quite a while, for like a good 6-7 months or so.
Briefly, galactically, then, how would he pick himself up after a loss like this? What's he like in the dressing room, as it were?
I mean, I'm sure you all have seen True Side. He is a pretty cold-hearted motherfucker. Like, he doesn't care. It's like he has like no emotions. Like, he loses really badly, he's like, all right. He wins really bad, he's like, all right. Like, he doesn't really get affected by this like at all. And as I said, like, there's so many heroes to think about in Dota that one can really easily just slip your mind and you're like, dang it. Yeah, that was so obvious. Like, it just happens every now and then. I'm sure it won't happen again, and we should be seeing like a much closer game 2.
Well, we've got a game 2 draft coming up right now. Will the Kuroki's robots programming allow him to take a victory in this draft? As it appears after this wonderful little graphic. What is that? Some sort of rock flower. We've got a Monkey King ban already on Team Secret, and that Razor ban. It feels like we've not even seen the Razor this tournament. It's been so popular as the first ban.
Yeah, first ban in I think every game so far today too.
Team ban. Team Secret.
Mars ban on Team Secret, not wanting to play up against that Microtron Mars, and the IO ban on Nigma. So far, so standard. I guess we might see something slightly different with no Mars on Nigma. What sort of first picks? Any indications based on these bans, Black, for you?
Bane. I know Puppy likes his Bane, so as like a first pick, I think there's almost nothing better than just a Bane pick. It's so versatile. It's one of the strongest supports. The only thing it lacks is lane push. Or you just go for the OD. Ooh. Sure, why not?
Yeah, why not? It's been so strong. I mean,
Secret really loves the OD. Like, they first phase it anytime they can. I'm surprised Nigma didn't really care too much about it. Like, do they really think Razor is a bigger issue than in the OD?
10 seconds remaining.
Razor's certainly shown its issues, though,
5
especially once you get that
remaining.
refresher. I know that's a little bit later into the game, but that is always just when you get run down by Razor is not a fun feeling. But this OD, it feels like Secret are going to just go back to what was their bread and butter last game, where they're just going to play a mid and an off laner who can make the pace and set up for their safe laner, and Nisha's going to have a good time having all that room to just do what he wants.
What you? Because you've got picks now. Last game you've gone down to the OD, and we mentioned he was a key problem with the last draft. Do you now pick to try and counter it? Is that what you're looking to do at this point?
Honestly, they kind of did that last draft with the Prophet Drow lane, which is supposed to be really hard for the OD. Well, he just got up to his like minute 6, 7 Meteor Hammer timing anyways. It's just... Oh, okay, the Rubik. That is a very good answer. As we said,
Yeah,
like the Astral and the Lift. Yeah, it's just super good.
It's unusual to see a first pick Rubik, but that's I assume how much esteem they're placing on the either Nisha, the Samael or Ice Outward Devourer that they're going to pick this up straight away.
5
Yeah,
so
got banned in
previously
the second phase.
sorry. So previously there was this like third spell you could activate, right? On OD. So he steals that instead of the Astral. But you can't do that anymore. So it's like a free Astral steal every time now, which is why Rubik became even more of a OD counter than before. So it makes perfect sense. He is one of GH's favorite heroes anyway, so...
Does Rubik like stealing the ult? I guess he has a high mana pool, so it must be sometimes quite useful.
Maybe if you play against a troll. Where it's like one int gain.
You never know. Probably won't pick up that troll then. Nigma taking a long time to think about the second pick. They're very sure about the Rubik, but they taking a long time to think about a Spirit Breaker. Another hero we've heard a lot about across the DPC that we've not seen picked up. Talk me through the Spirit Breaker, Bkop.
I think we saw the Spirit Breaker last time on Mind Control for Nigma, and it just didn't seem like it really went anywhere. I wonder if they're going to pick this up, and maybe their mindset a little bit later down the line might be a Morphling, because we've seen the Morphling Spirit Breaker combo a couple times. I'm a little worried about the Spirit Breaker just based on the last performance, but we'll see how it goes for Nigma.
Let me correct you there, Bkop. It surely did go somewhere, like into 5 enemies and dying repeatedly. That's what happened last time. Like he literally just couldn't find his S button.
Yeah, it was
crazy.
It was almost insta-death quite a couple of times.
Yeah.
That's what you bind stop to. I'm trying to think of what I have S on S. I don't think I have anything on S.
S key is stop for me, or you could even just right click somewhere, you would stop the charge. You know, just like you gotta stop it somehow. Because like a Spirit Breaker, you have this like false sense of security where, wow, I got a ton of status assistance, they can't kill me. But if an OD just 4 hits you, then you're dead anyway.
I think Ice is probably good enough to do the Meteor Astral combo on a Spirit Breaker. I mean, that's certainly something that confuses me when I try and do it.
Oh, it's nigh impossible. Like when he has 70% status rest, he's put under for like a second.
Yeah, so you don't have enough. You don't even have enough time, I suppose.
Yeah.
Tree. That's an unusual one. Why the tree here? Is it good against Spirit Breaker's charges? Help, perhaps?
Not in particular, to be honest, right?
I mean, I guess Trine always changes the game, right? When you're able to heal those towers, it makes it so you have to commit so heavily just to get those tier 1s to open up the map. So if you're not getting the tower, it's just going to be healed back up to a point where it makes that push even harder the next time around. Because when you're pushing earlier, obviously the levels aren't there for the other team, but if you have to do it again and the team can defend with more levels and more items, like it's just going to make it a little bit tougher. And with the 2 supports, at least right now, they're not showing anything in particular that takes towers too quickly.
Yeah, they're kind of forcing the hand here of Nigma too. They have 2 heroes that cannot hit buildings at all. Against a Treant Protector already, like they really got to invest into either full diving and killing at this point, or some heroes that can actually really threaten buildings, like a DK or Jakiro or something like that. Because otherwise you're not killing buildings this game.
They're going to ban out the Luna on Team Secret. We've seen this Luna ban a lot in this phase here. Is Luna just strong, or does it combo particularly well against the OD or with the Spirit Breaker? What's the reason for this Luna ban at this phase here?
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
I think overall Luna's just been a pretty popular carry and really brings stability to a draft, right? You know, you've got the ability to take towers, your team fight's pretty good, and you lane pretty well overall.
Yeah, it's like a hero can pretty much do everything, right? You flash farm, you can skill in a way where you dominate the lane. If you have complete free farm, you're one of the fastest farmers in the game. Like your mid late game scaling potential is insane. You buff your entire team up, you push towers very easily. It's a very strong, well-rounded carry.
5 seconds remaining.
Going to respect ban that Ice Timbersaw.
Yeah, and the
Always.
Nisha morphing out too.
Feels like a very targeted list of bans here from Nigma. Banning out. And a targeted one there, the Invoker. Very strong with the Spirit Breaker.
That's what the OD pick does, though. Like, they're still banning the Timber because they don't know if it's going to go in the off lane or the mid lane. Like, it just keeps it open to the point where you have to ban that Timber, and that, you know, if a Secret in their minds already have this OD for Ice, like, that's just a ban that I guess theoretically is wasted, but I guess, you know, it's never fully slotted in until somebody picks, right?
Yeah.
Certainly feels like it.
Versatility and draft is just like heroes that can go on multiple lanes and roles is like they've been so highly valued for years now. And it's just so hard to draft against.
I guess that's why the Razor's first ban material, because you just don't want to deal with this hero could be in like so many different positions effectively. You don't want to
all
deal
three
with
lanes
that.
basically.
You can play a support Razor if you really want.
That's what Kuroki did, and then they lost like really badly.
Yeah, you can play it if you want to lose.
Secret's turn to pick.
Sometimes you win. And they're going to pick up that Snapfire. Gone ignored this late into the draft. That is a lot of supports picked up on Nigma. Who's not going to be a support out of that trio?
I almost want to say Spirit Breaker.
Spirit Breaker is going to be offlane. Yeah. Like he played it just in the last series they played.
Yeah.
Instead, like he did not find his stop button whatsoever.
Oh yes, of course, yeah.
So
I know
hopefully it will change.
I'm hoping it's the 5, yeah. I mean, Snapfire 3 seems interesting, but I'd love to get a glimpse at it. What I'd also love to get a glimpse at is if Treant Protector also builds a Meteor Hammer, and it's just OD and Treant Protector dropping down Meteor Hammers. That would make me so happy.
You can perma-stun people with 5 Meteor Hammers. And boom, 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 boom.
Just destroy towers, pretty much.
Yeah.
So it's a very strong draft, though, so far from Nigma. They have a lot of damage, but they're really lacking building damage still. That's going to be a big issue.
Mm-hmm. They're also lacking, it feels like, I guess they're not really lacking control, but against a troll, do you feel like troll's a good pick there?
Yeah, it's just a strong lane. It's something I always want. Spirit Breaker hates laning against troll because you can't really ever right click at all if you're under the effects of the whirling axis. Should be complete free from him for the troll, and so like he scales really well into the mid late game.
What I was going to say is that it feels like they don't particularly have incredibly strong lanes here. I mean, Rubik's a relatively weak laner. Spirit Breaker's an okay laner, so the Rubik Spirit Rain lane to me feels like they're going to be relatively uncontested. So this troll's going to have a pretty free time.
Yeah, they're going to get abused, I think, as well. The SB Rubik is not going to do anything to this troll tree, and they're going to make sure they win their safe lane. But you have a Dark Willow OD there. This is going to be so difficult now as well. And we have seen already what happens if you lose 2 lanes.
So what carry are they going to pick up here to help them win that lane? Do they need a strong laning carry, or are they just going to lean into it and go with something that can scale past the laning phase?
I'm trying to think what feels comfortable, but I mean, OD Dark Willow is not going to be fun because I think it's a combo we already talked about earlier today, is just like the Astral Imprisonment, having the Bramble Maze right down below you. When you get out of the Astral Imprisonment, like, it's not going to be fun to lane. And I think if you're picking anybody who's melee, who's going to be right up on the creep wave, you're potentially putting yourself in a lot of trouble.
You go with the Drow again. Now, it's probably the best pick you could have gone for here. So you want to have the double range against the OD at least, but it's still not going to be very easy whatsoever. Because even last game, you had the Prophet Drow, which was supposed to counter the OD. He still had a very good time. So I'm doubting that lane a little bit. And then, as I said, top lane, not even a contest.
So they're both teams now are banning out mid heroes, most likely. Secret are going to start with the Tinker. What mid are both these teams looking for? Presumably Secret are looking for something to get on top of this Drow, but what are Enigma looking for?
Burst damage. Like the Tinker, makes a lot of sense.
10 seconds remaining.
What else could they be picking? Now the real problem is they're still lacking
seconds
building damage a
remaining.
little bit, so maybe they want to have something like a Lina, a laner that can't really lose to anything, scales well into the late game as well.
Secrets turn to ban.
The Lina just kind of scares me. Like if the Lina gets got on, I don't think that it's gonna survive early on in this game.
Yeah, it's not an easy pick. They kind of drafted themselves into a corner here, Nigma did. Because
Yeah.
Secret, like they checked pretty much all the boxes
10
so far.
seconds remaining.
But Nigma, they lack tower push, they lack damage in
5
general.
seconds remaining.
It's not going to be easy, especially against the Treant and Odie and Troll. Like Troll has this
Dire
ult
team
where he's
back.
just immune to damage. Odie can save, Treant can save. Tough task. Very tough task.
Banning out the bat, I guess that control against the troll is very helpful.
Team
Yeah.
Secrets turn to pick.
You're going to ban out the Lycans. They're banning out pushers here, in effect.
They banned 2 offlaners, actually. So they're thinking the Odie is in mid lane then.
Do you agree with them?
I still think it's going to be an offlane Odie with the Dark Willow.
Maybe ISIS doesn't really play it, because they didn't do it
10
last game as well, and we
seconds
thought they
remaining.
would.
Didn't he play it last game?
I
5
thought
seconds
Sumail
remaining.
played it. No, I'm wrong. Sorry. Of course, he did play it last game.
Yeah. So I think they just go back to the same here, to be honest. I think Void Spirit looks pretty good here. Gives you reach to the Drow, gives you good magic damage,
Yeah.
which is the only thing they're lacking a little bit. Looks perfect here.
I wonder if they got
Storm,
rid of
perhaps?
offlaners
Dire
to
team pick.
force the OD to be the offlaner and get a mid come out,
Swap.
and then maybe they can counter that.
Yeah.
So like
Lina
taking
looks
out-
really good here, though.
Yeah. Now you've taken out the Beastmaster and the Lycan, like that puts OD definitely in the off lane, forces them to pick a mid, and now you've seen their mid and you can counter it.
10
Is
seconds
Lina enough?
remaining.
I still don't. I don't know. I just don't like the
5
the
seconds
Lina if she
remaining.
gets jumped.
Sure,
Queen
but
of
there's
Pain's
not
not
many
gonna-
options, unfortunately.
Lena.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is the
Choose your
Lina.
hero.
Well, Black, why don't you talk me through what this Nigma draft's going to do with the Lina? What can we look out for? Who are their key heroes?
Well, they needed someone to salvage their lanes for sure, because Lina, in theory, beats Bkop in the lane quite easily. Probably like a 6-4, maybe even 7-3. It's a very comfortable lane for Lina. And then Lina will have to hopefully get some rotations going, because I don't see those side lanes going very well. The Troll should free farm completely, and so should the OD. They do have the wildcard of the Rubik, which I like a lot against the OD, especially to kite Trolls and whatnot. So I do think Nigma has what it takes to win this game, but they gotta somehow survive the laning phase, which is gonna be hard.
And Bkop, what have Secret got to do?
I think it starts with the lanes. The earlier that ISIS can get this Meteor Hammer, the better off they're going to be continually looking to push these lanes and take out these outer towers. If you could take a couple of tier 1s, move in, start moving around with Sumail's help, I think that could be really detrimental to Nigma winning this game. On top of which, if they're able to stop early pushes that come from Nigma, that is going to make it even more difficult for them. That Treant set up there to just make sure that these towers don't go down and they don't lose any part of their map.
Okay, well, it might start with the lanes for Team Secret, but for this game, we're going to be starting with the casters, and those casters are Nomad and Lizard.
Thank you very much, Dan. Yes, indeed. An interesting draft. Lizard, what are your thoughts?
I feel like the drafts are similar, like 50-50. I won't give any team a huge advantage. What I feel like Team Secret is lacking is one of these heroes that can get behind and close and personal to Drow and Lina easily, right? In that last game, they had that. They had multiple. Even their carry could do that. In this one, I feel like it won't be that simple.
Yeah, all about catch, all about jump. And this time, neither team really has the advantage in that regard, so could go any way. Yeah, I mean, what do you think about this mid lane matchup as well?
I mean, first, I think that one team has an advantage in that way. It's the Spirit Breaker, right? Like
Well,
Mind
yes,
Control.
of course.
He can definitely get into the backlines with some crazy charges. Sometimes he goes a little bit too far into the backlines and feeds a couple of times with his Spirit Breaker, but we have seen other series in which he steadily improved on the hero and became just a beast. When it comes to the mid lane, Black said it perfectly well. This is a Lina favorite matchup. If Lina is Lina mid, Miracle should be there, right? Yeah, Lina should be mid, and I don't think that Miracle is going to have too many problems. especially if you consider that he's the one that has a Spirit Breaker on his side who might rotate in after, he has a decent laning stage, gets that level 6.
Yeah, that is less common on the POS 3 Spirit Breaker, though, isn't it?
Of course. That's what I'm saying. Like, maybe after you pressure this tier 1 tower, get something out of it, you can start rotating around.
Yeah. No, certainly going to be an interesting matchup in that regard. And, what I always like to favor the team when it comes to the catch versus catch thing, two backliners. It does come to the thing about who has the better save, and I would like a little bit more save on Enigma Galaxy, I will say. And the OD kind of doubles up as that for Team Secret. I think that's why they like it so much.
Yeah, the OD that's on Team Secret will be played on Nigma as well. GH is playing his signature Rubik, and he should be using that Astral Imprisonment. Fear not, he will steal it. And in Rubik's hands, it's usually scarier than in ODs. Suddenly you can't even meet your hammer properly because he's messing it up. He's either astraling the person that you're going for or astraling you. The range is ridiculously high with Aether Lance and Arcane Supremacy. So I expect him to have a good time saving or setting up for kills with the ODs in prison.
Absolutely. Now, in the last game, we did have a middle lane go pretty spicy as Samael got very, very aggressive in the mid, trying to... I don't know what he was trying to... Well, he was trying to get kills, basically. He was trying to kill the Invoker and secure himself as the king of the mid lane, but didn't really work out too well. We'll see what this game...
He won the game, though, right?
He did win the game, exactly.
There you go.
So that's all that matters.
I mean, it wasn't the first time that he has, one of these lanes in which he owns on CS, but feeds a couple of times. Now on the mid lane, he's taking so much damage. It's just very difficult to trade hits with Alina. Possible for a co-op, actually.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first few levels versus Alina. We'll always see the same thing happening. She does get that early advantage. The first few waves just so hard to fight against her with.
One hero that I'm surprised we aren't seeing more of in DPC SCA, Sumail getting really low. In SCA, DPC Treant is very popular. Like, we haven't really seen it in the Dota pit, at least. Thane?
Yeah, that's true, Kuro. Maybe in some trouble here. Does he have the cookie to get over these trees? Doesn't look like it. He's just going to get run down by Yapsor and by Ice. And there's first blood going the way of Team Secret in the top lane.
A pretty nice play from Ice. Yapsor is usually the one that's just creep skipping, right? And Kuro goes and tries to prevent that from happening. Ice follows up with a nice Imprison into the brambles.
Yeah, very nice combo between the two heroes there. It's very, very strong indeed. So, Mind Control, I mean, he's off to a bit of a slow start, and as mentioned before, we've seen him on this Spirit Break before. Didn't really work too well in one game, and then worked brilliantly in the next, so it's a 50-50, this one, for sure.
It's a 50-50, but in a game such as this one, he shouldn't have really the best laning stage. Like, you're playing into a troll. As a melee hero, there isn't a lot you can do. And because of that, Mind Control might not find as much fun out of the laning stage. Plus GH's Rubik, it's really not the strongest laner. Can't help you a lot.
Nope. And the old bait charge on coming at you. Nah, just kidding, I'm not. Yeah, I mean, it's a lane they're just trying not to lose. It's not a lane they really expect to win unless there's any huge mistake coming out from Secret, which they will, of course, capitalize upon. It's the top lane which they're hoping goes the best for them, I believe, on Nigma, obviously other than mid, but out of the side lanes.
I mean, top lane also, considering that Kuro died already, isn't going in the best way possible. Yeah. And Puppy is going full defensive mode, armor level 2. Usually what I see, at least in the last couple of weeks, is Leech Seed maxed out. Like, you go for 2 levels of Nature's Grasp, and you even go for more in Leech Seed. Yeah, Living Armor, old school build, still can go for that. You can help out your mid, your offlane as well.
Real OGs just go for Grasp.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Just max out the Grasp, and that's it.
Hell yeah.
Just defend the tower,
stats.
yeah?
Grasp and stats. Yep, that's it. That's the play.
All you need. Just sit behind the tower, spam that, get some Veil, right? Meteor Hammer.
Exactly. They try and come and kill you. Not happening. Grasp. I'm too tanky with my stats.
Top
Easy
lane.
life. Top lane. We have some action taking place here as a cookie comes down, but ILTW pretty low, but as is Ice. ILTW is not sticking around to try and get the kill onto the OD. He's playing a little bit more carefully than that, dodging out the Bramble Maze as Kuro continues to trade, but overall I would say this trade kind of favors Enigma Galaxy a little bit more. However, then you think about the Ring of Health on the OD,
Exactly.
and I start to reconsider my point.
Yeah, I was just about to, you know,
Just about to call me out. You're like, no, you
I was
idiot.
just about to call you out. Yeah, goddamn nomad, not checking inventory. Big shot.
We are doing some good damage here, but I don't think Ice is going to fall, and Kuro and
Top lane?
ILTW both pretty low. Yeah, it's a brawl up here, that's for sure. Everyone's so low on HP, I feel like one misstep, and there's just going to be a double kill on this lane.
Yeah, on bottom lane as well, there's constant brawling happening between Nisha. They're preventing them from
No,
pulling.
here's the misstep. ILTW gets plonked down by Ice and his career as well. Rubbing salt in the wound there, that's for sure.
This is the second game they're not really answering. So in the last game, Ice, he couldn't really rush that Meteor Hammer, which resulted in him even leaving the lane before he got it. It was like minute 11 or something. But in this game, he's just about to finish it. 350 gold away. He's going to have a full Meteor Hammer. And then it's even harder for Drow to lane.
Yeah, that constant pressure, that constant threat of the combo coming down on you is just not something you can ignore. And also, it's not like they have an easy cancel for it in the top lane either. Like, they have Cookie, which, yeah, might get you out of the immediate right-click range of the OD, but he's still going to land that hammer on you, and you're probably going to struggle to cancel the hammer's animation as well, which is...
They might try to go for Ice actually.
Under attack.
You reckon?
Instead. Oh, he just juked them. Never mind.
I juked them enough. The Cookie comes out, but I don't think they've got enough damage now that he's in range of the tower. And even turns around and gives him a little middle finger right-click.
I mean,
The best
it's a
card.
ranged hero with like 7 starting armor, 300 movement speed. It's like,
Radiant's courier has been
and now with perhaps that Drow.
Yep, they've got that combo coming down onto ILTW once again. He's got no counterplay to this. He's just going to get killed off. That is unfortunate, but yeah.
At what point do you sack this lane? Like now there's a Meteor Hammer on Ice. I don't think you come back here any longer. Maybe if the lane is really pushing in hard and Lina rotates, but besides your other supports and cores rotating, I don't see the way for a Drow to continue laning there. It's really hard.
middle tower is under
He's
attack.
TPing back in. Let's see if he gets punished. Ice again doing the same trick with the courier. You see he's hiding the Meteor Hammer. And now it goes in.
Yep, top lane, he gets it delivered. He's like, wait a minute, this guy has it. Oh, and then Kuro's on top of him as well. Kuro is ready for this, and this actually might go the way of Enigma. They've got the help coming in as well in the form of GH. Ice getting so low, they can't land the finishing blow, though.
Lina?
Nice,
What?
Ice will survive. Lina? What's she up to in the bottom lane?
Actually, it was searching for Nisha, but Nisha managed to hide himself away in the trees.
Dire's middle tower is under
But not now. Laguna Blade. Okay, goodbye, Nisha. Lightning delivered. Nisha
now
dead.
top lane?
But in the top lane, maybe they get the kill at last on Twice Ice. Yes, they will. Finally, they get a bit of punishment coming their way. But Yapsor looking for the counterplay onto Kuro, but Kuro's got a 1, so we'll be okay. They won't make the play onto Yapsor. They've got what they came for. Finally, they put an end to Ice's menacing existence in the top lane.
Yeah, some really nice rotations and moves from SAPPHIRE. Like Kuroki first that he went up, GH as well that he followed up. It was really important to stop that first Meteor Hammer from connecting on the Drow.
Radiant's
Actually, I expected
middle
Ice
tower is
not to
under
use
attack.
it there because they did see Snap. Yeah, GH might fall here.
Weaving his way through the trees. I think that lift was enough to get him out of any immediate danger, but it always feels bad when there's 2 heroes keeping 3 heroes huddled together under the tower.
Yeah, meanwhile, Ice actually rotates towards the mid lane. I'm not really sure that he can pressure it though. Just because of the way Lina works, right? Like, you just go there, you use your Dragon Slave, and you pull the creep wave away.
Right, so you think they've moved him in with this hammer to try and get some damage on the
No,
tower?
you see, he actually. Oh, the
Was that a
bait!
Was that a bait?
That was a bait.
Ice,
That
you
was a bait.
naughty man. Does he have enough damage to finish it off?
Oh, the lift!
look like he does. GH comes in just in time, stops the mail, getting off the finishing blow. That was a series of clutch plays from these two teams.
Top lane, can they kill Dark Willow? I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, that was so good from GH right there, TPing. And first it was amazing from CIS. I'm not sure if it was... let's call it a bait. Let's say it was a bait, because I think he needed to go top anyway. And he saw Lina coming in to stun him, and because of that he cancelled it and caught Lina instead. I'm not sure if it was...
Possibly.
Yeah, but maybe it was a bait as well. Maybe it was straight up just that.
I don't know, he saw Miracle there for quite a long time, right?
Yeah, he saw Miracle running in to cancel the TP with LSA.
Yeah.
And because of that, he turned and caught him. It was a big brain play, and it's CIS, so I think it's... You're right, it was the Meteor Hammer bait.
Well, nice try. Didn't come out with the goods, thanks to GH's speedy lifting action. And now this laning phase kind of settles down once again. It is Alina who is, unsurprisingly, the richest hero in the game. She is doing very well for herself. And she's just going to walk into the face of CIS here. I'm not quite sure how this is going to work out. Kuro going for the cancel. Oh no, they both get hammered on down here. That's not how they wanted this one to go. But Miracle does arrive to claim up at least the support kill and looks towards CIS as well. But oh man,
yeah, I wanted to say earlier that I'm afraid that Snap will do exactly that. When first Meteor Hammer was used, but no, he was actually fast enough and he cancelled it. This time around, the same thing. If you remember in the last game, GH, he snowballs into the OD and then still gets Meteor Hammered, because it doesn't matter. You can stun the CIS's OD, but if he casted the Meteor Hammer on time, it will still connect. Unfortunate for Nigma.
Absolutely. The second time around as well, we saw the exact same thing happen last game as well.
Yep. And now you're kind of leaving CIS on top lane. He's going to be pressuring that tier 1. He has the catapult as well. Meanwhile, everyone else on the side of Secret is just happy farming and defending. You have that living armor. You can't really take down mid lane. And on the bottom lane, Treant is just spamming Nature's Grasp and defending it.
Yeah, Puppey being super annoying and getting a lot of farm in the process as well. He's overtaken the Snapfire by a significant margin. Meanwhile, Nisha continues to just farm up his Battle Fury, happy as a lamb in the jungle.
What do you think? What's the right play here for Nigma? I feel like the only way they take a tower is if they make a 5-man rotation. I don't feel that they can take an objective in any other case. Puppey,
oh, Puppey. Puppey. He sees the gank coming, pops an Nature's Grasp, which completely ruins the plan of Nigma. They already started firing the kisses for that one, trying to get the kill. They just thought that was an easy kill for them, but Puppey just reads them like a book.
Look at how much farm he has. This is a position 5 that already has boots and a veil, pretty much. If he decides to buy it, he has enough gold. And I just love this build. Like, don't be fooled. 3, he dishes out so much damage right now with the Veil plus Nature's Grasp. Like, he can defend this tower for a really long time.
Add another to the tally.
Which is why you maxed it, Lizard.
Yeah, that's why you do it.
Secret going for a sneaky smoke gank up in the top lane, seeing who they can find, but right now, no one's making themselves particularly available. Miracle's just back up in his own jungle, very, very safely farming up.
Yeah, on top lane, CIS, he read this move from Lina and Rubik. They were actually trying to go for him. That's why he moved back until he had the follow-up from the Dark Willow and the Queen of Pain. And now when they're around, I believe this should be the time to take down the tier 1 tower.
So what did Nigma do with this? Do they try and defend that tier 1 tower at top? Do they put pressure elsewhere?
Well, GH tries to deny it. He does do it, but he might get caught here.
Looking like that might be the case. Tries to steal the blink, gets the dagger instead, and that means that GH will fall.
I'm not like I'm looking at this game. Usually, Dark Willow is caught.
Yep, into the LSA. They have Laguna. They'll throw it down just to get the kill onto Yapsel. Just want to make sure she doesn't get off that Shadow Realm. SIS is going to drop the hammer here. Unfortunately, he's mistimed that one just a little bit. And Mind Control will be okay.
He was afraid a bit because of the bulldoze, so he used it a bit faster than usual. Also, there was Alina around. He was thinking maybe she'll come in with an LSA, so I must... Sometimes you're just worried that something will interrupt it and you cast it a bit too soon. But it's one of those rare games you're watching, and I just don't see what Nigma is supposed to be doing besides farming up this Drow Ranger in the triangle. It's so difficult for them to take any of the objectives, any of the towers. Maybe if CIS goes too deep on top lane, you can charge and then travel in with Miracle. You can set up some kills, but besides that, it's really not an easy draft to execute at the moment. They are charging CIS.
Yep, up to the top lane we shall go, but if CIS has any idea that this is coming, he can make the counterplay here, and does exactly that. That Tumbler's Toy doing a huge amount for him there in helping him not to get charged up. And this is the thing, you've drafted offlane Spirit Breaker, and you can't make plays on the map. That's got to feel pretty bad.
You can't do plays on the map, because you can't take the enemy jungle, and you're forced into these 4-man smokes into the enemy triangle. You might find... Okay.
Alright, I guess Yapsor's dead. Might take a bit of time, but we'll get there. Fear out, just to make sure he can do something with his life, but we'll go down regardless. Nigma Galaxy, they get some vision down, they take control of the triangle for a little bit, but won't be staying here long.
And this might lead into a tier 1 mid lane. I really like the way that they adjusted this. I didn't see this play coming.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Like,
This is strong.
Yeah, usually what teams do is they take tier 1 bottom, right? They play in the enemy jungle, then you would charge the mid laner, whoever is there. But the way they moved into the triangle and protected themselves from that side is... like... teaching. Really nice.
Another charge coming out. This time it's onto Samael. But they won't commit to this one. They don't want to get overzealous here with their charges across the map. Meanwhile, Puppy's going on a little puppy adventure.
Old puppy adventures. Adventures of Captain Pupan.
Yes. That puppy guy.
He went in, now he TP's back towards the tier 1. Continues protecting it most likely. He has 1,000 gold on top of that Veil as a position 5. He literally has not left the bottom lane. Has Veil and a full medallion completed.
He's having a good old time on this position 5. I'm sure the Willow's like... I thought I was supposed to be the position 4 this game, but whatever, it's fine. I won't argue with you. Sorry, sir.
He's still probably buying all the sentries, right? Giving them to the Dark Willow. The only one problem that you have with Treant doing what he's doing is he's not really moving away from bottom lane. And then every play that you're making without him.
Miracle.
The Secret is reading this so well. Nisha, he already moved back.
I've seen this play before. Maybe they get Yapsor again here. Let's see. Silence does connect. The multi-shot to follow. And the kiss is coming out on top as well. They will get the kill onto Yapsor once again. That wasn't a replay, folks. That was just Nigma making the same play and getting the same kill.
Can they rush? Can they rush from this? They're trying to.
They are going to try. Is it time for Puppy to move from the bottom lane is a question. Doesn't look like it.
Puppy doesn't move. That's it. Like he remains down here. I want to see one of those heat maps for his movement so far.
He can draw you one. It's not hard.
Just one big circle around the tier 1 bot.
Yep. Very nice. Nigma Galaxy, they are in motion here as they clear out the triangle, get themselves Roshan, claim the Aegis, and start finding some action. They drafted the Spirit Breaker. We said it was looking pretty difficult for them to make some moves, but they've proven us wrong, and they have now put themselves on the forward foot. There's no PL this game as well to cancel out the Drow, so that is a big factor.
They just strategically approach the game completely differently, right? Like I'm inspired by their plays. Not going bottom, not taking the enemy jungle, just going into the triangle. By being in the triangle, they're pressuring OD. They're not allowing him to press the tier 2 on top lane because of the charge, right? So he needs to be pretty much just farming the hard camp. And then you get access to the rush pit and the tier 1 mid. I'm just... I'm loving this.
Yeah, it really feels like Nigma are coming to this game with a real plan, and the execution seems pretty damn good so far. Secret are a little scattered. And what happened to this OD that was doing so well on the top side of the map, that was dominating the lane? He's just slowly dropped out of net worth, out of relevance even.
Yeah, he's got... basically what happened is what we just talked about. He's got the Blink Dagger, he has farm. He's not far behind the Drow even. But he wasn't able to pressure mid lane or top because of the fact that Treant is on bottom and all 5 heroes of Nigma were playing around that Rosh pit, right? Like the triangle and Rosh, so... CIS is like, okay, if I push top, I'm being charged 100% and I'm dead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Can't do it. Now, Nigma continuing to utilize his Aegis and shoving in this bottom wave. Of course, Puppey, you know, this is my lane. I'm going to try and keep this tower alive as best I can.
How dare they invade Puppey's
Radiant's bottom
home?
tower is under attack.
He's sealing it up.
Radiant structures
They
are
won't be able to
fortified.
take this. Not that easily, at least.
Dire are
No,
scanning.
and they've got other lanes to deal with now. The top lane's being shoved in, middle lane about to start being pressured as well. Yeah, Nigma will not be able to stick down here for too much longer. The smoke up from the Yapsor and Samael. Looks like they might be thinking about something. Moving into their own jungle, perhaps? I feel like this needs to be more than a two-man maneuver, but if they link up with Puppey, then the numbers will start to add up.
There's a tower, you will be able to TP there. But you are running into an Aegis and pretty much full 5-man because Spirit Breaker will be there.
RTW joining the fray. The ultimate comes out, but there's a Shadow Blade actually, or is that a invisible? No, it's a Shadow Blade out from the Drow to get herself back. Meanwhile, Miracle fighting up into everything right now, but they found Kuro in the tree lines as Nisha gets on top of him. Doesn't look like Snapfire's going to make it away, so she's going to go down, but as does Yapsor as well to Miracle. So it's a trade for the Pos. Well, the Pos fires pretty much at this point.
Got the trees.
Yeah, get them all down. Miracle backing away. Mind Control with the slowest charge ever through the Nature's Grasp. Not connecting with that one at all. Enigma looks like they're just going to back themselves away. They do have this Aegis, but they've accepted the fact they're not going to get this tower. And this does feel pretty bad, right? They use so much of their Aegis timing, so much of their heroes timing to try and pressure this bottom tier 2 tower. And if they don't come back here again soon, it's just going to get healed up again by Puppey.
Yeah, Puppey should at least be able to heal it up completely by the time they return. But they didn't suffer any big casualties, right? They only lost the Snapfire, and they continue farming, which is, I believe, what they're fine with.
Okay.
Their lineup. I just love the fact that Nisha spent like 10 seconds just cutting the trees to be able to escape.
Yes. Just a bit of deforestation when necessary.
Killing Puppey's home. Everyone is just invading him. He just wants to be alone, you know, farming some creeps, farming that Aghanim Refresher Radiance or what.
Yeah, so he's going to get pissed off and invade Isengard with his friends, but that's a different game. So Nisha, he's got the Battle Fury, he's got the Sanjin Yasha. Was that Lincoln's he's going for? Oh, hello, we've got some action. CIS finding maybe the kill on Takuro, though that said, Mind Control comes racing on in to the defense of his captain. And he might have just earned himself a little bonus for this year as he saves his life and gets the kill instead onto CIS.
And also this is the reason why they picked Rubik, it's to steal the Astral Imprisonment, and now he has it. So GH is ready to pretty much start making plays. With the Aether Lance, with Astral Imprisonment, he can just catch anyone out. And most importantly, this troll suddenly cannot ulti any longer. Like, you can't, if you don't have BKB and you ulti, Rubik will just put you under.
Yep, you'll just have to sit there very angrily inside the Astral Imprisonment. Yeah, he is going for that BKB after all. Looked like a Lincoln's for a while, but I think he is going for the BKB now. Mind Control just getting back down the low ground. Galaxy, they know secrets in survive unless they find a really tempting opportunity. Uh-oh, Lina could be in some trouble here. Mind Control, though, he's going to come blasting on through, make sure that hammer doesn't come off. They'll try and go with the ulti of Yapsor here, but he can't seem to land it. So Mail jumping in pretty deep with the Scream, and meanwhile the damage with the Kisses coming on over on top here. It's Peppering Secret, not really doing that much damage, except to Yapsor, who's getting pretty low. And now the blast comes down to Samael, but he gets the jump away. Puppey saves him with the ultimate as well. No, CIS dropping his own ultimate with the Scream as well. The combination from Secret, it takes down one. Can they get any more? ILTW on the run with a Shadow Blade will make it out okay. Meanwhile, there is no cancel. He'll survive as well. Man, only 2 casualties from that fight. This is a very close game.
Extremely close game and extremely well played by both of these teams. Puppy being there on point, using first the overgrowth, then the whale, catching like 3-4 targets. At the same time, Troll using his ulti, and instantly, like the same millisecond, he gets imprisoned by GH. I feel like they just need this BKB on Troll before they're ready to fight. Before that happens, they just can't. They are baiting out BKBs and whatnot really well. Like CIS, he is being charged, but he does have that blink.
Who else is here, though? There's a Lina nearby as well. This could actually be a play. I'm not convinced this will get cancelled. Miracle trying to make the setup work here. ICIS, oh, the stun does miss. He gets the Astral off. Ooh, ICIS in a clutch moment there. And now in comes a Cavalry Secret. They're looking for revenge. Stuns out from Miracle does not land. ICIS jumps forward. Another Astral out from him. Cage sitting just behind as well. Does he have an Astral of his own? I don't think so. Or if so, he's not going to use it. Mind Control will fall. And
it was actually GH. He's the one that caught Spirit Breaker.
Oh,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure why he thought that that's gonna save him, because Spirit Breaker had charge of cooldown. I felt like I mean, you just try to save him and play off of that. It didn't work this time. It happens.
Maybe he ate his lunch or something.
That's possible. Probable.
Pushing in on the middle lane now. Secret looking to finally, at 25 minutes, take this middle tier 1 tower. Oh, hold the phone. Puppy's gone in. He's managed to get off that ultimate onto GH, and they will kill off that pesky Rubik and remove the Astral threat as well.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, with Spirit Breaker being dead and with the Rubik being dead, they can take control of the enemy jungle, but Spirit Breaker is alive, and now maybe a charge can happen together with the Lina Shadowblade. I'm just impressed by CIS and how fast he reacted on the bottom lane. Like how fast he reacted to use his imprison on mind control. Probably had that ward and the sentry that scouted the charge out.
Won't be able to react to this one though, as Miracle unleashed on Sentinel. Maybe he will. He gets the Astral out onto himself along with a save from his teammate. Miracle's one in trouble. He's got the BKB though, so will survive for the time being. Trying to stun up Nisha, but doesn't quite land it. And now ILTW, he's in from the side, but Samael is immediately on top of him, but he can't finish anyone off. Yabsul's the only one dead so far as RTW starts unleashing on Samael, but Samael's back with his team, and I think Nigma might back themselves up here. Or maybe it's Secret who leave, actually. Yeah, they catch out Puppy with the lift-up, throwback, damages in. Then Astral will buy him a little bit of time, but ultimately he will die.
There's still a charge on ICIS. He needs to be careful. Morty's kisses.
Let's see. Lining it up, just using the vision. Is he going to get out of range? ICIS, he is. Mind Control's just going to sit here and wait for the guy to come back again. He hasn't got a blink available, so ICIS will fall.
I think if he blinked in the direction that he was facing, maybe he would be able to, you know, at least go into the fog, but he dies anyway afterwards. I really like Skuroki's blink into Mortimer's kisses just to prevent ICIS from blinking away. That was really nicely played, and this should be a rush now for Nigma again.
Yeah, the Spirit Breaker Snapfire combo, you know, it's good in lane, and it is great outside of the lane as well. We saw them try to set up for a kill into Puppy with it earlier. Didn't quite work out, but this time it goes absolutely perfectly. And now Roshan will go the way of Nigma Galaxy.
What do you think? Is Yabzor offended? He's going for this Midas. Is it like, Puppy, you're not gonna out-farm me. This isn't the way this relationship works. You need farm.
I will retake my place as a position 4. One way or another.
He's actually on the bottom of the network charts at the moment. Just a very strange sight to see. Like, no, not really somewhere where you expect Yabzor to be at all.
No, but, you know, if Puppy says, the bottom lane belongs to me, you're not going to argue. Blink Dagger now completed for this Treant Protector as well. We've got Medallion, Veil, Blink Dagger, Brown Boots.
Pretty rich.
Pretty rich. Yeah, I like it as well. I think, you know, we saw the potential playmaking on this Secret lineup a little bit earlier on in one of the last fights. You know, when Tree was able to get a decent ulti off, it was sneaking around. They've got the lift up. I mean, Nisha, it's a bold target. Oh, they actually lift him out of the LSA. That's not ideal. Nisha gets away.
They did scan out the Dark Pillow, but the TP is there as well. They might waste a little bit of their time hunting for him. But I think they're okay with wasting one BKB charge away from Nisha. It's really important to get it as low as possible, because the lower it is, the easier it is for Rubik to control him with imprisonment, right?
True.
So every time you take 1 second off of it, you're fine with that.
Keep whittling it down one charge by the next. And of course, you know, Secret, I'm sure they're not too bothered about that either, though. You know, getting their troll out there safely, wasting a bit of Enigma's Aegis timer, that is what it's all about. Smail, he's jumped in here. Is he going to be alright? It looks like he will be okay.
Stop how they miss each other. Like, now CIS, they know that he's there. He just used the Meteor Hammer. And Rubik catch him.
Secret being so cheeky. He's blinked away, OD. He's not where they think he is. Or is he?
Oh! Come on. And he's still there. He wants to use it another time. Like, he actually wants probably the next wave.
You don't. That's just insulting if he goes for another wave here. But I think you're right. I think he's gonna.
Unless the courier scouts him, it's flying down bottom. Oh, he's gonna run into GH.
Wait. No, there's no way you get away with this one. CIS, come on. He's astraled himself, or been astraled by the Rubik actually. And I'll set up with the LSA, the damage. Build astral himself now. This is his one. Link down to the south. TP away. No.
Come on, you're kidding me.
Come on. Play fairly, CIS.
Oh man. That's just... he's just buying so much time for his
the voice line.
On point.
So on point. So good. Alright, CIS having some fun here. Wasting that Aegis timing beautifully in the bottom side of the map.
They fight this? Aegis is, what, 2 minutes away, so... And there's a double damage on Lina. Damn, they're going for it.
That's pretty scary, but Miracle, gonna pop the DD. Looks to jump in on this one. Meanwhile, Nisha just getting on top of GH, and this might just be a free kill for Nisha. Let's see if anything else happens here. Miracle, I mean, he knows that BKB is about to disappear, but he doesn't feel confident enough to unleash onto the Troll Warlord right now. He knows that 4 versus 5, they need that pick-off play, otherwise the fight just isn't going to go their way. And the call comes in not to do it.
They defended the tier 2. Do you think that's value for them, even though they use the BKB?
Oh, 100%. I think Secret are stupidly happy with the way this Aegis time is just trickling away, doing nothing for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, I agree. Do you like the Blink Dagger on Troll?
Yeah, I think it's a game where, you know, we've talked about the catch which is required to get on top of this Lina in this Drow a lot. So yeah, Blink Daggers on everyone. 5-man Blink Dagger. That's what I want.
It's nice. They already have, what, 3? And a built-in Blink Dagger on the Queen of Pain, so your wish is being fulfilled by them.
Excellent. I still want Queen of Pain to get one, though.
Arcane Blink, or...
I don't know, I've heard that item's bad now.
Just an overkill if you're already doing it, you know. Just go full YOLO mode on the Queen of Pain.
I think the lack of cooldown reduction, not stacking it anymore, would definitely hurt that item way more than maybe it should have. It's very brutal.
I mean, you go for strength now on most heroes anyway. Maybe a Swift Blink on Drow here and there. Yapzor is charged. They see him. Silence. He's just so dead.
Jesus. LTW starting to hit pretty hard here and utilizing that vision once again. I mean, it's interesting the way Enigma utilize this Spirit Breaker pick. Like, they're not even using the charge that much. It's just the vision. It's just all about the vision.
And it's just what they need, right? For LTW, if he can silence the Dark Willow, all he needs is vision in the trees. And so far, Mind Control has been on point with giving it. He's going to have an Aghanim's very soon as well. Spirit Breaker, that is. And suddenly, Bash City.
Yep, those charges will connect. And it gives you the all-important ability to clear through creep waves as well, which just makes the hero so much better. Yeah, pretty cute.
The game is really calm. Like, they are charging... Who are they charging bottom? He's just charging the creeps. That's it. Meanwhile, Miracle is trying to find anyone that's sitting in the trees, but there is no one as all 5 have been smoked.
Alright, wake up chat, we're about to have some action. Smoked up on the side of Team Secret. What will they find? Who will they find? And where will they find it? All these questions will be answered, and more, very shortly.
Ta-dum.
Miracle going for a leisurely walk by the riverside. There is no approach from Team... Oh, they want to bait the double damage rune.
Bait.
Miracle, he's too hungry for it. He's walking right into it. Nisha jumps in his face, takes it very in front of him. Ultimate comes out from Puppey. Do they have the damage to bring down Miracle? Yes, they do. See you later, Lena. Now they look for more. Nisha's on the run, but LTW's there, backing them up. They'll use the Astral, though, to get him out of that silence. Meanwhile, GH TP's away with the stolen ultimate from Puppey. Mind control, running the front lines. Actually, Samael cutting through the back here. That seems like a bit of a dangerous move. LTW, perfect usage of the BKB to avoid the fear coming out onto him. Mind control just doing a great job on controlling up Nisha and not letting him get into this fight as Puppey has gone down. And, well, the Astral's out now on to Samael. Comboed up with a cookie, but Ice is there to chase back Kuro. Meanwhile, the carries are battling it out. LTW is just having a little bit of a feud with Nisha here. And I think Nisha's winning this one. He's got him chain locked down inside the melee bashes. That's what you want to see if you're a secret fan. However, can they finish off Nisha? No, they cannot. He's just running away up to the high ground with Samael, with Ice. The cores from Secret are completely safe, and it is going to be their fight.
And one imprisonment after another, Ice first saves the troll, then helps out Sumail as he was dealing with the backlines, with the Rubik, with the Snapfire. Now he's caught. GH uses it, but charge was not on point. Can he get out?
I'm not sure. They've got a lift. They've got a damage. I wonder if there's going to be some more Astrals. Oh, thank goodness. I was getting... There we go. Oh, phew. There we go. Some more Astrals. And waiting. And bash. And dead. Good lord.
He had 2 imprisons stacked on OD. I thought that he might be able to use one on Rubik and one on Spirit Breaker and get away. But Rubik has just so much more range with Aether Lance that he can't really do it on time.
Yeah, GH knew that, and he was staying on the right range to do it as well. I noticed that he was staying very far back there, and he just clarified why. As the Absol just gets blasted in the middle lane, tries to come for a creep wave and just gets critted to death by Miracle.
Lena? He's in Shadow Blade, they don't see him. Actually, it's just an Invis rune, never mind. But this should be Rush again, right? Like, can you contest this? I don't think so.
No, 30 seconds on 2 heroes, and poking just isn't possible against the Spirit Breaker. You poke the Spirit Breaker, he just runs at you, and you can't do anything.
Isn't Spirit Breaker, like, at the moment, the best zoning hero with all his toolkit, right? Just constantly charging through you, into you, ulting you. Like, they couldn't get close to Drow Ranger for such a long time in that last fight. All they need on the side of Nigma, I feel like, is an additional way of dealing with Overgrowth. So some Lotus Orbs or perhaps a Manta or something similar.
Oh, Samael getting blasted here by Miracle, and GH comes in with the lift to secure the kill. Samael is gone. Can they get the +1 is the question. The answer is no. BKB's out from Nisha. I mean, it's still a lot of damage, but not quite enough.
Kuro?
Hey, what's going on over here? Kuro pops a refresher shot for the double cookie. It's a cute play. Is it going to be enough to turn this fight in their favor? It's the question. I'm not sure. Kuro blasting in with the kisses over onto the OD, who's now got the shard, so is limping away inside the astral form, but they've got the charge now on Tim. Ice is going to go down again. Enigma just cleaning up the secret heroes across the map at this point. It is getting messy. Wait,
LTW killed the troll.
Troll died?
He killed him. Yeah, LTW caught him next to the hard camp while all of that was happening. It's easy because a troll doesn't have a BKB, right? And you just silence him and pick him off. Like, this is no buybacks on troll, no buybacks on OD. Yeah, Puppey, you defended bottom lane for a long time, but I think it's a bit hard now. There's just way too much damage coming out of these 3.
Goodness, what a game from Nigma here. They're playing it beautifully. It is a very interesting game when we were looking at it. I mean, interesting in that just everyone and their dog is getting astraled for most of their team fights.
I feel like the main target should be this Rubik, actually. Like, you need to take down GH for control him. If you don't control him, he just messes up your whole team fight. The imprisonment is so well used by him.
Yeah,
there's Aghanim's being built up by Abzor. He's getting closer to it, but I don't see that big of an impact from that item.
No, I'm guessing it's kind of just a way to threaten back these kind of squishier heroes. Maybe you can force back the Spirit Breaker. I mean, you say Rubik, I say Spirit Breaker. I think it's kind of like a split between the two in terms of how they're controlling up these fights and stopping Secret being able to actually play the game they want to play.
And speaking of the Spirit Breaker, can you check his neutral item? He's got Spell Prism.
Wow.
That charge is on 5.7 seconds of a cooldown. Like,
good lord.
Like constant, literally all the time. He will be charging through the team fights.
Yep. It's a tough old game for the side of Team Secret. They just can't seem to find the fights they want. Enigma, excellent strategy, excellently executed. They will find a Timeless Relic at least for their Queen of Pain. That's going to be very nice.
I feel like they still, with the Blink Dagger from Troll, if they manage to use all their spells properly and jump the backlines, he can clean through them very easily. He has that Abyssal as well completed.
Bottom tower is under attack.
But you have the problem of Rubik and the bigger problem that you mentioned earlier, Mind Control, Spirit Breaker. You need to control these two somehow.
Structures are fortified.
Easier said than done. I think it's just going to be a case of Nisha just abyssaling and unleashing on the Spirit Breaker. As bad as that feels, it's got to be done. They can't let this guy just continually control up every single member on the side of Team Secret. It's just not how this works. Yeah, he's kind of baiting them pretty hard here.
And they used the Terrorize on Rubik, but he blinked out just before the dust connected. So, I mean, the dust did connect, but they couldn't continue chasing.
Yeah, when he's in those trees, it's very hard to find him.
Illusion.
So Aegis, it's only got about a minute left on the Aegis, if that. I'm wondering if does Ingvar feel the pressure to make any plays here? 30 seconds left.
It doesn't look that way, right? So far, they've been happy just farming up, even though there aren't any major items coming for them. Perhaps they're waiting for Team Secret to come out of their base. You have this lineup with, two range cores that need to be protected, and when you're pushing high ground, it's easier said than done. Like, this Zhao and Lina, they're pretty vulnerable. Charge on the bottom lane.
Yeah, just over to the creeps, but Puppey doesn't care. He's just going to throw down the grass, the leech seed, regardless. No, Secret, they're making a play here, but they can't see RTW. RTW actually unleashing onto the Troll. That is brave from him. Has got the BKB, will have the reactions to use it in time as well. Mind Control, his initial charge does get cancelled, but it's Nietzsche who's actually on top of Miracle. Miracle needs some help. Aegis is gone, and there is no cheese for him either, but he's just got to heal himself back up again. The damage coming out from him is enough to bring him back to full, and now he starts unleashing onto Samael. Samael can't do a thing but sit there and die. Now in the back lines, well, they've found themselves a Puppey. Puppey will get taken down pretty quickly, slowly trying to get to the haste rune, but he will not get there in time. And Mind Control still doing his thing in the front lines here with that Shiva's Guard as well, but the damage coming out from the Dark Willow might be enough to chase him back, or maybe get the kill here. Certainly will. The volleys across take him down. And the double Astrals just to try and reset the fight here on Secret. They want to bring down the supports. That's who they want to focus here, and they'll be able to do that as Yapsol catches another. He's taken down RTW as well, but he's got a cheese, and now the stun comes out. They'll put an end to his reign of terror. But Willie's actually gone just yet, and some damage coming down. Look at this Lina! She's a man fighting the Troll. No way, Nisha does finally bring him down, but will go down himself to the Arrow of the Drow. Drow with the invisibility, but Samael scoops him up as well. There's only one hero left on the side of Neighbor Galaxy.
That's the dieback.
He will not be left for long. It is indeed GH going to be diving back into this fight. The Rubik is dead, and Secret finally dig deep and find the fight they were looking for.
Well, what a crazy fight that was. Like, I'm just holding my head watching all of that, trying to figure out who's Australian, who has an edge there in team fights. The Satanic from the Lina instantly disarms on the Troll, the disarms on the Lina, trying to rescue one another. The astral imprisonments from the OD, just saving the Troll a couple of times. Sumail was forced to use a buyback, right? He was one of the first ones to fall. Yeah, he was one of the first ones to fall, but he buybacks TPs in and just helps out his teammates take down the Drow. Spirit Breaker did just so much control there, and then Yapzor finally used his Aghanim Scepter, which makes me feel that he truly should have been the position 4 from the get-go, right? Like, there's just so much utility coming, not so much utility, so much damage coming from this Dark Willow as well. They desperately needed an additional hero to dish it out, because of Spirit Breaker was controlling everything else.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm really surprised as well about how much work Yapsol's actually doing with his Aghanims. I wasn't expecting this at all, but it's helping them out so much, as you said. And now it's Secret's turn. They're whacking away at the buildings, but there is a fortification. They will back out now, so no objective gained for the side of Secret. Though I say that, look who's turning around just to get the last little hit here on the tower and force Kuro to deny it. Very nicely done. There's a charge coming. The steam train has arrived, or more like a bullet train, I guess. That's no steam train. ISI's taking some damage, but again, Yapsor throwing in the volleys, but not doing that much to mind control this time around. Actually, this guy's taken off more than he can chew. He's going to get the die back here. 95 seconds, no Dark Willow. Maybe Nigma actually think it's their chance to go now.
If they see anyone, they will charge the target. ISIS is getting closely in the vision. He's charged.
Trying to follow up as well, but they won't go to the high ground with that. That would be too crazy even for them.
Troll, he does have that Abyssal. But without the Dark Willow, I think if you're Secret, you're happy to wait. Roshan will not respawn in an additional minute, so you have some time to just chill out, farm up, wait for the Dark Willow, and then smoke up S5.
But again, they don't know that timer, do they? So they just have to stay steady and trust in Gaben. Trust that they've made their morning prayers. Yeah,
they don't really have any ways of scouting it out. No neutrals, no summons. Lina?
Oh, they're gonna go though! Oh my god, everything just the whole kitchen sink thrown at Miracle. Miracle is taken out of this plane of existence. And they're gonna look ahead towards Mind Control as well. Getting a bit lackadaisical here on the side of Enigma Galaxy as they let their Lina die up here in the top lane. And look at the attack. Me running from my problems.
He just charged away without looking back. That status resistance actually helped him quite a lot there, but Lina falling. Man, Miracle, I understand, he has a Satanic, he also has the Spirit Breaker very close nearby, but the way they initiated, and in the same second, pitch perfect, they just threw everything on that Lina. Together with Sanity's Eclipse, which truly didn't deal way too much damage. But it didn't matter, they still did manage to take him down from 100 to 0.
I mean, that was instantaneous, right? Like the blink in, the Abyssal Blade from the Troll, Sanity's Eclipse, and then just everyone pressed every single key on their keyboard. Like just everyone just fisted their keyboard at the same time. Punched their keyboard at the same time. Poor phrasing.
If this was a pub, you would all chat question mark, you know, like...
Yeah. Really, guys?
Really? Everything on me? Like...
Yeah. Cool. All right. Yeah. Secret in the pit. They're going to claim the Aegis. Nisha gets himself the Aegis of Immortality. What other goodies are there for them? Well, there's a refresher shard for the Troll for starters. That's basically going to give him another life on top of the other one he already has.
Queen of Pain is the one that takes the cheese. Remember that Queen of Pain also does not have that buyback, so this is extremely important for her. And now that Lina has respawned, you might be looking to smoke up and defend this tier 2 on the top lane if you're Enigma. They're doing that, they're smoking up, moving towards it, but man, you're playing into 2 lives on 2 cores, Cheese and the Aegis.
Yep, and tries out Refresher Shard as well, which could be very scary. I mean, they could even give it to Ice if the fight goes on for a while. The double hammer is not something to be messed with. If he gets up a couple of charges, might just call for it, and I have no doubts that they'll be able to pass it over to him in the clutch at the moment.
Yeah, both of these teams do not have vision around the tier 2. There is the outpost that's in Radiant's favor at the moment, but no observers.
Interesting.
Yeah, but because of that secret, they are moving towards theirs. You see how they're baiting them, they're just moving closer and closer into their vision, and this just makes team fighting so much easier. You can pick targets, you can jump on the Drow Ranger perhaps.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
That's a swift blink.
Yep. Killed off. Miracle does have a double damage rune in his bottle, and I found it really funny when to pick it up, because he went to pick it up and then he stopped for a minute and he was like, wait a minute. I remember the last time I tried to do this, it didn't go too well, but there was no trap this time around. He grabs it, and they have that in their pocket to throw the way of Secret if they do end up taking a fight here.
he will be dishing out a lot of damage with the DD, with that basher that he will swap in afterwards. And, it looks like Nisha is the one baiting in front.
Yep, goodbye creep wave. And that's the thing though, right? Like Aegis or no Aegis, cheese or no cheese. Like if you can't get on top of the Lina and the Drow, you're not winning a team fight. That's just how it is. There is always that threat, but they have so many tools at their disposal to do exactly that, and movements like this would be a great way to do it.
OD is scouted now, and they're drawing exactly like Kuro just drew exactly their path, GH actually. And they're smoking up instead on the dire side too. But Troll is already there.
He's quick. Nisha, his smoke does pop, but he's a little bit of a cautious kitty to go in here. There's no way he just shoves his body into those heroes.
But they trap. OD is coming from the different side. And he has that ward to work with.
He's staying around it. If he gets a single Astral off here, it could all come crashing down.
Charge.
Yep, this is going to start things off as they jump forward onto the Willow. The Kiss has come over as well, but meanwhile, it's a Troll who's being controlled up for now, and he has lost his first life before he could get off anything at all. He will have a BKB when he comes back. Meanwhile, Kuro being shredded on the side. Nisha's on top of him though, going to be able to take him down. That's going to be the first real kill of the fight. Puppy's going in deep here, but they are not on top of RTW. Yes, they are. Ice catches him out from behind and stops that damage. But Miracle with the double damage doing so much work. But Nisha gets that ultimate off and just starts chopping away at the Spirit Breaker. But the Spirit Breaker, he's so damn tanky. Nisha, he's doing nothing. Finally, they take him down. Yaptor comes in with the real damage, and that will be Secret's fight.
Oh, LTW is still around, but I think you back out afterwards, right? Yeah. They're moving back. Man, I actually expected that fight to go way better for Secret, because, for Nigma, because they had the vision on the triangle next to that hard camp. They charged the inn, they caught the Dark Willow, then Rubik as well completely controlled the OD. He actually used his own Astral imprisonment against him, plus helped out his teammates afterwards, but there's just wasn't enough damage to take out the Troll twice. They did manage to take out his Aegis, but it wasn't enough to kill him off twice, and now LTW. He was close.
That was a little close for comfort there for LTW, but does get out okay in the end.
Keep in mind that Puppy has, like, we joked about this before. I joked that he's gonna have Aghanin's refresher or whatnot. He actually has a refresher orb, which he used in that fight. He controlled the Lina together with the Spirit Breaker, together with the Drow Ranger, twice.
Yeah, stop Troll losing his second life there quite effectively. And Ice coming around the backlines as well, just to control up the Drow as well, very important. I mean, that's how Secret win these fights, right? They just got to outmaneuver Nigma in every sense of the word. If they can do that, the fights will keep going their way. But obviously, Nigma are formidable opponents themselves and will not let these guys just walk over them, especially when it comes to taking high ground. That is going to get very difficult very soon. In fact, it already is way too hard for Secret to attempt this right now. Heroes respawning as well, so Secret just going to hit that reset button. And again, now it comes back around to when that Roshan respawns.
Bottom lane, charging out. Yeah, he TP'd out. Charge wasn't fast enough. Yapzor has an MKB, by the way, completed. So he's dishing out a significant amount of damage now too.
Look at all those items. Look at all the items we have in this game right now. Everyone's so damn rich. Everyone's loaded. Yapsol's like, yeah, I do not regret this Midas purchase. Is he going for a Moonshard, by the way?
He had the Hyperstone for a really long time.
Yeah.
He queued up the Moonshard, but I think he decided to go for the MKB first, and now he has the Moonshard back again. It's still good, right? With the Aghanims, it just makes your hero scale so well. Nisha? Oh. If he only knew. LTW was completely alone.
Yeah, you can't assume that when you don't have the vision down there, can you? If you do, there could be smoke behind him. At this point in the game, everyone's just going to second guess every move. It's getting very, very tense. Smoke up from Team Secret.
LTW again.
They found him. They've got the Hex out. Do they have the damage, though? That's a question. The Sonic Wave coming through as well, but it's a stolen Astral from Rubik that actually saves the Drow's life, and now Blink up to the high ground. RTW is fine. Miracle, meanwhile, however, does get killed off by Nisha, and now Nisha starting into the main side of the fight. Look at that damage coming out from the Dark Willow in the backlines here. But again, Stolen Astral gets Mind Control out. The saves coming out from GH here are just ridiculous. They need to get on top of this Rubik. A buyback out from Miracle as well, as the Willow continues just firing shots the way of these Nigma heroes. They're really running out of health here on a lot of these targets, and in comes Smell to finish the job on Takuro. Gotta be careful as the Drow's blasting away here. These fights are just ridiculous.
Yeah, just remember that there is no buyback now on SAPPHIRE, so that's 4 versus 5 for 100 minutes. Is there? Yeah, the buyback is on cooldown for 4 minutes
100
anyway.
seconds, yeah.
Radiant's top
Some
tower is
insane
under attack.
plays from both of these teams. I'm not sure why ILTW went on to the low ground like that. He got caught into the Hex and everything started off of that. They were just in a bad position to fight. The troll jumps afterwards and he catches Lina instead of you. Like, yeah, you can force yourself to the high ground, but Lina cannot, and Miracle is the one that pays the price.
Yeah, those GH coming in huge there with the stolen Aghanim's Astral. He can now save people, and with the shard, I don't know, does he have the shard as well? Okay,
yeah, the
so he has
shard is the one. Yeah, that lets you walk.
Rubik needs to have the shard as well for it to work, or some. I don't know. This game is just nonsense. This game's just silly.
Okay. Just a farming ulti.
Yeah. Didn't like that. Didn't like that one bit. Team tickles. Very creepy. 55 minutes. Oh, Lizard. Is it time for the first 60-minute game of the OGA Dota pit?
LTW might
Maybe
say
not.
no.
Yep, as he gets caught out in the middle lane. Cut down by Nisha. Not sure what the plan was there for LTW. Just a little bit too far out, a little bit too alone. Buyback is available, though.
I mean, he probably tried to outpush the wave there, but you don't have any teammate. How many Lincoln charges was that? What?
18.
18, okay.
Yeah. Trust me, bro.
I trust you.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Yeah,
They have
they
two,
can do
right?
about this. They have 2 Lincolns. They also have the Queen of Pain with the inbuilt one as
block,
well,
yeah.
and they're double stacking them on the troll right now.
There's a double damage rune. Roche will respawn in 1 minute, so they're not really that lucky when it comes to the respawn timer. But maybe they can get the pick off before Drow is back alive. Troll would be extremely happy to jump on someone with his DD.
He would indeed, and
Breaker.
there is a Spirit Breaker. The bullet train is down in the bottom side of the map, but they have no idea. He's under the cover of smoke, so will not be seen, will not be heard, will not be glimpsed. Whirling Axes. Not sure that's the ideal spell for you. GH, I know that's what he's got. At least it clears waves. Mind control.
Yeah, he saw him, but
Can't be
even though you
bothered.
have Hex, you can't really catch the Spirit Breaker. He has way too much stats resistance. And it looks like Nigma, even though they lost ILTW for a really long time, they weren't forced to buy back the Drow Ranger. So they should have full force before Rush has respawned.
It's time to go. Could be big. Mind control coming in from the side. On to the troll. Can they burst him in time before he gets up that ultimate? No, he cannot, because CIS is well positioned to get him out of there. Bkop on mind control means that the hits from the Willow won't really do anything. Gonna be very far forward here. Gonna get hexed up. Goodbye, Drow. That was brave, to say the least. And now we lose mind control as well. That's going to be 2 heroes dead on the side of Nigma Galaxy. A good plan, poorly executed, leads to 2 dead heroes on their side. Roshan is back up.
I don't know, LTW, he likes to play a lot of games. Maybe he had a few too many today. He's a little bit out of position now, twice in a row. They caught him around that board, and now again with the Hex. Same Hex from the same Queen of Pain, catching him twice. His teammates weren't even close.
No, he is very far away. I mean, trying to hold that little bit of high ground, that little edge over the river. Not quite working out for them, unfortunately. And now Nisha, he's taking the building. Smell coming in as well with the Hex out onto the Rubik. Buyback from Mind Control and ILTW as they charge themselves in. They want to try and catch someone, but it's a clean disengage from Team Secret. They will lose nobody getting out of this one. And Nigma, they're not even chasing.
Yeah, that Sonic Wave actually prevented Spirit Breaker from charging in. Like,
Yeah.
it literally stopped him, and they disengaged so cleanly with the 2 buybacks. Troll is already hunting on top lane.
I don't know if that was deliberate from Samel. I mean, it very well could be, because it looked damn good.
LTW.
And Troll's there. He gets a stun out. RTW, if he goes down here, this could be the end of the game, but he doesn't because the save comes in. Puppey with a big ultimate, but they're just turning around and blasting away at the Troll Warlord. Nisha, he is so low. Once he comes out of that ultimate, he might be in a whole world of hurt. Cookie through damage there, but look, he's on the sidelines. The Willow as well as the Queen of Pain, blasting damage into the side of Nigma, and Yaps is going to be able to grab that kill into mind control. And they have no buyback on the Spirit Breaker. Could this be the first domino to fall for Team Nigma? We will find out as it's Secret now heading into the Roshan pit. They do not have their Troll Warlord, but I still think they'll be able to take down Roshan.
Yeah, do you need a troll, right? Like, you can go straight into the pit and take it without him. There's too much damage. Yapsur is just a carry of his own at this point.
I was gonna say, yeah, Willow's the real carry. I'll do it myself, he says.
The damage that he was dealing in that last Aghanims, okay. There you go, Tree and Puppey actually got all the items that we made fun of before. He's
Don't
got
let
it
your
all.
memes be dreams, friends. However, they are making a play here onto Yapsor. This could be brave, but let's see if it works out for them. Miracle with the Satanic just heals himself right back to full and takes down Yapsor in the process. Now moves across to Samel. Samel blinks away. Now really surviving this one thanks to CIS with the Astral as well. They keep Samel alive. He does have the Aegis, remember. Meanwhile, in the side, they might have found Kuro. Kuro's gonna... no, they catch him out. Kuro's gone, has buyback, whilst they still wait this long-ass time for the Spirit Breaker to return to the game.
Yeah, Dark Willow actually bought back together with Nisha. And now when you have both of these heroes back up, plus the Aegis on Queen of Pain, I think you go top, right? Like, you have to try and take the high ground.
I said it was getting silly before. Shit's about to get awful silly, Lizard. We've got the tier 5 items coming out. And they might have just found themselves GH. Yeah, he's got the Elm Disc. That's going to keep him alive. Buyback from SAPPHIRE as well. Nisha just whacking away at that tower. They've got him stunned up with the One of his Kids as well, but the Astral's there to help him out. Meanwhile, from the low ground, look at the volleys coming across. They have to back themselves up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, the buyback actually... So, Nisha bought back because he was afraid that Nigma will continue fighting, right? And if that happens... Oh, LTW again. One of the observers pinking him as well. He almost went into the troll.
God forbid.
So, yep, Nisha was forced to buy back. And now he has the Giant's Ring, which I believe he likes quite a bit. But it also gives Nigma a win condition, right? If they manage to take him out, he will not have... He doesn't have an Aegis or Cheese.
True, true.
Or buyback.
There's a possible win potential there.
What's up with the neutrals? Right. Come on,
let's
give
see
them,
what's
give
going
them.
on. All right, Force Boots on Lena, so she can now settle off these boots of travel whenever she feels like it. They are pretty much redundant now. Well, I guess for TP across the map, it's pretty useful. Keep them in your backpack, I suppose. Fill it with some more damage. Meanwhile, we have this Giant's Ring, which is absolute silliness. Unobstructed pathing. Run around wherever you want. You're huge. You got loads of strength. And they're going to be able to abyssal up this mind control. He's just back after his long hiatus in the grave. And now he's off on a long hiatus across the map. Just going to charge himself away to safety.
They catch him, they did.
Oh, they did. Wow. Great catch there from CIS, actually. But they've got the lift up with the shard to save him. Oh, no. LTW getting jump spawn with the BKB, but he's bashed up. He could be in some real trouble here. They need to come in and help him out. Puppey tries to jump in, throws down the ultimate. Can they get the kill onto the Drow? I think they can. The damage comes down and LTW gets torn apart. But Miracle is able to take down the Troll as well. Troll is gone too. Both carries dead without buyback. Miracle, what can you do in this fight is the question. As Samel comes jumping into the middle of it. They've got him controlled up for the time being. Astral's still coming out in every which direction. The damage is there to take down Miracle, but buyback straight away from the Lena. 3 heroes on the side of Nigma, only 1 dead on the side of Secret. Still looking like Secret could finish this one out here and now. But do they have the damage to push through up the high ground? Miracle, he's feeling desperate. He's looking for a play, and he might well just find it on the sidelines here as he goes with a 2-man stun, but immediate response here from Secret, and this might be it, with Miracle going down here, going for the pure desperation play. This might be the end. With 1 hero left, the chances of Nigma defending this one are literally none, and now all we're waiting for is the GG's. DH, he's trying his hardest, but that's gonna be it.
What an insane game! Like this Lina move in the end, I think that was the only thing that he could try for, right? Like you go in and you try to delay the inevitable by getting the Bkop or two. Sadly for him, it doesn't work out. He was a true champ. Miracle almost carried on this Lina. LTW got picked off a couple of times. They're going to call GG off of that. This is the first game in which we saw the Imba items, right? At the Dota pit at least.
Yeah, it's a shame these fights be just so ridiculously 110% mad chaotic. It's kind of hard to see anything like the Mirror Shield coming off in any kind of clutch way, but you know, that was just ridiculous. I mean, when it comes to that point as well, like the players are just playing off feeling. You know, we're playing in the sky, like we can see everything going on there, but I mean, just absolute madness. Like as a caster, I've never casted a game that is that difficult to keep track of. I hope I did an okay job because Astral's coming out in every which direction. You can't tell whose is whose. There's heroes running around with the shards on both sides. Like, man, what a crazy ass game. But Secret do manage to get the victory in the end. Any closing thoughts before we throw it back to the panel?
It's just super enjoyable and happy to have casted this game with you. It was amazing. I'll leave the panel. Let them decipher this madness that just happened.
Yeah, good luck, guys. We'll throw it back to Dan, Bkop, and Black.
Well, they were up and they were down, but after a 60-minute game and tier 5 items, Team Secret take a 2-0 lead over Nigma Galaxy. Bkop, why don't you try and summarize that epic game in just a few words?
Dire, Radiant, fighting, Secret win. Boom, nailed it.
Very succinct, if entirely descriptive summary. Black, tell me what happened there to lead Secret to win the game.
I mean, honestly, I don't know how they quite pulled it back because Nigma was in a very commanding position after the third Roshan especially. But just got caught out with the pants down. Zapsor with his Moonshot, Aghanim Scepter, MKB, just dishing out a mad amount of damage.
Yeah.
So whoever doubted it Midas, what now? Haters? But yeah, it's like late game, as Nomad already rightfully said, it's just so chaotic. Treant got Refresher Orb, double Overgrowth, double Quap Wave, Troll blinking on top of this, and it's just way too chaotic to keep track of. And ultimately, it's just the scaling of the Radiant heroes is just way better than the Dire heroes, right? Yeah, Elena will fall off, and we really saw it. Like the Troll gets on top of the Elena, you're just dead. The OD dealt so much damage. Like every right click was like I think 600 pure damage or so. It's crazy what this hero can do in late game.
It feels like Secret were perhaps just a little more clutch than Nigma. I mean, RTW had a good performance to some degree, but he did get caught out of position quite a lot. He was kind of very much drowning in the river and getting caught there. Was that possibly it? Just maybe Team Secret a little bit more incisive in the final stages of this game?
That could definitely be the beginning of the difference, but at the end of the day, like I think Secret just pulled it a little bit more tight knit and had the proper moves to get it done. Because honestly, it felt like a toss up. You had Mind Control, who I thought was doing such a good job of controlling Nisha and expending what felt like the entirety of his BKB duration, and then Secret just. It's crazy to see their split second like decision making that like caused them to win that game. It in all that chaos, I don't know how you do that.
Is there anyone particularly that you'd like to call out or, well, praise, not call out as negative, praise on Team Secret Black for their good performance?
I do think this time around it was like a very, very strong team effort. Like all of the members did the right thing. Like even though you might think like Nisha suicided in a couple of times, it was the correct thing to do because he's not as important to this whole Radiant draft important the Drow is to the Dire draft. So him, quote unquote, suiciding to kill the Drow Ranger, it's the right call. And just all around, like the Astrals from Ice were on point. Yapso with his mad damage open in the late game, the double overgrowth on BKB targets. Like even Suman with very clutch waves and a very nice utility build up. Like, I don't think you can single out like anyone, but it was like a very strong team effort.
Feels like the Astrals were on point on both sides because G8 had a lot of on-point Astrals as well. People were just wandering around in the astral plane for days. We've rarely seen as much of a fitness tracker keeping track of astral steps. There are a huge number there. Any final thoughts on this game, Bkop?
I was really impressed with Yapsor. I think obviously he had a standout game with that Dark Willow. Did as much damage as the Troll, which is awesome. I love seeing supports being able to do something like that. And it wasn't like throwaway damage either. It was like his positioning was amazing, and he was doing so much that there was points where he needed to be focused in fights. And when you're drawing that focus away from other cores and opening up a couple more seconds for, say, Nisha to get in or Nisha to do damage somewhere, or even Sumail to move around, or at that fight over in the top lane where Puppy's able to get the 2 overgrowths available because there's that attention on Yapsor. Like, I think Yapsor stood out to me, and that was honestly an amazing game.
Nigma are going to be dropping down to the lower bracket where they'll face either Na'Vi or Tundra, which is our next game coming up. What do they need to do to pick themselves up after a game loss like this? Because this must hit hard. Like, you've lost a lot of games in your time. You've also won a lot of games. I've always been told that the games like this that go to 60 minutes where you could have won are the ones that hit the hardest. That must be a difficult one to pick yourself up off.
Yeah, it really is, because late game Dota is just so unpredictable and so unforgiving. Like, any single micro mistake that you make, like just taking one step too much forward, can just result in you losing the entire game, which is pretty much what happened to LTW, right? Like, he tries to make a play happen, just a little bit out of position, but of course Secret is an amazing team. They instantly capitalize on it, bam. Suddenly your entire lead is gone, and you're right, these losses sting a lot, but at the same time, I'm sure the team like Nigma, they had a lot of these losses before, right? So they're just going to go back to the drawing board and watch the replay, figure out, okay, maybe we should have done this, because they did have a very commanding lead at one point. So I think the best thing to do is go back to that point and really figure out how you just close the game from there, rather than focusing on what happened 20 minutes later, because then it's anyone's game.
And they must know as well that Team Secret are one of the strongest teams in the world, not let alone Europe in this tournament. Losing to them, and also the mistakes that we saw there were mistakes, but they were able to be picked up on by a team who are very good at capitalizing on the smallest mistakes. So no big slouch to lose to. We're going to see Nigma in the lower bracket, and Team Secret are going to move into the upper bracket, where we'll see them play up against Team Spirit. Battle of the S's, a big match there. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back very soon for the lower bracket, where a couple of teams are going to get eliminated from this tournament. Don't go anywhere. Don't become eliminated from watching this tournament. We'll see you very, very soon.
It's mine. Blood have played your part. Let's do this. I will.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. is under attack. Dire structures are Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom.
Dearly departed.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
My sprites are with us.
Execution style.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Town is over.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has been denied. Dire's bottom tower is under.
Come on, sprites. Nature attend us.
Execution style. I will rise next time. I want here. The might of Mars will prevail.
My
Radiant's
sprites are
top
with us.
tower is under attack.
To the forest.
Gotcha.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Victory! Radiant's courier has been killed.
My life was borrowed time.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Least we weren't prepared. Not enough for you.
Is under attack.
Be more aware of your surroundings.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
I like your style.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Your words are unwelcome.
attack.
Hello and welcome back once again to the OGA Dota Pit Season 5 EU and CIS, where we have had a morning chock full of amazing Dota 2 action. The upper bracket was an absolute blast, but now it's time for the real stuff. Now it's time for the nitty-gritty. Now it's time for the elimination series. That's right, I've got some amazing series coming up today. Na'Vi versus Tundra is happening right now, and after that we've got Alliance versus Team Liquid, and as you can see, they'll be going forward to place Enigma Galaxy and OG in their lower bracket matches after this morning's or earlier on's results. And join me on the panel to break down these games. We've got Misery and we have got Lizard. Misery, how are you doing? Did you enjoy whatever it is you were doing before this cast?
Yes, it was fine. I just caught the end of Enigma Secret. It was pretty hype. But yeah, I'm doing good. Looking forward to play these games. I'm so used to playing the games, so I'm used to watch these games.
I hope you're not playing, in which case probably need to talk to an admin about that.
No, I'm looking forward to watch these games and see what the teams has in store for us.
Excellent. Yeah, I mean, listen, before we jump into the Na'Vi versus Tundra analysis, what are you expecting from Alliance versus Liquid?
From Alliance versus Liquid, I'm just expecting a full-on bloodbath. Like, we've seen both of these teams fight off earlier in the tournament. It didn't go too well for them in the upper bracket, but in each one of these series, it looked hectic as hell. Team Liquid is still finding themselves, finding their true form, and I would say the same for Alliance. So now that their backs are against the wall, now that they're facing elimination, I expect them to be really stepping it up.
Alrighty then, let's get it into gear for Na'Vi versus Tundra Esports. Of course, Na'Vi lost out their series against OG 2-1. They did take that middle game, but OG did have a very spicy draft. Meanwhile, Tundra just got smashed. They got absolutely worked by Team Spirit. I wasn't quite expecting them to get handled that heavily, but Team Spirit just came in and they weren't messing around, Misery.
Yeah, Team Spirit just looking so strong, right? Like,
yeah,
I don't know if there's a team who can beat them. Maybe it's Team Secret. OG tried today, but still, they just look so solid. And as for Tundra, they're kind of hitting a bit of a losing spree. They also lost yesterday to Team Liquid in DPC.
Yep.
And like from what we saw from Na'Vi last time, it might actually be closer than what people would expect this series.
Yeah, Na'Vi did put in a reasonable performance, honestly. So yeah, I'm definitely excited to watch this one. I think, as you said, it's going to be closer than people think. I think One thing I noticed about Na'Vi a lot is that they were kind of consistently improving. Like, they played around that Necro really well in game number 2. Obviously, OG kind of messed up, but game number 3 was really close against OG. So I think they're kind of on a kind of upwards trend. Meanwhile, Tundra, they're kind of plateauing a little bit. What do you want to see them do? Do you want to see them shake it up even more, Lizard? Pick up some crazy stuff for 9 at mid like they used to?
I guess it's possible to continue shaking things up, but I think the whole idea of shaking things up when it comes to Tundra has been figured out, right? Like at least a little bit by some teams. You see these 5 cores and you can kind of guess already which one of them is going to be position 5, which one of them Fata will be playing, right? So maybe taking a step back and just playing your normal dotes against Navi would be a little bit better for them, because Navi as well, at the moment, they're looking a bit better than at the beginning of the DPC season. They're slowly improving, but they're still not there. I think that Tundra can take this series just by playing your normal meta heroes, your normal, whatever those heroes are, really, Spirit Breakers and IOs and whatnot.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've kind of invented the meta in a lot of ways as well, though. They've brought a lot of the heroes which are popular now into popularity themselves by picking them up first. So, I don't know, maybe we see some new stuff. But previously today, we haven't actually seen any of the raises or anything like that. So I'm interested to see if these two teams are going to pick it up. We do have the draft live, so let's waste no time and jump straight into it and see exactly what's going to be grabbed up by these guys. But yeah, 9 versus no one in the middle lane is definitely what I'm going to be looking at. I mean, how do these two players compare in what they bring to their teams?
You can see that Navi is instantly respecting the Doom and the Spirit Breaker instantly afterwards. So that Doom that's very flexible on Tundra, that can be played mid as well. Spirit Breaker can be played pretty much anywhere. And it's 2 heroes that even in the DPC league are being banned out versus Tundra the most. Maybe SAPPHIRE afterwards, but that's about it.
Gotta say though that this Doom ban is still a bit maybe premature. I don't know. It is a bit unorthodox because they haven't really picked up Doom in the first phase. Yeah, it's 16 days ago.
Yeah, because it's been banned. Like if you check the bans out, yeah. Teams are just banning it out versus them. I also think that it's
interesting.
I also think that it might not be the hero that you have to be that afraid of. But versus Tundra, I suppose no one wants to play. Maybe there's something in the scrims, right, that they're seeing.
No, I mean you're probably right. I didn't pay attention to the bans, but that's definitely true. But that sometimes happens when you look on Dota Buff, which most pro teams do as a measure of finding out the drafts, right? Then you see what other teams has done in the past, and then you kind of just copy it. You kind of understand why they're doing it, but there's a lot of copying in terms of bans. But anyways, like Razor is still in the pool, and I wonder if Navi's going to go for that here.
IO is an option as well, of course.
Yeah.
And Weaver.
IO, SAPPHIRE as well, still in the pool. Razor, the one that's pretty much all the rage across the DPC leagues.
And the most
that position 1.
The most popular competitive hero of the season so far. Weaver still available.
Like this is Navi pretty much banning out 2 heroes that are banned out in the first phase versus Tundra, and then picking the third one. It's Doom, Snap, and Spirit Breaker. So they snatched the last one away.
I do like that Tundra picks up Bane here, because I do think that in some of their losses recently has been due to the fact that they had really weak lanes both in their safe lane and in their off lane, to be honest, but mostly in their safe lane. And Bane kind of, make sure that you win your lane to some extent at least. And you see Queen of Pain
10
picked up
seconds remaining
from second pick.
So early, right? Like
it is kind of. You think there's any shenanigans going on here? Some kind of flexibility here, or?
I'm not sure really. Like the Queen of Pain is flexible. You can play this hero on 4 or maybe offlane. We've seen her play, on the offlane, but by a position 1 player today as well.
Yeah, was it OG, right?
Yeah,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Queen of Pain is becoming very, very popular over the past few days. I mean, in the DPC, in this tournament as well, a lot of teams have been playing with it a lot. Alliance picked in both their games, I believe. And I mean, that hero just seems to be rising in stock pretty ridiculously. And talking about that, we have OD.
Same with OD. Yeah. I mean, Odie just seems so ridiculously strong.
Team
Like
ban. Radiant team ban.
it's just so you have to counter so many things from the zero. You have to deal with his super strong laning presence, his early taking the tower, his double save in the mid game. He still scales into a heavy damage dealer later on, like heavy magic AoE damage with the ultimate, right? And I don't know, we just see when Secret play it. Yeah, like it just looks so powerful.
5
I don't know.
seconds
I do think Drow is one of the better like in-game carries against it in the lane as well, right? But it's just, yeah, it doesn't always matter that much.
Yeah, we saw today a couple of times, like a Drow versus OD, Drow Nature's Prophet versus OD. It kind of works in the lane, but later on, like you said, it doesn't matter. He pops that Senti Eclipse and kills her.
Dire team
like,
ban.
even as an offlaner, he dishes out so much damage. Thundra banning out that Beastmaster, that's pretty much aiming at general, I guess, right? You don't want to be playing against that as Bane. You don't really want to be playing versus boars and all the summons.
Yeah.
And the silencer afterwards as well.
And this Navi actually played silencer the other day.
5 seconds.
Actually, they played it a couple of times recently. So this ban makes sense. It's also really good against both OD and Bane, so
team ban.
makes a lot of sense.
I really hope that Na'Vi pick up Rubik. Firstly, because Aloha Dance is an incredible Rubik player, but secondly, because I want Bkop to suffer the same way I suffered in that last series with 1,000 Astrias going off in a single team fight and just heroes disappearing from your map and your face.
I kept on just correcting you when you would say, okay, this guy in prison. No, it was the Rubik. Okay, now it was the OD. No.
Yeah, I had to figure out if they were dead first. I'd be like on a smidgen of HP, and then that character would just disappear. And I'm like, wait, is that a no? And it's even harder to spot when it's a shard as well. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
And then you see them moving with the shard, and you think, is there a Wraith King in the game? Did they die and now they're now they became green and are moving around? It's a rough one, but
it's a trip.
It's a trip, but for Rubik, it's a really good game, and they ban out the PA. I think for Navi, they do have the next pick. I would go with the Rubik. Not only versus OD versus Bane, it's good as well.
Yeah,
not the strongest laner though.
True.
I think it's definitely a good pick because your Queen of Pain is already kind of flexible, right? Assuming you're gonna put it on, you pick it early to put it on multiple lanes, so you don't show anything, which makes it harder for Tundra to draft. And like we just saw with Enigma Rubik against Secret, it was very effective for a long time. They let lose the game eventually, but like GH did a lot of work with Rubik that game.
Oh yes, he did. Final ban out from Na'Vi, and then they get to pick something up. What are they scared of? What do they not want to play against? I mean, there's so many heroes on the side of Na'Vi. I mean, on the side of Tundra, it can be tricky to draft against them. I mean, are there any Skitter favorites which look good here?
There's also a 9 favorite that you might think about banning out. That's the Lina. Like, you do have the OD still, but you're playing versus a Bkop. It's a lane that she enjoys playing into. We've seen what Miracle did in that last game. Like, he almost single-handedly carried it, but instead they ban out the Wraith King.
Actually, I think if you go Rubik here on Na'Vi, that the 9 Earth Spirit might be really strong in this game.
Right now, and I'm lagging.
Why is that?
I just feel like this mid Earth Spirit against these kind of squishy backliners will just feed.
Interesting.
This high, this high level Earth Spirit, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, it's still like a niche pick, so I also don't know like what's their trigger to pick Earth Spirit mid, right? It's kind of hard to assess because you are picking it into Queen of Pain.
Might not be the easiest lane to play in, right?
Yeah, that would be the issue.
Pretty brutal, yeah. I mean, Lina still seems like a fantastic option, as we said, but they have the OD, but that only means they've got another setup for LSA. They've got Nightmare, and then they've got Astral as well. So
Rubik is also really good against the Lina, right?
That's what this is saying, yeah.
But I mean,
they'll grab the IO now. Second phase IO. It's been a while since we've seen that.
Yeah, usually it gets banned out, right? Instantly or picked up in the first phase. We have seen IO played with an OD. That overcharge plus Arcane Orb always comes in handy. Now you have the Tidehunter as well. This puts OD most likely on that mid lane. But overall, I just like the fact that you have Bane set up with the Relocate. It just makes the game so much easier for Tundra now. You don't have to rely on the Ravage to set things up. You can just grip a
10
target or
seconds
sleep a
remaining.
target and relocate someone back in.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, Tidehunter also looks strong with these heroes, right? This frontliner for OD. And this is also like one of Tundra's Wisp, like best kind of Wisp partners, I would say. This Tidehunter Wisp.
And you don't really want to pick Ursa into Bane and OD, do you?
Nah, probably not.
So that protects the Tidehunter pick in the safe lane quite a bit. Yeah, Tundra looking
They're
really good
still-
in the lanes at the moment.
Aren't they just baiting out the Luna here now? Like if you pick the Tidehunter the way they did, right?
I think Luna's okay. I think you could also go for something like Medusa here, maybe.
Yeah.
Just like either you go for this type of Ursa, right, to win the lane. That seems pretty bad against, like you said, Woody Bane. Or you go for this range carry that can
Razor
kind of farm.
Yeah, they just go with
There you
Luna.
go, Luna. Makes a lot of sense, as predicted. So you said something about baiting a Lizard. Do you feel like Tundra now have a plan to finish them off in this draft?
Well, I suppose so. I guess because it was kind of an obvious
10
pickup,
seconds
right?
remaining.
When if you plan this Tidehunter all along, I think
5 seconds
Luna becomes an
remaining.
obvious pick afterwards. Like I'm feeling Luna or perhaps a Razor, and Luna is something that Navi has played in the past. I'm actually surprised that Shadow Demon went through today pretty much unpicked, undrafted, untouched. I felt like maybe they will follow up with Shadow Demon and Luna, but Rubik is also fine versus OD. Makes sense.
Yeah, it is interesting how it works, right? Because you have like these heroes that counter each other, but when those set countered heroes are not picked, then the heroes, the heroes like Shadow Demon and stuff like that, kind of loses its value. Because you picked a lot of Shadow Demon because of Spirit Breaker being popular, but if people don't pick the Spirit Breaker that much, then SD kind of also falls out of favor. Makes sense. And then you have when you pick the OD, you're not gonna want to pick Shadow Demon as well that much. So that's kind of how heroes sometimes fade out of the meta. Just come in for a couple of days being like super first picked, and then they just don't get picked after that.
10 seconds remaining.
They just get cycled a lot, right? Like you find the counters to them, then
5
they lose
seconds
some
remaining.
value and whatnot. Or the
But this
counters
was-
that they picked into stop being picked.
It just goes so quickly, right? That's
Dire
my point is
team
that
battle.
it can be literally like from one day to another almost that you have to switch. So I guess if you're Tundra, you're looking at a carry hero that's good against Luna, right, on paper.
That's
So I
bad
think
against Veno as well, right? Like, because they just banned
10
out the
seconds
Venomancer.
remaining.
Veno is interesting ban. Has Navi played that or what?
5 seconds
I don't think
remaining.
so. Overall, no one has been known to play that Veno mid, right? Like throughout the ages. But
Radiant
what they do
team
need is an
pick.
offlaner for general. Is this Brood Mother ban? Oh, all right.
Interesting. Both.
I mean, who knows what this club is as well. I assume it's just no one's hero and they're just gonna pick it with confidence first too, but you cannot count out that this might be a general hero too, right? In the end. Depending on
10
like what happens in the draft.
remaining.
True.
Is Void any good for Tundra? Like some
5
extra
seconds remaining.
contain for the OD to dish out the damage, I guess.
Yeah, it's also Skeeter, one of his favorites, I would say.
And
There's like Terrorblade.
No
there's-
save either.
TB would be better, I guess. Venomancer, though,
Dire
the
team
ban out
pick.
then doesn't make sense. We go with the Troll.
Troll. Rising in
Okay.
stock again here. We've got another troll game, another OD game. Very interesting.
It feels like this troll hero is a nice pick when you're first pick, right? Because you just pick this this hero and
10 seconds
he doesn't care as
remaining.
much about the counters. Plus, he's a really strong laner. Like he cannot really get
5
abused
seconds
as much as
remaining.
a lot of other heroes can.
Yeah.
We saw Secret play it the last game as well, right? And they were also first pick, I believe.
Yeah, my only problem is that Troll, it wasn't an easy game for him, right? Like, overall, they dominated all the lanes, and he still struggled later on because of Rubik stealing the imprisonment.
You may
Yeah.
now select
No, I
your
mean
heroes.
it's not a like auto win, but it's just like a nice go-to
Yep.
choice. And there we have the Hangolier.
And just
So
with that
that's
pick, I feel like they've got a lot to control up this troll warlord with. Like that disarm is just not something which troll's good at dealing with, right?
Yeah, the Luna Troll matchup is also kind of, I don't know. It's not particularly like Troll doesn't counter Luna, I would say, compared to some of the other heroes we mentioned, like Terrorblade.
Okay,
Um,
okay. Well,
But
final thoughts on this draft, Mr. Ian, who you might be favoring coming into this first match?
I think the drafts are pretty even. So I'm gonna go with Tundra
10
because I
seconds
think,
remaining.
yeah, if I had to choose one, I would say Tundra. But I think it's anybody's game, to be honest. It's hard to call.
Okay, Lizard.
Yeah, keep in mind that Solo is playing the Rubik. He's not playing the Snap. Aloha Dance is on the Snapfire, which is kind of weird for me. It's one of the things that will make me go in Tundra's favor as well. Even though,
To be fair,
yeah, they're playing
Solo-
Rubik, Astral Imprisonment. I still think that Tundra are just a better team at the moment. We'll see
Solo
though.
did used to play a lot of Rubik back in the golden Virtus Pro era.
Okay.
So
S5, I think.
So
as well.
so they have two players that used to play Rubik like a long time ago. Let's see what they do now.
But I agree, if it's a really poor Rubik, then that's not a good thing for them this game.
Alrighty, we'll see which way the penny will fall. I think I'm going to go Na'Vi for this game because I feel like there's a lot of positives, and I just did not like this troll pick. It didn't sell it for me. But let's find out what happens with our casting duo this game of Bkop and Black.
Thank you very much, Nomad.
Whoa.
Ooh, yeah. Look at us.
We're on camera.
We just we get to look good, show off a little bit. You could flex better than I can, so I'm not going to do it. But yeah, I mean, this Tundra's definitely been the more consistent team, I would say. And I think if it comes down to it, like the drafts are pretty close, and I would have to slightly favor Tundra. But do you think Na'Vi has the tools to overwhelm Tundra? Like they right now have enough for the troll, but is that enough if the lanes don't go well?
I gotta say that I like Navi's draft like a little bit better actually, but just because of recent performances, I'm also gonna lean the way of Tundra. Like,
right,
the draft have all the tools necessary to deal with that troll. Like the troll shouldn't have a fun game at all. I just feel like the tempo that Tundra might bring could be a little bit too fast for them.
Right. Yeah. We'll have to see because Navi's had a couple inconsistent games here or there. I think right now we're just paused, but both teams have given the ready and go. So once they unpause, we'll jump right into the game. You just have to see our ugly mugs a little bit longer. If you don't want to focus on our ugly mugs, you could take a look at Black's cat behind him. And now you can't. It's gone.
Instant smoke up, get out some good vision, and potentially get that first blood, the sneaky one. But yeah, it's like this Na'Vi draft looks really strong when it comes to team fighting, right? Pickoffs, not as much until Pangolier and guess his Blink Dagger at least, but yeah, same thing can be said about Tundra. Like OD and Tidehunter are insanely strong in team fights, and they do have the grip against the Pangolier role if they ever want to utilize it that way.
Right.
I'm so confused that Rubik's pos 5 this game. That is such a good Rubik game. Ravage, Astral, Fiend's Grip. There's so many good spells to steal. Like, a rich Rubik here could solo carry the game, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely a hero that you want more farm on. Like, there was a point where we thought Rubik just was not good enough to be playable that often, and now he's kind of coming to the mix a little bit more. But he's coming to the mix more because he's been played as a 4, because he has that opportunity to get a little bit more farm. I'm a little, like you said, I'm a little worried as well about what this Rubik's going to do with no farm.
Yeah, so most of the time, why Rubik is good or bad in the game is because of the heroes that are in the meta, right? Like right now, Bane is very popular, OD, Tidehunter, these really big steals, which is also why Rubik is just becoming more popular again. Skeeter, who has the faster fingers. Ooh, Aloha Dance. Gotta go back to the click trainer, Skeeter.
Do you have the auto right click on when you hold it down on?
I do, but it's much slower than if you actually like to spam it fast. Unless you're a really like 60-year-old boomer, then maybe it's faster. I'm not sure. But like, you know me, I got torpedo fingers, man. That was 100 times, by the way.
Technically, you only shoot one torpedo.
Yeah.
You know, you're not shooting multiple torpedoes at a time. Just saying.
That depends on the submarine, though.
I guess it's true.
I think everyone got what I meant. I have very fast fingers. That's what I'm known for in the business.
Yeah, you gotta look
Can't
at those
outclick me.
guys. You gotta look up those guys who do like professional paintball, who use the double finger triggers to fire as fast as possible. That's quick fingers.
Yeah, I mean, that is insane though. Like, I'm still normal, you know. They're crazy. I'm the normal guy.
So, taking a look at the top lane at the moment with V2 and Solo, is this a lane that you think that they should be winning, or, you know, with Snake King and 33 as the tied IO, should they be able to hold up themselves?
I think both lanes are gonna farm quite well, simply because like, you can't really pressure an IO tight lane. Like, they just have pretty much infinite HP regen, and at the same time they can't really pressure the Luna too much, who has like a ton of bonus damage from the Luna Blessing. He should be found very comfortably here. But mid lane should get very difficult for the Bkop as soon as the Ring of Hell flies out, which it already is, I think. It's gonna get really tough.
Ooh. Snake King gonna pop
It always
that
looks
south.
exciting, but then you just tether away.
Yeah, the tether range is quite far. The movement speed on it is pretty quick too, and just feels like you get out for not free, but you do get some quick escape routes.
Yeah, look at the OD. Just permanent 10.5 HP regen. Very nice.
Solo again taking a lot of damage up towards top, and he's got 6 charges in the stick, 1 on the Tango. Not too much regen to really work with if he were to get continually harassed. And Luna's got nothing. So
Yeah, I quite like what they did
dangerous.
here. Like, he's going 0 in Kraken Shell and just full offense with a Gush plus Anchor Smash, putting in the pain to those heroes. And I also think IO is going for a Soul Ring, which just means even more spam for the Tidehunter.
Yeah, a little mana intensive spamming the Gush, but we'll see if they're okay with it. Skeeter and Fada so far. You've got the Troll at 15 and 2, so holding his own in this bottom lane for the moment against Aloha Dance in general.
Yeah, actually doing a little worse than I expected. Like, Troll, the matchup into Pango is actually pretty good, so Navi's doing a very good job down here, just keeping him as low as he is.
Right.
And no one is actually winning mid lane right now, which is very impressive, because Odie is, as we all know, an insanely strong laner.
Considering you're locked up in the Astro Imprisonment, should be missing CS. The fact that he's leading is pretty interesting.
Oh, Snake King.
Snake King needs the tether, and there it is.
As I said, it always looks exciting, but it never happps.
Skeeter for a second can hit with a Fire Snap Cookie. They're going to chase him down to the trees and buy that tier 1 tower. I didn't even look to get this kill. The Swashbuckle comes in, and Aloha Dance will get the kill. They'll take out this Troll and grab themselves first blood.
You see a little bit of trouble here. There's a Brain Step available. One more hit, one more, and... Ooh, the Cookie, man. He would have actually died from level 2 Brain Step.
Getting himself out of range and getting salved up.
Yeah, very well played by Navi. Which, honestly, the players on the team are so individually skilled. I really don't know why they've been struggling to put out results lately. Like, this team has everything they need. Yeah. More Astrals coming out. Fanta in a little bit of trouble. He still has a healing self, though. He's gonna be just fine.
Ooh, up top, they chase Solo too. Tundra certainly are playing aggressive in their side lanes, but it's a question of whether or not it's going to pay off, and so far it hasn't, with them over bottom losing that Troll with first blood.
Yeah, I have to be a little careful in the middle as well. If there's like a sneaky level 6 from no one, could potentially result in a wave kill.
Knowing the, potentially the Astro Imprisonment's on cooldown, he might be able to get a level 6 and then throw the Sonic Wave up and does sneak
nice
that
one.
bounty. Looks like Solo's gonna die here to Snake King.
Yeah. Forced the Titan to TP at least, but made the best out of the situation that he could. It's a pretty tough Rubik lane. This is exactly why I don't like Rubik, like 5. It's just so underwhelming. It's not a great lane support, you know? You have like a lift, which is like a 1-second stun. Like your nuke doesn't really help too much. And now you TP in middle, sort of abandoning the Luna. Gotta be careful. That kind of move.
I think they really want to try and get this kill onto the OD with that Sonic Wave now that they're level 6.
He didn't even skill it though. Went 3 levels in the Scream, so no Sonic Wave available even. Interesting. Very interesting.
We've seen it a couple times with the Queen of Pain too. Get that level 6, go to the Sonic Wave and just get that kill, but maybe thinking that OD's left the lane, you can hit level 7 and then have an opportunity to add it again.
Yeah, but
Bottom lane,
bot lane.
Vada,
Nice.
Fire Snap Cookie, they just get a quick kill there onto the Bane.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe you can TP bottom and kill the troll and the Bane, but apparently they don't even need him.
Yeah, level 2 shield crash with the swashbuckle and the Fire Snap Cookie, more than enough to get the kill on the Bane. That just found himself a little bit too far forward and out of position. And look at no one. He's stealing these camps on the opposite side of the map, so...
Not very efficient though, right? Like it looks so slow, and yeah.
Meanwhile,
I'm not
the creep
entirely sure why he's
wave's
doing
mid.
it. Yeah. Maybe he doesn't want to lane against the OD anymore, but it looked pretty okay for him. He's actually had a net worth. Oh, Father has to be so careful.
Nightmare pulled off. Skeeter trying to chase. Shield crash again, so General getting that shield crash onto 2 heroes. The Brain Sap, Fada trying to maybe find
IOTP
another
too.
Brain Sap, but they've also got Snake King, and they're already under the tier 1 tower, so this is not going to result in a kill. So leaves the Tide alone for the most part. Tide, I want to say, should be okay, but he's already getting pressured by Solo and V-Tune.
Yeah, it's tough now because he's skilled and itemized in a way where the IO is going to be with him. But now IO TP'd away to try and get a kill bot lane, so it's going to get a little difficult for him. Allure Dance should be dead here. Brain Sap.
Spirits,
Yeah.
Brain Sap. They've got the tools to get the kill. Even it up at 2, and 9 gonna try and steal a stack here.
Yeah, nice spotting of the stack and easy pickup with the Meteor Hammer. Not much Navi can really do about that, especially after losing the Snapfire. Fop is rotating top though.
Yeah,
should just be
33
that
in a lot
tight.
of trouble.
Radiant's top tower is under
Easy.
attack.
Don't even need
And
the
the tower
Sonic
might be
Wave.
gone too.
It's an easy tower to get. With nobody up here, they're going to try and pressure the mid-tier 1 with the Meteor Hammer, but that's immediately glyphed up, so they don't really get much damage on that mid-tower, and Queen of Pain walked up here. Doesn't actually have a TP at the moment.
Dire's middle tower is under
So
Losing a
can't
tower this
immediately go
early
back.
is very detrimental. No Meteor Hammer available just yet, so won't be able to get the kill, but yeah, map control definitely going to the side of Navi now.
They brought the Rubik in, and they're trying to bait him in potentially with no one coming over with a double damage and that Sonic Wave ready to go. But fighting into this with 33 level 6 and having that Ravage is a little bit tough,
Dire's middle
Yeah,
tower.
especially to
thinking
just
a little
commit on
bit.
like that.
And now they lost the mid tower, which obviously is way more important than the offlane tower. Oh, gets the Meteor Hammer connection.
Yeah, but there's the Sonic Wave. Meteor Hammer still comes down right on top of Aloha Dance, and they'll get the kill on a Snake King with
Nice
the
cookie.
Fire Snap Cookie. They end up trading, but the Telekinesis slams down onto Fada, so 9 and Fada trying to run from no one. They've got the Astro Imprisonment once again. They'll pop a salve on Fada to try and survive, and no one's got to find a target. He has the vision on Fada, but he's looking to focus his attention onto 9. Solo's gone over there, throws the Fade Bolt, gets by the tier 1 tower. There's no Sonic Wave. He does have a Scream if he were to get close enough, but Fada TP's into the tier 1, gets the Nightmare onto the Rubik. They'll look to go to the Rolling Thunder. And there's the Shadow Strike. Fada getting low, hit again with the Rolling Thunder. Astro Imprisonment once more, trying to save this Bane, and it's a skirmish that really doesn't end in many kills.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that General didn't make his way up there earlier, because I feel like as though there should have been a dead OD and Bane if he did connect, because he's so close at the tower anyways, right? A little slow in the movement there.
This has left the Luna to farm up top freely.
Yeah, he's very rich, of course, but we've all seen what an OD in the late game can do, man. Hero's so scary in all stages of the game. Did you see the damage numbers in the last game? Secret against Enigma? The OD was hitting for 600 pure damage per hit, man.
Jesus.
Literally, it is insane. Like he 4-hit the Drow Ranger.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Like OD's damage output in the late game is not balanced, especially with an IO. It just gives him like 120 or 140 attack speed.
So Skeeter and 33 move into the top tier 1. They get this tier 1 tower, it's going to open up a lot of the Dire map. That could be a big problem.
Yeah, at least they're looking to replicate that move and get the bot tower, but they still lost their mid tower, which Tundra haven't, so...
You can see Fada's trying to make something happen, but now they're going to relocate in. Fire Snap quickly with the Rolling Thunder. They've got themselves the Fiend's Grip out onto General. Mortimer's Kisses comes in. Ravage to follow that all up. They've got the damage to get the kill onto no one. Now they'll look over at General. Sanity's Eclipse. They get the kill onto Snake King, and he's stolen the Sanities.
Not very impactful on the 5 Rubik, I'm afraid.
A 1-for-1 that results in them losing this Queen of Pain again.
Yeah, like all the trades that are happening are always a little bit unfavorable for the Na'Vi side. And sure, Luna is getting quite big, but look at the Quap's net worth. Lowest of all the cores, and we all know Quap is such a snowball Ryan hero. Too tanky.
3 heroes,
no
still bottom, but he's got the tether.
He wasn't even close to dying. Like 1100 health all the way.
It's weird with the Queen of Pain because it looked like no one was winning the lane, and then, he, like you said, it was weird to see him move over to the triangle and farm the opponent's triangle and not really do it efficiently.
Seeing the Snapfire slide around a bit. But yeah, I also don't know why he just went to like a single creep camp. It's yeah, well they're smoking up now. They got the Sonic Wave.
Yeah, the Snapfire.
Sitting in the team fight here.
Oh, smoke gets broken. No one's...
Unsmoked already. Yeah. Like it looks so easy, right? Like it just walks up there. Oh, hi.
And that also stems from the fact that he's got confidence in just knowing how tanky he is at the moment. They've got the Nightmare. Fada doesn't have the Fiend's Grip. He'll use the Sanities. Now he's got the Stolen Nightmare. That'll stop the Meteor Hammer from coming down, but no one forced to blink back.
Oh yeah, they would have killed the Quap, so... Well played by Solo there. Really wants to have that Astro though, rather than the Nightmare, if possible.
I don't think he's grabbed that yet.
No, he tried to, but only managed to steal the Sanities, unfortunately. And OD also itemizing into more of a late game approach, going for the Midas. A little bit greedy, but here they can benefit so much from attack speed. I'm always on board.
Snaking with Skeeter on the top end of the map, and that's with relocate available, just not the mana to make it happen if they needed to relocate into a fight. They're gonna just wrap around and potentially get Aloha Dance here. Fire Snap Cookie onto the high ground, and now he's gonna try and TP out, but there's just no chance with Fada ready to get that Nightmare and the Astro Imprisonment that follows.
Now, the real problem that Dire has is they have 0 initiation until the Pango gets his Blink Dagger. Which he's somewhere close to, and the Watch will get dewarded immediately as well. But yeah, like once he has a Blink on Pango, that's actually when they can start team fighting. 300 away from it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And the Blink Dagger are going to be very important. But you can see the movement from Snake King and Skitter. They moved through the jungle to get to Aloha Dance in that middle lane. Like, that just is a small example of what having the mid and the top tier 1 down lets you do with the movements that you can make. And
yeah, I also like it specifically because they're stealing all the enemy camps all the time.
Yeah.
Like Na'Vi just can't farm their own jungle right now. It's a big problem for the economy.
I'm not sure if maybe Tundra are expecting to fight, but there have been times, especially when we used to see the Sven as well as the IO combo, that they would relocate just to farm multiple lanes at a time.
Well, that's the thing with IO, right? There's so many possibilities with that hero. It can be used for killing, for saving, for, as you said, pushing lanes, farming.
And there's that Blink Dagger.
Yeah. Tide isn't too far off his own, though. 400 for that. But now's the time to make plays for Na'Vi. They gotta get something done.
I will say the Rubik's not too under-farmed, all things considered. A little bit below the IO, but overall, both supports on the side of Na'Vi have found a decent chunk of farm. They have the Nightmare. They could try and go in. But they'll use it just to save no one and allow him to blink back for free.
Sanities?
Yeah, he's just going to drop it down here. Nine's going to get an easy kill onto General and drop down the Sanities, have that damage out on this Pangolier, and they'll follow it up with a +1 on Aloha Dance.
Yeah, killing Pangolier really just shuts down any offensive approach at all for the Dire side. As I said, like, they need this Pangolier Blink Dagger to really connect onto a couple of heroes, but even then, there's still a Tidehunter in the front line with his own Blink now. But the silver lining, at least, is that Luna finally finished her BKB, so there is a chance that you can just kill the Tidehunter and force him to like an awkward Ravage.
Probably when the Luna, can fight with the BKB, but probably wants to take as much time as he can, or as Bichun can, to get into this Scotty if possible. They're only down 2,000 as Sages has only a minute left on it. Is Tundra going to be as confident without the Aegis, or do you think they kind of play a little bit more conservative and farm? They've been doing that already. It's only 7-5, 17 minutes into the game, but do you think they play conservatively even more than they have already?
I think what they're waiting for is to troll BKB, and as soon as that's online, they are going to feel very, very confident.
And that's what they've got getting
Initiation
over.
Fata.
That's going to be the Blink with the Rolling Thunder. They've got the Astro Imprisonment to try and get the save here onto the Bane, but the board numbers kisses fly through. Fata ends up dying to Aloha Dance. They've got the Tether Skitter going after General. They've got the root. The right clicks in. 33 thinking about who to gush. They don't get the kill here onto the Pangolier, but they'll look over at Aloha Dance. Nobody dead on the side of Navi just yet. They need to be careful about the timing on this Aegis. It's only got 5 seconds left. Skitter trying to find a kill, but moving forward deeper and deeper into the grounds of Na'Vi. That puts him in a bit of a precarious position. They'll get the root on Vichun. He starts to move away a little bit. There's the relocate to a short distance as no one blinks past them and away from them. So a fight that goes back and forth with few casualties.
Yeah, no BKBs used, no ults really used either, other than the Pango roll. Very interesting fight. They're just poking at each other.
Fata
though, dying again, yeah. Second time in a row. They really need their Phoenix grip for these team fights. It's the only way to really stop the Pangolier for them right now. I do have to say though, just being 1 or 2k ahead for the Radiant team is a very good thing for them, because I do believe that their scaling into late game is just so incredibly strong. Like OD late game is just a different beast. You get the Saber for 1 second, you're just dead.
It's the split and farm too, right? From Luna to Quap. There's quite a big gap.
Yeah, the Quap is the biggest problem. Like, if Quap had the same net worth as like OD, let's say, I wouldn't be nearly as worried. But it's all funneled onto the Luna.
Going Treads, Kaya Sanj, and then going Shard next. Rolling Thunder, General on the high ground. There's the blink that hits Skeeter. He's tethered up right now. 33 thinking about jumping in and having that Ravage available. They're all starting to set up for him, and there it is.
Oh
Three-man
my
Ravage
god.
over to the side. They get the kill on Aloha Dance. They'll take out Solo. Now look over at no one. And with 9 moving in, he's got that Astro Imprisonment. They're still trying to find this Queen of Pain. They'll get into the Roche Pit, so no one. Has he juked this? Blinks, and so far so good. Got another blink in a second, and he's free to leave. Well played.
He's out, but amazing Ravage. I could open up the Roshan now, although they did only get the supports. So yeah, probably want to wait until you have Ravage, until you threaten Roshan. But there was a sick Ravage, like all 3 clumped up together, no hesitation. Bam.
Yeah, it doesn't catch General, but they get both supports. If they had gotten the Quap, that feels so good, but a good job there by no one to get out of dodge.
Yeah, unfortunately he didn't recognize that he had a Kaya Sanj, so the Meteor Hammer timing a little bit off.
33 blinks back. They're smoked. Aloha Dance a little far forward, trying to find the right positioning to potentially have those Mortimer's Kisses drop down, and it's now no one blinks onto the high ground. Vichun looking, and General again with a Rolling Thunder ready to go. 33 right by the tower, and General, he's waiting in the river. He's ready to Tokyo Drift.
He actually has a BKB now though on OD as well. It's gonna be so hard to fight into those two BKBs. Because if you go in too deep as a Pango, you're just gonna get Fiend Script and get pummeled to death by the troll.
They still haven't gotten this tier 1 mid. This has been such a stalemate in the mid tier 1. And Na'Vi just not confident enough to make an aggressive move there, and probably for the right reasons if they caught a glimpse of seeing 9 with that BKB.
Yeah, still scary though, because like being behind in gold against a lineup like this it doesn't bode too well for you. As I said, I'm really concerned for this Bkop. Has Kaya-san, sure, is going to the shard next, but no real item progression for him.
Snake King and Skeeter up top. Telekinesis, Scatter Blast, Fire Snap Cookie. They're thinking about using the Sonic Wave.
Just pumping it. Na'Vi has to be really careful here. They don't want to fight on Tundra's terms.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't know what this says.
I don't either.
The lizard here.
It needs to let us know. 30 seconds until Roche is back up. Aegis and Shard.
Yeah. Oh wow, I'm at the peg. I forgot that Roshan was even done. So when I was like, yeah, they're gonna threaten Roshan, I was like, oh yeah. I already did it one time. Going to Fata again, very isolated up there.
Yeah, they want to go for Fata, but they've got the tether, and now they'll steal the Brain Sap, but that's really not the ability you want to steal if there's anything you want to get from this Bane. Going Thunder comes through, as well as the Blink. They've got the Ravage on the backline, with the BKB being popped by V-Tune. Drops down the Eclipse, BKB popped by 9. They get the kill on Fata, the person they were going for originally, and now the focus is on 33. So they'll take the Tide, they'll search for more, they'll swashbuckle forward. They've got the Blink with the Shield Crash, which will slow them down, but Skeeter turns around, starts right-clicking with a Fire Snap Cookie, as well as the mech will save the life of General. They'll get the kill on a Snake King. They'll look over at Skeeter. Aloha Dance will finally die, but there's the Blink away from no one. The BKB's been popped by Skeeter, as well as the buyback being committed by Snake King. They've got the tether on a Skeeter, but it's not going to matter. They'll take out this troll, and they'll find Snake King for the second time. His buyback icon doesn't even disappear, and that leaves them Roche. So all of a sudden, Na'Vi, with a really good fight, put themselves ahead, and will put an Aegis in their hands potentially.
And a shot as well. Yeah, this fight went perfectly for them. They lost like one hero. Super nice roll from Pangolier. Titan that was forced into a very awkward Ravage position. Great reactions with the BKB from the Luna. And it's exactly what you want to do. Like Pangolier got the roll off on both supports. So no Fiend Script, no IO shenanigans. And yeah, like if you want to win a team fight, that's exactly how you got to play. Perfect execution there.
That fight got split up pretty heavily by Tundra. You had 33 who went to the back ends of the fight to go for the Luna, as well as, I believe, the Snap. And it just ends up being well too far between the two parts of these fights for them to really put it all together.
Yeah, and Luna reacted with the BKB, as we said, so didn't even catch the Luna. All the Ravage did was cancel the Snap ult, but like you need to have a much bigger impact with that Ravage, because it's your team fight control. Once that Bane is dead, Ravage is all you have to stun.
Not really that good of a stun when you only have it once every 150 seconds.
Yeah, and now with this Aegis, they can potentially get all the 6 towers that are in front of the base, and then they can just choke them out slowly. The mid tower's gotta fall now, right?
Yeah, for sure. Could have been better for the side of Tundra. I know they were anticipating getting the Aegis and Shard, and the Shard was going to be picked up by, well, I would assume was going to be picked up by Snake King, because he's got one queued up to get that tether stun.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, actually a shard is such a big deal, especially if you get it on supports who generally don't get that much money. It's like a big money injection for them. So they ended up giving it to the SAPPHIRE.
Yeah, 4 out of the 5 of them have shards already.
Yeah, and once the SAPPHIRE has Blink as well, he's just another form of initiation for this Na'Vi team.
And there it is.
And there it is.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now I do think though that the last team fight went like 100% Navi's way because everything just went perfectly for them, right? I still do believe that Tundra... Oh, actually now that the Luna is so big, it's gonna be very hard to fight into this Luna. Because nobody can stand the ground against them. Other than the Troll. So if Troll doesn't get on top of the Luna, nobody can deal with her.
So Tundra needs to either bait out a BKB usage or find a way to fight around it.
Yeah, or find like a good grip pickoff, because I don't think we've seen like a grip pickoff yet in this game.
He does have the Aether Lens, so he's got that extra cast range to get that Fiend's Grip off and away, and they're going to start to group up here in the triangle.
Yeah. Like, a good Fiend's Grip can literally just turn an entire fight around, so... We'll see if we
Top lane.
See it or not. Oh,
General trying to roll.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Still getting canceled, but eventually we'll find some distance. Fada, though, trying to find him coming back in, and he actually ends up getting
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
hit. I saw him with the ward. He walked right by one.
Was on the right track, though. So Odie finishes Blink Decker now, so at least he can follow up on a Ravage.
They're TP in top. They want to go for this. Shield Crash Skeeter in some trouble. They've got the disarm now onto the IO. The Fiend's Grip onto the Queen of Pain, but nobody going to follow this one up. They're picking it out, but nothing's there for them. They get the Kona Solo. They're ending up losing Fada for it, though. They've got a ward on the high ground here for the side of Tundra. They'll Shield Crash right on top of Skeeter, but oh boy, all of a sudden he's in a bit of trouble. They've got the disarm on him. The Blink over, looking for a Aloha Dance. Good BKB, Ravage comes out. Oh, doesn't hit onto the Luna. They get the kill on Aloha Dance. BKB's about to wear off on this OD. And now they're going to try and fight here. Vichun. He's kind of surrounded. He's got some help here from General, but not enough help here from General. They'll take the Aegis out of his hands, but they end up losing Snake King to no one. No one trying to help out the Luna where he can with the BKB.
They're still strong.
Both carries, right clicks in, and Skeeter might win this war and will. Not only has he won this war, though, they're going to go for the Queen of Pain. Rooted, killed, gone. Double kill there for Skeeter, and the Rolling Thunder just does nothing from General, and it's just a lonely road home back to the base.
Yeah, like if we've seen before what a perfect team fight for Na'Vi looks like, this is exactly what Tundra needs to do. Split up the fight, pick off the supports one by one, and use the BKBs to grip, because once Luna is by herself against this Troll, there's just no way she can win that fight. Very well played with the Astrals, keeping the Quap out of the fight as well, the Fiend's Grip on her. Yeah, and that might be a Rex now if they don't buy back. Actually, 45 seconds could be... Well, not 2 Rex, they still have the T2 mid tower. It's a massive win for them.
Yeah.
Damn. Made it look easy.
Not only that, but deliver the Troll back to base, so he gets out safely.
Yeah, there's a DD top. So we'll see if they want to make another play with that one. But yeah, like at this point in the game, it's looking really scary. Like once this OD gets up to his Hex, he can solo kill pretty much anyone on this map. There's so much damage potential coming out from him.
Free kill lead at the moment.
Yeah, it's a little bit deceiving though. Because I do think unless Na'Vi get the perfect fight on their terms, like they should be losing most of the fights. Just because it's very difficult to fight into 2 saves, right? IO, 3 saves even. IO, Bane, and OD.
Right.
Very tough to fight into.
And the IO now has that mech going for the shard.
Yeah, they got a lot of problems to solve on the Na'Vi side.
So see how Na'Vi want to react. Queen of Pain going into the Shivas has the BKB at 9 seconds, so treads Kaya Sanj, BKB. Meanwhile, Luna, we've been talking about Vichun quite a bit, and he's got that Silver Edge ready to go and going into the Butterfly next.
Yeah, somebody bought a bottle for snaking and she just stayed into the game. Very interesting. Of course, we all know a DD can be an absolute game changer. We've seen it a couple of times at TI.
Yeah, certainly.
Roche potentially spawn in 1 minute. If it's a very fast one, I could potentially even use the DD for that. Oh, the Bane.
Rolling Thunder, Fada.
Ooh, he might have killed him here.
Yeah, Astro puts him in a bad spot. Rolling Thunder's there with a loosened beam. They'll get the kill on the Fada, lose the Bane for 45. Thinking about going in on a general, they've got this double damage if they want to make the jump, but Bane not buying back, and that's not where they want to place their aggression. Telekinesis, 33, dropped on a Skeeter. Solo blinks away. A good job there by that Rubik to get out of harm's way.
Yeah, using the Psychic Headband very nicely. Didn't even know he had a Blink Dagger. Actually quite farmed on a Rubik.
Hey, just got ahead of the Bane.
Yeah. Yeah, he managed to accumulate a lot of gold. So when is Roshan gonna spawn? See if it's a quick one.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's so easy to take for Tundra. It is an instant spawn.
No, it's 2 minutes.
Oh, it's 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Well, why did it show 0 on my clock? What the hell?
That was the, there's a little delay between the minimum and
No,
the
it like turned golden and said 0.00. I was like, what?
Still in beta.
And now
then.
it's like a much bigger circle.
It's the beta.
Yeah.
It'll be fixed in Source 3.
Yeah. Sure. Next year.
Ooh.
Well, you know what they say, right? Free game, no. Bitchin'. I like how it has become like the staple excuse for any bug in the game.
5-minute smoke here for Tundra. They're going to try and find somebody, but the smoke gets broken on Skeeter. And Aloha Dance in general will back off to their tier 2 tower, but they are controlling this part of the map, and Roche is the next objective. The question is, can they maintain control of this part of the map for another minute at least?
Odie has enough money to buy out his Hex. I wonder if they're going to do that and just try to play the next fight to win the game, basically. Or if he's going to keep buyback. He buys the full Hex, okay, so no buyback on him, but a lot of destructive potential.
Play to win the game.
This Hex like allows them to instantly kill anyone.
They know where they are. Blink, Sonic Wave, Fada immediately out of the fight. They've got themselves the Mortimer's Kisses, looking for the Rolling Thunder. That does land on the Snake King. No one going to follow it up. Try and get the kill here onto the IO. They've got the buyback available with the Eclipse being dropped down right on top of 33. He's the only one eating the Eclipse. Doing a decent chunk of damage, forcing out the Ravage. They get the kill to 33 over on the other side of the fight, though. They are found themselves Fada as well as Snake King. They're going to buy back on 33. They've got the outpost to get back into a decent spot. They've lost General. Fada, he goes down again after buying back. And there we go. They've got V-Tune Jade. And, well, that's just not going to be enough there from the Rubik. They look over at the OD, and Quap taking so much damage. Triple kill here for Skeeter. Will take out
Rampage,
Solo.
Rampage.
It should be a full team wipe. Rampage for Skeeter.
Oh, and the IO providing so much heal, and you just see the burst damage of the OD. Like, he 3-hit the Quap. And look how fast Roshan dies. Yeah, okay. Okay. I think we're done here. That was even with a Stone Ravage from the Rubik.
Yeah, and it hit pretty well. Just wasn't enough.
It did. They just have no damage. Once the BKB is down from the Luna, the OD literally 3-hit him. It's ridiculous. I think he's already hitting for like a 400 pure damage per hit. The fight started so well, both supports dying.
Oh yeah, almost immediately. They Sonic Wave to kill Fada, and then the Rolling Thunder was well placed to stop Snaking. And then Fada even dies again in this fight.
Yeah, they did both fight back at least, so it's something, but there's another side gone. Just look at the damage of this OD. Like, every time he hits, it's so much damage. It's just like, he didn't even use Sanity's Eclipse in that fight at all. Look at that. You see that damage?
Yeah.
A quarter of the health per hit. Holy nuts. If this here doesn't need a nerf hammer, then I don't know who does.
And no patches this year.
Feels that way, doesn't it?
No patch the entire DPC season.
Yeah, until next TI, same patch still. Team Spirit wins again. It's actually funny how well Team Spirit figured out this patch, if you think about it. There's no in and out. It's crazy.
And even with those slight changes that came after, but those changes weren't really significant enough to stop Spirits snowballing.
Yeah, so what do you do now? If you're Navi's coach and you were allowed to be in the booth, what do you tell them, Bkop?
Get good? I don't know. That's my chat man of the people analysis.
Like, get good. Stop getting 3 hit by the OD, scrub.
Yeah, basically.
Or the troll sitting at 4k HP now.
And just ripping through buildings.
Yeah, and the refresher shot on the OD, that means double sanities, double hacks, double BKB. Or he gave it away to Tidehunter, I lied.
Radiant are scanning.
Just that tier 3 bottom of that set of racks is the last that is available.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what Luna can do now. Like, he has about 6... Oh my god, Timeless Relic on OD. The most OS frog thing in the game.
He's also got himself an enchanted quiver.
Like, his hex is gonna last like 4.5 seconds now.
He gave it
literally just... Wait, what? He doesn't have it? Who did he give it to?
He gave it to the Tidehunter.
No, don't do that, 9. You gotta demand, you gotta be selfish. Take it. Give me the damn relic!
3-man smoke by Na'Vi. But with that Lucent Beam, they know they're nearby.
I actually can't believe that Odie didn't take the relic. I'm stunned.
Maybe they'll swap. Just
probably after double Ravage it will.
Ooh, Queen of Pain spotted for a second. Luna on the low ground. There's the Lucent Beam coming in. They've got the telekinesis from a distance, and they will...
Do they have a Force Staff? They don't, right?
Arteezy. And they're forced to use Relocate.
Yeah, no Force Staff on the entire team. Oh, General. In such a scary position.
Oh,
yeah, 3-3.
boy.
Yeah.
They found him.
Wait, he canceled his own Fiend script. No! Vater!
Alright, well that might let him leave. General just sliding and TPing away.
Wait, nothing canceled his script, right? He did it himself?
Unless he got knocked up in the air for a second, but...
He did not. Okay, happens to everybody. Now there's no Rolling Thunder at least, so... It's gonna be very hard to protect his barracks.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He's barely taken any damage. Like 100 HP region, no biggie.
And he's still back from this.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Tundra is a pretty conservative team. They always like to make things like 100% safe.
Yeah, knowing that Aegis is running out, they back away and don't want to force the issue.
Yeah. I mean, they're only gonna keep scaling, right? So there's really no need to force like the issue like that. Their late game is just way, way, way superior. It's very scary if you're this Na'Vi lineup. Like, whoever gets hexed literally just dies, and they have no save. He didn't steal Astral on Rubik, right? He didn't.
He doesn't have anything right now.
Yeah, that means that's the only save they could potentially get, and yeah, maybe if he's fast, but we could be looking at potentially 3 Ravages soon.
Oh boy. Maybe a 4th if we see the Rubik steal one.
Yeah, you get one, then you get one. I wouldn't be surprised if we just solo Ravages the Rubik. Like, at that point, like, why not? I will eat that chase.
Skeeter pushing top. And you can see Na'Vi trying to potentially react to it.
Now, a criticism I had for Tundra quite many times is that at times they're too conservative, you know? Of course, they're not in a rush to really finish the game, but they oftentimes give too much space to the enemy despite being really far ahead. So I hope they don't fall into this like similar kind of trap. That being said, they smoke up straight away, so see if we can find something.
They're looking in the right spot. There's the blink as well as the hex coming through on the Luna. V-Tune trying to run, but the Abyssal comes out from Skeeter. They'll get the count of V-Tune. Now they're going to look at the Ravage. That lands on to 2. They'll throw it again. They've got it landing on both. No one's
Stole the Ravage.
Dance will follow. Already a triple kill here for Skeeter. Rubik has stolen the Ravage, but question is, will that make a big enough difference? They look like they're probably going to need to buy back here on the Luna as well as the Queen of Pain.
But at what cost? Bkop. Whoa, he's going deep.
Yeah, going in for
That is-
General. Well, now buyback. They have buyback available on everybody who's down on the side of Navi, but then they got to make a move. Oh,
Luna,
Solo
Luna.
got stunned immediately. Oh, no. A Ravage.
Well, at least Fata dies with the gem, but it's so costly for Navi. Now they just wait until everything's back of cooldown again and go for round 2. Like, Tundra's just getting stronger. It's,
And that Ravage could have been game-changing from Solo.
potentially, yeah. A little bit unlucky there. Did he get bashed or what happened?
I believe so.
Oh, no, the tether stun, I believe.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Okay, the smallest distance I've seen from a relocate in a long time.
No, there was one smaller in this fight already.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, he might be dead for that, though.
Might be. And OD's going to come in, hit with the Rolling Thunder, but they get the kill on a Solo. It ends up being a 1-for-1 with Snake King buying back in the BKBB pop by 9. They get the kill on a V-Tune. They'll look over now at no one. V-Tune doesn't have buyback. On the cliff is General trying to TP out. No one going after 9. And, well, 7 may have eaten 9, but 9 destroys no one. And Skeeter will get credit for both kills on no one and General, as Navi called GG, and Tundra will take game 1.
Yeah, there were some glimpses of hope here and there for Navi, like that one really good fight they took in the top lane, but after that, I think it was all Tundra, right?
Yeah, it felt like Tundra for the most part in this game.
Yeah, I mean, their team play just was a little bit better. By a little bit, I mean quite a bit better than Navi's, unfortunately. And their lineup is just so scary to play against. They have so many saves, so many big ults that can just turn the fight, whether it's Sanities or Ravage. It's very scary to give away this OD. Like, I think this hero is actually first pick, first ban material.
Yeah.
People are already doing that, but you know, like, it should actually be respected as such now.
Yeah, I think that now you've got to really, as you've seen OD perform this well time and time again, you have to make the decision. Is it going to be the Razor? Is it going to be the OD? Like, maybe both if you let the IO go through, but OD is proven to be potentially a first phase ban. And, well, the panel will break it down, but that's after we come back from a quick break. Tundra have a 1-0 lead over Navi, so stay tuned. In a couple minutes, we'll have the panel break it all down.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tide rack!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Another phase begins.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Let the skies
Good
Try
day and welcome back to the Dota Pit Season 5 EU and CIS regions with me, Nomad, and my lovely panel of Misery and Lizard as we break down game number 1 of Tundra versus Na'Vi. And I think it's fair to say, Na'Vi, they had some moments of brilliance. Okay, I think they put up a good fight, but in the end, what was it about Tundra that just gave them the edge?
They had some decent fights around the pit, right? They had one good one in which they managed to get Rush and Aegis afterwards, but Tundra seemingly was always one step ahead. Like they weren't able to catch General here and there, and he was having fun running away, rolling away, I should say. But everyone else, once they get caught, they get killed off instantly. I liked the Rubik pick, but I have to say once again, the moment I saw Rubik on that position 5, I switched away from going for Navi into going for Tundra. Literally. I mean, why do Aloha Dance is a really good Rubik, right?
Yes,
Like,
it's its most
both of
played
them
hero.
are. Both of them are. There's no question there. Like, but the thing is, if you're playing Rubik on that position 5, you're going to be poor. You won't be able to contribute as much to the lane later on as well. Like if you weigh on one side how much Snapfire can do with Titans and how much Rubik can do in a game such as this one with Titans, I would go into Rubik's favor heavily. He did
Yeah,
get something, right? Like there's a There's the Blink and the Aetherlands, but the Ravages.
It also feels like if you're gonna play like SNAPPHIRE Rubik supports, you're gonna want some kind of frontliners, right? Some people to be in front of you, tanking or going in first, so that you can cast your spells. Where in this game now we don't really have that. Like they have general, like for them to win a fight, they kind of need to be smoked, and then general needs to do some kind of perfect jump and stun people multiple times, right? And then you need to burst one or two targets, or it has to be like the fight where they won top lane, where the Tundra fight was kind of like split up in two ways, and Ravage was kind of wasted. Like it has to be some sort of weird scenario like that where Tundra's fight is very simple, right? Like they can kind of just sit tight in front and like have troll hit Roshan or troll hit, any tower, and just kind of play around your saves. And another thing about this game is like you cannot underestimate this OD hero, right? In terms of damage output, because we thought about like the troll versus Luna matchup before the game, but it's not just the troll she has to deal with. It's kind of like she's playing against two carries, right? And yeah, you might be able to deal with one, like one-on-one kind of thing, but when there's two that deal so much damage, it's very hard for Luna to carry.
And the buffs that he's getting from Io as well.
Like, right. Yeah, that as well.
Snaking, he was tethering Skitter a lot. Yeah, but once he tethers 9, he hits like a truck. 8-0-9, the scoreline feels pretty good for the OD.
I think the first two trade-off doesn't feel good at all for Na'Vi. Like I wouldn't be happy with that at least. Like the whole snap Queen of Pain for Bane OD. I feel like Bane OD is so much more flexible to keep drafting with, and it also just feels like maybe the heroes are a bit stronger right now. The snap Quap is kind of like they both like to follow up damage, and I don't know, unless you're doing something with Queen of Pain, putting it on offlane support or carry or whatever, some kind of cute thing. It's very open, right? Like the enemy knows what you're doing, and yeah, it's not ideal, I think.
Yeah, I want to hammer down on gameplay a little bit though, because we did say that the drafts were kind of like even, maybe slightly favoring Tundra, but when it came down to it, I think Na'Vi did get outplayed. But the moments where Na'Vi looked good was usually when they put themselves in a position where their individuals can perform to a very high standard. I've noticed a lot, like, General had some great moments, messing them with the Rolling Thunder. No one had some great moments as well, actually did quite well in the end of the game when it came to like KDA and stuff. V-Tune struggled this game for sure, but he's a Luna, he farms, and he's kind of, his impact in the game is dictated by the pace in which the team plays it. How is it that Na'Vi are so good individually as a team? They just don't seem to be putting it all together in these fights.
I mean, I think they lost that fight with the Aegis, right? If you remember, in their own jungle. And right before that, we saw General use his role. And, in top lane in the trees, escape. And they took the fight immediately afterwards. And General actually didn't have the role, which is probably one of the most critical tools they have to actually take a fight in the first place. So I think that was just a tactical error by them. And that's probably cost them the game. Before that, it was pretty even, right? And they had the Aegis on Luna, which is like a nice setup, because now she can actually be frontlining a bit for you to help out the Rubik and the snap. So yeah, I think it's just maybe about the discipline. I also felt like when we watched the other games the other day that it looks like maybe the communication is a bit or they're not quite on the same page when it comes to these, like, when to take fights.
They are looking like that since the beginning of the season, pretty much.
Right.
Maybe one series, maybe one season they look like they're actually figuring things out and they're making the right moves. But most of the time, considering what sort of veterans they are, it's not looking. It's looking like some ideas are clashing more than anything else. You can see two different players drawing on the map at the same time, drawing lines in two different directions and things like that. So I'm surprised that's the case with Solo on the team.
Yeah, it is surprising, but maybe some differences of opinion. I mean, that's the kind of thing I'd expect from like a young team, like OG or something, where it's like young and heady individuals coming in with like egos and such. But not the case. Like the younger teams, Team Spirit as well, they seem to be clicking together really well, moving as a unit. Na'Vi, they have struggled in this past game and a couple of other games as well, and I think similar things could be made, comments could be made about Nigma to a lesser degree, about some of the kind of stickiness we've been seeing. I mean, maybe they just need to keep going in the season, warm up a bit, and get themselves meshing. But right now, it does seem like they're struggling. But let's see if they can pull it together as you have draft number 2 for Na'Vi versus Tundra. And we'll see if Na'Vi can form a bit of cohesion this time around. They're going to start things off with the Weaver pick. This is better, right? Already, this is a better hero when it comes to flexibility in the draft.
I mean, both yes and no, I would say.
Oh, really?
I think they are still leaving the Bane, the OD available.
5 seconds remaining.
And, I mean, Weaver is a nice hero too, but I just can't help but feel that this OD hero is a bit too good right now. And you keep insisting on this Doom ban as well.
Yeah, they're just stuck. I feel like they're stuck in this ban. Like,
IOD.
And IOD, yeah. And I really think the reasoning behind the SAPPHIRE pick in the last game is just to deny it from Thunder Esports. I feel like that's more than anything the case. Like, SAPPHIRE is strong in Navi's hands as well, but I don't see why you would open up with that and Bkop. They go with Puck. Okay, so this is... Your Weaver is... It's decent versus IO. You're building into a Vessel as well, which is nice. And Puck is decent versus OD. You should be winning that lane, at least, if he is laned into the OD. Because
that's the thing, right? Like, if I'm Tundra right now, I don't know if I've seen the 33 play OD, but just in general, like, now you can kind of just put a melee strength hero, 1 of 9s, like, he loves that stuff, right? Put that hero mid, like, the Earth Spirit that we talked about last game too, looks amazing right now. 2 heroes that gets destroyed by silence. So I feel like there's a way,
right?
Dragon Knight as well, right? Like, there's a way to play around this Puck now, and you still have your OD IO, right? Which is insane in the game. So I like this more from now. Like, the Puck is, I don't know, I feel like it's more flexible than Queen of Pain when you pick it so early, because it does give you this nice lockdown and team fight.
Radiant team
so,
ban.
but I still feel like they got the worst of the trade in the first 2 here.
And 33 does play OD as well. He played it 9 days ago against Nigma Galaxy in the DPC, so no problems there as well with them flexing it around a bit.
I feel anyone can play OD at the moment. The hero is so easy.
Well, I mean, if you can't, then you should practice it, right? Because it does look like this is here to stay unless he gets nerfed or figured out somehow.
Yeah. They ban out the Bane and the Lion. Seems like they're protecting their Puck a little bit here.
Yep, I like that a lot. I mean, I honestly really like this Puck pick. I think silences are a great answer to OD, if he's overcharged or whatever. As long as you haven't silenced, he can't attack with those orbs. So, yeah, I do like the Puck pick as an answer.
No, exactly what Misery has said already. Puck is a nice answer to OD, but if Puck doesn't have a game because he's countered in the lane, then OD as well will not care later on. You won't truly be a problem.
Like, the OD from last game was this, like, almost hard carry mid OD, right, with many items, and you can play OD in many different ways, right? That's also why the hero is so strong. We've seen Ice build many different items on this hero already. Just like second item BKB. You can also go for this Aghanims and just play on save. I think Sai did that, right? Like, so the hero is very flexible in terms of you don't need to. If they pick Puck, well, now you can just play a different style, right?
Interesting.
That's the whole idea here. Yeah. But I wonder how Tundra wants to respond onto this double kind of like mobile heroes, right? They definitely need some kind of lockdown.
I'm down to see some. What did you call you call that Earth Spirit? I would love to see it. I don't think that we will because the hero just isn't picked up overall at all. The same goes for Dragon Knight though. TA is still an option, right? Versus a Puck on the mid lane if they want to go that route. Doesn't bring control. However, it's still a solid laner. Okay, that's big.
That's a start, right? At least now you have a little bit of stun. You have a double buff for this OD. Maybe if you double buff this OD and put it mid, and then he might still be just too powerful, right? Honestly, like,
a lot of belief in this. A lot of belief in this OD.
He might not care at all about this Puck,
Yeah.
He has Bloodlust and Tether. Like, this Puck is gonna be like a fly, go away.
Yeah.
And the Weaver on that lane will not have a lot of fun. If that's a 4 Weaver versus Ogre, one Ignite and you lose like a quarter of your HP there.
Yep. You hit him 20 times and he's barely lost 15% of his HP. It's,
Exactly.
Feels bad, man.
You start with some ring of protection, like some 11 armor overkill. Nah.
Yeah.
Or Buffano most likely, or something similar, a lot of region. But it activates not only the OD, you can combo it well with a lot of carries that we have seen in the past.
Yeah, Bloodlust Overcharge ain't no joke either. If you do go for something like Juggernaut or something like that, then you just got to buff them to Oblivion. It'd be absolutely ridiculous.
I guess Navi will go for a 5 now, right? There's still the Rubik option. It's still in the pool. I hope they don't get it this time around. I love it versus OD, but...
Other counters to OD has been seen to be Nyx Assassin. Doesn't really fit Navi's lineup either that much right now, I think. There's also Nature's Prophet. But it's a bit the same as Nyx. You're kind of lacking a lot when you pick those heroes, when you already have Weaver and Puck.
What about Silencer or Disruptor, like these anti-IO heroes?
I think it's about it also looks weird with their heroes, right? It's about finding out like what can we pick and then also make up for that with the other pick, so that our lineup actually has a overall synergy. Because it's right now they're very squishy and they don't have another reason why OD is so strong is that it's so hard to pick frontliners, right? Because he just destroys them. So thinking, okay, it's like a little bit like Pangoli last game, right? It's a way to start a fight. It's also a general hero.
A little bit of tankiness up front, but nothing really significant.
Yeah.
And I agree completely with what you said about the frontliners versus OD. That's why most of the teams, they just try to somehow get these ranged carries or Nature's Prophet and whatnot. Just keep your distance as much as possible.
Grimstroke.
Oh, Grimstroke. Damn. I haven't seen this one in a while.
No.
Okay.
Do you like it?
I mean, it's fine, right? There are some combos, obviously, with the Sand King. You can Inkswell into the Blink Stun, which is nice.
They have a lot of low cooldown spells right now, right? Like they have a lot of skirmish, fighting, team fight. Like if they get ahead in this game, I can like kind of run at Tundra. Like they can really snowball. At the same time, though, they are pretty counted by BKB right now. And
that's true.
I get a little bit of a similar vibe to last game too. That Tundra might pick some kind of fat guy now for 33. and then they don't have a way to get through this guy, right? Like they could just pick Tidehunter again maybe, and then they maybe have a puck problem, so that's maybe there's a different hero than Tide, but just some kind of frontliner and then a carry, and it's gonna be much easier for Tundra to play the game.
Something that likes to build a hood, anything up front.
Yeah, but let's see what kind of route they choose to go for.
Radiant team ban.
We'll grab their carry. Warlord comes out for Tundra Esports as the 4th pick, and most likely skid his hero once again, doubling down.
That's interesting that they picked it at this point, considering they have last pick. I guess they're keeping their options for the mid lane open, perhaps on the side of Tundra. As you can still put the OD on the offlane, right? That's still an option.
I mean, this pick makes a lot of sense for that reason in particular. Also, Troll is kind of like a carry frontliner, right? Especially when you have the Wisps and the OD backing you up. Like, you can definitely run in first. And that's kind of what we were talking about for 33, but why not just have one for Skitter like we saw last game as well? They have both a Tidehunter and a Troll. So they pick up the Troll again, and it looks good.
Yeah, they ban out the Razor, one of the best counters, right, to the Troll, at least historically. Should be decent versus OD, too.
Could you go for some kind of Night Stalker here, maybe, for Tundra? Or Underlord, perhaps?
Yeah, I get what you're going at to get some catch for the puck, right?
Yeah.
Some Underlord
catch,
with
more team
Atos.
fight.
Yeah.
I'll be down for that.
You can see that Navi there, LC would have been great as well, right? They banned out the Tide, the LC. So they are expecting OD to go mid, which They might be fooled by Tundra. This still could be an OD on the offlane.
I mean, that's still definitely an option, right?
10
You
seconds
can still get
remaining.
that stunner out of mid, like we talked about in the very beginning. Like,
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, something else we said before is that, like, you know, people know that Tundra are so flexible and creative that they probably will put anything anywhere. I would be very surprised if Na'Vi weren't saying, look, this OD could be offlane, it could be mid, but what are the two heroes we're going to fear most? Probably something which solves something they haven't solved yet, which is like Tide Hunter and Legion, you know, lockdown and some kind of team fighting and stuff. So
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know, that's my take on it. I could be wrong.
What's up with the Na'Vi? They need a carry that actually scales decently well into Troll.
yeah, they do.
Some ranged. Is Drow still an option for them? I guess you're still in the same problem, right? Like you don't have a true front line.
Oh, this is interesting.
Weaver
Na'Vi whipping out the silencer. What do we think, guys? Is it Weaver carry then?
Yeah, I think it is. So actually right now, you have a Weaver carry and a Puck mid, which is almost uncontested in this game, right? So that could end up being a problem for Tundra if the game progresses, because you don't have a way to lock these heroes down. Last game you had this Luna, right? And this Luna kind of relies at some point on having to stand and fight, whereas the Weaver and the Puck can kite a lot. Plus you have the Silencer, which is their go-to against Wisp, right?
Yeah.
So
and
I like this approach, I think.
OD too, right? Like with the Silencer.
I like the approach, but I really think that Tundra could. I mean, they should definitely pick some stunner right now. They see the course, and it's like kind of 3 immobile cores.
Choose your hero.
They get some catch in the form of Void Spirit. And then again, when you think about it, you can still itemize. You were talking about the itemization. Maybe some OD with the Hex later on as well will help out. But they get another hero that's extremely susceptible to being silenced and killed off before he gets that ult, right? Like Silencer, it looks like a fantastic game for a position 5.
Yeah.
This hero.
Well, at the other, if you look at it the other way though, like this Void Spirit also makes sense because the Aghanim's Void Spirit looks so strong here, right?
Mm-hmm.
You kind of destroy everybody.
And before they picked Puck on the before they picked Puck, I was really gonna suggest a Silencer pickup, and then it disappears for a while and then comes back. I don't know. Is the Void Spirit enough? I mean, I suppose it's a really awesome Void Spirit Ags game, right?
I mean, it's nice to get in on the back line as well, right? Get on top of Grimstroke and Silencer. But yeah, I think maybe I would have liked the DK of the Earth Spirit for 9 more.
Yeah.
But like we talked about, these heroes are not really thought about that much right now, perhaps because they're just not considered that good.
All right. Final predictions then, gentlemen. Can I have your thoughts on this game and which way you think it's going to go?
It feels like Dragonite or something like that we discussed would make their game simpler. But I'm still going to go with Tundra. I just... I need to be proven wrong by Na'Vi once, and then I'll reconsider switching things up. As long as drafts are like 50-50, I'll go with Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I also think similar game to last one. It's Tundra's lineup is just so strong with Wisp OD that, and they are dire now though, so that might change it a bit. They don't just get these free Roshians, but I still think Tundra will win.
Going Tundra, all right. Well, I'm forced to going Na'Vi because I don't want to curse Tundra again. You know, I don't want to curse anybody. But honestly, I do think there's potential in the Na'Vi draft. Maybe a little bit more potential than Tundra's draft, just because you know they're one hero which can silence up and control up the Puck, and the Weaver is this Void Spirit who's killable inside of the silence from the silencers. So I think they have opportunities here to go for it. So I'm gonna go Na'Vi. But let's find out what our casters have to think about this game. Game number 2 is Bkop and Black.
That's our duo, our rap duo name. Be some
Black.
sort of mix. Yeah.
I will eat the cheese.
You gonna eat the cheese?
Yeah.
Is that the name of our second hit song? I'll eat the cheese. Obviously, our first song is Lemonade, so.
Yeah, but of course, people don't get to witness it just yet. Soon.
Yeah, we've also got a hit single called "I'm Gonna Fuck You Up." That was another hit single we got going.
Yeah, we need Lacoste for that one though.
Yeah,
yeah, like we can't do it just with the two of us. But yeah, like who you got for this game? I'm for Tundra again.
Yeah, I gotta feel like I'm edging on the Tundra train. I have a lot more confidence in the way they played in the previous game than what I'm looking at here for the draft here for Na'Vi. But that's not to say that they can't get it done. I wouldn't like 70-30 Tundra or anything like that. It's like a 60-40 maybe.
I like what Lizard said. Like if it's a 50-50 draft, you go to Tundra. I think if the very same like reasoning. It's just I think Tundra just overall is a little bit better. So if it's an even draft, they should most of the time come out ahead.
Right.
But as you said, by no means does it mean that Na'Vi can't win this game. They have an amazing lineup as well.
With some heroes that we just have not seen all too much of, and well, in general, he's got that burrow strike. He does some damage here to Skeeter. They're trying to run down the troll. They've slowed down General with Fada just hitting away. He's got another ignite, and that stroke of fate won't be enough to get the kill there on Skeeter, and Fada loses his eyes on General, so General will survive. He won't be dispatched from this lane.
No, he can't. A little bit unfortunate, but just I mean, this troll hero is really just coming online like after level 2. There's a big power spike, so Na'Vi tried their best to hold him down to level 1, but now the lane's gonna get a whole lot harder.
Fada only has one mango, but he does have a clarity and another mango coming out. I was gonna say, with a lack of mana, maybe things get a little bit easier for Na'Vi, but having that bit of mana regen for him is going to be very important to making sure that they can control this lane.
I mean, he literally has 6.5 HP regen just in it with that mango. It's kind of ridiculous, honestly, how much HP regen an Ogre has.
Yeah. Just needs the mana. Winkswell, and Fada's going to get stunned up, but still not dead. Aloha Dance doesn't have another stroke of fate for 4 more seconds, but I don't think they get the kill regardless.
Yeah, so how are lanes looking? Mid lane's actually, wow, Void Spirit is crushing Puck right now. 14-5 to 5-0.
Wow.
That is not something you would expect.
Could lead to a lot of troubles for no one.
Yeah, we've seen many times where when a Void Spirit actually snowballs against the Puck, the game becomes almost impossible for the Puck player. You have this Yule to set up on him, and you get the Aghanim Scepter later as well.
And he's really just being harassed up quite a bit. No one's trying to throw something back, but it's not that easy for him. Right now, 9, he's got a filled bottle of water and 2 more sips. So he's good to sustain in this lane and still make it pretty difficult for no one overall.
Yeah, like this is one of those things where just an individual overperformance of a player could break the game wide open. But of course it's still early in the game, you know, no one can easily recover. So it's not too big of a problem here. They're running out of regen though in the top lane. Bringing in 1 more pack of tangos, but that's it.
And will that be enough?
Oh, what do you do about this bot lane though? IO plus OD. It's just so much HP regen. You can't kill these guys. You can't even keep them low. They're permanently full health, both of them.
Especially once he gets that Ring of Health and he'll have the gold for it now, and the Courier's going to walk it over. So 33 kind of set.
Yeah. He's sitting at 17 HP regen now. Wow. There's no way to do anything. This Weaver is going to feel really bad soon. He already feels pretty bad, but he's going to feel even worse soon. Yeah, already 1k lead without any kill. That is that's not a good sign. It's not a good sign at all.
Oh, okay, whatever, dude. I just
really not
right now, and I'm like
such a long line to wait for. Maybe he is lagging, who knows? You play that line, you better be lagging.
Yeah, this is one of the better ones though. I like that one. Where did he like record that? It'd be very interesting to know.
Bring him out to his studio.
You think he went to the studio for that one?
I'd like to think so.
Probably not, though. We're giving him too much credit. Probably just in a Discord call.
Last word, an Arcane Curse on both Snake King and 33. But
Nah,
still
small
nothing doing.
correction. Last word only hits one target.
True. I just meant the conjunction of the spells.
Of course, I know. I'm just keeping you on your toes.
I'm on him. I'm on my
mid lane might be
toes.
solo kill here.
Sounds of
One
the
more.
Waning Rift, Astral Step.
Oh.
Ooh, 9.
9, 9, 9, 9. As the Germans would say.
Still survives though. So it doesn't become 0.
That is true. It is not 0.
Because if he would die, he'd be a 0.
Yeah. You think IRL is kind of the same thing? Like you have a hit point bar that we just can't see? Or...
Maybe. A little hot dancing swell on a Fada. Just a quick little stun right there. But first blood goes to V2.
Wow, actually bot lane, yeah. Yeah, I didn't expect the first part to happen like in the bot lane there.
Yeah, especially with how much we've been talking about the immense amount of regen they have.
Radiant are scattered.
Yeah.
They have a sentry for this top lane? They do.
Vanished, but not gone.
Yeah, but Troll is pretty uncontested here. Like his farm is 400 above the Sand King. All the lanes are going very well, as we said. Even with the first part, they still hold a 1k gold lead. Meteor Hammer up in 100 gold. Had to press a little mute there. I assume he did the same.
Oh, bottom lane again, 33.
Oh, it's gonna be a big coil.
Chase. We've got the coil on both, and with the silence on the OG, there's nowhere for 33 to go. And they've also got themselves Snake King, and that's kill on both with a rotation from no one, whose lane was a bit of a struggle, but when you get to make a rotation like that, get a kill, get an assist, that's certainly a way to recoup your losses that you had earlier.
Yeah, very strong rotation. Perfect timing too. Just as they were about to aggress on the silencer, he just suddenly appears. 2-man coil. He's to mid lane? Oh, he's tipping middle. He just wants to meet him at the tower, huh? Okay, very interesting. Why not?
For a second, I thought that Meteor Hammer missed, but just the edge of it tipped the little part of the bottom base. Inkswell, and will be avoided with pretty decent timing on the dissimilate, but they've got 3 heroes here, and 9, he's put himself in a really bad spot. Trying to TP out, Phantom's Embrace,
oh, he's fine.
not enough damage.
And it's another Meteor Hammer on the tower as well, as a goodbye present. This kind of TP, not a lot of players would do. Like, they really prioritize tower damage over anything here.
Another Astro Imprisonment, but they've got no one nearby. With Dream Coil in a second. Yeah, there it is. Io's going to come over. They've got the Inkswell Illusory Orb, and there's the Inkswell popping, but Tether looking to be a sustainable amount of presence here to keep 33 alive. They go after Aloha Dance for a second, but the Arcane Curse is placed on both 3-3 and Snake King. As well as the last word on Snake King, so they'll back away.
Yeah, Navi's making a lot of good plays here. Like, they definitely got themselves back to the game. But the mid tower's taken a lot of damage as well. I have to glyph for this one, but the next Meteor Hammer is probably just going to be the tower down, and then map control goes to Tundra again. And we've seen what happens in the first game when that's the case. Oh, they're all TPing middle now. Rainbow TPs.
Yeah, trying to create Voltron by coming together as a force. But 9, he'll Astro Step away, and Fada, well, he doesn't have that ability.
But still Meteor Hammer on the tower.
Yeah, another Meteor Hammer, and that is it denied? Yes. No. Oh, wow, they mistimed it.
To be honest, it's pretty tough to deny. Because 60 damage the Meteor Hammer deals, and just like 4 heroes need to attack together simultaneously to deal that amount of damage. Might be down 4 kills, but map control in their favor nonetheless. Sanka's gonna be a bit careful up here too.
Yeah, now they've dusted him. They've got the stun. General gonna
he's
burrow
dead.
strike, but that's right into them, looking for the epicenter, uses it and dies. So now that's on cooldown for 120 seconds, but they've got V2 coming up with the help of no one. So Fada will fall. They've got the silence on Skeeter. They've got the Dream Coil. He does have his ult, but will still fall to this Weaver.
Yeah, very nice rotations again from Na'Vi. It's really what's keeping them in the game here. Like the puck rotation bottom, now all the heroes top. They could potentially get this tower here. I have to imagine though that Tundra wants to defend that one. You don't want to give up the tower for free. Oh, be careful, careful!
It is impossible to
No,
why didn't he heal? He didn't heal from his time lapse. Was it
Must
a
have been
bug?
low. Must have been low the whole time.
No, he was full health. Well, I'm trying to go on 9 now, but can't get that
Global
kill.
silence. That's for bottom because they want to go in onto this OD. They're going to get the kill here on a 33, but General loses his life. That leaves Skeeter to just work on this tower, but with the last word and now the relocate.
Yeah, just get them back up to full health.
That'll be back towards base, and then they'll be back going for that tier 1 right after.
Yeah, I really gotta check the replay what happened there in top lane.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if we have a replay of that moment, but it would be interesting to see.
Yeah, that looked really sus. Like an OS frog moment. Because there's no way Weaver would be there for 4 seconds with 10 health, right? Makes no sense. I'm sure
like
has a lot to say about it.
Go off as he was dying?
Yeah, but even then he should go back to full health, right? As soon as his blood goes up.
I don't know if the damage ticked or something like that. They've got the stun, but 9's still running. Now the Dream Coil on to 2. That means 9's dead. Fada, we've been saying this a little bit this game, but he'll die too. That's 2 heroes dead with Snake King in a pretty interesting position, but he's got that tether to get back to 33.
The rotations are too good, man. Like, there's no one puck, it's everywhere. 3-0-4 at the moment. Almost finishes Witchblade.
All that said, though, but Void Spirit and Troll, like, Skeeter and 9 still lead the net worth.
Sure, but this game could be like a lot worse if they didn't get all these rotations and kills, right?
For certain.
Definitely keeping themselves in the game. The Invisru now picked up on Puck. I think they want to set up a kill here on Puck potentially. With the Yule sub there.
When Yule's bots, Kaya Sanj.
Yeah, but he's right under ward, so they know everything he's doing. How about General? Super close to Blink Dagger, 50 gold away, and then that's their real initiation tool. It's gonna make so much space for Puck and teamfights as well. Very deadly combo. Coil plus Epicenter, of course.
I'm a little surprised they haven't gotten the tier 1 mid yet for Na'Vi.
Yeah, they're making it very hard for them. Always have like 3-4 heroes here. Even though they lose a couple of heroes, the tower doesn't take any damage.
Yeah, just considering the fact that that fight happened right next to the tier 1 tower, that's what shocked me the most about them not grabbing any damage on it afterwards. Dream Coil committed. Now Astro imprisoned himself. They look for the epicenter with the Blink Dagger, and the stun comes out onto the Puck. They've got the global silence for this. There's a lot of commitment, and now they want to go for Fada, so he'll jaunt over to the Illusory Orb. Skeeter and Snake King nearby, thinking about making a move on this as the Swarm comes in, and they just rip apart Fada. Maybe not the fight they want to engage in 5v3.
Yeah.
They thought about it for a while, but it was their hesitation that cost them, I think, if they really wanted to get in there.
Yeah, Global Silence was actually used to cancel the relocate of IO. It was pretty close, about to come off. And then maybe they saved the OD with that. But yeah, another very successful fight for Na'Vi. And they're leading 11-3. But the gold advantage doesn't really replicate that, right? How about the XP though? Not even the XP either. Well, it's just so hard to fight and to Na'Vi right now. They have so much team fight. Silencer, Coil, Grimstroke, Inkswell, on top of the Sand King.
getting chased, but here comes Vichun. Again,
Fata
you'll have
again.
that storm, and Fata just gets ripped to shreds.
Yeah, 051. Catching all of the dodgeballs.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And the thing about it too is like, I guess at the end of the day, if you're an ogre, you don't really mind too much that you're dying if you're opening up enough space. But you are giving a good amount of those kills over to the Weaver, who's 5-1 and 5.
Yeah, and he's very, very close to his Lincoln Sphere, which then is going to be a very big problem. Like, where's the lockdown going to come from? Because Void Spirit is actually going into Travels and not Axe, which I don't think I agree with. Like, this is a perfect Axe game, but he's choosing not to go for it. Has to be so careful on the OD.
Oh boy, yeah, Burrow Strike, Epicenter, and the entirety of this game feels like it's just been Na'Vi as 5.
Yeah, Tundra is getting outmoved around the map right now. However, they're being very efficient with the Troll IO, so they're keeping the net worth lead very slim. Are gonna lose the mid tower finally though. That now opens up Roshan for them potentially, and makes it a lot harder for the Troll to farm.
So Nine just trying to clean up general. He's using that Sandstorm farm into his Yules. Fada nearby, maybe looking to make a move with Skitter and snaking by him, but they can't hit the go button. They can't find this Sand King, and well, they'd love to get rid of that vision, but it's a little bit too difficult, and there goes that Sentry Ward.
Yeah, always feels bad to do Sentry Wards like that. It's smoke up from Fata actually. Looks like he just wants to get us some wards. Okay, solo smoke to ward. Pretty commonly used technique, but the spots he's warding at are very interesting, very defensive. And Weaver now is at Lincoln Sphere. It's gonna be so hard to kill him now. Unless time lapse doesn't work again, for some reason.
They're gonna come up with this smoke. Ooh, interesting blink from no one but Skeeter. Is spotted. Illusory Orb over. They'll find themselves this Snake King IO. That's about it right now, while 33 is trying to farm bottom, but they've got the Burrow Strike. They'll look for the Epicenter.
Just TP out.
And he'll just TP out.
Yeah. No puck in sight. No Inkswell applied beforehand, so easy TP for him. But yeah, like, what's the time when Tundra is gonna strike back? Because, like, it's getting to the point where the experience advantage is becoming a little bit of an issue. Still cannot D-ward that ward. Fata's trying so hard, but they're just not letting him. They D-ward like 3 sentries there already. And the Ancients are still blocked, so they're definitely winning the economy war right now as well.
Right.
Yeah, Na'Vi's spin is getting very well. Much better than the first one.
Yeah, the way they're playing it together, their movements have been much cleaner. You asked about when Tundra are going to strike back, and that's probably not going to happen until the second movie.
Yeah, but hopefully it will be a successful one, because right now it's all Na'Vi. It's just 1k gold, you know, it's very impressive actually from Tundra.
Yeah, they've been able to open up a lot of space. And does that happen because of the fact that Na'Vi, for the most part, have been playing together as 5?
For sure, for sure. Usually when that happens, you have like a little bit of an experience lead, but not really a big gold lead, simply because you're always allocating all the resources at the same spot. But they really need to deal with those Ancients here. It's a very valuable resource for the troll, of course. He has his BKB now on troll, so perhaps now they're willing to fight. Not the easiest fight still, though.
No, not the easiest fight. And they're looking to get a BKB on Void. Maybe they'd look for something else. Blink, Burrow Strike, and they've got the Inkswell with it. Have the tether, Yule's up into the air. They'll try to keep 9 alive, but there's the global silence. And he and just dies to Solo. Aloha Dance will follow him to the grave, so it's a 1-for-1. That Arcane Curse, I believe, getting that last tick, and Fada looking like he's going to die to V2 once again. Fada just cannot get away from this Weaver.
Yeah, and this lineup is getting like a little bit exposed here now. They have so little control against the Puck and Weaver. They're full health throughout the entire fight and just chipping away at all these heroes. Like, what's your answer to deal with that? It should have been the axe on Void Spirit, but he's just not going for it. So I don't really know what they have planned for like team fights in general. Like, how are they going to lock any of those heroes down? Because even the OD is going to a BKB as well. Like, it's good that you don't die, but how do you kill them, right? Like, that's also a problem that you gotta address.
I want to say this Axe could have been a big difference maker for the Void Spirit, but he's going into the BKB.
Yeah, I'm not sure, to be entirely honest.
3-3,
so much damage.
Run the damage, but they've got the tether as well as the relocate, which will bring them onto the high ground. Fada again, kind of caught in this bad spot, but they've got the Lincolns, and they'll also grab the stun. Inkswell pops, lands on Skeeter. Arcane Curse, Last Word, Dream Coil, all drop down to the Troll, as well as this Void Spirit. Heals up into the air, the Burrow Strike lands. Still nobody dead on either side of this fight just yet. They've got the stun on a no one, and now they're trying to move forward to the side of Tundra. Aether Remnant looking to lock down no one, but won't land on the Puck. And again, they go back and forth with a little bit of chip damage from both sides, but nobody ever dies.
Yeah, Epicenter now back up as well, so the teamfight prowess is back online. But like you see Navi just playing with them. Like, the Puck is starting in and out, so is the Weaver, and yeah, like, you just can't address the problem at all right now. We have a Basher coming in. Yeah, okay, so Basher on the Troll, that's a good one. Void Spirit has to go Aghanim's after the BKB, like, the latest. There's just no other way.
They're in Roche.
Yeah, and it's so free for them. Because the teamfight is just so much superior that Tundra can't fight them at all right now.
And that's going to put on an Aegis for the Weaver, I assume, who has felt pretty much unkillable up to this point, except for the time-lapse incident.
Yeah, now you brought it up again, I have no idea what happened still, man. Like, I've never seen it before. You made me question Gaben again.
Does Solo have 4 staff boots? Okay. And only 2 int. But I assume he's only recently gotten into Glaives then and went like 4-0-3-1.
Yeah, most people do that. They max the curse, high levels into E, and then they go from there. Like, the insta is really not that important as a post 5, unfortunately.
Meteor Hammer down on the creeps, 3-3. Trying to get into a BKB, they finally find themselves Solo. They'll bring in all 5 to get this kill onto the Silencer and take away a killing streak. So, the gold in the hands of 9.
Yeah, finally they got a kill. I think that was the first kill they've gotten in super long. No, actually, no, in the middle team fight, they killed a Grimstroke. Take that back. But now they have the Bash on Troll, so a lucky Bash could potentially net them a kill on the Puck or a Weaver. But once this Weaver has Skadi, he's going to be so survivable and just going to kite the Troll. It's a very, very big problem, Bkop. And Void Spirit is still not going into the Axe.
Yeah, going back for that Kaya Sanj.
Like, I'm just so confused by that decision, because Weaver went for Links, it means he's not going for BKB, and Puck is not going to go for BKB, he didn't go Yules either. Oh, they caught the Void Spirit.
And Dream Coil comes down, they've got General to follow this up with a Burrow Strike potentially, but BKB, TP out.
Just TP again, the classic move.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
How about Io though? He can't just TP out.
Oh, he can't.
Boy, he's losing a lot of armor from his Beetles.
Oh. Can he run away? Can he make it out successfully? They're going to get the stun out onto Vichu.
Fata again.
Fata's going to give up his life.
Yeah. I would eat the cheese.
Oh gosh, Snake King still getting run down though. No one's there with him.
Yeah, what can I do about it? Nothing. No one knows this perfectly. Like, he can literally just go on 1v5, and unless he gets like a first hit bash, there's nothing I can do about him.
Yichun has been moving around the map so efficiently, making all of Tundra feel so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And no one is right back in this to clean up the creeps. He had Dream Coil in 5 if he really wanted to stay.
Yeah, but you know, despite like our criticism with item builds and stuff, they're still only 1k ahead.
And they've never really been down much.
Yeah, 3k at the most, and they actually brought it back into their favor a little bit. Very, very interesting. Almost Skadi done now on the Weaver though. It's gonna be a big problem for the Troll, who of course hates being slowed and kited.
Fada.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Potentially about to get hit up here. He's usually trying to be the saving grace for his team, being the sacrificial lamb. Tries to be helpful, tries to be friendly. He's read the helping friendly book, but it's not going to be enough to save his life there.
Medium on bot lane, coil on him though.
Bottom lane, 33, coiled and probably just dead here. Nobody coming to help him.
Yeah, bleeding of heroes left and right, but they're split pushing a lot. They got a top tower for it. They're doing a very commendable job just splitting the map.
No one wants a high five as Vichun comes in.
Can I get out of this one?
Oh, Swarm lands onto Skeeter.
Relocate out. Won't even make it a thing. Will he?
Global silence. It's ready. And now that leaves Skeeter very vulnerable, and he'll just have to BKB TP out.
Yeah. No choice.
Mid lane 9 trying to go after Aloha Dance. Got that BKB, he's got that double astral step, but does he have the damage? He will with the Aether Remnant. So he works himself only to his 3rd kill of the game. It's 21-6.
Yeah, it's very one-sided in the kill score, but Na'Vi really hasn't been very efficient around the map at all. Epicenter, oh, there could be a big one.
Swarm, Burrow Strike, Epicenter, Fada again looking to try and help. Yules up into the air and still not going to keep 9 alive. This time, Vichun should change his name to 7 because he just 8, 9, and 33. Hit with the Burrow Strike, gets taken out by Vichun.
Wow. Well, I guess that's one way to make OD uses, sitting at 0-6-1. Like, he just has no game whatsoever, forced to build like a super early BKB. Like, I don't think I've ever seen an offlane OD itemized like this. Like, usually it's like Ether Lens into Aghanims or like Blink, something like that, but he's like really scared of all their spells. Rightfully so, they have a lot of silences, but... Oh, no TP for Skeeter. Oh, can you find him?
He's got a BKB in a second. Oh, boy. Is this going to be another BKB? TP.
Yeah. Bye.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. That is not the way you want to be using your BKBs. Back to back like that just to TP out.
Oh, and OGA looks pretty dead again.
0-9-1.
Your stain.
He had a rough game, but so did 33. 0-6-1.
Illusion.
Aether Remnant locks down Aloha Dance for a second, but nothing more than that.
Relocate? Okay, just to the middle lane, okay.
Where is this going back to?
Well, into Death City. I think. Do they know where it is? They don't. They don't know where it came from. Oh, down the troll, get no BKB this time.
No BKB for 9 seconds. He's silenced, he's controlled, they've got the tether. Do they have the heal? No, they don't. The global silence and the kill on his Skeeter. Now they're going to look over at Snake King. Try and finish him off, and that should be a second. And potentially even more with the Dream Coil being placed down onto 2. It'll snap on Fada. That's not going to matter, though, because he is dead to rights already on his screen. They'll take out 3-3, and
Dire's middle tower
4 of them have died very quickly. And this is continuing to just be the Na'Vi show.
Yeah, and Na'Vi about to take at least one side, maybe even 2. Well, can't. There's still Tier 2 towers up on top and bottom. But yeah, they're making Tundra look like they're really lost. Like, Tundra doesn't know where to be on the map because they're just running everywhere on this Na'Vi side. Weaver and Puck are just way too fast. And whenever they think they're safe, they're not.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Wow. Oh, I really thought they picked this Void Spirit though to get the Aghalim's timing. Because if you don't play for that, you might have as well just picked like the panel set, like some Dragon Knight or something, make the game much easier for yourself. Right. That's what they're lacking, right? It's like initiation kind of hero.
So that Solo was lacking the int, but he's got himself up to 12.
Yeah, getting smarter by the minute, or Father again. You gonna be fine this time?
I'm looking for a way out. Dream Coil on it too.
Goodbye, Father.
Go,
if you want to
Kate.
commit for it, which they don't. Well, it was an arcane rune coil, so only 40 seconds cooldown. It's just so sad to see, like, whatever they want to try, they just can't because they have no stuns.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're gonna try and smoke. 5-man smoke. If they can make something out of this, that would be potentially heading towards Roshan. Astral Step, Aether Remnant down onto the Sand King. All right, they blow up General, who doesn't have buyback. They'll focus their attention onto Aloha Dance. Behind them, though, is V-Tune, and over to the side is this Puck. Puck doesn't have Dream Cool for a moment. They let the Aether Remnant coming through on a Solo. Solo slowed up into the Roche Pit. He'll go. No Force Staff out, but he's still gonna die. Illusory Orb, no Jaunt over, and they can posture for Roche, which is up in 40, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough time for them to securely take Roche.
Yeah, it could potentially be a comeback avenue for them, though. Like a good Roche fight into the Roche kill. They need something miraculous like that. Because, yeah, Weaver is just getting stronger and stronger. He has his BKB now already.
Radiant are scanning.
Like, I don't know how you kill this guy now. Like, even if 9 were to initiate on him, you don't have the damage. They're all just waiting in the pit. It's not that easy to take Roshan though. He's just gonna keep spamming orbs in there on a 5-second cooldown.
I'm in smoke again.
Very interesting that no one is holding on to it here in one neutral item. Maybe you forgot about it.
Dire's middle tower is under
Astral Step, Yules, Aether Remnant once again. And Aloha Dance getting low. General thinking about going in with the Burrow Strike in the epicenter. Behind them, though, Aloha Dance still sits low. They've got the silence with the BKB pop by 9. There's the global silence. Burrow Strike going to come through. And, ooh, epicenter is there. General gets the kill on a 2. They've got General up into the air. They've lost Snake King as well. Spot of the Burrow Strike lands on a 2. These heroes, the Sentinel's clip is going to be dropped down by 33. With the BKB, he's trying to make something happen. Aloha Dance is now dominating, getting a kill on a 9. They'll take out 33. Skeeter's the only one alive. And with the BKB, he goes into the ult. He goes into the battle trance. He gets the kill on a 0-1. Now he'll look over at Solo. The right clicks are in, but it's not going to be enough. And eventually, he'll fall to V-Tune, who's now godlike with that double kill.
Yeah, it was a lot of gold that went to the troll for the unstoppable spree of the Puck, but yeah, like, teamfights are pretty impossible to approach at this point. They just have no real damage. Like, Puck died in one bash, which is just like the insane damage output of the troll. But let's just say Puck was playing with his food a little bit too much, you know? Like, there was no need for him to actually be there, feeding himself. But yeah, it's gonna be shot for the Weaver, most likely. And Aegis as well.
Oh, pattern eternal.
Well, good luck, Tundra, I guess.
V-Tune's gonna take the shard.
Oh, double impale. And out. Fake hype.
Just a little.
General was laughing though.
Hey, if you can get one laugh and it's from someone in the game, your joke has worked.
OGA 0-11-1. Ay ay ay. He went back for Midas. What am I seeing?
That's game winning right there.
It's so weird. But yeah, I'm preparing for the Giga late game. Just gotta get there.
I was thinking the same, but then you got to think that OD, we saw the Midas in the first game, might have wanted the Midas in this game.
Another Bkop TP out. Really has been the story of this game, hasn't it?
Oh, 3-3.
Everywhere they go, they're just dying, left and right. But Na'Vi is looking so dominant this game.
Yeah, and now... and now, it's, turned into a 12k lead for the side of Na'Vi.
Whatever just happened there, we don't have to talk about a Bkop. It's okay.
Refresher, oh my god, solo.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, Philosopher's Stone helping out big time and double global silence. I couldn't fight before. How are you gonna fight if you're silenced for 10 seconds on everybody?
Not gonna be fun, that's for sure.
Yeah. It's so chill to play silence that you literally just don't show yourself and you press double global. And then you're like, ha, what now?
It did the thing I needed to do.
I did the thing where I pressed the button twice. Look at silence as a mana pool, it's kind of triggering to me. It's 1499. Like, just give him one more, please.
It'll go up in a second, don't worry.
Will it?
Ooh. Sneaking, alright. It'll go up when they get another kill and he takes their intelligence.
If they get another kill. It's gonna be all Tundra from now on. Relocate to push out top, nice. I like the way they're using the relocate, it's very, very nice, very efficient. Just keep the map pressure up, even if you're kind of locked into your own base.
Yeah, I do start to wonder though if it's ever worth just leaving the troll there to try and get that top tier 3. If he's got his BKB ready to go, Burrows are gonna 2 as well as the global silence. They're gonna try and get the kill on Fada. They'll grab themselves 1, they'll follow that up with 9. Global silence. This has really become a problem, but they've got the Meteor Hammer. They get the kill into General, so it's a 2-for-1. Solo trying to do as much as he can. Silence on a 3 with the Waning Rift. Puck on the run. Inkswell. That's not going to pop on any of these heroes. They've got the buyback coming in from General. Astro Imprisonment. Force Staff back and forth. They look over now onto the Weaver. They'll get the first life out of the hands of Vichun. If they can control him once again, this might be really bad for Na'Vi. But with the BKB being popped by the Weaver, he'll go after Skitter. The bash is in. But now, in a lot of trouble is Skitter. Astro Imprisonment. Does he have anything after this? No, not really. All he's got is a buyback, and he's going to be forced to use it. They've got the tether onto the OD, who TP's back into the base. They're looking for the stun out onto the Puck, who has phase shifted. Illusory Orb jaunt away, thinking about the epicenter, going into the Burrow Strike.
That epicenter sound is so... oh my god, it's so clowny. But yeah, very big fight one. OGA had to buyback. No buyback on 9. That's probably just going to be another side. If they want to hard commit for it. Oh, nice trail.
Coming through on a Snake King. They've got the Astro Imprisonment once again. They're going to look over at General. General ball back in the previous fight. He's taking a lot of damage here. He's low and he's dead. They used the Sanities after General died. So something they could have helped, but they do hold the base. They take out this Sand King.
You gotta be a little bit careful here when you're Na'Vi. Like, the Dire lineup is still very potent, very strong. If they get up to like a disable item or 2, this game is not gonna get easy at all. And Void Spirit finally has Axe queued up. I really hope he's gonna go for it before the game ends. Looking for the Weaver.
Ooh, 3-man Waning Rift. Once again, the silence is really messing with this team fight. They're looking for the Aether Remnant, but that's not gonna land on anybody. Chikuchi away.
Oh, they found the Puck.
Spotted Puck. Goes to the Illusory Orb, Jaunt, Blink, trying to get this stun, and eventually they'll find him. It's only a 2x multicast. Phase shift,
they got him.
And there's the Aether Remnant. They'll get the kill on a no-one. He's got buyback, but that is a big kill for the side of Tundra to get.
Yeah, you gotta be really more careful now. We have seen in the past where they had this really big lead, and it kind of just dwindled because you can't make a play. You're only 3 heroes here, guys. You gotta be careful.
Radiant are scanning.
Aloha Dance, Vichun, Solo. all looking to make something happen. They've got the global silence once again from Solo. They're going to start to right-click this Weaver. V-Tune, all of a sudden, a little bit of trouble. He pops that time-lapse. They've got themselves the Phantom's Embrace as well as the Soulbind, and they second-guess this. Will TP out in mass.
That could have gone so wrong. If the Void Spirit is there, the Weaver's dead. You gotta be so careful if you're an RV. Like, you have a big lead, sure, but it doesn't mean you're invincible.
Not even invincible is invincible.
Right. That makes no sense that they would feel invincible, right?
Yeah.
Oh, if Skeeter gets his hands on the Penta Edge Sword, that could be the damage they need. I'm just feeling really bad for the OD. He's like so poor.
He's got the same amount of farm as Solo.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
They needed him to be big. He needed to be like the Hex builder, Hex carrier.
Might is starting to pay off though for Ogre.
Yeah, I suppose. After the start. I'm very curious what Nine was thinking. Like, because now he's going back to the axe like super late, right? So, yeah.
After a Dagon 1.
Yeah, and after like 4 items. But you can see, like the Puck, if he ever gets caught out, he dies very fast. And honestly, the Weaver does too. The Troll, like, took half health off in one bash.
He was forced to time lapse. He got very nervous.
Only 9k gold lead now. It was like 15, 16k before.
They're up towards top. Shikuchi over. Level 26 for this Weaver. Going into the Mjolnir. It's got that Daedalus Scotty, Maelstrom, as well as a BKB that's got 6 seconds left. General pumping the tail.
Yeah, almost level 25 on a Troll. So you can just run out of the coil and battle trance out of the stun. One of the better counters in the game. Timeless Relic. Neutral items are very good for the dire side, but is that going to be enough?
Timeless Relic is certainly a good one.
Yeah, Puck Agons very soon. 300 gold away from it. It's gonna solve a lot of the problems.
Yeah, because we've seen a lot of just BKB TPs out, and he's about to have the Ags. And Na'Vi, for the most part, has played this game pretty clean. 37-12, not giving up a lot of kills. If they were to have maybe given up a little bit more, this game might favor Tundra at the moment. But Na'Vi have put themselves in the driver's seat to win this one. The question is, can they find the finish line, or are they going to come in second like Hamilton?
Like Hamilton, yeah. Like Dota's a very unforgiving game, and they've got a Grimstroke.
Astral Stab, they've got the Aether Remnant, they'll get the kill. Oh, Aloha Dance, now they look over at no one, they pop the Linkins, they've got the right clicks coming in from Skeeter. Phase Shift, Global Silence, right clicks are in, they'll get the kill on no one. It's going to be another Global Silence, they got the BKB as well as the kill onto 9. V-Tune, even with that BKB active on 9, he doesn't care, he's got the damage to get the kill.
Roshan is up in 10. It's going to be a very difficult fight for the Radiant. This Weaver is pumping out so much right-click damage though, with a triple attack from the Gemini. I mean, this is an insane amount of damage. So, every Gemini attack hits for, how much is it, 500 damage? That's a lot of damage, man. You do 3 of those with Maelstrom and Daedalus procs? Alright. No wonder 9 melted like that.
Yeah, no Puck right now.
Ooh, that Roche with the refresher shot.
Yeah, they're going to try and sneak into the moment. They don't want to give a triple Global Silence away to the side of Na'Vi. They're going to send the Swarm in.
Might help them more than...
Shard, so...
Well, that Sandstorm isn't going to do much.
Got that cooldown reduced, so he can keep throwing the Swarm in. Ignite, as well as the stun on a V-Tune. They've got themselves
Tether stun.
Astral Imprisonment. They're looking for the Tether stun. That's what they're going to find. They're going to continue to
the bash.
V-Tune. Now they've got the stun again. And he's just going to be able to escape for a second with the BKB as well as the run with the Inkswell. So he's moved away. He throws the Storm forward. The Burrow's breaking on 3. Oh, man. And he's going to go for the epicenter. They're trying to get the kill here on the Skeeter, but it's not going to be enough damage. They look over. Skeeter still working on Roche. Still looking for this Aegis. Looking to drop down the Meteor Hammer. And there's the Aegis picked up.
Dire's middle tower is
Wow, only 5k gold lead now. Can you smell it, Bkop? Can you smell it? It's coming.
Comeback is coming.
Yeah,
the comeback is here.
It's wow.
And unlike the White Walkers, it only took 1 game, not 8 seasons.
Yeah, and then like 1
Episode.
second of just death.
Yeah.
It was so boring. Spoilers, by the way. I think you're supposed to say that before you spoil. But...
Yeah, it's been too long. If you haven't watched it, you already know not to.
So much.
Yeah.
But 33 is only level 19 at this point in the game.
Yeah, he's basically a supporter at this point. He has
Yeah,
less
he's
farm
2 levels
than
behind Aloha Dance.
He has less farm than the IO.
Yeah.
Man, damage issues might become real though here. Once that IO picks up his heart, if ever, how are they gonna kill this troll? And Puck has to be so careful with the tether stun, it's such a powerful tool. How long is it?
Yeah,
1.75 seconds.
Coming out of the Astro Imprisonment, when you're just able to set up the tether stun right out of the imprisonment and go from there, like, that really sets you up nice.
Yeah, for sure. Like, wow. I gotta admit though, I don't think I've seen an offline OD with a net worth like this. Like, he's building complete support items only at this point.
What's the Ogre Midas gone to? Okay.
Dire are scanning.
Is the rest of that coming out? No.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the Midas at this point paid off like so nicely for him.
Radiant's middle tower
It's kind of crazy. You guys were laughing at him, but he knows. Wait, they're pushing high ground against
Yeah, they're
Aegis?
trying to push high ground again. And finally finished for the Void Spirit. We'll see if that ends up being a game changer here.
He also has a refresher shot, so that's potentially a lot of damage, a lot of silences. He bought a Dagon just to have it backpacked. Feels bad, man.
Well, the refresher shard for now.
Oh, the IO.
Troll stepping up, and now let's see, they've got the silence, but they go through with the global silence onto this side of the Dire. With the BKB pop by V-Tune, he's got the right-click damage to get the kill on the Snake King. Man, Skeeter's so slow. He's being focused by the Puck. They've got the global silence once again. They'll take the Aegis out of the hands of the Troll. They've used both globals to get this kill onto the Troll. So the Aegis now, without it, is going to feel comfortable enough to go for these kills. They get the kill on Aloha Dance. They've got the Soulbond connecting him into the Void Spirit. Aether Remnant locks down Solo. This is a Silencer who's in some trouble, but they've got the Force F as well as the Astral Step. And they'll get the kill out onto this Silencer. Finishing off both supports, but none of the cores.
Yeah, Olga survived all this, and honestly, Olga is getting really strong. Like, if he itemizes into like a hex or something, it could be like a quad hex, can turn a fight around in like in no time. Io had to buy back, unfortunately, so his heart is delayed by quite a lot. But yeah, ultimately another pretty decent fight for Tundra. Lost the Aegis as well. Do they still have the cheese? They do on the
Vishu?
Io. Oh, okay. Like, there's no need for these kind of plays, guys. Just relax. It's like so risky, you know? Like, if he dies there, it's way too stressful to watch this game.
You relocate back to clean up mid. Creeps are coming into the base. Nullifier next for V-Tune.
Now, who's actually at an advantage in like a just cookie cutter 5v5 team fight? I think I still have to give it to Na'Vi, no?
They've got the control. They have the global silences. It does make these fights really difficult for Tundra unless they're played perfectly. And you saw that in the previous fight, right? Where you've got the Troll and the IO a little bit too far forward from everybody else, and that's time enough to get not only the kill onto Skeeter, but they take out Snake King too. And Snake King
Midas
back in that last engagement.
A triple, let's go.
Has that Lotus Orb.
Yeah. Like, I feel like Tundra is a little bit allergic this game to like lockdown items. Only Skeeter has one. Oh, I don't want dance.
Skeeter going in, but they've got the Dream Coil down to 2. Here comes the Storm as well as the Soulbind. They've got the Global Silence to follow it up. They threw the Phantom's Embrace. They've got these silences. Is it going to be enough with the BKBs now finally being popped here by Tundra? They're going to go after Vichun. Vichun trying to run. He's got themselves the time lapse with the BKB running out in just a second. Do they have the control? He's under a sentry, and now they're going to continue to follow it up. They're looking for the Weaver, while on the other side of the fight, they've got the Burrow Strike as well as the Epicenter right on top of the Troll. Troll, silenced, tethered, and saved here by this Io. Io now keeping Troll alive to try and make something happen out of this.
Vichun in trouble.
Weaver, Vichun stunned up in a silence that came out from the void, and now they'll drop down the Sanities. 33's had a rough game, finally takes out that carry on the side of Na'Vi, and that's going to be a big one for them. They look over for Solo. Solo's inside the Roche pit. He'll TP away.
Jesus Christ. That was so clutch from the IO. With that cheese on the Troll, bringing him back to full health. He had like what, like 100 health left or something? Oh man. I can't believe...
2K lead.
Yeah, it was a 16k lead at one point. Who did OD catch? Or was it an Ilu?
Right click,
silence. He's pulled!
Aether Remnant! Oh no, no one!
Well...
3-3 popping off at the end of this game.
Yeah, but now we finally see this power of the Void Spirit Agonyms. Imagine if it was there earlier. Like, you can't help but imagine the game would be like so much different. Right, but he finally bought it. It still has a massive impact. And now they're threatening high ground. 30 seconds for the Weaver, and now they're actually the gold lead for like the first time in this game, I think.
Yeah. Really tough for Na'Vi. Because this is an elimination game for them.
It is. Solo down there alone. Whoa.
Force Staff trying to get some distance. There's just no chance. There's no way.
Feels like there has been a story of Na'Vi this game though. Like they're just always by themselves now suddenly. Like they were such a strong and formidable unit before, but now they just like do these solo plays all around the map. Grimstroke top as well.
Oh man, they are just going around and finding everybody.
Yeah, like loads of reverse now.
Try to TP out, but not gonna happen. Through 3 with another kill. All of a sudden he's on a killing spree. He was what, 0-8? 4-9-2 now? Rochelle potentially in 27.
Na'Vi really has to just regroup and, you know, take a little bit slower. I actually can't believe how well Tundra came back into this game. Oh god, it's getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, they're gonna go into the high ground. Swarm thrown forward, and they've got this glyph, but the right click's starting to go and hit this tier 3. No fire thrown into the Ogre, but he's hit with the Astro Imprisonment, so he should escape. But the Dream Coil committed into the Aether Remnant. No one! Oh no, you've really become no one!
And Rosha is an instant spawn. Of course, they don't know it on the Tundra side, but they just keep bleeding away hero after hero on the Na'Vi side. Like, you really gotta regroup and just take it more slowly. There's no need to rush these things. Give up a side if necessary, but you gotta stop the bleeding.
They need to find the dogs that will stop the bleeding, but they've got the Eels as well as the Aether, and they're gonna go after Vichun. He's got the Lincolns on him as well as the Silence coming through, but there's the Astro Imprisonment on the Void Spirit. Void Spirit trying to run, but the Burrow Strike is there from General. They use the Global Silence. Can they continue to chase on the Stormcrafter used by this IO into the air for a second, but they've got the Silence onto a couple of these heroes with the Storm being thrown forward by Vichun. Now a Nullifier onto this Ogre. Astro Imprisonment once again. The Burrow Strike lands on both the IO as well as Skeeter. So Skeeter and Snake King in a little bit of precarious position. They'll take out Fada. They'll buy back up both the heroes on the side of Tundra. They'll get themselves 9 back into the fight as he goes across with the Astral Step. They look over at the puck, but the puck gets away. There's the Sanities right on top of General. Is this the story he told? No. He'll blink away and get out of the range of the OD, who then finds him once again. Thinking about going to the Meteor Hammer. Goes the Astral. Go, Burrow Strike away. Dream Coil comes in. They get the kill to 33. He's going to buy back with the BKB being popped here by 9. 9 ball back. He snaps the coil. Epicenter Burrow Strike coming in. They get a kill to General. They'll take the Snake King, who's got buyback himself. They look over at Skeeter. Skeeter trying to survive, but he's going to end up falling. He doesn't have buyback. He's dead for 2 minutes. They were looking for a way out of this one, and they just cannot find it. Unfortunate for the side of Tundra, because they're going to lose Fada, who's dead for 2 minutes as well, and 9 just makes it away by the skin of his teeth.
Well, finally something coming together for Na'Vi, and it might just be the GG push here. But this is how you're going to play those team fights. You gotta go in and out. That's what the heroes are good at. And you don't need to commit so heavily. finally they do it, and easy teamfight win for them. But they're taking the Roche first, so that means the game might not end right away. But it's going to be a big Roche with the Aghanims as well. Who does it go to? Maybe the Silencer even. Or did you just give it to the Grimstroke?
There's not I mean, this is still Troll dead for another minute and a half. They're going to rip through this base.
Yeah, the Weaver deals a ton of building damage with his item build. Like, you just saw him kill the Ogre in like 1 second, even the OD as well. So, what is your plan here, Tundra? I don't think you can actually mount a defense.
Still a full minute till they have these heroes back. Navi don't know whether or not they have buyback on the Troll. The case is not the same there for Fada, who bought back in that previous engagement, but they're going to go to the bottom set of racks, and there's the triple Gemini. And then 1, 2, 3, looking to get through this.
Quite a big mistake here by Skeeter too. He didn't sell his power threat, so he's going to be just short of buyback.
But they're going to go for Megas. They're not going to try and go for the tier 4 push.
Okay,
Might buying enough time for Tundra to find themselves another fight. They've got the 8th Remnant out onto the Weaver, so buying some time, getting that control. The Stroke of Fate did land there on a 9. They'll clean up the creeps over mid. They've got the Glyph. They're biding their time as much as they can. 15 seconds until they've got themselves Skeeter back into the fight. But there goes the tier 3. They're really hoping that they don't have to give up this mega creep stack. And Inkswell preemptively thinking that they were going to go. They've got the Saturdays to start this one off. They're looking over at Vichu, but they've got themselves a Soulbind. 3-3 in trouble. He's getting low and he's going to die. He's dead for 2 minutes. They've got Skeeter finally back into the fray. The Hex hits, looking for the epicenter, but there's the Abyssal Blade out on the General. The 4-step, they're still standing in the Sandstorm, and this is going to be a bit of a problem for them as the Global Silence comes out here from Solo. Burrow strike on a 2, but the and is going to be procced here on Snaking. They get the kill on a 9. They're taking the Void Spirit. He's still dead for 2 minutes. They finally take the Aegis out of the hands of General. General going to be back up with a second life, but is it going to be enough to matter? They low after Vichu. They have the damage. Oh, just getting away for a second. Just on the edge. Just surviving. Throws the Nullifier over on a Snaking. They get the kill on the Io, and now it's just going to be Skitter and the Ogre. Fada's got nothing to do to help him. They'll land the Burrow strike. They'll get the kill on the Skinner. They'll take out the 4 heroes on the side of Tundra, and it will be Navi's game to claim as they will take game 2. There's no way around it. They don't have buybacks. Navi still, though, a little bit hesitant as there's no GG call just yet. They'll start to take the tier 4s. It should be quick. No buybacks available, and Navi will even the series up at 1 and will be going to a elimination game 3.
Yeah, very well played by Navi to recover from like losing so many heroes consecutively, because like it really started to look like they're just kind of lost in the game and they don't really know what they're doing or want to do. I think they lost like a hero mid lane, then straight bot lane, then straight top lane, and they just kept bleeding hero after hero after hero. 16k gold lead diminished to 0.
Yep.
And suddenly, you know, you take one fight where you like dart in and out, what your heroes are really good at, and you completely destroy Tundra with buybacks, with everything so close to the base. Very well played by Navi.
Yeah, it gets a little bit close, and they end up coming away with it.
Gotta say though, this no axe Void Spirit, that you saw how strong it was even as his last item.
Yeah.
Like if you picked it up 2nd or 3rd, like I don't know how much impact it would have had at the time, but like way more obviously. And they really needed that lockdown / silence because they couldn't catch anyone for the longest time.
Yeah, it ended up being a very big item that ended up coming out a little bit too late. And if he plays that Void Spirit again, I wonder if we see it come out as late as this game, because it showed its dominance, and you know, that item very important to Void Spirit. And at the end of the day, maybe it's a little bit too late and they don't end up getting the victory because of it. I'm not going to say that's the only thing, but it is one of those things that you think about, you know, loss like that. So now the series, even at 1, comes down to one more game. You either win or go home, and we'll be back with that after a break. So stay tuned, and we'll see you in a second.
Ты реально талант.
Short-lived creatures. Tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
That will shut you up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Monster kill!
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Let the world end now. It matters not to me.
Hello there, friend. Are you looking for an online tournament with a flashy, exciting format and plenty of awesome tier 1 teams and some very handsome casters. Well, we've got almost all of that right here. Myself, Misery, and Lizard will be guiding you through the action as we are now into game number 3 of Na'Vi versus Tundra, as Na'Vi are able to level the series in what was a surprisingly exciting second game. It looked like Na'Vi was just going to stomp it out. Tundra, though, they showed that they still had life in them, but unfortunately they weren't quite able to balance the scales, and Na'Vi did take the game. But, I mean, oh my god, 25-2 on VTune, by the way. The question I want to ask first off is, Black was asking it a bunch of times. Do either of you two have the answer why the Void Spirit didn't buy Aghanim's like we were really expecting him to?
Well, we talked a little bit about it before we went on here, and I think sometimes maybe you don't realize like the issues before you have already taken a couple of fights and realize, okay, we actually cannot kill anybody. We need Aghanims, And then since they had to dodge all the time, he didn't actually have that good of a game, which means he might have thought, okay, I need Yules to actually play the game. And then Yules is also kind of a setup, right? And then when he has Yules, he needs Bkop, and then it just like snowballs like that. But I think an approach could have been, just to rush Axe and be like, okay, I'm not gonna be the aggressor, and then take people down with me and just see what you can do. But
I love the snowball from going into Aghanims to going into Yules, Bkop, then a little bit of Dagon,
Yeah, the casual Dagon. Sure. But I don't know, like, that would be just my guess, right?
Yeah. I mean, as well, sometimes, when you're drafting as well, perhaps you don't make it clear enough why you're picking the hero, because to us it seemed fairly obvious. The Void Spirit was the answer. Give you some kind of lockdown and catch for the Puck and for the Weaver. But, when you're actually in the game, you're playing your own hero, that doesn't make that much sense to you. You can just get caught up in the items you want to make to stop yourself dying or whatever it was. But either way, Tundra, they did nearly have a comeback. I mean, what was it about Navi's high ground push? What was it that they messed up there, which gave Tundra that opening to nearly come back in the game, Lizard?
I wouldn't even say it was only the high ground push. The high ground push itself, okay, like it's difficult, right? You mess things up a little bit, you go a bit too deep. You force a couple of buybacks, but then you feed a couple of kills. It's happened to all of us. I think it's afterwards what was happening. Navi was being picked off one hero at a time across the map, and it doesn't matter how strong you are. If you're constantly fighting 2 versus 5 or 1v5, it won't really go your way. But the game pretty much felt over there. Like, felt like Navi had it. They threw it a little bit out of their hands, and then the other high ground push from Tundra, pretty much exact same thing, but in the other direction, right? You go a little bit too far, no one uses his buyback, catches 9, I believe, he uses his buyback, and then suddenly he can't fight as he's too low. Navi takes an easy Aegis. So also I think they were chasing General or something, and they couldn't finish him off. He was baiting them so well. But overall, I think itemization was, besides like the draft itself, Misery during the draft said it really well. Like, this draft from Tundra, it's all right, but they can't handle VTune and no one. Like, you literally don't have catch, right? And you need to itemize for it. But they didn't itemize for it. Like, OD doesn't have a Hex, and 9 doesn't have an Aghanims for the longest time. I think that's the biggest issue.
And the thing is as well that if you draft too little catch and they kind of end up playing against 3 cores that are all really mobile, like Sand King and Puck Weaver, right? Without basically any stun. And you can itemize for it, but the Navi guys can also itemize to protect yourself against, like a Lincoln Sphere. Such a powerful item, right, nowadays. So even if they were to go Hex, it might have not won them the game. It's just like fundamentally a hard game for Tundra. Even when they came back, normally when you come back from such a deficit and you get Roshan and you're like you have level 30 heroes and like so many items, right? You have a Heart Wisp. Normally in that spot you just win the game, right? But in this scenario it was still a hard game even after coming back so much, just because of how mobile Navi's heroes are, and you just too lack stuns. I want to do a quick shout out to Snake King, because I think he played really amazingly this game. Just like the use of relocate and just just being able to continue to gain net worth in that game as a Wisp and just like continue to have impact throughout. Because like you saw Fata and 33, they kind of died a lot, and it's very easy as an IO to also just fall into that, kind of category where you just keep feeding and you get no net worth. But he actually I feel like he carried them a lot of the way this game.
Yeah, some clutch saves there as well from Snaking. It was very impressive.
You have Io's approach, Snaking's approach, don't die, try to accumulate as much net worth as possible, or you have Fata's approach, die but buy a Midas, and
the ogre approach.
In general, like big props for Thunder coming back in that game, right? I'm sure the chat was spamming, call GG, get me out of this game, and like stuff like that. But they almost won the game, despite being in rough.
No, they stuck in it for a long time. They believed in themselves, and they took any kind of small mistake which Na'Vi made and kind of made it, amplified it times 1,000. Nearly got themselves back in the game. I believe they had an Aegis at one point, but in the end, wasn't quite enough. Na'Vi were just so far ahead, and they have been playing really well. So they do take the victory and draw things out. So what are we expecting for game number 3? Are we expecting Tundra to change things up a little bit? Are we expecting them to just try and go for the straight up outdraft, or what are we expecting from both of these teams?
So for me, I would like to see Na'Vi maybe mix it up and ban the OD this time, just because I feel like if you give Tundra OD again, they're not going to make the same mistake of picking 0 stuns, right? You're not going to get away with what you just did to them. I don't feel like you can't do that again. So I want to see some kind of mix-up from Na'Vi to not get fooled by kind of the way you won this game, because I don't think Tundra will allow it, if that makes sense.
I'm just wondering if we'll see another Doom ban or not.
What's the other ban they keep doing, actually?
It was Doom and SAPPHIRE last game, and before that one it was Doom and something else that's always banned versus Tundra. Not sure, can't remember. But yeah, there's like 3 heroes that always go out versus them.
I do like the approach from Na'Vi though, the mobile heroes against OD. That makes sense, right? Like OD doesn't have a stun. It's like you just circle around him and like he can't really like catch you.
Yeah, it's a good idea for sure, and let's see if it'll work out for them in the second game. I mean, we've seen that work. We've seen high mobility work. We've seen, kind of throwing just as much catch as possible at him work. He's not a good hero at playing when he's being chased around, so maybe something like Night Stalker or something. But as you're saying, just ban it out, play a different game, and don't give Tundra the chance to prove that they can play this hero in like any situation, right?
Yeah, I guess you could say that this OD hero is getting figured out from both sides too, right? Because you also need to figure out how do you draft with OD, because it's not just OD as we saw in this game by itself. Maybe it's not always so broken, right? Like OD impact this game was pretty low compared to the first game or compared to when Secret ran it earlier. So there is definitely something you need some boxes to check off when you pick OD to make it work.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm interested to see how this mid matchup goes down as well, because honestly, like no one's been having probably the best performance out of everyone on Na'Vi so far. Like, yeah, that game he was kind of eclipsed by VTune having a hell of a game. But I think no one's been like the most, even when they've been losing, he's always been looking pretty fresh. I'd quite like to see Tundra try and, maybe grab themselves a possible Spirit Break or just try and mess with him in some way, because it feels like he's such a stable player for Na'Vi that if Vichun can kind of take out that foundation brick, then the whole thing might topple.
Yeah, if you think about even the co-op game, they gave him co-op in the first stage. They first stood it, and he did still very well in the laning stage and post-laning stage. The fact that the draft didn't work together didn't really add up. That's a different thing completely, but no one did his job. So I can see where you're coming from. I agree with that. But if they secure him, then perhaps VTune won't have as much fun. You know what I mean? Like you have to decide which one of the 3 cores you're going to put up front, which one of the 3 cores you're going to help out the most.
Yeah, for sure. All right, the draft is just around the corner. So in terms of the carry matchup as well, we've seen Skidder playing quite a variety of heroes, especially through the tournament and throughout history as well. The guy just kind of, he's got his few favorites like the Wraith King and the Faceless Void, and we haven't actually seen those in this tournament yet, I don't believe. In the previous series, he actually played he did play the Faceless Void in the last series, and the Medusa as well. So, do you think he's going to go back to one of his comfort picks this time around?
Maybe it does feel like the Void is a little bit too slow somehow. Right now, it's like you cannot really pick it the way you pick Luna and the way you pick Troll and the way you pick like Razor, right? So it has to be kind of a nice setting for the Void. But yeah, I mean, I think they're definitely looking at Void like every game. Is it pickable here, guys? Yes. Okay, let's go. Like it's kind of. I'm sure it's like that.
Misery, are those lights on your headphones that you have like above the ears right here?
I think it's.
Can you go into
no,
a mine with those? Like,
as you can see, if I turn my head, it's.
it's
just metal.
Maybe it
That's
does light.
boring.
I don't know.
It's not little torches for him to see through dark caverns in, just in case he's got to go digging at a moment's notice.
If the light goes out,
Yeah. Not going to strain his eyes already. We do have the draft now available for game number 3, so let's find out exactly how this one is going to go down in the third match between these two teams. Winner gets to go through the lower bracket. The loser gets eliminated from the whole tournament. That's right, there is no group stage here. We are straight into the bracket, and there is no forgiveness in these lower bracket matches. Both teams have had a chance to prove themselves. Both teams have done so once, and now they will have to do so once more if they want to stay around. And you will be pleased to see that OD has been banned, but this time it was by Tundra.
Dire team pick.
You go into a Bane. All right, like nothing really too extraordinary here. Navi as well banning out Doom and the Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker is different. Usually they would ban out the Snap. But
yeah.
Doom is definitely the same thing.
Let's see if Navi wants to do kind of a similar approach to last game, where they pick up these Weavers and Pucks and stuff. They want to keep doing that. Yeah.
So Weaver and Queen of Pain.
It's Quap though.
Yeah,
they love it.
It's Quap on second pick. I don't know. I'm not sure what I think about it. If it's just like, okay, here's our mid hero, guys. Is that really what it is? Because I don't know.
I feel like it has to be at this point somehow. Like you have this. I'm not sure. You have this Weaver either as position 4 or 1, right? Maybe an offering.
Yeah, maybe. Like I think the one Weaver was really like a. I don't know. It was like a. I don't think you're gonna do that every time. It's once every 10 games, maybe even, or something like that.
It was just good for that game. They didn't have a lot of cash.
Exactly.
But this Quap, I mean, can you really? I've seen position 4 Quaps. I've never truly liked it a lot. Like
I think Quap side lane is something you can experiment with, right? But I don't know. Quap is a really strong hero right now, especially once you get items, right? And I'm sure no one likes it a lot right now. Maybe that's just why, right? Like we've seen these Quaps with Sanjin, Kaya, Shard, and stuff like this be dominant. But I just feel like when you get the counter pick like this, when you have Puck already, and like, yeah, you have this another support without a stun. Like this is a Weaver, right? Last time it was Snap. I'm not a fan of the opening. But,
it's gonna be an interesting mid lane at least. Queen of Pain versus Puck.
Yeah.
The tale as old as time.
Classic.
These two. Yeah.
Yep. Good lord, Navi, please get some stuns. And Tundra, you've both slacked on the stuns department previously, especially you, Tundra. Let's get some stuns this time around, and it just feels like when you're behind without stuns, it's so hard to just come back into the game because you just don't have the levels to burst people down. You don't have any kind of advantage, and everyone just doesn't die. That seemed like it was the issue last game.
It's already a little bit better for Tundra though. Like it doesn't matter how you itemize. Bane and Puck will help you with control later on in the game, right? No matter what you buy, you'll have your ulti from Puck, the silence, Bane with the grip. So that's already kind of neat. They're banning out the silencer on Tundra. Just comfort zone from Navi, something that they played against these two heroes.
Yeah, I like the ban. It's seems very warranted. I think a lot of the latest wins from Navi has all been with silencer in the draft.
I'm thinking one thing that this Queen of Pain actually gives you in the first stage, even though it looks premature. They aren't banning out Razor, even though both of these teams play it, right?
Okay.
And if you get Quap this early on, maybe that's the
right. So it's like you prematurely counter Razor in a sense.
Yeah.
Because you're scared of the Razor on 4
5 seconds
in the
remaining.
puck slot. I mean, that could be part of it, yeah. I can see that.
Where is my boy Razor, actually? I was promised lots of Razor this tournament. We've seen like 2 of him.
He's been banned out or
wasn't it
picked
banned
in the
against
first
in the
series, yeah.
secret? Yeah, but I think you're right. I think it's a little bit like the other situation we discussed earlier with the Shadow Demon Spirit Breaker kind of thing, right? Where Shadow Demon was picked a lot before because Spirit Breaker was picked a lot, and now when Spirit Breaker is not really picked, you don't really pick the Shadow Demon either because there's no incentive for it. And the same here,
Yeah.
like now you start picking Quap, and then suddenly Razor doesn't seem so appealing anymore, right? And then you have a Quap already. You don't really want your Razor. You don't really want Razor as your core either because it's like an awkward combo in some ways. So maybe it's something like that.
So many times I see heroes come into the meta as a strict counter to something, and then they just stick around,
10
you know.
seconds
Yeah.
remaining. Dire team pick.
Timbersaw, the Zero, is also really strong right now, I think. I keep losing my pups to a Zero. Just seems like it just seems like exactly how it was before, you know? His guy gets level 5 and now you can't touch him, and then he bullies the carry
10
and takes the
seconds
tower,
remaining.
and then he's just so fat and just, you know, you can't really kill
5
him.
seconds remaining.
It's also
Very
really
annoying.
funny how the Zero was completely untouched at TI, more or less, right? And nothing has really changed about the Zero since then, right? And I mean, same with Spirit Breaker.
Radiant
Yeah,
team
true,
pick.
true.
Just gets discovered. That last game, Tundra had it was Navi that had the puck, and it was Navi that banned out Lion in the second stage to protect the puck. They obviously value the Hex, they impale a lot from him,
10
and they snatch it
seconds
for
remaining.
themselves.
I mean, maybe the meta doesn't even exist. Maybe the meta is just a theoretical construct, and the actual
It's in
meta
your
is
mind,
just
Nomad.
trends and clicks. Yeah, it's just like high school, you know. The cool kids, those cool kids over in Team Secret have been picking the Spirit Breaker a lot. We need to do that too. Us too. The heroes are perfectly balanced. Every hero is good as each other. It's just
Yes,
everyone's trying to be
Magnus-
trendy and cool.
Magnus, it's a figment of your imagination. Magnus Shard, the Horn Toss being broken, it never truly happened, Nomad.
Never. It's just because Team Spirit were the cool kids. They were doing it, and everyone was like, "Oh, I want to do it too." Exactly. You're getting it. Wake up, sheeple. Wake up.
I mean, we're anyways in a simulation, so none of this matters.
Also true. We're playing a simulation in a simulation, which is just
10
ironic.
seconds remaining.
Correct.
Okay, to tell me about this Nyx Assassin simulation.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, I mean, you pick it into a Hex, but you also pick it into like a Quap, and you pair it with a Daxia, so there it is.
There it is. Best friends.
I don't mind the Spike Carapace versus Weaver as well and whatnot. You can catch him. Same for Queen of Pain. Lion is
10
kind
seconds remaining.
of an issue, I suppose.
You can get a really juicy free
5
carry pick here,
seconds
though,
remaining.
into Daxia Nyx, I feel like. And then you ban 2 counters that you want to ban for your carry. So that could be an opening here for Navi to get something nice going.
What are you thinking? Well, what's the best carry to combat this
the
lane?
Morphling is already banned, right? That's very much a
Mhm.
go-to against stacks here. You don't want to pick too many like these. You don't want to pick Terrorblades, Lunas, stuff like that. The wall just is too strong.
Old school AM was good versus Darks here, but you're playing into
Yeah.
Puck and Bane as well.
Yeah, get the heroes a bit here. You don't really want to Medusa into Nyx either that much.
You can't see his webcam
I
right
mean,
now,
you
but
could
his
maybe-
head is actually glowing, trying to think right
You
now.
can
It
actually
illuminates the room.
You can maybe pick like Wraith King, and you get like a really free farm Wraith King game, right?
The
That
Wraith
sounds
King,
pretty
the Sven, the Lifestealer, right? The only problem that I'm thinking, actually, yeah, all of them work.
I think
versus Darks and Darks here.
What did you say? You
Versus
said,
main
so
build.
Sven works too. I think the Sven is more kiteable by these heroes like Bane and Puck, whereas the Wraith King is like, well, feel free to use your disables on me, right? Like he doesn't care that much. He has 2
He's
lives.
probably more in the meta
He's-
as well, right? Like he's stronger right now. It feels stronger at least.
Yeah. The whole Armlet Deso blink build is so strong, and then you get the cleave later. You just one-shot people actually at that point if you're farmed. So I would like that
pretty
pick.
bonkers.
It gives you more stun as well to follow up on the lion and stuff. Doesn't care about Darkseer.
I mean, they might not pick the carry here because there are so many good options. They might just leave it if they decide that there's too many options.
The thing is, you're
grab
going to
off
see
their
the
offlane
Tundra
and go
carry,
Admiral Conquer.
right?
Ooh.
They go with Conka.
Yeah.
This should be your
Let's see
carry,
that.
right?
Yes,
Safely
I think
in,
so. Because
Yep.
the thing is, the reason why you need to pick your carry there is because you don't see the Tundra carry yet, and you have the absolute last pick for your offlane, right? So you can counter Tundra's last pick
10
with your offlane.
seconds remaining.
If you were to pick the offlaner there, then Tundra's
5
like, okay,
seconds
nice. Now they
remaining.
picked like Underlord, so we can pick Ursa now, or something like that, right?
Yeah, true.
So the carry to carry matchup might not be that great for you, but overall, you will have the offlane at least to mitigate that a little bit.
Yeah.
And
Better.
what's left for Tundra here? Is Medusa still an option for them? I mean, it's not really that great with Darkseer. Ideally, you'd have something that combos as well and carries that Iron Shell well, right? Right now, you only have Nyx Assassin.
Back in the day, I would say Spectre is nice with this, but I don't
Radiant
know if
team
Spectre is a
back.
hero. Wraith King is also a good option for Tundra. Okay, it got banned. Just kidding.
You always got to, the pro analyst move if you can't be bothered to figure out what's good. You just say the hero as it gets picked. I think Void would be really good for nothing. Oh, it's banned. Damn it.
Yeah.
Well, clearly.
There's PA in the pool, actually.
And it's a good call. Yeah,
that's a hero that's kind of gone untouched somehow.
Yeah, it's the most popular carry hero in pubs, in high MMR pubs,
remaining.
7k plus.
It's
8k plus.
You could
Eastern
also
European
Sven.
favorite
5
as well.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think I
Very
like
Dubai
PA
hero.
the most if it doesn't get banned because it also has less weaknesses in terms of the offlane. Like
Radiant team pick.
it's harder
They
to
ban out
abuse
the
a PA.
Medusa. So I guess Medusa would work with them. It wouldn't really have a lot of synergies with Darkseer, but it would still be solid.
Yeah, it's really nice against Kunkka co-op.
Is there a chance for Spectre here? I know that hero is
10
not very popular
seconds
right now, but
remaining.
Yeah,
That's a great idea. It's
yeah,
like I
nice
heard
idea,
it
man.
somewhere, no, Matt.
5 seconds remaining.
oh, did you say that?
No, he did. But
Oh, Misery said that. Oh, my bad.
I would love to see it
Team pick.
with the Aghanims. Oh yeah,
Bloodseeker.
that's a Tundra
very
hero
interesting.
actually. Skida has been playing
Yeah,
that.
that's fun.
That's good.
That's
I like
fun.
that. It's also, I don't know if you saw that game. I think it might have been DPC, but this hero with late game is a fucking monster actually. You kind of think of this hero a bit more as a tempo.
You may now select
Wait,
your
AM?
heroes.
Into Bloodseeker?
Eh?
And what, Kunkka up mid?
Oh, wow,
Huh.
there's your
General
curveball. There's your Queen of Pain curveball.
There it is.
There was a reason for it all along.
I mean, is there a reason for this curveball though?
Look,
I think it's cute. I would love for this to work for them.
I will eat the cheese.
Okay.
Also because
Do you think it will though?
I think the mid Kunkka is pretty nice with Puck here, right? You have a free lane. You have this team fight aura around you, like that can actually carry the weight for Navi for a long time, and then Anti-Mage can farm. And I also think that Bloodseeker used to be a lot better against Anti-Mage than it is now. Because you have the
10
spell
seconds
reflection thing,
remaining.
right?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask that because I understand Anti-Mage versus Darkseer, right, and Nyx Assassin, but I felt that Bloodseeker overall on paper is good. Then again, Navi, the way they are setting up these lanes, I feel like they're going to do well in all three of them, right? Queen of Pain versus Bloodseeker and Bane on top lane together with Weaver should do fine. Kunkka on the mid lane should do relatively all right. The double bracer build or whatever, armlet straight up should do completely fine versus the Puck. And then AM versus Darkseer should be a free lane for him.
Yeah, so that's the whole thing about Darkseer versus AM is always a bit like it depends who you ask. I'm sure if you ask 33, he's not gonna be so worried about it, right? Because he knows when he hits 6, he's gonna wall the Anti-Mage, and then Anti-Mage kind of has to leave the lane. And in the game as well, you wall the Anti-Mage, right? You can
And cause
you know,
real
you can
issues.
take the fight, right? And same Puck is also pretty decent with anti-mage, and like we talked about before, the Bloodseeker, you know, can be a monster in late game if he's really farmed. So yeah, we'll see. I guess. I think it's like a lot more about like who wins the lanes and who gets ahead, right? Like we saw in the Alliance versus who was it game where they had an anti-mage, yeah, and the anti-mage was just like, you know, super free game with like many kills and stuff. You know, if that happens, obviously anti-mage is gonna take over the game. But yeah.
All right, Lizard, closing thoughts before we get into the game very quickly.
He said it well. I hope for Tundra that Anti-Mage doesn't have a completely free game, but if he does, they can take it.
Alrighty then, those are your panelists' thoughts. Let's get into the game with our casting duo of Black and Bkop.
Thank you very much, Namad. As the stun comes out onto Aloha Dance for a second, but he's got the Shikuchi trying to catch some distance.
But at
And
what
he
cost?
should be fine. He should be fine, right?
Yeah.
Oh? Oh.
He actually committed for a sleep level 1, so no brain sap. His trade potential is a little bit worse. Do they what, Bkop? Do they what, huh?
Did they go to the anti-mage because they picked the Bloodseeker and Weaver 1 in a Bloodseeker is just not good?
Yeah, but historically, AM into Bloodseeker isn't the greatest either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they just want to have a hero that can lane very easily against the Darkseer, which is the anti-mage. Like, you can just leave him there solo even. It's going to be completely fine. And it is a game that anti-mage could snowball potentially, right? But into Puck, into potentially Fiend's Grip, into Rapture, it's actually not an easy game at all.
Blood, right? Yeah, a lot of damage. Oh, snaking.
Ah,
that was the difference.
For the blink. Man. Still a very big deal though for General. Now he has to go back to base. He's gonna miss the first wave.
Oh, that was a cool move right there. Avoiding that that Earth Spike. So, how are you feeling about these lanes? I gotta ask, because obviously there's an anti-mage in the game. You're my anti-mage correspondent.
Yeah.
I gotta know all your feelings on the anti-mage games.
Well, top lane should be very free, but as I said, there's like a lot of ways to actually deal with this anti-mage. There's a Puck Coil. If you get Raptured or Grip, you're just dead. It's not a free anti-mage game like we've seen LTW have a couple of days ago. So you'll have to be very careful how he approaches those fights if he ever joins them. And then mid lane, Kunkka against Puck is super free for the Kunkka. Not much Puck can do at all. But Bloodseeker should also be... Well, as I say that, he's pretty low health already. As the levels go up, he should be doing a little bit better.
I'm gonna throw that blood right out. Just putting some damage on Aloha Dance, uses the Shikuchi to strike back.
Yeah, actually getting really low on the Bloodseeker though. Already had to expand the healing salve. This Quop dual range lane is not weak at all. Like Weaver Quop together is... They put out so much Harris damage, they don't necessarily kill you, they just make you feel very uncomfortable. Yeah, I can already see 3-3 is sort of forced to pull the lane away. You really just can't lane against Anti-Mage as a Darkseer. It's a very sad lane until you get to level 6.
Just some right clicks to take away the mana of snaking, so you know, it's not fun to be up against this AM.
The sound of the mana burn is so nice though.
Yeah.
You gotta admit that.
One of my favorite sounds in the game.
Yeah, same. And his mana void sound is so good too. Like honestly, all the sounds that AM makes are just like top tier. Which is one of the biggest reasons why I took it upon myself to become an anti-mage master.
Grandmaster.
Yeah.
Are you Grandmaster on anti-mage in game?
Of course. If there would be one guy, it would definitely be me.
Yeah, no.
Maybe Burning. But Burning is not, because he doesn't play a lot.
Well, he's got to get back together with Big God.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, there was fun times. Top lane is just like, you see this behind the tower, bullying them. Nine's actually rotating here. Okay.
Solo's only level 1, so this is not going to end well for him. Considering he was getting out-leveled about total 9-1.
9 is like, okay, thanks for the free first blood, I guess. Like I'll take it.
Very appreciated. I see this Weaver Bloodseeker matchup, and I just think of the days of when you saw like Mugi play Weaver and get countered by a Bloodseeker coming out.
Mugi, what happened to him? I haven't heard of him in a long time.
Is he?
Was he one of those bans?
I don't want to say that without I'll give you an update in a second.
All right, thank you. I'll be. He's one of them.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense then. Yeah, unfortunate, but what can you do, man? But just looking at this game, at the anti-mage, like he really will have to snowball so hard to be able to carry this game. Like it looks so difficult against all these spells they have. Like if you ever coiled and walled, you're just going to kill yourself.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh, Skeeter. Not fun losing your boots on the courier.
Dire structures
Yeah, but it's very fun to heal like 60 health after every CS.
Yeah. You really can kind of stand and trade here.
It's a very balanced mechanic.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Are there any balance mechanics? Are we still in beta?
Like if everything's in balance, then everything's balanced, right? Oh, Puck actually stealing like a triple stack here. I can't believe no one's just letting that happen. Nani? Okay, no one says, I don't care.
Take my farm, but you will not take my freedom.
Radiant's middle
Sure.
tower is under attack.
But he's playing Dota, so freedom isn't really there anymore. You know, like Dota just absorbs your freedom as soon as you play it for the first time. It's like a contract you forge, you know?
With blood.
Touch Dota, can't get away from it.
So just pretty quiet right now. I mean, the only kill that was there was the kill on Solo, where he just kind of found himself in a bit of a bad position. He's now level 2, though, since that happened.
I mean, take a look at the Quop's net worth, man. He's like 1,500. Over 1,000 behind the Bloodseeker. Like, he is not having the game at all on his Quop. And now he might be in a little bit of trouble.
Because this is going to be a sleep and a silence. Ooh, brain sap.
Yeah. He's going to have to go back to base again while already having a horrendous game like this.
In the jungle, Snake King with this Ion Shell on him. He's also got 9 coming over. They'll land the Impale. They've got the Waning Rift for the silence. Dream Coil too. Ghost Ship coming in. Spike Carapace and the Torrent will land on a Snake King to get that kill. They're still trying to take out no one. And eventually he should come to a fall and will.
Yeah, Aim is coming, saying, I got you, I'll help you. But obviously not even level 6. If he was level 6, potentially there's actually a kill on the Puck, but... Yeah. What do you do with this Quop? That's my biggest question. Like, he's supposed to be a big damage dealer come mid-game to really make space for the AM, but he's not having a game whatsoever. He actually defeated mid lane now, and it's forced to farm a small camp. Like, this feels so bad for him.
I'm definitely interested to see if Tundra want to go steal that stack. Ooh, Weaver going down. Skeeter getting the kill there. That combination is nasty.
Yeah,
Nightmare,
like, Brain is just so strong. We've seen it also the last time when Team Spirit played, Mars and Bane. It's just such a strong setup for so many heroes. That's why I keep telling you, if you have the chance to, just first pick the Bane. You can never go wrong with it.
I'm gonna spam Bane and just gain a bunch of MMR.
Do it before he gets nerfed to the ground.
Don't worry, there's no patch till next season. And by next season, I mean next year.
After TI.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. This Bloodseeker's so rich. Halfway through his Maelstrom already.
Kind of crazy how quick Skeeter's farming right now, and it looks so good for him. He's going to be helped by Bane almost the entirety of this matchup. Like the abilities for Tundra just synergize so well. Dream Coil, Bloodright, Nightmare Bloodright, Fiend's Grip, all that control, Vacuum Bloodright Wall. Like, it is not fun. It is not even just circles either.
And a lot of stuff. Some circles, or just Rupture again on the Weaver, and he's just dead again.
Yeah, Ghost Ship hitting, and as well as the X and Torrent. They also get hot dance.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at least they get the Nyx Assassin, but yeah, this Bloodseeker is going to be a problem if you don't stop him soon, because the Maelstrom is his acceleration item, and once he gets like Maelstrom Bkop, this anti-mage cannot fight whatsoever.
Dire's bottom tower
Is Axe one of those items that's looking to be in your kit if you're Bloodseeker?
Not as a carry. It's more like an offlane or mid item, I'd say.
Okay.
As a carry, you have like, you gotta do the right click damage, right? Or no mana here, and there could be a very big mana void potentially into a kill. He's kind of dancing around them though.
I just think of
Dire's top tower is under attack.
ooh, Silence, Waning Rift, and Ghost Ship, Vacuum into the Impale. V-Tune comes over. No mana and the Hex. Eventually that mana void will come through. They get the Torrent, they'll get the kill into 33. No one over to the side. They've got the Sonic Wave coming in from General, as well as the Rupture from Skeeter. They're gonna go after this anti-mage, the Bloodright, and the Illusory Orb will get the kill. Does he jaunt to go for no one?
Quap out of mana. Just gets it back. What do you do though? You have no boots. Or they don't chase for it actually.
I'm a little
they do.
actually, they're pushing the wave so they can chase, right? Get under the tower.
Wow, what a silence placement.
Yeah, good silence, and General will fall here. Killing spree for Skeeter.
Yeah, well played, very well played. Got the big kill of the anti-mage, you also teleported, so he won't be able to go to any lane to farm up. How far is he from his Battle Fury? He's still a good 2,000 gold away. Not the start he was hoping for, unfortunately. Bkop, the Quap, same network as the support. It's gonna be a big problem come mid game. Where's the damage gonna come from?
Gosh. Hey, that's the kind of net worth where you look at and you kind of squint your face and you're like, ugh, that's not looking good.
Yeah.
Especially because your rebound is what? Trying to farm the map, but you've got a hero like Anti-Mage who gets this Battle Fury who wants to kind of take over the majority of the farm on the map, right?
Yeah, you also got a Kunkka who pushes out waves like super fast.
So it's going to be very hard for Queen of Pain to kind of recover in this one.
Yeah, a lot of small misplays coming in from Na'Vi. Like, Kunkka wanted to TP to set up a mid lane, but then he just cancelled his TP by accident. I guess it works out anyway because they get the bot tower, but yeah. AM TPing back to top.
Yeah, they're gonna go for Skeeter.
Oh, so very out of position here.
Bloodright. Silence on it too, but the right click damage is there for V-Tune to get the kill. They finally take out the Bloodseeker. At the same time though, Fiend's Grip and the wall onto the Kunkka. They'll land the Impale with it. They'll take out no one. 33 gets credit for that.
I am so surprised by how aggressive Skeeter was there. Like his entire team smoked bottom and he just started hitting the tower top. Na'Vi did not fall for the bait and just killed him. It's a very big death just after your Maelstrom pickup.
Yeah, you want to really amp that farm, and especially because you have it before, say, the Battle Fury on V-Tune, so you want to extend that lead, but instead he's going to be dead, and this Battle Fury is going to come out, and their farm is going to start really pumping up at about a similar timing.
Yeah, Quap even delivering creeps to the anti-mage, or I guess he's going to take it himself. Like, the Quap really needs to get back into the game somehow. It's a very scary looking net worth. Because against heroes like Bloodseeker and Puck, if you're not farmed as a Quap, you are going to feed.
He's going Spirit Vessel after picking up this Falcon Blade.
Yeah, interesting pickup because it's going to be so late. Oh, they caught him. Not going to commit for it though. Yeah, like, why is he gonna go Spirit Vessel? It doesn't really count anything, right?
A golden thread.
Not really sure.
Radiant's middle tower.
And it's gonna be so late that just not very effective. Oh, they caught top lane. Should just be that queen.
Nightmare, Waning Rift. The silences just start to stack up. They even go to the Dream Coil. Not entirely sure that that was necessary, but they do get the kill regardless, and they got the silence onto the Lion. Nine's still looking. If he was to have been ready to go with that illusory orb a second sooner, he might have jumped.
Yeah, finally getting a top tower though, so now Skeeter has a lot more space to farm. And how's Anti-Mage looking? Finishes Battlefield already, so very strong timing. Top of the network as well. Very strong setup to be able to carry this game, but team fights are not going to be easy. Like once Tundra starts pushing the tempo, it's going to be very difficult.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Stun. But the Earth Spike. Ooh, Spike Carapace. Now the Impale. Oh, Dance is going to go down. All done by Snake King, but Fada still going to get zapped by that finger.
Yeah, the pesky beetles on him all along, but not much you can do there as a Bane, unfortunately.
Yeah,
but
and
they
then that
do
means
end up getting the Lion.
Solo dies, yeah. Ghost Ship over mid. They're going to try and get this kill. Mana Void 33 still alive.
He's out of mana, he's out of mana.
And he's still going to survive. They've got the Dream Coil on a 2. They'll get the V-Tune kill there on the left. And on the right, well, now you see him and now you don't. No one falls down to 9.
Remember what I said about you gotta be really careful when you join these fights as Anti-Mage? This is exactly why. You get coiled, you're just dead. There was a wall, there was a coil, he burned his own mana to 0 and he just died. Like these kind of deaths on a hero like Anti-Mage are so costly because he would have had his Yasha by now. Maybe even a little bit more.
Or solo again. Nightmare as the Earth Spike comes in and there's the Hex, but not looking likely he'll survive. The Impale a little bit short. Fiend's Grip.
Okay.
Sure.
Why not? But yeah, it kind of reminds me of what I saw last game from Na'Vi towards the end, where they're just very split around the map and keep getting picked off one by one. Like this Anti-Mage stuff is going to really disrupt his entire pace that he was setting up for himself.
Skeeter. Blink, Scream, Shadow Strike. He'll pig pull himself.
Run away. Wow, Darkseid already finished Agon Scepter, so every hero is gonna have a nice 275 health. Found the Conquer too.
Oh, no one. Ghost Ship ruptured, and there's the Spike Carapace. Snake King doesn't care that the Titanic's crashing down on him because he's the one who sunk the Titanic with that Spike Carapace.
Yeah, nothing is going Navi's way at all. Kunkka is actually very poor, doesn't even have his BKB despite going for the first item. Sleep again on the Weaver.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Goodbye, Mr. Aloha Dance. Arthur really likes the I will eat the cheese line.
Big fan of Pepper Jack.
What's your favorite cheese?
Pepper Jack's a good cheese. Oaxaca is a good cheese.
What about some of the classic ones like Gouda?
Oh, a nice smoked Gouda.
Yeah. You into that kind of thing or nah?
Yeah, I'm a big cheese person.
Yeah, me too. I love cheese.
Blue cheese, though?
Yeah, I was about to say blue cheese is it's a very acquired taste.
I can pass on that.
Yeah, especially the really strong ones. Yeah.
And everybody's just like, no, it's good because it smells. And then I go, that's what I say about my farts, but nobody seems to have the same opinion. They go after this Weaver, they get the kill on Aloha Dance, 9 with another one.
So, who healed the Weaver? Oh, he healed himself.
Set himself up.
Yeah, I was like, what? Okay, Nyx, Invis, and Carapace on. Trying to dive deeper again. Now, this is the problem they have. Like, Anti-Mage wants to farm, and they can't fight.
Coming on the high ground, Spike Carapace, Quap's just dead. General gets killed, they'll go for no one. pops the BKB to get out of that dream coil, but they're right on Solo, and now Solo's on Solo, so it's now a duo of Lions. And, well, the pack of Lions will be split once one of the Solos dies.
Yeah, I really gotta tell you, like, I don't believe in anti-mage at all unless it's like a complete free anti-mage game. Which in this game they have like 3 or 4 ways to actually deal with him, so it's anything but free. You just see how little the hero contributes compared to a hero like Bloodseeker. He might have more net worth, but he just doesn't do anything until he gets some more items. And even then it's just so risky because you just die in 1 second. Oh, they caught him potentially. Okay, they had a dire ward. I thought it was a Radiant ward actually. Skeeter had no idea he was there. Like when nothing's happening, it's literally all Fanta does. Like, that's the random I'll eat a cheese line.
You remember last year when we just we would see Whitemon just eating snacks during the draft the entire time? I just assume Fada's got like a cheese wheel in his left hand and he's just clicking around.
Or just like a cheese board, like all sorts of crackers and
charcuterie
like
board,
raisins and what. Yeah. I mean, he's definitely a fine gentleman, so I wouldn't put it past him. Like, the game is only 4K or 5K now lead for the Radiant, but it feels so one-sided, right? And that's literally just because Na'Vi have this really poor co-op. They just can't fight. They can't take any team fights. Like, what do you do?
And it's a little bit close to the moment because Anti-Mage is obviously getting a little bit of farm, but he needs to secure himself more farm to start being effective overall. And actually, it went from 5 to 3 real quick.
Yeah, what happened there?
I don't know how
Somebody must have dropped an item or something.
Made that jump.
They get a tower? No. Well, it's gonna go back to 5K now after the Roshan.
Radiant's bottom tower shot has fallen to the Radiant.
There's the Aegis for Skeeter. Only 4.
Yeah, and he's gonna go straight into the Basher. Like, at what point does Anti-Mage actually feel comfortable blinking into a fight? He's going for BKB next, which is something you never want as an Anti-Mage. Like, it just feels terrible. Like, you'd rather build like Aghanims or Skadi.
No one. No one, you may be taunting, you go into the BKB, and, well, okay, you can taunt, you're free. You're good to go.
He was almost in range for the grip. Almost. Now Lodan's trying to cut the wave again. Fada's just dead.
Fada?
Oh no, nice use.
He's still alive for a second. He's got the Nightmare, but that's going to be placed on Aloha Dance to get the kill on Fada. Now they're going to look over as the Rupture is onto Vichun.
Oh no.
He blinks. Oh, the vacuum doesn't land.
Yeah. But you can see what happens, right? You get Ruptured, you're just like, oh my god.
I need to leave.
And he took so much damage from that blink, it almost killed him.
And meanwhile, you've got General dying to 9. 9 may not be a prime number, but he is certainly playing prime time at the moment.
Very, very smart. I like it. That's the very attractive thing about you, you know, you're very smart.
Aww. So 3K lead here for Tundra.
Yeah. Do have the Aegis still though, so they want to definitely pick up the pace a little bit. Get the outer towers down at least.
Nothing else.
Looking for a grip here potentially.
Radiant are scanning.
But the Dire is obviously very aware of what is happening here, so he's kind of stuck down here though. Can't really farm right now, no TP.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That's a tier 1 gone. And Weaver might be next on the chopping board.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh, close.
Snaking wants to stick with him. He's got through right by. Vacuum back into the impale. Well placed, well killed. Dancing in his grave.
Yes, as he has many times in this game already. 0-6. In fact, it's very reminiscent of the second game, right? Just reversed roles, where Na'Vi is the one getting beaten down right now. You think they're gonna have a similar comeback in them or not?
Hey, Anti-Mage, anything is possible the way they can play this. Again, it's about Now what? Avoiding the rupture, avoiding the wall. There's a lot you gotta
Avoiding the coil.
Here. Well, he's
avoiding
almost
the
got
impale.
BKB, so hopefully that takes care of that.
He's so afraid to farm on the anti-mage. So how's Quap looking network wise? Still quite low,
6,700 going into the shard.
Yeah. Ooh, they're looking for the anti-mage. Have the coil ready. Not quite gonna catch him though.
They'll catch others though. Waning Rift, Illusory Orb, that's an easy kill as Snake King will claim it with the Vendetta Strike.
Are you gonna stay for the courier kill?
Has been killed.
Here's Jules. Oh, so careful.
Ooh, Weaver. Means grip. Okay.
And that's 0-7. Yeah, Weaver kind of feels like out of place this game, right?
Very. And that comes from the fact that they just countered him and he was put in the 4 and he still countered. It's not, you know, gonna change anything.
Yeah, it's usually also lane dominated, but they got crushed in the lane, which diminishes his impact like a ton. Anti-mage to be top, but he's still so afraid to farm, like he just can't.
Oh,
Tandra's
gosh.
everywhere.
Snake King is on one this game.
Holy donuts. He's going straight into a Hex on the Kanka. BKB Hex. Like, I can't remember the last time I saw that one. They're just really lacking damage.
It's certainly not going to come from the BKB hacks.
Yeah, where's it going to come from? Like, are you going to go all in anti-mage? I guess you have to at this point, but... it's a tough game. I think it's a tough game to watch. Because it looks like one of those games where it's just a slow and gradual death.
Right. Death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah. And you know me, I'm an anti-mage lover, but even if I hate anti-mage pick, and if I hate an anti-mage pick in a game, then you know it's really rough.
Well, did you like that other anti-mage pick?
I didn't like love it, but it was a pretty free anti-mage game at least. It was only like a duel. This game, they have like 4 healers I can actually deal with him.
Very winnable.
Ooh. Almost caught him with the carapace.
Might help is Aloha Dance going for this Ags. He's got the point booster.
Yeah. Just look at where Aim is farming. He's just so afraid to farm anywhere because he knows any coil, any impale.
Sentry.
Aloha Dance again. Ay.
Yeah, impaled, and then they'll have the Waning Rift silence. He sits invis, he goes to the Yules, he tries to survive, but the Spike Carapace is there to stun him up. And 9 will get another kill on Aloha Dance.
Instant smoke up. Quap has been caught.
Oh boy. Yeah, Dream Coil, General. He is gonna fall.
It's
another
so
easy kill here for 9. 9 is 13-0-7.
Yeah, just making it look so easy. Anti-mage has BKB, something needs to happen now. There's nobody can wait any longer.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
What did you even do though? Like, how do you start these fights? They could potentially burst the Bloodseeker, maybe. Is that what they're going for?
Bloodseeker, and in some trouble, but an amazing vacuum wall. The question is, do they have the follow? They get the kill on a solo. They'll look over at Aloha Dance, who will time-lapse. It was a vacuum wall all of a sudden on 4.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, makes me wonder if Father should perhaps have prioritized sleeping the Bloodseeker so he can get his BKB and everything off, instead of gripping. Because without the Bloodseeker, there's no way you're gonna fight this. And very good recognition by Na'Vi that the Bloodseeker was running in there. Instant hex, torrent bolt, everything came out right away. Very well played by them. If they can get 1 or 2 more of those kills, why not?
Top lane.
It's just gonna get coiled, I think. Maybe not. Have to be a little careful now. Bloodseeker is your strongest hero. No need to force anything without him. He's going straight into a butterfly on anti-mage. Goodbye, Lion.
Yeah, they find solo again.
And the
and
Weaver.
they've got the impale on Aloha Dance, and Gives him the old JoJo.
Normal punch.
Yeah, and OGA Dance will be eliminated.
Well, not yet. He just sent to the Shadow Realm. Ooh, they spot out the Kunkka X Mark. They do have a Yule Scepter, right? Or they're just waiting for him there.
Yeah, waiting for the Vendetta, lands the Impale. Now they've got the Rupture with the Vacuum and the normal punch. Skeeter takes out no one. 30-8.
That damage. Like he just got pulled back, punched backwards. Kind of gives me like bully vibes, you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. Oh, the Quap top again. Like they're just setting up everywhere, man.
And they've got the Nightmare. They have Fiend Script ready.
Yeah. Whoa. He could have played there, no?
Yeah, he could have almost missed that. And there's the kill for Snake King, who's now unstoppable.
I will eat the cheese. I will eat the cheese. Okay, anti-mage farming in a... Ooh. Alright, he's gonna be fine. But anti-mage can't 1v5 this game possibly, right? It's like, no way.
He can try.
No way. You can certainly try. He will have a butterfly soon. So that's something.
Kunkka went AC, by the way, instead of the Hex.
And you know what Puck went? He went for an Aggron Scepter. So you know what the BKB on anti-mage does?
Nothing.
Nothing! Literally the entire duration will just be coiled. Normal punch. It's such a long stun actually, wow. Impale as well.
And there's the Illusory Orb to get the kill.
Kind of looks like my pub games right now, where everyone just farms everywhere and then dies.
Waning Rift looking for the high five. 9 goes after Kunkka.
Yeah.
No one on the run, as also Lion's getting caught here. So Solo, he's trying to fight and will eventually die. So Skeeter gets the kill on his Solo. No one tries to TP out as he had the ghost ship sail over. But at the same time, they find Fada. They get the Nightmare out onto the Anti-Mage, who's forced to pop the BKB. They go after General. They'll get the kill into the Queen of Pain. And it's a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Tundra.
Yeah, every time Na'Vi finds like anything, it's always answered by at least 1 or 2 kills from the Tundra side. And now the Roshan's up the Shard. Who's that gonna go to? I would imagine Anti-Mage. Sorry, Bloodseeker. And then he has that juicy lifesteal per hit.
Always nice.
Yeah, I mean, at least Aim will have his butterfly soon, but I just don't know what happens once it gets coiled and walled. It just seems so impossible to fight at this point.
Bounty.
I mean, at least you always...
farming.
Yeah, and almost the Weaver Aggron Scepter as well. Maybe that's a counterplay. Maybe.
Just don't know if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, it's It's anti-mage games. Don't pick anti-mage in your pops, guys.
Ooh,
Goodbye, Lower
Snaking
Dance.
and 9. They've got the Blink Dagger now on this Nyx Assassin, so, you know, it makes it very hard to get away from the hands of the Nyx.
Yeah, that's his 11th death, though. That is a lot of deaths. Solo sitting at 10.
And he's got
We're just getting picked up all over the
kill.
map. But they're being very like thorough, right? Like Tundra is. Like whenever they
It's an
re-push on the
elimination
sidelines,
game.
they're always there.
Yeah. You know, being very thorough in an elimination game. They're playing across the river almost consistently or constantly since about 5-6 minutes ago.
Yeah. And what item is Puck going for next? Kai Assange, okay. Just, I mean, he has everything right now. He has good damage, good disable. He has a link to the top for defensive capabilities. How about the Darkseer? Oh, he's so rich as well. Oh, Quap linked in. Goodbye, General, perhaps? Oh, no.
He's still
Don't
fine. They've
commit.
got the 3 heroes smoked up top. They're going to try and go in for 9. They've got the Finger as well as the ulti of the Mana Void from Anti-Mage, but that leaves Quap to get killed.
That is a
9's
massive
10K
pickup, though.
streak, or 10 times streak goes away to Anti-Mage. That's a lot of gold.
Yeah, they really needed that. Now he's going to be really close to his Basher.
Mules onto the Weaver, follow that up with an Impale, and they've got And the normal punch, they have the lockdown, but there's the time lapse. I don't know if that's going to matter all too much. They've got the silence and the Fiend's Grip to lock him down.
Anti-mage though is cutting all the creep waves, so not an easy high ground avenue here. So he's gonna have his basher soon on anti-mage, and then he will potentially be able to fight the Bloodseeker, who's going for Refresher next. Do I like that? Let me think. I don't think so, actually. I'd rather he build into something that just makes him fight the anti-mage better, like MKB, because he's the only problem you have. If you coil him, you want to be able to kill him. And don't think Refresher will necessarily do that for you.
Right.
We'll see, maybe he changes his mind. I mean, if you get a Rupture on him, he's also going to be pretty dead. And it's always nice to have like double BKB. Oh, General again. Oh, they saw him.
Oh. Into the trees, vacuum back. Nightmare, normal punch into the silence. No. They don't get that blood right to go off in time. And now they're going to get the Earth Spike down on a Skeeter. They have the Hex to follow it up. They're looking for the Ghost Ship. V2 goes to the back lines, go for Fada. They get the kill to the Bane. Skeeter now going after the Anti-Mage for a moment. They will eventually kill off Solo. No one TPs out. Aloha Dance to run away with the Shikuchi. There's no way to catch him. And these heroes with high mobility get away from the fight after they kill off the Bane.
Yeah. But like every time he has to pop his BKB to just kill a Bane, that feels terrible for him. Because afterwards he just can't fight anymore. He has to abandon the fight. 9 on the Weaver again. Has a time lapse though.
Yule's vacuum? Up. Okay. Still got it.
Alright, Bkop, I'm gonna give you yet another negative. Why AM is bad against Puck, okay? You ready?
Okay. But if you do this, you have to give me a positive.
Alright, sure. Anti-Mage doesn't build into any status resistance. So you're actually just locked down for 8 seconds if you get coiled. Because you don't build Sanj Yasha, right?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the positive is Bkop almost has Kaya Sanj.
Bam. We nailed it.
It's pretty rich.
I will eat the cheese.
This line is so...
No. It's always about telling someone something like that in the what is known, at least here, or how I was taught it, in the burger format. You give the positive as the top bun, and then the negative as the patty, and then another positive about that person as the bottom bun. You sandwich it all together, so it doesn't feel as bad to be told that you're not doing well.
What about like the lettuce and the tomatoes and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what are they?
More things to tell you you're bad, I guess. I get a plain burger.
I will eat the cheese.
Anti-Mage, by the way, now level 25. He's got that 20% counterspell magic resistance.
Yeah, interesting. Most
Taking
people...
that instead of the Mana Void cooldown in a game like this.
Yeah, like Mana Void is so strong on Anti-Mage against these very high mana pool heroes, so I'm a little bit surprised he didn't choose a talent, because almost everybody goes for the talent, especially if you go for Abyssal Blade, because the cooldown is almost identical.
Kunkka popping the BKB just to run. It's got that haste. Roche potentially in 2 minutes.
The wages of fear.
Yes.
Very safe play from Tundra.
As always.
I would say if the Kunkka maybe built a little differently, I'd have a little bit more faith in the net worth that he's got.
Yeah, it feels pretty fake, right?
Yeah.
Like he has an aura for his team, that's alright. It's a BKB, but BKB is pretty much nullified already, and... Ooh, he's gonna be fine.
They group together, at least up towards top. There's 3 there. Maybe you're looking to have someone farm the lane and jump them.
Yeah, they were still looking for the Quap, which isn't there anymore. And now Hex picked up on Darkseer. Like the items are just rolling in. Rolling in, rolling in, rolling in.
What you gonna do now? Just keep rolling.
What you gonna do when they come for you? Are you too old for that?
Am I too old for that? No,
Yeah.
I'm not too old for that.
Okay.
Old bad boys.
Yeah. Actually,
Cops is filmed in front of a live audience.
It should just be your age, right? Like perfectly your age.
Silence on a general. Blood right down. They've got the Fiend's grip. See how this goes for the side of the Dire. The normal punch comes in. They've got themselves the air spike that lands onto 2 with the wall going down for the darts here. No one's already dead, so they've taken out the Kunkka as well as the Queen of Pain. They're going to go after the Anti-Mage. They've got the right clicks from Skeeter. They'll get the kill on a V2, and he does have buyback, but it's not looking like it's going to be worth anything with the rest of his team dead. Silence out onto the Lion. They'll grab the kill there, and now they're going to start using these buybacks. No one buys back. Solo buys back. It's a duet of sorts.
Yeah, and hate to be that guy, man, but Anti-Mage is pretty damn useless. The hero's just not that good. Oh, they caught Kunkka again. He still has BKB though.
Carapace, BKB. Now they're going to buy back on the Anti-Mage. They want to go for this. They've got Bloodseeker, maybe in a little bit of a bad position, but he's back towards his team into the vacuum. They've got the Nightmare. They missed the Impale. The Waning Rift lands on the 3. Blood right down again. It's a lot of damage being done to the Anti-Mage who didn't even get a right click off.
Yeah. Oh, man. You can't believe how much this hurts as an Anti-Mage player. Because I've been in this situation so many times. And there's just nothing you can do. Like, it doesn't matter what you itemize in. It doesn't matter how you approach the team fights. The puck will just wait for you to jump in at some point, and he will coil you. And if you don't jump in, he won't coil. So, like, what is your play? It is so difficult to be in this position.
So they'll take over their jungle again, but Tundra's nearby. Knocking on the door.
Yeah, like this next Roshan is going to decide the game. Like Na'Vi somehow needs to get that on the Anti-Mage. Then maybe they have a chance to win a fight because they only have 1 coil.
Potentially. Still
Trying to come
be
midway.
very tough.
Yule. Oh, he didn't get it off. If you Yule them there, then the X-Mark doesn't pull him back, and Kunkka is completely out of position. Very risky play by no one.
And Roche is back with a refresher shard.
Yeah, it's going to be the last point of contest, I'd imagine, in this game. Like, if the Radiant get another Aegis, I think it's just over. Na'Vi has to fight for it.
Nyx Assassin's almost level 25. Oh my gosh. And Snaking, he's having a game like we've said before. 8-2 and 18.
How about the Bane that has a Shadow Blade queued up, though? You think he's gonna commit? I think he should.
I say do it.
You might also just build a Glimmer Cape, which is probably better, but just for the flex points, I think you do it.
Middle tower is under attack.
Gather together. V-Tune doing his best ward impression.
Yeah, also kind of
synthesis.
dingling around like a ward does.
Scan hits, but there was never ever any doubt, honestly, that they were nearby.
Where did the puck go? Oh no, actually the Nyx, they went up the hill.
Ooh, they're gonna smoke again.
Yeah, they
Nyx
have
Assassin
to win
level
this fight.
25. Unobstructed pathing makes this smoke very difficult to pull off. Because he can
also
just
has an Aeon
go
disc.
up and down.
They have 2 Aeon discs. The Darkseer also has one. Just so incredibly hard to start anything on them.
It feels almost impossible.
Yeah, like look at Nyx just running in 1v5. He's like, alright, what are you guys gonna do?
And they'll take your vision away.
Yeah, I know the little chance that you had. They took that from you as well. Reminds me of Bully McGuire.
Reminds you of what?
You know the Bully Spider-Man?
Ooh, Hex. And they've got this Anti-Mage, and there's the normal punch. Locking him down continually.
Game
They'll get
over.
the kill on a V2, and he's dead for 2 minutes. They've applied the Crippler Crossface, and that should make a Na'Vi tap out.
Yeah, the Hell's Gate has been applied. The Batista bite. I mean,
just goes to the tier 3.
Na'Vi doesn't want to concede, of course, but yeah, this one is pretty done and dusted.
Trying to work through this, and well, they were looking to land that ghost ship. It doesn't exactly hit its mark, and the mark was not an iceberg either. They get the kill there on the solo. They're going to work towards the rest. Aloha Dance will run back into the base. They've got the illusory orb and will not. Oh, will jaunt in. Okay. He's got that overwhelming blink, so the waning rift as well as the overwhelming blink is used to get that kill. And well, they do finally call GG, and Tundra has eliminated Na'Vi.
Yeah, like I liked a lot what Na'Vi was doing in the second game, but in the third game they really just drafted themselves into a corner with that last big anti-mage, I'd say. It's like it just doesn't really go well together, right? You pick this Quap, Weaver, Kunkka, who are like really fast-paced, but then you pick a carry that doesn't want to play with that at all. And it was just like no synergy between that draft, and Tundra abused that massively. Like they know exactly just want to split push all the time. Fata found so many kills, so did 9. Nyx Assassin as well. Like they just farmed heroes rather than creeps, and it's I really just don't know what they could have done. Like I think Na'Vi played as good as they could have, just they had no options.
Yeah, they called a late audible with that Bloodseeker pick happening, and they went to an anti-mage that, yeah, he farmed well, but everybody else really didn't get much of anything around the map, especially with how quickly it was closed in on, and anti-mage at the end of the day is the only one with farm, and when you see that he ends up dying so quickly, it doesn't really matter. They were ready for him, and ultimately, Tundra, they take the series 2-1, right? What else could they have done?
Yeah, I mean, they were my favorite to coming into the series. They almost made a comeback happen in game 2, but it's just a little bit unfortunate for Na'Vi because we know they're much better than that, right?
Yeah,
as we have seen a couple of times in this tournament already. Like sometimes this one impulse pick can lead, like one thing leads to another, and game is just over.
Yeah, for sure. And while Tundra move on, we say goodbye to Na'Vi, but we say hello to our panel. We're going to throw it back to them and see what their thoughts are on this one. Back to you guys.
Hello. Well, you know what? I've known Black for quite a long time now. We've worked together a little bit. I consider myself his friend, and as someone that knows him quite well, I can tell you guys that I can read him very well at this point. And it was very subtle in the cast, but I can tell you that I don't think he liked the anti-mage pick. I don't know if you guys were picking up on that at all, but I think he had some issues there, and I think he might have been right. I mean, what was that a big issue, guys?
Really? You think so? You think he didn't like the anti-mage pick?
Yeah, I mean, you guys don't know him as well as I do, so you don't quite understand the subtleties in his inflections, but yes.
The subtlety when he said that anti-mage is a bad hero right now and shouldn't be
about
picked.
28
One
times
of those...
in a
I see,
40-minute game, yes, indeed. And we have the head-to-head as well. Bloodseeker looked pretty good though, right, Misery?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we doubted the strength of Bloodseeker at any point. I think this game was reminds me of my pubs sometimes, when your carry gets last pick and he out of nowhere just picks anti-mage, and it kind of feels like he grieves everybody because you're playing 4-on-5 all game, and that he might get fat, but eventually he's gonna fuck up once and die, right? Or just play 1 versus 5, and everyone in your team is kind of not having fun, and you're probably gonna lose eventually anyways, and it's just like a hopeless, impossible game, right? This is kind of what it felt like. That being said, though, I feel like if they had swapped the Lion with the Quap, I feel like Quap should not have that abysmal of a lane. But the problem is he's laning with this Weaver, which is kind of not really doing anything to help the Quap. Usually when you play Weaver 4, you pair it with a fat strength hero, right? And then the Weaver can kind of go around and bully the Bane a bit, and then the fat strength hero gets a couple of levels to sustain himself. Maybe you get the Ring of Health or whatever. But Queen of Bane has no game because of that fact. And I think if they put the Lion with the Quap, it would have been easier because they could have fought the Bane together, right?
Yeah.
And then another thing is 9 just playing so well this game, early game on Puck. He has kind of a bad matchup. Yeah. He runs top randomly so early in the game and finds the Lion and kills him. And then he goes and farms this triple stack, right? and he's actually ahead of net worth of the Kunkka, and just in general, like just chooses to do really smart things all early game that puts him ahead. So I think those two things definitely. And then a third thing, real quick, is the whole like, remember like 14 minutes in, Entomage was actually top net worth, and they went on this Darkseer, and then he got walled and killed by the bot coil. I don't think you cannot make moves like that with the lineup. Like you pick Entomage last pick, if you make a move like that, it's like it's 2 game losing, right? You have to actually you have a really fast Battle Fury. You have to just like farm, and get ahead at that point. If you die, it's too much.
I feel they had multiple heroes that are like that. Queen of Pain for me is also one of those that if you don't necessarily have a decent laning stage, you just fall off heavily. That's from General too, right? Like he got slept a couple of times into Bloodright.
But it all comes down to like how bad is the early game, right? Because when Queen of Pain has such a bad early game, it also leaves the Weaver and Lion without a purpose in the game, which also affects the Kunkka. So if the Queen of Pain Lion goes together bot lane and has a decent laning phase, now suddenly they can play Dota together, right? Queen gets faster 6 and like a couple of more items, and maybe they can play with the Kunkka and kind of play as 4 and take a couple of fights, and then suddenly maybe it's a different game, right? But when Quap has such a bad game, the supports just have no game as well. And now, Lion gets super late Blink Dagger, and Weaver has no place in the game, and yeah, it's just suddenly. Yeah, we just witnessed it. Like
everything,
it's just awful.
Everything kind of came together for Tundra. Like it's one of those games. Like you were talking about 9 going top lane, killing off Lion. He kills off Lion as he's orbing back into the lane. The rune spawns on minute 3, the bounty rune. He picks that up. It heals him back. He pretty much gets the first blood and all the resources that he wasted on the Lion kill. Then they go not only the small camp that he farmed alone. They invade the enemy jungle with Snake King being Iron Shelled. They farm up
that's right.
the bit of a hard camp too. It's every small little thing put them ahead, and then it becomes increasingly difficult for the demon. I just wanted to call him Demon Hunter. Yeah, for the Demon Hunter to farm up his Battle Fury, because you have this Nyx Assassin constantly hunting you down as well. Just a very hard game.
Yeah, absolutely. A very tough game indeed, and that will be poor old Navi eliminated from the tournament. They did have moments of brilliance, and as we've said so many times about this team, the individual skill is so definitely there. They are great players, unfortunately, just bringing it all together. Art Style, the coach of this team, he's still got a bit more work to do in terms of forming a cohesive team. They know that. We know that, and I'm sure we will see them coming into their own at some point throughout the next season or two, but right now it's not quite there, and they'll be the first team to be eliminated from the OGA Dota pit. And now we're going to find out who the next team is going to be eliminated alongside them, and this one is going to be between Alliance and Team Liquid, which is a spicy matchup indeed. Of course, these two organizations have a long storied history between each other. Guys, what are we expecting coming into this series? I mean, I think it's hard not to favor Liquid considering their performance in the DPC so far, right?
Have they dropped a single series? They haven't, right?
Nope.
Like so far, Liquid is just on point. Alliance at the same time, they won 1 series. So if you look at the form, at least Team Liquid is in a much better one. Meanwhile, Alliance, even in this tournament, what we've seen from them, it still seems like they're just struggling to find their form.
They are indeed. Will they find it now? And we will break that down and more after this short break.
Dire's top tower is falling. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tide rack!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Another phase begins.
Radiant victory.
Чувак, никого не слушай, ты реально талант.
First blood!
under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is falling. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Hello, Dota enjoyers, and welcome back to the OGA Dota Pit Season 5 EU and CIS, where we have just witnessed the savage elimination of Team Na'Vi from this tournament, and now someone will go and join them in the grave. As you can see, the bracket presented upon your television sets right now, and we have Alliance and Team Liquid on our plates coming up next. The loser of which will be the second team eliminated from the tournament. Who is it going to be? The odds say it's Team Alliance. However, you know, there's always a chance. There's always a chance. Alliance, they're not a bad stack right now. We have seen some good stuff from them. They did take a game off Enigma Galaxy. We know that they can perform. They've had moments of brilliance, but Team Liquid have looked so damn scary in the DPC that it's really hard to see them dropping this one. Guys, what has to go right for Alliance in this series?
Well, I mean, for me, it's like I could see Alliance just gaining confidence off of the latest win in DPC and kind of finding their thing, right? That works for them. I think that's something that's really important for a team like that. So I hope that they found something.
Yeah.
Like more specifically, I'm not really sure, right? Like,
yeah. They were able to beat out Cool Guys with some. I mean, it was very on meta for them, actually. That's what surprised me. I thought Alliance were going to be doing their own thing, and I thought that when we'd see them improve is when we'd see them kind of falling back to their more comfort picks. But that's not at all what they did. You know, they had Shadow Fiend safe lane in that series. They went for like all the meta picks, and they just played very cleanly. Honestly, it looked like a team which was figuring themselves out. Now, admittedly, Cool Guys, considered probably the weakest team in Division 1, so can't read too much into it, but that could be the stepping stone they needed to start getting their strategies in order and start churning out some wins out of this team, because they need some, especially in this event, as they are now one series from elimination. Lizard, do you see any weaknesses in Team Liquid right now?
Well, one of the weaknesses is probably that they're on top. They're winning versus everyone, and even though that's their strength, everyone is looking at you, right? Everyone is analyzing what you're doing and checking out these razors that you're picking all the times, Lunas and SAPPHIRE. So they also have a few games extra on Alliance, so something more to analyze if you're in the Alliance's camp. But to go on about Alliance being a new stack, as an organization, ever since their formation, they were this team that would have a couple of niche picks, right, and stick to them. Same goes for the old stack. They would have these DKs, Linas on the mid lane, and they wouldn't really stray a lot from what you know they will pick. I feel like the new Alliance is fresh, and I think they have some inspiration when it comes to drafts that's a bit different, and that they can play the meta a little bit better perhaps than the previous stacks, or they're more eager to adopt the meta. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I also think this Alliance has a very different hero pool, right? Like you touched on it a bit. Like the old Alliance had this very set hero pool for Limp, and generally like FNG and Nico Baby. You know, like I feel like they had this very set in stone way of drafting and playing, whereas the new one might need a bit more time to actually figure out how do we enable Lelis, how do we enable Supreme, right? And yeah, maybe this is kind of the beginning. Like, you know, just a couple of wins can really make or break confidence in a team. So
yeah, this is why I keep waiting for them to pick more like, you know, Lelis-based heroes. Like, yes, he can play the Mars. Yes, he can play, you know, the Timbersaws are popular heroes. But I want to see them enable him and play his style of Dota and adapt their style to suit his style, because he is an outstanding player. I think Lelis is absolutely fantastic. So let's get into the draft for the first game of the series and see exactly how this one is going to go. And we do have ourselves a pick already. And Team Liquid actually banning out the Beastmaster against him as well. So, I mean, this is a hero I've been calling for all the time for Alliance. Like, last time we watched them play, I was like, pick him Beastmaster. I don't know. I love Lelis Beastmaster, and clearly Team Liquid fear it as well.
Yeah, that Spirit Breaker pick from Alliance actually is a hero that's... we talk about him all the time, highly contested in Eastern Europe. I believe recently Boxy has played it on Team Liquid. This time around, Alliance actually snatch it away from them. And they take the SAPPHIRE as well from Team Liquid. So two heroes, you could argue that these are heroes that Team Liquid has played recently, and that's why Alliance are picking it. But they're truly just meta, and you're doing that. What's the name for the combo, Nomad, that you gave it? The cookie and the charge?
I can't remember.
I think you had something. In any case, it's a funny one to watch.
Radiant team.
It is indeed, yes. The grandma yeeting the cookie at the Spirit Breaker as she goes past. That's the one. Yeah, follows it to its target. I mean, we don't actually see it very often when we see this combo, but it is pretty legit when you do pull it off. So Liquid, they start things off with a Bane, and then they grab an Invoker as their second pick of the first phase. Now they can protect this Invoker with 3 bans here. But yeah, what are we thinking from this startup? I mean, I know what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Exhort, and I'm thinking an Aghanim.
I think you think he's gonna play Exhort, or you think eventually he will play Exhort?
Well, technically, he always has to eventually take Exhort, but I hope he plays Exhort Invoker. I don't know. I like it more because I'm just a simple man.
Cosvex. Has he actually played Exhort
5 seconds
in recent times? I don't remember actually. So I think it's more of a Cosvex, but I might be wrong. But anyways, like it's nice setup, right, with the Bane for Sunstrike for sure. I do think that it's also a nice response to Spirit Breaker generally, because you have a couple of ways to cancel charge early on, and I mean throughout the game generally.
Yeah, I do like that. At the same time, if we see something aggressive on the mid lane together with the Spirit Breaker, right?
Yeah,
Invoker might have some problems.
I mean, we saw that against the Lions, right? There was Nigma running that, and this Invoker died.
Right?
Yes, Puck,
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Breaker.
Radiant team ban. Alliances.
But it looks like they are banning
banned out popular
the
heroes against the Invoker.
They are banning for the Quasvex a bit, right? With the Kunkka ban, Lina. But yeah, the Puck is still there if Alliance wants it. So there's like Supreme Queen of Pain. Just she has been playing a lot recently.
I think that's a good idea for them as well. With Spirit Breaker, you can just dive the tower so easily, making Walker's life hell.
True. The times we've seen Spirit Breaker struggle is the times in which he's not really had any mobility to go along with him, and then he just kind of runs in deep and no one's deep with him, and he dies a sad, lonely death. So Queen of Pain would definitely address that, but as with the puck.
Yeah, then again, do you guys think that this should be an Aramis Spirit Breaker or perhaps Leslau playing it?
I think this might be their duel off. But, I mean, we don't know for sure, right? I think Aramis played the Snapfire last time, and I think he did a really good job. He had really early griefs, actually, which is not something you see that often, but to be honest, if you can get griefs like early on in the game, the item is amazing, right?
Yeah, some Greaves, some Blink plus the Shard as well, right? On the Snapfire always works well for you. And they get the Void Spirit. It kind of serves the same purpose, right? Same that we were talking about the puck, about the Queen of Pain. You get this hero that can dive the Invoker. As long as he doesn't play like Sumail played today, that was versus Invoker. That was a little bit rough to watch. He did win in the end.
Whoa! Yeah,
Relax,
he did win.
Boys. He won in the end. It doesn't matter. The laning stage wasn't great though.
No, it was a bit overzealous. He started to get an advantage, and then he was like, "Right, I'm going under this tower. I need to rub salt on this wound." And unfortunately, it did just end up feeding about 3 times in a row. But he won the game, so obviously it was all part of the master plan. And the master plan for Liquid is going to be Grimstroke Wraith King.
10 seconds remaining.
You get that double stun. You get a decent lane. I'm just wondering if this Wraith King and Grimstroke will lane together, or do you just like the Grimstroke here and you put Bane and Wraith King anyway? We've seen some Banes be played on the offlane as well. I mean, position 5 but played on the offlane.
I think it's still up for debate, right? I think maybe Insania is kind of a Grimstroke player, right?
He loves that
Moxie
hero.
kind of plays anything, and he's also like more of a ganker, like setting up kills with grip and stuff, I would say. So I think it makes sense for them. And it's also like a very solid way of drafting from first pick, I feel, where you just kind of you kind of show your hand, but it's like whatever you have is just so solid that it doesn't really matter what alliance are going to pick right now. Your heroes are good, and you have the last pick to counter the whatever you see here.
Damn, Venoman. This is something that we've seen today banned out, right? Like
I like that. It's like a nice way of like disrupting Liquid's plans, right? Of having this nice clean game where your Bane is happy, your Grimstroke is happy. These guys don't like Venomancer at all. Like they get hit by one hit from the snakes and
run home.
Like they wanna leave the game. So it's kind of nice.
Is there not quite a bit of an issue here in that they have got so much lockdown on Team Liquid? Sometimes we do see these Venos getting killed off before they get a chance to use their ultimate. Is that a possibility with this draft?
Not really. In my the way I see it at the moment, to kill the Venomancer, you need a hero that can get on top of him easily, without the necessity of a blink, right? So your Storms, your Spirit Breakers, these kind of heroes, some Spirit. Team Liquid. You can't approach the Vano. That's the problem. Every time you want to gank him, you'll have to use a smoke. They need to address this problem with the last
5 seconds remaining.
Yep. So they've got the lockdown, but not the catch.
Exactly.
Vision is, Venomancer is so much about the vision that the snakes provide, right? The ultimate is kind of like, it's like, okay, right? But it's so much more about the map control that you get from putting down all these snakes everywhere, right? On hills, and like, you get so much information out, and slow everyone. And he can be really effective in lane as well. But it is an acquired hero, right? I'm sure Lelis has played it a lot and for Alliance too. So I think it's a pretty cool pick, although they need a hard carry last, like a big boy, that can win them the game. Because they don't really have some good scaling, but not like amazing physical damage right now.
And both PA and Morphling would fit that role perfectly well, right? Like they banned out these two heroes. Another one that I wouldn't mind seeing actually isn't banned out. Is a Monkey King, like a decent core versus the Wraith King.
Yeah, I love that.
Doesn't struggle versus any of these heroes that are in the on the table right now.
Yeah, I think it's something we saw a ton of in the Chinese DPC. last year, where people were just constantly, Wraith King was super popular, and people just constantly started answering it with the Monkey King, and it becomes really difficult because you go for the reincarnation, and there's just a Wukong's command on your head, and there's 20 monkeys bonking you non-stop. So Team Liquid will be going for the Luna here.
Ah, it's an offlane Wraith King.
Offlane
That's
Wraith
what this is.
plus Grimstroke? Is that what they're doing? I suppose.
Yeah, I
right?
think so. I think that's what's happening
Cute.
here.
Okay. Do we like it?
I haven't
Doesn't
seen
fit
it in
very
a while.
right?
But can't you pick like a Terrorblade now? All of a sudden, doesn't this change things a bit? Where you can actually pick some carriers that will just beat this? Because like the thing about playing Wraith King 3 and is that you don't have this traditional offlaner, right? That gives you team fight.
Do you build the same way?
playing
Do you
like
just go for the blink and initiation into that stun, right? That's
from
what
what-
you're doing.
Nah,
Or do you
from
go for
what I've-
Dominator?
No, from what I've seen, you still go armlet,
Select your heroes.
and you still just play. At least I think maybe it depends, right? But I think I've seen armlet actually into Deso. Like you just
So
play
you're
a
playing
Wraith
a
King.
carry, right?
Yes, you just play a Wraith King. You just go off.
Yeah, that's a report in my pubs.
I think
But
it was 33 who played it, and he's max stun out though early on.
okay, right. Yeah, we did see that actually earlier on with him maxing the stun. So I just want to talk about this Troll Warlord before we wrap things up here. I mean, is this the Terrorblade style hero you were hoping for, Misery?
Yeah, I can also see Troll being good here because he has so much support in his other heroes that allows him to hit, right? All the slow from Veno, all the chaos with Void Spirit, Spirit Breaker. So I can definitely see it working. It's also like the Troll can take up so much space from Alliance's map, gets really fat, whereas Liquid kind of has to spread their farm amongst 3 cores. So yeah, I could see this work for Alliance.
Alrighty, okay. It could work. Will it work? Lizard, tell us. Just tell us how the game's going to go now, so we
How
don't
the
have to watch
game's
it. So
gonna
we just
go
turn it off.
Yeah,
Yep.
Team Liquid is greedy, but it won't matter. They're in their form, and they'll somehow make the magic work. It will work out for them. There.
Misery.
I mean, it's also hard to predict against Team Liquid right now, right? But I do like where Alliance's draft is at. I think it's more well balanced. So I'm gonna go with Alliance. Let's go.
Okay, not underestimating the guys on Alliance and in fact casting a vote their way. I think that's fair enough. I mean, it's very hard to vote against Team Liquid in their current form, but I would agree. I think this feels greedy. It feels slow. I don't know how many options they have. And as we said before, I think this Venomancer pick actually seems amazing. And Leslau is a fantastic offlane player. I think he's kind of the best player on Alliance, perhaps, at least when it comes to consistency. If he can control the game on this Venomancer, then I don't think that Team Liquid are going to stand much of a chance. So let's throw it over to our casting duo for this first game, this knockout best of 3. And it's a knockout duo of Bkop and Black.
Thank you very much. We are a knockout duo. I'm the left hand, Black's the right hand.
Do you knock
punch
or do I knock?
combination. You could take it.
I think you like the setup, right? And then I swing in from the BAM!
Yeah,
I
with
can
an
see that
overhand
happen.
right.
Yeah, like you like the decoy left, then like, oh shit, and I give like an uppercut or something, BAM! Right through the ceiling.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And then you just see the bottom half torso and legs hanging out from the top of the ceiling.
Yeah.
Fair enough, fair enough.
That sounds very reasonable, right? I'm very realistic too.
We're definitely strong enough. We got this.
Yeah.
And the question is, which of these two teams is strong enough to win this game?
It's a little bit of a tough one. I'm personally not the biggest fan of Venomancer, so let's see what he can do. But I'm also not a very big fan of offlane Wraith King, so... yeah. We'll see, I guess, what I hate more as the game progresses, but... As Misery already alluded to, it's not like your common offlane that offers team fight. Like, sure, you have a stun, you can push towers with the skeletons, but... You're still gonna itemize into like the traditional carry Wraith King from the offlane, right?
Right. It's just the question of how quickly and if you can get that farm that you want those items with. And this combination, so it's first level Brain Sap up top with the Wraith Fire Blast, and then mid Void Spirit up against the Invoker. He's gone first level into the Wex. First level Aether Remnant for Supreme.
Very wise.
We get a quick pause. We can kind of break it down a little bit more.
The hell is that?
You think you could pull off that voice line if they had you record it? That death line?
Isn't it like a little bit like enhancements going on there?
Might be.
Sounds like it, right? Like I did the other day. I went through like 80 heroes of Dota and did like an impression of their voices. I did so well. Like if you missed it, you should definitely watch the BO3. It was so good. Like I'm actually gonna search for a job in the voice acting business.
And then we did the voice lines at the DPC last year, and I did not nail it.
You did not nail it, indeed. I'm glad you remember your failures. It's important to learn for the future.
Very true. All right, Luna already at 6-2 in the bottom lane.
Yeah, the biggest problem Venomancer has, like against dual range, that he can't really bully, is just that his base damage is pretty damn low, so last hitting is a big issue, especially early on. He gets alleviated a little bit by the poison sting, which applies to the 6 damage like right away, so it adds to your last hit damage, but it's still not very impressive, right? When compared to like a Luna. You have 14 damage behind the Luna. Even more. Kind of ridiculous. I only like Venomancer if you can really bully the lane. Like you play against an Ursa or something like that, and you just absolutely crush the lane. I'm a big fan of the hero, but just like this, we'll see what it can do though.
Now we'll give it a look. We'll give it a peep to see if it can get it done. Top lane, Fire Snap Cookie coming down. Scatterblast used by Hanskin and that hit on Bullseye as well as Boxy. They've got the Nightmare on this Snapfire for a second. They'll throw some right clicks, just some harassment damage the way of the snap, nothing more. And they'll pop that south.
Yeah. Top lane should be pretty easy for Troll as the levels get higher. Because the skeletons can't hit you, the heroes can't hit you because of your whirling axes. We have seen so much Troll today actually. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, he just kind of popped off. A hero that we didn't see day one at all. I don't think it was really banned much either, and all of a sudden it's finding its way into every single game, basically.
Yeah, sometimes it looks really good, other times it looks average or mid lane Invoker. So be a bit careful. I hate this infinite region from Quas. Like I literally pick Quas Vex Invoker when I'm like, nah, I don't want to lose my lane.
Another ace
say that though.
Assimilate, not enough damage even with the Resonant Pulse.
Yeah. Oh, by the way.
And then first blood up top as they try to use that Nightmare, but Nico Baby gets first blood on Boxy.
No stun available, so yeah. And that's the perfect start for a hero like Troll. Exactly what you want. You want to dominate your lane, gets the first blood, it's gonna have his Falcon Blade.
And he's got a salve to work with.
Yeah, like what more do you want? What, no rune though for the Void Spirit. Does he have a healing self? He doesn't have a healing self either.
He's gonna have to really hide because they already know with the way Zai's positioning that Boxy hasn't made his way back to lane yet, and now they actually spot him going back to lane. Meanwhile, Inkswell, Aramis doesn't get hit.
Death. How was that?
Sounds pretty good when I get to hear it back to back like that. EMP Tornado mid and Supreme Assimilate trying to survive, and he's got the Resonant Pulse. Is it enough to soak up all the damage? One more shot. Aether Remnant. Oh, he wants to go for it, but by doing so, he kills himself.
Supreme hesitated. If he went for the right away, he would have killed the Invoker instead. He had enough time to right-click him, but he wasn't sure.
Yeah, the hesitation kills him.
Yeah, hesitation is defeat. We all know it. We all know it. And now Invoker sits there and heals up to full HP because Quas is very balanced.
Senya is not in a good spot. Yeah. Promise is denied. Well done.
Honestly, I'm really impressed.
This offlane Wraith King. So he's maxing out skeletons, which means he just wants to put on the pressure on the tower, but against Troll it's not really that easy. I guess they do have a Tricore, which can scale really well into late game. I just don't know if they have enough utility or not.
Ooh, Supreme.
Oh, gets denied the rune again. That's so annoying.
One of that arcane rune, but he's not going to grab it, and he's taking some damage here from the right clicks of Boxy.
What do you think so far of Boxy transitioning to 4? How do you like it?
It's all right so far. You know, obviously they're finding success.
Yeah, he's been playing it even previously, right? When Tiger was still there, like when he plays like Enigma offlane, he would already play 4, so he's pretty accustomed to doing so.
Insania again, getting hit with that Venomous Gale. They've got Aramis coming in.
He's dead again.
And Inkswell not going to do much for him. They've got the charge. Can they get the deny? No, they can't. Lizzo will actually get credit for that one. Bit of damage coming out from Matumba Man, but dealing with this Spirit Breaker Veno combo is not exactly easy.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is that at least the Luna is getting a lot of farm. But yeah, Venomancer are also very rich because of the couple of kills he's gotten there. And actually, Void Spirit, the one struggling quite a bit. You see the Void Spirit, what he's doing? That's what no one did before. And I'm still wondering why it's actually happening. It's so inefficient. I don't know if there's like some next level meta play that I missed out on, but
it's just allowing Mickey to dominate the lane, get all the CS, work towards his first item.
They're going in the Bane.
Oxy caught. They've got 3 here. A little Shredder, and that Brain Sap's not going to do much of anything for them, but they do have a Tornado landing on a 2. Matumba Man is here. They drop down the EMP. They've got the Lucent Beam on Aramis, and they'll chase this Spirit Breaker, trying to get the kill. Unskin's ready to go with a cookie if need be.
Okay, Wraith King is deciding to farm the whole of the enemy jungle.
And he's got those skeletons to do so.
Yeah, actually a pretty nice approach. Just steal additional farm away from the troll. Invis on Snapfire here. Can I set up on the Invoker perhaps? Think they need to bring more heroes. Wait, Wraith King is just rotating middle.
Yeah, he wants to come over. They found Supreme, and he baits out the Wraithfire Blast baits the Wraithfire Blast to get the Dissimilate. Now the Tornado lands onto this Void Spirit. They'll land the Aether Remnant, but Zai will give up on this approach.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's one way to avoid a bad matchup. Just go jungle and don't play the lane at all and start pressuring the mid lane. Les Lau is actually forced to TP to the mid lane here. I love what Zai is doing here. Creates so much space for his team.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Aramis got a very deep ward in. Has to be careful though. Ooh, just missed. Over the cliff, won't be able to kill him. And Troll TP's bottom to start pressuring the bot tower. Okay, a lot of lane swaps going on here.
A lot of lane swapping and a lot of looking to grab that first safe lane tower, first tier 1 tower, really.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, top lane we have just...
I've got the Nightmare on Leslau. McKay coming over, and they will charge this Bane. Aether Remnant doesn't land, but the charge is coming. Leslau, no mana and no life.
Yeah, it's one of the big weaknesses that Venomancer has. If you ever get on top of him, he doesn't really have any defensive tools at all to survive.
Aether Remnant lands on the Wraith King.
Yeah, unlucky that it spawned top. Arcane Room for the Invoker probably. But yeah, what you want to do as Venomancer is just make them not be able to go on you at all, right? Like all these wards standing around, just make it really uncomfortable. But if you get caught out in the jungle like that, it's just a free skill.
So Supreme You see where the tier 1 tower is, Zai taking over. You do have the Invoker going towards top.
Yep, start pressuring the towers. If there's no response, the top tower should fall relatively easily.
Doesn't look like there's going to be a response because they're focusing on getting the bottom tier 1.
Dire's top tower is under
Which may not be as easy as it seems, because this top tier 1's going to go down pretty soon, and they can rotate to do something here bottom, and they get the charge onto Insania. They're going to look for this Grimstroke kill, and they have found it very easily. They play I Spy and get it. Meanwhile, over mid, though, Mickey gets the kill on a Supreme, so yeah, you're going to get this bottom tier 1, but you might need to rotate to save your mid tier 1, and you already lost your top tier 1.
Now, mid tier 1 also seems to be all but down at this point already.
They're going to charge in.
Yeah, but the skeletons are doing too much damage.
Yeah,
it's gone already.
Dire's middle tower.
Alright, now the map is completely broken open for the Radiant.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Which should enable Luna to farm up a Storm Troll. Still neck and neck with the Luna though. And we've seen before how bad of a matchup it can be if the Troll gets on top of the Luna. Going into the Battle Fury. You like that? I'm a much bigger fan of Maelstrom personally.
I've liked the Maelstrom a bit more than the Battle Fury, but I guess it depends on the game, right?
Yeah, it's just like so much easier to kill Roshan and stuff with the Maelstrom. A lot of
Do you think the difference
damage.
maker is the Falcon Blade? Whereas like we saw like first item Maelstrom, but this is Falcon Blade Battle Fury?
Potentially. Or it might just be like a greedy approach.
Onskin, one shot, deafening blast, not going to be enough.
Yeah, Fairy Fire. Healing him up just enough to survive. But I think Liquid is very happy with the pace this game is going at. Luna has more net worth than Troll, and Wraith King is also pretty rich. The only problem I can really see is that in mid-late game they don't have enough utility because of the heroes. But the same can be said about Venomancer. It's literally just a damage offlane. Oh, Matu. Oh, he had the right idea, but went the wrong way.
Spirit Vessel, Venomous Gale onto the man. They look to get that Nether Strike onto the Luna as well. Nightmare might be enough to get a save of some sort, or at least a trade. They've got a 1-for-1 so far, but it will end up as a 1-for-2 as they do take out the Bane. On the other side of the fight, though, now Zai's in, and he's got no help for the moment. Does have that second life, so it's going to take a lot of time for them to get this kill onto the Wraith King. They take the first life out of his hands. He's been slowed up. The Tornado comes in, lands onto 2. They've got the Wraith Fire Blast out onto Hanskin. They'll use that ult from Leslau, but Leslau's going to lose his life. Supreme catches this Invoker. Mickey hit with the Aether Remnant as well as the Spirit Vessel, and Nico Baby coming in to get the finish on the Invoker. They have the charge coming through, which will ultimately go to the creeps.
Run from the venomous one.
And it's a back and forth fight.
Radiant's courier
That
has been killed.
almost seems to slightly favor Alliance.
Yeah, that was a very big win, especially the Troll was the big winner of this whole fight. He's going to have his Battle Fury now, going straight into the BKB after. And, like, Matu had the right idea that he knew that he was coming for them, for him, but he just walked the dangerous path down the river, gets caught because of it. If he walked left, like, this entire sequence of events would have never happened. We spoke about it before, how, like, one little misstep can lead to a lot of unfortunate things. Yeah, it was showcased perfectly right there.
Radiant are scanning.
Lexi in the trees. He doesn't have Fiend's Group, but he does have the Nightmare ready to go. Let's see.
Yeah,
come on
potentially wants
over.
to set up for kill.
Nightmare. EMP. They've got the silence. They've drained the mana, and they should have this kill onto the Sapphire.
They got us.
Well positioned.
Yeah, reading the map like super well was Team Liquid there. They're all ready for that smoke. As soon as they get revealed, they're ready to kill them. Not the biggest loss, it's just a support, but just shows that Liquid is very, very aware of what Alliance is planning to do. Bane's actually going to Blink Dagger first item. Very interesting, he almost has it. Might end up feeding just before it though. Oh, that would be bad.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
I think
He
he
gets
got
it.
it.
So the bounty rune.
They agreed to go for the last creep, and he might pay for it with his life.
Charge Venomous Gale on a Boxy. Easy kill here. I'll eventually run him down.
Yeah, too much overtime poison damage, and that kill is very important for the Venom because he gets the 2 vessel charges.
Thanks for kind and nice words.
Yeah, Vessel